Well, once again, good morning, everyone, and this is the call that you've been waiting for. We need pro cars, both sides of the track, east and west. Let's go. You're on a standby call. We need you now. First round of eliminations and the run for all the gold that will be here at the 40th annual running of the Summit ET Racing Equipment ET Finals starts in earnest right now, gang. We need pro cars to the lanes. First round coming up, pro cars. Want to remind everybody also that the second of the non-denominational chapel services held by Racers for Christ will be at 9 o'clock here on the third floor of the Parks Tower. Make sure you attend that if you can, and if you want to, they'll be up there to meet and greet you. But right now, the moment at hand, we have got the call out for pro cars, east side, west side, time to go racing. Also, if you are a shootout competitor and you've got money coming, you better get there quickly, because that window is going to be open for just a little more. Don't leave the track without your hard-earned dues. Here on the bottom floor where you signed up and registered, that's where you'll pick up your money. So where you paid your money, you'll pick up your money here in the bottom floor of the Parks Tower. But once again, not to beat you up with it, we need pro cars, east side, west side, time to go racing.
Hey, again, like to make sure y'all heard the call go out. Call go out for the pro cars, both sides, east and west. To the staging lanes, please. Pro cars, east side and west side. Also, while we got some time to kill while we're filling the staging lanes, like to congratulate the winners in the North Central Division Finals races, Sunoco Race of Champions Super Pro. Todd Clark's Malibu, representing Muncie in his 79 Malibu. He's from Albany, Indiana. Runner-up was Alan Moore. Alan from Summit Motorsport Park, Brunswick, Ohio. Like to congratulate them. Over in the pro category, Wes Buckley. Buckley racing for Summit in his Z28. Beat Kim Sparks. Kim in her 68 Firebird. She's from Cutler, Indiana, representing Bunker Hill. Congratulations to both of them. Sportsman was Larry Schupert out of Windfall, Indiana, representing Muncie in his 72 Vega, or Vagamino, probably makes more sense. He took the win over Bill Crutcher. Crutcher out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee, running for Beach Bend in his 67 Nova. That's your winner and runner-up in Sportsman. In the Super Pro bike, Joe Novak from Carlton, Michigan on his Kawasaki racing for Milam. Took the win over Kurt Clark. Kurt's from Davenport, Iowa, running for Byron on his Kawasaki. So congratulations to those two. Dialing for Dollar, winner and runner-up in, let's see, which one did I pick up here first? Oh, picked up Super Pro. Trance Baker out of Franklin, Kentucky. Dead on zero with a 1 on reaction time. We had 3 dead on zeros. The winner, Trance Baker, he was 001 on the tree. Andrew Saxton. Andrew running for Route 66. He was 2 on the tree for a 2000s package. First alternate winner was 8 on the tree. We had 3 dead on zeros with a 1, a 2, and an 8 on the tree. That's your Super Pro dialing for dollars. Over in Pro, Randy Burwell, running for Edgewater out of Guilford, Indiana. He was dead on with the best reaction time. Mike Shanks was second out of Union, Missouri. He runs for Gateway, also dead on zero. And again, the first 3 in Pro also went to reaction time, because the first 3 were dead on zero. So everybody was pretty hot yesterday. Let me get over here to Sportsman and see how we did. Oh, it was my guy, one of my guys. Jason Wishman, dead on his dial with a 1. And he was the winner. He runs here for Lucas Oil Raceway. And then Ronnie Overstreet runs for Beacon Dragway out of Boaz, Kentucky. He was dead on his with a 3. So congratulations to Wishman and Overstreet in Sportsman. Super Pro bike, Nick Shaw runs for Summit out of Blanchard, Ohio. His Hayabusa, he was dead on his with a 2. Dave Hill from Pacemakers, also a Buckeye over there from Mount Vernon, he was dead on 3. So there are your dialing for dollars winners. Then, of course, there's a Summit Shootout. The 4 number 1 qualifiers sometime later this morning. Listen up for your names. they want to get some pictures. Let me see here in Pro ET. Brian Lewis out of Edgewater was the #1 qualifier. Over in Super Pro Bike, it was Bill Homuth from Route 66. Terry McGee from Pacemakers in Sportsman, and Rob Stacy from Killcare in Super Pro. So that's your 4 #1 qualifiers in the Summit Shootout that unfortunately we're not going to have time to run. And again, if we owe you money based on that, if you were a qualifier, they're paying downstairs now, and it's not going to be open all day. So just go right in there where you paid to begin with. They'll hand you back some money. Better than the stock market. You never know whether they're going to hand you back more or less. They're going to hand you back more in this case.
And sometimes they want a check from you for the stock market.
That's right.
Well, good morning, Mike Coyle.
Good morning, Ron.
I'll tell you what, we'll get there. This is going to be a fun-filled, packed day here at Lucas Oil Raceway, and you're already making some people happy. We've had people come up, get checks, big smiles on their faces, and I said, hey, how about that? What a way to start your day with a check in your hand.
Yeah, we ain't even raced yet, have we?
But
hey, let me tell you about the best appearing while I'm going. I'm old. I forget. I'll lose my place, Ron. You know that. I'll never get back if I don't go right back.
Well, I'll tell you what, you were down the staging lanes working hard all weekend, keeping everybody in line. You did a great job. We got a lot of cars through.
Oh, yeah. Let me say something about that. For those of you I pissed off, sorry, kinda. Best Appearing Awards. Best Appearing Super Pro, Jeff McAdoo. From Mayfield, Kentucky. That's your Super Pro Best Appearing car. 68 Camaro. Later on, we'll call all these Best Appearing up, get a nice picture of them. So congratulations to McAdoo for the Super Pro. And the Pro ET is Mark Marusak. All righty. Out of Minooka, Illinois. Chevy Nova. And that is your Pro ET. And again, we'll have all these up later, and you actually get to see the car, see why they were judged best appearing. The Sportsman winner was Bill Crutcher. Crutcher's 67 Chevy Nova SS out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee was your Sportsman winner.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bill Crutcher wheels a mean machine as well as he runs down there in Division 2 and up here in 3. And we got a lot of tough hombres here today. Who else we got?
Got Nick Shaw, Super Pro Motorcycle. Nick's from Mount Blanchard, Ohio, on an 02 Suzuki Hayabusa. Then we've got Best Engineered in Super Pro. Oh, Shorty Raider.
I'll tell you, that looked like the Batmobile. You've seen that. We've got an advantage with the staging lanes.
I saw the pictures of it on Facebook when he brought it down from Canada when he bought it. It's much prettier now than it was then. But it was a nice car, but he upgraded it quite a bit.
It was sharp.
Well, he's got old Gary Hagan in his pocket too when he needs some fabrication to make stuff prettier. So between Shorty and Gary, I'm sure all 4 hands were on that car. So that car is a good-looking car. And Shorty, congratulations on the best engineered car, Super Pro, that Nova of yours. Also, like to point out that there are 5 tracks that have participated in all 40 of the Division 3. Hold on just a second. Hey, calling again. Now I'm calling serious, okay? This is a get into the car, fire it up, push it up, don't care how you get it. Need cars to the lanes now. Pro cars now. Been calling y'all for 20 minutes. You got to get to the track. We can now see the other end of the track. That's all we need to see. Please, pro cars, to the lanes. Some of you are there, most of you aren't.
Well, I'll tell you what, again, we need to get those pro cars rolling. We got a lot of things to get done today, and you know what? Let's go racing. Come on, pro cars. East and west side, we need you, and we need you bad. We need to get rolling here. We got a lot of things going on. Mike?
Yeah, and I'll go back to, there was a news release put out a little earlier about the 40th North Central Division, Division 3 finals. 5 tracks have participated in all 40. Bunker Hill, Killcare, Lucas Oil Raceway, obviously us, National Trail, and Pacemakers. Those are the only 5 tracks that have been to all 40, which is pretty cool when you think about 40 years of bracket racing, and all 40 of them been held right here, so for obvious reasons. So probably the other 4 are more impressive than us. We hosted it. Obviously, we participated. But, you know, Bunker Hill, it's changed hands a number of times and continues to operate today. Killcare, I believe it changed hands recently when the older owners, their name escapes me at the moment. I knew who they were, who owned it for a long time, changed hands. National Trail, of course, NHRA currently has, but not for most of those 40 years. Most of those 40 years, NHRA did not own National Trail. And then Pacemakers, been around for forever. So it's kind of cool that you got, you know, really, as you get older, you hope things that you like last and last and last and last. But the fact of the matter is they don't. Certain things close, tracks become apartment complexes and fields, and where the neighbors decide they want to build a new house next door and shut them down. So, I mean, honestly, I got mixed emotions with the number of tracks we got here. It's really kind of sad there's only 5. Because some of the tracks we got here have been around a long time.
Well, what's interesting, too, Mike, is most of those tracks will be represented up here on the announcing deck here through the day here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, track announcer will be up here doing his thing. So it's pretty cool that you do have 5 tracks that have done all 40. All 40. I mean, the U.S. Nationals, you know, here in Indianapolis, I've been to 54 of them. But there are actually people, and as old as I am and as many as I've been to, I sometimes find it hard to believe that there are people still coming that got more years in at the U.S. Nationals than I do.
Well, here's something else, too, Mike, probably a little more special than that. There's a young man that has not missed any of these ET finals. I think you've got his name down there.
Yeah, Terry McGee. We have one racer, period, one, that's raced at all 40. And that's Terry McGee from Newark, Ohio. 40 straight events. Let's see.
And to qualify every year, 40 years, this is the 40th anniversary of this ET Finals. This is a special year, but Terry McGee has not missed a one qualifying for that team.
And many of those years, the Race of Champions representative. Won the Division Sportsman title in 02, Race of Champions in 88, before it was split into separate eliminators, and winning the Race of Champions again in Pro in 97. That's pretty cool.
And Terry McGee, congratulations. That's quite an honor. You are the only one who has that honor of making every one of them. And I saw you rolling through the gate earlier the weekend, and it's like that's got to be special to you as well. You know, we've got a lot of multi-winners here, and we got a lot of them in the mix. It's been out to Pomona. That's the goal. Isn't that a cool deal to get to go out there?
Oh, I never had the good fortune of winning it before that existed, but I did race a couple of more years when that option existed. That would be way cool. Plus, I went out there and saw it once, and I tell you what, bracket racers don't get treated like that most places. I mean, you go. The bracket racers that went to the national event, I talked to a couple of them that went to. I went to the second one, and they did not. They expected to be way down at the end in the middle. They had a place at Summit set up just for them, and they were treated like kings and queens for that event. They had their qualifying runs. They had a good parking spot. They were all in the same general area. Summits went all out to treat, we know they're a sponsor. They expect to make some money for putting their name on all this. But how many sponsors pay you back on that level and treat you like a VIP at the last race of the year, where the top fuelers and the pro stockers are all also trying to win their national championship, and allowing you to put just a single number 1 on the car, not a 31, but a 1. Speaking of our best engineered car, Shorty Raider got to put that number 1 on his car. I don't think it gets no cooler as a bracket racer than to truly earn the right to put a single number on your car.
Well, they just got a lot of extra things going on and available for the bracket racers out there. And what's cool is you work staging lanes. I was out there yesterday dialing for dollars. We had an opportunity to talk to some of these racers. They had a ball, and they got treated like kings and queens. Here we go.
Hey, I'll start with my lane.
All right.
I got Don Rouse. Don's out of Ferguson, Missouri, in a 71 Challenger. Dialed 636, representing Gateway.
Well, this is what we all came to do. This is the ultimate result. We're going to start it out. I've got Chris Atkinson running for Benton, Kentucky. Beacon Dragway, where the racers shine. The 71 Duster, dial 624. This will be a good tight one right off the bat, Mike.
Hey, look, Ron. We could actually read the ETs off scoreboard if we chose to, as opposed
Well, guess
to
what?
reading it off the TV here.
Let's bring this up. Alan Reinhardt would be proud if we looked at that scoreboard and read it right off of there, wouldn't he?
That's right, yeah. He mentions that at the Track Announcers Guild meetings, doesn't he?
Here we go. We're clean and green.
Double breakout win goes to my guy in the Chevrolet lane. Don Rouse takes the win. He goes 4th thou under. Over there on the other side, Atkinson goes 15th thou under in a double breakout right out of the box.
I got Chris Norris out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. The Camaro, small block. And he'll put 666 in his bank account, running for Ohio Valley Dragway.
Mike Wilson, he's out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 78 Malibu, representing Crossroads Dragway, 595 the
Whoa,
They're green.
we're gone. We're gone. Who's going to put the lights dance in motion? It will be Chris Norris as he takes it. How about dead 7? Wow, right out of the box, good number.
Yeah, it looks to me like Wilson cut him loose there at the back end, but he was 3 behind on the tree. And 300's a biggie when everybody's all up on the wheel in the first round.
How about John Barnes out of Bardstown, Kentucky? Another Camaro taking the cruise. Ohio Valley's Dragway, 655's the dial.
Tony Lyons, representing Coles County over there in Illinois, is out of Ashcombe, Illinois. The 90 Ford Probe, dialed 724. That's a car you don't see very often anymore, the Probe.
And that's cool. This is the greatest car show going on in town this weekend.
Well, if you're an 8-up drag racing fan like me, I actually have a about the only guy left in Super Gas popping the clutch.
I got to tell you a story about that. Oh, a little bit of smoke, a lot of smoke over there on the left-hand lane. John Barnes. What's that? Yeah, John Barnes takes the win, 655, dead 5. How about a 14 thou pack get back? But they got work to do back in the pits.
And Lyons runs 7 thou under him. No, actually 27 under. trying to get around him. He did get around him. He did take the stripe. Turns out he took a little bit too big a bite out of the stripe. So we got to go down there and take a look, because Barnes took the win, but Barnes left a trail of smoke when he got off the loud pedal.
Well, I'll get back to that little bit of story. You were talking about Steve Williams and the probe.
I mean, you just got to love a guy that keeps popping the clutch in super gas. I mean, he ain't likely to win a national event popping the clutch. He wins rounds in the division, and he wins occasionally a couple rounds at the Nationals. But, man, he's enjoying it. Now, he is button shifting the car now. So he had to give in to part of it. He's not auto shifting it, though. He's button shifting it, and he's popping the clutch. And, you know, I'm an old guy. Real race cars got 3 pedals.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit of side story on that. As we were talking about Steve Williams and that Ford probe, over here at the U.S. Nationals, involved in the announcing of the sportsman classes, we had Steve Williams in the probe, but we also had Steve Williams in the K&N Filter-sponsored super gas car, both of them running the same class. So we had a lot of fun trying to keep those separated with the crowd. So we had 2 Steve Williams running super gas, and again, we had to basically try to make sure that everybody out in the audience knew which Steve Williams was out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, I forgot there was the Steve Williams I really like, and the Steve Williams who I really know who he is.
Steve Williams, the Super Gas K&N Filter sponsored car, another gentleman that is a world championship just waiting to happen, just like Tommy Phillips. Well, we're on hold right now. The lights are flashing down on the top end. We had a little bit of smoke on the left side.
It sounds as though they're on the way back and safety's on the way off the track, though. They say the car had a little bit of oil on the headers, and they didn't find anything on the track. So we'll be getting back underway here in a short. I guess we'll do it with Brian Graham over here in the Chevrolet lane. Rudolph, Ohio resident, a 74 Duster, representing National Trail Raceway.
Well, Randy and the gang from Crossroads Dragway will send Thad Mann northbound with that Fury. 1963 was the year it was born. Terre Haute, Indiana is where they parked the car. Got a Plymouth under the hood and 655 on the board.
Man, that's the car that got me aggravated the other day when it wasn't in the computer, and I knew his name because I know that car, and I couldn't think of it no matter how long I did it.
Well, I'll tell you what, as many places we've both been and the cars that we've seen, it gets that way sometimes. Here we go.
But I used to race a lot at Terre Haute, too, and man and his family and Harry behind him, Harry used to race. I know those people, and when I can't think of their names, just irritates the dickens out.
Well, I'll tell you what, Thad grabbed the green apple off the tree, and Brian did not. Thad takes the win and goes dead on with an egg. Wow.
2 thousandths on the wrong side of the Christmas tree for Brian Graham. That puts us into the next pair over here on the Chevrolet side, Ron Johnson. Ron's out of Newark, Ohio. 713's the dial for his Mustang. He represents National Trails.
Well, here's another Crossroads Dragway car. As Harry Eversole, he'll park it over there on the Ray Skillman side for a while. Out of Terre Haute, 68 Dart. It's purple with a big Dodge under the hood.
Yeah, back about 20 years ago, Harry ran the Crossroads Dragway.
Well, Harry says, let's go have some fun climbing the race car. Well, they're green. Let's call it that.
Oh, I think Harry in trouble.
Oh, boy.
Goodness.
Harry got a gift first round. Harry was behind by a mile on the tree. He goes one over and wow. You tell the story.
Harry's reaction time starts with a 1, and that rarely gets anything on your ticket at the bottom that says W. Johnson took the stripe way too much of it, broke out by 5 thousandths, and I'm just going to say he had over a 10th in his pocket. Right side, Linda Ratliff, Huntsville, Kentucky, running for Beach Bend.
Crossroads Dragway's got the left lane reserved 3 times. Doug Smith's number 3, 710's the dial, and he takes the double breakout. He goes 1 under for the win.
Boy, he had a big hole shot. He could have screwed that up.
I'll tell you, they're all excited, aren't they?
Tyler Richardson over here on the right side out of St. Louis. 644 the dial for the Camaro, representing the Gateway Motorsports Park.
And Eric Paul, he could have been a car that went down there to try to get best appearing. It's a beauty. 72 Challenger, got the Mopar under the hood, decked out nice and fancy for Beach Bend Raceway Park, dialing 5 times. He's got the win. What is that, 11-inch race, we'll call that?
Minus 001, wrong side of the tree for Richardson.
I'll tell you what, the driver was up on the wheel but got caught, and 6 flat for Eric Paul. He was ready. 15 on the tree.
Chad Eaton, Chad out of Paris, Illinois, also Crossroads Dragway he's representing. His 79 Malibu dialed 779.
Well, I guess his opponent's sneaking up there. I was beginning to wonder there. Dean Talley running for Beach Bend Raceway Park out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Beautiful race facility down here in Bowling Green. That's a 70.5 Camaro. And Mike, I haven't said that much this year. 609, and Chad Eaton on your side, soon to be a proud papa.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I hadn't talked to him this weekend.
Yep, just any time, he said. That baby will be due.
So you're telling me if he wins around and it turns right off the track, she called him?
You betcha. You got that right. Well, he's not going to do it there. He's going to maybe be at that hospital. Dean Talley.
He might turn right anyway then.
Yeah, Dean goes 2 over the dial, good enough. Dean was ahead on the tree by a little bit. Chad took the shortcut.
And Dave Baker, Dave 70 Camaro out of Xenia, Ohio, running for Killcare, 648 the dial in the Chevrolet lane.
Then Beach Bend Raceway Park on their feet for the bright red 72 Nova. Keith Harden in the office. He'll dial 7. He'll throw 2 more nickels in the jukebox. Good race. I wish I was at the finish line to watch him go by. On the double breakout, Mike, it's yours. It's yours.
Dave Baker takes this double breakout win. He breaks out by 24, and Harden breaks out by 46. Travis East, right side, 833 the dial for the KC, Illinois resident. The Mustang representing Crossroads.
Pacemaker Dragway, they're plugged in. It is Joe Held, the Chevelle, and he's going to the store. He's going to the 7-Eleven.
By the way, we want to welcome everybody that's listening to D3 TV. I just asked one of the other announcers to go out and see if we had video yet, because our windows were so fogged up and all that we were having trouble starting the video. Go ahead and tell them about Joe.
Pacemaker's Dragway, you got a mark on the board. He goes 1 over the dial for the win. He was behind on the tree, and Travis gave it back to him.
So we will have video later when more of this dew burns off. But I got Bill Spoor up in the right lane, 643.
Well, Bill Spoor's probably got that cigar in that mouth, and John Singleton's trying to get it done. John dialed 644, and he does. Wow. Now, John was down there playing it safe, goes 6 over the dial, and Bill just gave it back to him.
Man, Bill took way too much stripe. Little ahead on the tree. Didn't know it, evidently. Took too big a chunk. Bill Ingram out of Newark, Ohio, running for Route 66 in the 65 Deuce over on the right side. 67 years young, dialed 670.
Running for Discount Tire, and the Flying Firebird running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex, Dustin Loins out of Byron, Michigan. 618, they are gone. Clean and green. Northbound and down. Who's going to the next round? It'll be Dustin Loins. Dustin goes 622. He was playing it safe down there as the 618 dial was the projected run. But look at Bill.
Yeah, Ingram tried hard to take the stripe, but he left too much laying on this end. Chris Blair, right side, 644. The dial for the Carthage, Tennessee resident. In the Vega, dial 644.
Crossroads Dragway racers, boy, did they get up early. Here's another one, Mike Larash out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, 66 Falcon. He'll plug in 652 super stock style, but he went red. Mike is out of it.
Blair gets the automatic win. 641 with a 5. He goes 2.5 under his projection, but Larash turned her red on this end of the track, so the right lane won the starting line. Eric Garrow, 72 Nova out of Louisville, Chevrolet lane. Running for Ohio Valley, dialed 590.
And one of the Williams racers out of Killcare Dragway. This is Bob Downing, dialing 611, 75 Camaro small block Chevrolet, sponsored by Performance Clinic, Arts Transmissions, Automotive Solutions, and Auto Detailing. We got that in quickly. They are pre-staged. They're texting each other. Now they're ready. Bang, they're gone. Wow, look at that super stock style. Bob Downing, wheels up, gone, wind light. He's got the lights dancing. He's won over for Killcare.
Man, Garrow actually could have won. He was a little behind on the tree, took the stripe by 9 thousandths, broke out by 2.
Oh boy, first round is brutal.
Herman Zender. Herman's out of Tinley Park, Illinois, running for Route 66, the 98 Cobra Mustang, dialed 661.
Boy, somebody left the gate open. The horses are running wild. Travis Booth, Mustang, locks it in for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's got 7. He'll throw a quarter in the bank. Here we go. Will the Cobra strike the Mustang? It did at the starting line. You got it.
Oh, Travis left too soon. So Zender, the free run, 657 with a 9, runs a couple under. For his win and his Cobra, he'll be back in round 2. Bill Chase, Romeoville, Illinois, base 66 Nova, also a Route 66 car, 576 the dial.
Coles County Dragway, Sam Zahn rolls in with the Cutlass out of Champaign, Illinois. He's got a 744 in the flight plan.
I wondered if that was Larry's son. I couldn't remember Larry Zahn's son's name.
Yep.
I guess it's Sam.
That's old Sam. Yep, Larry usually wheels this car. He's probably out farming. Well,
when I was an air traffic controller in Champaign and he farmed all the way around the airport, I didn't know him. I moved back here.
yeah.
Oh, Sam's his brother.
Well, unfortunately, they had identical reaction times, but Sam's was red.
580 on a 76. Bill Chase runs 4 off. Joe Leisure out of Decatur, Illinois, running for Crossword Roads in his 68 Firebird, dialed 669.
How about the bright yellow Aspen out of Newark, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway? Their race a champ representative, Jeff Ronan, and he's got a 787. He's going to wheel and deal that number and try to get it going again. All right, tree is kind to both of them. They're standing on the gas. Who will make the pass? It
Nobody
will be.
won the starting line. Who's going to win the finish line?
You got it.
Leisure, dead on, won. He was 4th out behind on the tree. He was dead on with a 1 for 4,000th win at the strike.
Jeff goes 4 over. Here we go.
Adam Price, 74 Duster. He's in the Chevrolet lane, dialed 692, running for Crossroads.
Another one of those Camaros coming out of Newark, Ohio, running for National Trail. It's Dennis Meade, 645. They are plugged into the tree, and they're going to try to saw it down, leave the biggest pile of sawdust at the start. Boy, that's critical. That buys you real estate at that finish line.
You know, I was looking down there next to the fence, man. It's like old
I love it. I'll tell you what, this is a race. Who's got it? You got the winner.
And we run 693 on the 692 dial, 1 over for Price. Meade, he's 2 over. And Price takes the win. Bear Nichols out of Keville, Kentucky. Lady from Beacon come over and told me to quit calling it Keville. It's Keville, Kentucky. Okay. 65 Deuce. He runs for Beacon. He's dialed 657.
Well, you were thinking Keville. You know, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, here's a tough racer, the Clean Green Machine of Troy Bogner, running for Route 66 Raceway. Troy says, okay, database 621, we got it covered. Well, they got the green light covered.
And you're right, now that I think about it, I should have been calling it Devil all the time.
Yep.
Because I wasn't thinking Devil.
Okay, Troy Bogner takes the win, goes one over. He was behind on the tree, and Bear Nichols took the shortcut, didn't he, Mike?
Yes, he did. Got down there, took too big a bite out of that finish line, had the tree, lost the other end. Rick Covey out of Bedford, Indiana. He runs for Lions Raceway Park in his 71 Nova 686 dial.
Well, we're having a Camaro convention here. This is Lisa Scalf running for Ohio Valley out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana, 667. I believe that is, wow.
The winner?
Well, let's see what happens.
Ooh.
No, you tell it.
Should have been, could have been, wasn't. Covey, dead on zero. He was 6 behind on the tree. Lisa took the stripe by 7, broke out by 13 thou.
Well, one of our cheerleaders just snuck in here. Nick Agresta. He'll be on later on today.
Logan Roberson out of Boaz, Kentucky, over here on the Chevrolet side. Also Beacon runner. 66 Deuce, he's dialed 583.
Well, here's one of our rock racers. We don't mean music, we mean race a champion. Don Scalf Jr. out of Georgetown, Indiana, running for Ohio Valley. He'll plug a 649 in to the Ray Skillman side.
Well, see the guys down on the starting line already working that mop to death, as moist as it is out there today.
Well, we're squeezing it out of these clouds.
Well, I'm betting you're going to see him when Sportsman comes up with the mops behind the exhaust pipes of some of the full street-driven cars, because as moisture's in the air today.
Well, Don Scalf, he give you a chance to count the bolts on the oil pan. He settled in, and he's got the win. Now, that was an interesting race. I'd say Don was maybe going to cut Logan loose. You talk about that one.
Logan took the stripe by 800ths, broke out by 6,000. So he was behind on the tree, but he took too much stripe and it bit him. Got Hoyt Johnson, the Mustang, over here on the Chevrolet side. 646 the dial, running for Pacemakers.
Well, I got Harold Travioli, and he loves ravioli. He's running for Crossroads Dragway, West Terre Haute, Indiana. Got a 734 in his pocket, 68 Nova. He wants to put it on that paper down there to put that in his pocket.
I'll bet he does.
So the cheering's going on already as we see the grandstands filled up with different supporters of all of these race car drivers. We're going early, we're going fast, and Harold was going early, and he's red. You got the win light.
Hoyt Johnson gets the free run into the next round, 645 on an 8 2,000s under his 646 dial.
But you better hide Harold's time slip. He was dead 7, but dead early.
Yep. Wes Buckley. Wes out of Toledo, Ohio, over here in the Chevrolet side, dialed 598 in his Z28. He was the Race of Champions rep for the Summit Motorsport Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crossroads Dragway must have a barricade up back there. We've seen a lot of them over in the left lane already this morning. This time we got Steve Conrad. He's got that Mustang, and he's got a program of 604. He'll park that car in Terre Haute, Indiana through the week. Today, he's parking it on the racetrack. We're just about ready. Well, Steve was toast at the start. He was way late. The snooze button had to get hit a few times. He goes under. He had to try to make up the difference, but he goes 2 under.
And Wes runs 1 over, but he had a big starting line advantage. Looked like he lifted down there at the end. John Singleton, he's out of Oswego, Illinois, 68 Dodge Dart, dialed 609, running for Route 66.
Out of Decatur, Illinois, and you know this racer well, Mike. Lucas Oil Raceway's rep, Ellis Booth, with a 731 dial. Ellis will leave. He'll be down the next county, and John's got to catch him.
I'm not sure, but they might exile him from the family after this weekend. The Ford guy is in 2 Chevrolet.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, the driver was up on the wheel and the tree caught him. 001 red.
Well, Ellis left too soon, so he can park that Chevrolet. 609 dead on one for John Singleton. As I said, Booth's family's a Ford family. He's normally a Ford guy. He's borrowed a Chevrolet truck for a sportsman, and he was driving that in this class. So he may not have any family to go visit on Thanksgiving driving two Chevrolets. Greg McCurry, Camaro right side out of South Lyon, Michigan, running for Milam, 749 dial.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to say it again. I ought to get it right. I've had a lot of practice. Crossroads Dragway again, left side. Dustin Brenton, the wheelman. 662 in the Nova. Whoa, Dustin pulling the wheels up, sets them down for a two-point landing, looking for the wind light. Got it. Dustin Brenton goes 665. He was 006. Look at the margin of victory.
Well, if you look, evidently they were both going to run off. McCurry's 3 off. Surely they didn't both dump it in.
Well, I'm telling you what, look at the margin of victory. That was tight.
Oh, yeah. It was a tight finish line. They were only 6 thou apart on the tree. I think they were both had dialed a bit too quick is what I'm suspecting. Greg Held, right side from Ohio. 665 dial for his Camaro, running for pacemakers.
Well, I'm going to be chasing that Camaro with my Vegas. Chuck Garrett, he'll do the driving. Lions Raceway Park will try to put the points on their chalkboard. Well, how about Pataskala, Ohio? Greg Held, Chuck Garrett. Okay, here we go. Oh, my God. Chuck Garrett's got a time slip with a perfect light, but he didn't get the W. He got under. Wow.
Took 2 biggest chunk of the stripe, real big. He had a triple zip tree, then goes 3 under. Greg Held goes dead on with a 1.
Wow.
Crosses the finish line second, but comes back as a winner in the next round.
Well, trip, zip, potato chip, and he'll have time to eat those as he's out.
Ricky Driscoll. He's over here in the Chevrolet side out of Fancy Farm, Kentucky. His Firebird dialed 862 running for Beacon Dragway.
And tough racer Adam Klein running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. He was their race a champ. He's got the Malibu, 629's the number, and he's got the win. You see the lights dancing. He says, okay, let's do a wheel stand, put a little more of a show on. We got the race in the bag. He goes under, probably holding a few, Mike.
Probably so. Driscoll leaves too soon. Turns my screen red on both ends. Leave here too early, gets there too early. Hope he turns left down there. It'll be the first thing went right on this run. Mike Toole out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, running for Crossroads in his Monte Carlo. He's dialed 645.
Well, I got Lee Newmeyer, and he's got the Ranger running for Summit Motorsports Park, dialing 653. I talked to Lee yesterday, and I said, you're prepared. You got your truck. You put the money in the back. You put the trophy in the back. You got the cover over the bed. The money's not going to blow out. You're ready. And he says, you betcha.
And I think the Toole family are a Monte Carlo SS family. Because his son, Austin, is over in Sportsman running for Crossroads. Monte Carlo.
Well, you can mix and match parts and trade them back and forth.
That's right.
We got a race, gang, and I mean we've got a race, and you got the winner.
Toole takes the win, 1 over at 646. They were only 4 thou apart on the tree, but Toole runs 1 over. Newmeyer runs 2 over. Guess who that makes the winner? Mike Toole will be back as a winner in the next round. Keith Anderson out of Paducah, Kentucky, his Malibu, representing Beacon Dragway, is over here in the Chevrolet side, dialed 591.
And on the team from Milan Dragway, Mr. Roger Profit, S15 pickup. I think it's the only one on the property in competition from Flat Rock, Michigan. The 69-year-old youngster dials 648. And Roger, he's going to have to keep playing as he kept his light green. That was all that was necessary. He was holding a few. He goes 4 under, but he's got that W, Mike.
24th out too early for Keith. Ends his day. You know, this thing of running the first round on Sunday, though, most of the time you come to the bracket finals, all you want to do is have a reason to get up Sunday morning.
I see a racer right behind me shaking his head yes.
Robert Hutter. Hutter's out of Monticello, Indiana, 79 Z28, representing the 666.
Bob's going to win this one, and it's your Bob because my Bob dish went red for Byron Dragway.
Ooh, way early, too. Almost a full bulb early for Dish's Vega. I'm betting that wheel stand had something to do with that.
You betcha.
Vertical instead of horizontal.
You got it.
Bob Westhoff. Westhoff out of Marthaville, Missouri. 60 Falcon, representing Gateway Motorsports Park, 658 dial.
And coming out of the Vega Corral here at the racetrack, I love this name for a racer, Gene Cash. Running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Tell City, Indiana is his home. 651 is the number they're trying to go. We're gone.
I saw the Falcon rock when he went on the converter. That's probably why he was behind on the tree.
Well, look at the tight margin of victory. 23 10,000s for Gene Cash. As he cashes in a win, he goes 656.
Yeah, Bob was three behind on the tree. A little closer to his dial, but left too much laying on this end of the track. Marlon Howes out of Livonia, Michigan, in his 70 Camaro representing Milam. Dialed 655 in the Chevrolet lane.
The battle of the Camaros, Beacon Dragway, where the racers shine. Keville, Kentucky. Here we go, 738. I'm gone. Here you come. Can Marlon get there? Okay.
And the win light in a double breakout goes to my side. 651 with a 6. He was holding 4, but Nichols was holding more. Miranda Lawson, right side. 634 dial out of Elwood, Illinois. 67 Deuce, represent Route 66, 634 the dial.
And on the Ray Skillman lane, Luke Sexton and another Camaro sneaking out of the gate back there, running out of Bloomington, Indiana. Lions Raceway Park, he's got a 672. He's putting it in red on the canvas. Oh my goodness, the Ray Skillman light will not dance. You've already done that.
Well, you know, it wasn't very polite of him to make the girl go second.
That's right.
He wouldn't wait on her.
That's right.
Bit him too, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Miranda Lawson takes that win, and she checks to see how much she's holding. Turns out she's holding 5, so she'll be back in the next round as a winner.
Well, Luke goes 1 over, but the red light caught him. You got a dragon wagon.
Bud Jeffrey. He's also from Ohio, 79 Malibu wagon. He's representing National Trail. He's dialed 720.
And we are back with Crossroads Dragway. Austin Tools plugged in this time on the Ray Skillman side. He's got a Mustang 720. It's on, and we got a race.
Oh, okay. Now I got it. I knew that wasn't Tools' car. Austin's got a Monte Carlo he runs in Sportsman, but he's driving just a little rashes.
Wow, Austin should have won, but who got it?
Man, he was 9 ahead on the tree, runs a 10th off. Buddy Jeffrey, 1 over 721 on a 20. Dead late on the tree, margin of victory, 0006. 4, 5, maybe 6 inches.
Now we're going to keep track of that. That's the best race so far.
Taylor Young, out of Amherst, Ohio, South Amherst actually, 94 S10, running for Summit, 653 the dial.
Running for Beacon Dragway is Lucas Walker, the Mustang with a Ford power plant out of Mayfield, Kentucky, and he's got a 571 dial. Hopefully everybody watching on D3 TV's got their seatbelt strapped. This has been awesome.
Remember, they're not watching yet, they're only listening.
Well, we got to be getting close.
Yeah, so I'm going to apologize now. When we actually start getting the video, I have a radio face, not a TV face, okay? My guy takes the win in a double breakout. Of course, it was a double breakout because Walker was done when he released the button because he left 20 thou too soon. Young runs 2 thou under his dial in, 52 with an 8. Stephen Cull, Wayne, Michigan resident, 64 Chevelle wagon. He's representing Miami.
Cody Allenbaugh's out ahead of Steven, and the race is just about over. You got the winner.
And Allenbaugh had the tree. He won this end. Cole won the other end because Cody took too much stripe. Cole's 1 over at 661. Kenneth Laker. Laker out of Cecil, Ohio, 72 Chevy 2. Muncie Dragway representative. He's dialed 764.
Another one of our Sunoco Race of Champions representatives running for Byron Dragway, Bob Anderson with the Nova. 612 is the dial as the mascot's been floating in and out up here in the starting line area, cheering on their drivers. So the fans in the stands, I hope you're having a treat because this racing has been brutal already.
I understand the DTV folks now have live racing out there on the track. You just don't have to look at the announcers. So that's a good thing.
Well, Bob is trying to catch up. Can he get there? Nope. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Bob Anderson takes that win. He goes 2 over. He was behind at the start. He pedaled hard and got it done.
You thought you knew who won that race before they got there, didn't
Well, I'll
you?
tell you what, you never want to go there. These drivers will show you up on that.
Chris, we call him Apollo Stevenson in his 73 Buick Apollo, running for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's in the Chevrolet lane, dialed 744.
Mike Klein in that Duster running for Milan Dragway. He's dialed 620. He's got that brush out trying to dust the finish line off and turning the W on. But you know what? Chris is going to be right there with him. So Chris will take first shot at it. Oh!
Minus 12. Chris leaves too early. Gives the easy win to Klein, who tests the air. Runs almost 3 under.
So Mike got a kind of a free pass there, and Josh Pickett rolls in for Beach Bend Raceway Park, living in Indianapolis. Another Nova 674. What you got, Mike?
I got Levi French. Levi's out of Mattoon, Illinois. 81 Malibu. He runs for Coles County Raceway. He's dialed 755.
Well, Josh Pickett, he plugged that car in last night. It is a bright yellow, and the sun's not even shining yet.
Yeah, that car's hard to miss.
Well, we're clean and green. Finish line will tell the story, and you got the winner.
Levi French takes that win, 658. He's 3 over, as Pickett was 6 over. So neither car ran the number, but Levi French goes to round 2. Lloyd Jennings out of St. Charles, Missouri is in the Chevrolet lane. 66 Chevelle representing Gateway, 666.
And the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, we've got Terry McKenzie running for Milan Dragway. And the Monza, the body lines, that was made to be on the racetrack when that car was put together. Oh, baby. Good race. And the win light goes to Terry McKenzie. He had the reaction time that was not quite as good on that pair, but he's got the important win light. He goes 3 over.
That wrong, wouldn't we? Jennings was 001 on the tree, runs 5 over. McKenzie only runs 3 over and takes the stripe. Bob Johnson, Chevrolet side out of Springfield, Ohio, 84 Dodge Charger. You know, the little Omni-style Charger. Runs for Kilcare. He's dialed 665.
And the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, Byron Dragway's Mitch Vincent, 67 Camaro, got a big block Chevrolet under the hood, and he will be chasing the Charger. Mitch comes in with a 592 dial. Well, unfortunately, Bob got caught trying to get that advantage. 001 red, Mitch has got the win. He tests the track downer, goes 2 thou under. And we're going on with Mitch.
Johnson lost both ends. Too fast to the other end, left this end too soon.
All right, as we get locked in here, we got Bo Fowler on the left side, and he's gently cruising into the hot zone. Our one-way runway, we're burning it up here this morning. And we're burning the fog off to boot. Well, I'll tell you what, Fowler goes perfect. He's 0 degrees times 3. He just froze the tree, and Joe didn't.
Pickett left for the tree before the tree got green, and that puts Fowler into the next round.
Fowler goes 2 over.
I don't think he's run for us, so that's why Sam Manuel out of Adrian, Michigan, 74 Nova in the Chevrolet lane, dialed 670, running for Milan.
And out of Cardinal Nation, Gateway Motorsports Park on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, Craig Garcia, 815, dialing long distance with that Camaro. All right, we're ready. Well, Craig, he was up on the wheel and he left quite a bit early. Well, let's see.
Sam gets the easy win. Tests the track, runs 3 under, 666 with a 9 to his 670 dial.
Well, just to fill out the time slip, Craig goes 3 under. We got 2 more. The mascots are out there rolling, Mike.
Mark Marusik out of Manuka, Illinois, running for Byron. 66 Deuce over here in the Chevrolet lane, 633 dial.
And out of Coles County Dragway, Stuart Galloway will plug in the Monte Carlo with a 630 dial. The mascots out there trying to help the cause as well. All the unsung heroes, the crew are out there working, but the mascots, look at that. Got the hands going out there trying to put the voodoo on Stuart.
I don't think the mascot's going to be real thrilled.
Well, Mark had to spend his reserve, but Stewart's got the win light on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. Stewart goes 3 over. Made it easy to drive that finish line.
Yeah, Mark's reaction time started with a 1. He was in trouble when he released the button. Joe Hott out of Grant Park, Illinois, 66 Chevy 2, representing Route 66. He'll leave second, dialed 582.
And from the Rivertown Gateway Motorsports Park, John Radlowski Sr. with a 670 dial, 71 Camaro. It's Snow White. But we're starting to see a little more blue sky up there, Mike, as the clouds are being parted. Hopefully we'll see that sunshine. I'm sure we will.
When I can see the scoreboards now, I can see the back end of the track. I can see the sand trap.
Well, John is red, and my John is red. John Radlowski's red. Your John's the winner.
We were pretty sure John was going to win the race. Turns out it was John Hout because Radlowski left too soon. 581 with a 9 on a 582, thou under on that free run.
Well, Radlowski was 2 over, but the red light got him in trouble, and here we go, 2 more.
Fred Friggin. I shouldn't be laughing. Anyway, he's from Sandwich, Illinois. With an 82 Mustang, Byron Dragway is his track, 647 his dial.
Well, Craig Richardson with the bright yellow 86 Camaro running for Lucas Oil, the host track. Sunoco Race a champ. He's in the race of his life right now. Richardson trying to turn on the win light, did not.
You know, Richardson borrowed that car early this year, was only going to run it a few races. Ended up our Race of Champions rep, won the championship in the car, and then goes out in the first round. Friggin takes the win, 647, dead on 3. Jake Overstreet, he's over in the Chevrolet side out of Wickliffe, Kentucky. 89 Mustang, running for Beacon Dragway. He was their Sunoco Race of Champions rep, 692 the dial.
Well, I've got Jeremy Clemens running for Ohio Valley Dragway out of Louisville, Kentucky. Mustang, 660's the number, so Jeremy's got to chase the Mustang. How about Mustangs a pair?
And the win goes to Overstreet. He runs 693 on his 692. Clemens took his stripe, took too much of it, but they were 11 and 12 on the tree. It was a race all the way to the other end.
Well, we got Ed Michael from Ohio Valley Dragway, 72 Nova. Georgetown, Indiana is the town. 623 is the flight plan, and have a good flight.
Ron Hill over here in the Chevrolet side out of Villa Grove, Illinois. He runs for Coles County, 714 the dial.
Oh my, we're going to have to grab the sunglasses. I love it. Look at the yellow car get brighter and brighter out there. Well, Ed missed the tree by 1 thou, and Ron's your winner.
Well, Hill was going to make it hard on his run. Dead on with a 4. Little tardy, but he was worked out for him. Jeff Reif out of Winamac, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Dragway. His 86 Monte Carlo is dialed 658.
And Michael Willie with a 668 dial over here, Summit Motorsports Park. They're on their feet. The S10 pickup truck trying to get it done. Westlake, Ohio, that's where they mow their yard through the week. Couple bow ties just about ready to flex their muscle. They'll put the power down as soon as the tree gets energized. Well, we got the low beams on the tree. They're looking for that high beam switch. They're searching around. We're watching them. Oh, Jeff found his high beam switch. Michael did. Let's put some pretty lights on there. And yes, we grabbed a couple green ornaments.
Well, we know who won this end. Who's going to win the other end? Well, Jeff Wright.
Wow.
Both ends. He was 2 over at 660. Willie was only 1 over, but he was 2 behind on this end of the track.
I'll tell you what, there's fans in the stands celebrating, but we've got them up here in the tower celebrating as well.
Rick Seals. Rick's dialed 727 in his Cutlass. He's representing Lions Raceway Park from down the road here in Mooresville, 727 dial.
How about the Coronet, the Dodge under the hood, John Holly in the driver's seat. Byron Dragway has put their stamp on this race car. And the accountants got 655 down there in red on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. So everything's covered. Check, check, check. Now we got to put the W on it. Time
well, Seals Day is over, -3s, 003.
Well, John will earn that W for Byron Dragway. They've got the marker out. Another one on the whiteboard.
Nick Michael out of Georgetown, Indiana, 634 the dial for the 72 Nova, running for Ohio Valley Dragway.
And the tomato red S10 pickup truck of Pacemakers Dragway Park will put Dana Carsey in the driver's seat. Look at there, 655. Them 5 popular numbers here this morning out of Pleasantville, Ohio. Kevin Peppera, photos and more. Boy, they've been capturing all the action here. Check out their photo stand back there in the staging lanes.
Oh yeah, they do some great things with the pictures. They take great pictures and they can put them all kinds of places for you. Nick takes the win. He's 5 under his dial, but Dana Carson, he goes 3 thou red, tells Nick, go ahead, go down there and test the track, buddy.
Well, guess what? Dana, unfortunately, turned the same color bulb on as the truck color.
Clayton Clark, he's over here on the Chevrolet side. He's dialed 605. He's out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, representing Beach Bend and an S10.
I'll tell you what here, Chet Gibbs, one of my favorite cars, short wheelbase with a 471 Chrysler under the hood, 71 Colt running for Lions, 684.
And that's not me calling it that. That's me reading it off the side.
This is a good race, but you got it.
Clark takes the win. He's 6 over. Chet was just a little behind on a tree, a couple, but the car won't run the number. He also runs 6 off in the death trap. Clayton Clark, let's say Mike O'Rourke, Sr., out of Redford, Michigan. 78 Firebird running for Summit Motorsports Park, 6 flat the dial.
And the decorated car out of Gateway Motorsports Park Stable, Mike Shanks is your driver. He's from Union, Missouri. 76 Camaro's the weapon, 400's the power, 651 is the projected number. So the mascot out there carefully watching things, making sure that driver's doing it right, and he did.
He sure did. O'Rourke gets that free win. Shanks leaves too soon. 6 flat, dead on 0. O'Rourke put a 7,000s package on a free run.
That's very good. That'll make
He's
you.
going to hate the fact he wasted dead on 0 and 7 on the tree.
But in a way, he knows he's on the right track.
Yeah, I suppose so. But you know, drag racers, the glass always half empty.
You got it. Got one shaking his head right behind us.
Norup out of Byron, Illinois, 97 Thunderbird. He's in the right lane. He's dialed 611.
What a gorgeous, tricked out Firebird or Thunderbird you have over there. Look at the power plant under the hood of that Thunderbird. Well, Kyle Clapp will join in. He's doing the burnout now as he's roasted the hoops. Beacon Dragway's who he's running for. He's got that beautiful bright yellow Cutlass. Look like there's a little black vinyl top going there. 659 is their dial. So the Thunderbird, isn't that a trick piece you've got over there? It's just a beautiful, mean-looking race car. Got the copper color going, laundry basket on the back. And Ken gets the fun job of hitting the pedal.
I keep thinking when I watch that mascot, do I look like that when I'm drinking?
Well, I'll tell you what, he's trying to will that win for Ken Norup.
I know it.
That is just a beautiful race.
I've got a lot of guts. I'll say a lot of stuff. I can't get there.
All right. Well, looky there.
The win
Surprise.
light, Ken Norup. The Thunderbird 628 on the 11, and the mascot's happy.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was doing a little jiu-jitsu down there as I'll tell you, they're really getting excited. So are they up in the stands.
Edmund Richardson, some of you probably heard of him. He's in this S10 over in the Chevrolet side out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. He runs for who else? Beach Bend.
Well, they are represented well. Here's the families here. Mike Gramlich plugs in that Malibu with a 603, running for Mid-Michigan Motor Play. Wow, how about 2 wheels up? Who won the wheelie contest?
Well, bottom line is they both went red, but Richardson went red by 3 thousandths more and did it first.
Well, Mike marks one down for Mid-Michigan, and quickly 2 red cars roll in.
Dan Stidham. Stidham out of Carlisle, Ohio, 72 Deuce. Runs for Edgewater. He's dialed 632.
Well, the car show continues. Oh, we're here drag racing, aren't we? Well, we've got Kelly Dom rolling in with that 68 Dart running in Coles County. Well, unfortunately, Kelly grabbed the red tomato off the vine.
And Stidham takes that easy win. Free one. 630 on his 632 dial. Dom, 2 thousandths too early.
And 2 over at the top end.
Christy Yielding. Christy runs for Coles County Dragway. She's from Humboldt, Illinois. 83 Malibu wagon. She'll leave first, dialed way up at 804.
And on the Ray Skillman Auto Group, Billy Bader, Summit Motorsports Park, Mike O'Rourke, he's ready to rumble with the 71 Nova. The Jet Black Attack got a 588 in the program. So a few wagons in the house this weekend. I love to see them compete. And I'll tell you what, Mike, those are great race cars. You know it.
You know, a lot of people that run them do big wheel stands in them.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are very carefully putting the cars into the beams. That's critical. Those few half inches, quarter inches mean all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I agree. 2,000 too early for Christie.
Well, Mike O'Rourke makes the lights dance for Summit Motorsports Park. He goes 1 over the dial, but the important part is he's got a point for Summit.
Pat Thomas, one of my guys here from Lucas Oil Raceway, his 68 Dodge Charger, 426 inches of power. 687 the dial. Oh, I'm sorry. He's running for Lions.
Well, same state, same state.
He also runs here every week.
Well, how about Mile and Dragways? Jason Profit, 68 Camaro out of Brownstown, Michigan, and he will be the chaser. Trying to get the Charger rope down there at a 6:08 for Jason. Well, Jason didn't have to work very long as Pat Thomas. Well, doggone it, another 1 thou red as Jason goes under by 4 thou. Jason says, okay, we got it one. Let's just see where we're at.
Yeah, Pat leaves 1 thou too early and ends his day in the first round. H. Wayne Bevins out of Aurora, Indiana, 70 Nova out of Edgewater Sports Park, 686, the dial on the Chevrolet lane.
And out of the Buckeye State, Mr. Steve Little with a 616 dial. He owns that, running for National Trail Raceway. 67 Camaro, got that big block in there, and they'll light him up. Oh yeah, 2 green apples in their pocket. They're crunching on them apples. Now they want the win light. They're fighting, clawing, scratching. You got it.
Double breakout win goes to Bevins. He's 1 thou under. Little goes 16 thou under, trying to get around him, left too much, laying on the starting line. James Sanders in the Chevrolet lane out of Riverside, Ohio. 85 Firebird running for Kilcare, 661 the dial.
Well, we'll take the Camaro over there for Aaron Freeze on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. They'll put the Mile and Dragway banner out there for them. They got that Dart motor under the hood, 608's the dial. So Aaron Freeze is going to try to freeze the tree right now. So the gentle, little bit of nudging going on. Sweet spot. One more, got it. Oh, Aaron Freeze got the win. Aaron red lit second. But the win lights, the important thing for Aaron, goes 1 over 113.
Sure did. Now you get to talk about one of the coolest cars in the park.
Well, let's flip lanes. Why don't you go ahead and take the left side?
Don Dundee out of Sycamore, Illinois, in an absolutely beautiful 57 Chevy Bel Air, 540 inches of Chevrolet. He's over there in the Ray Skillman lane. He was the Sunoco Race of Champions rep for Route 66. I'm an old guy. My favorite cars came in the 50s.
Well, here comes that Thunderbird. Kip Norup's the wheelman. 631's the flight plan, and we have a race. Finish line, look out, here they come. You got it.
And Norup takes too much stripe. He does take your stripe, breaks out by 12 thou. Dundee, he runs 3 over. Mile an hour tells me he may have cut him loose because he was ahead by almost 300s on the tree. And the 57 Bel Air goes to the next round. Jaden Durst out of Fostoria, Ohio, 17-year-old in an S10, running for Summit, 713 dial.
Well, I got Mr. BL on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. That's Brian Lewis driving for Edgewater Sports Park, 68 Nova, and he's got it plugged in, parked on the 629 side. He'd like to see that number one more time when he crosses the stripe, but the work starts right here. You've got to get yourself an advantage down here. We are clean and green. Halfway there. Finish line will welcome them both, but give one a W and you got it.
The 17-year-old takes the win, runs 2 over at 715, had 4 in his pocket on the tree, went 2 over his dial and takes
just for the numbers, 1 over on this side.
Chuck Lewis. Chuck dialed 573 in the Chevrolet lane. In the 70 Duster, he was the Race of Champions rep for Milam Dragway.
Oh, here's a beauty. Jeff Russell running for your host track, Lucas Oil Raceway, out of Brookville, Indiana. He'll dial 672. He's got the Barracuda. Chuck, watch out down there. The Barracuda's on the prowl. A lot of glass in the back of that Barracuda. It is a beauty. We don't call out Barracudas too often unless we're running the Hemi Challenge. One green apple, 2 green apples. Wheels up, Chuck. Wheels down, Chuck. Wind light.
Lewis, 775, 2 over his dial. Russell takes a stripe, takes 4 thousandths, too much of it. Was a head on the tree, too big a bite of the finish line.
Doggone it. Chuck down there at the top end needed to hit a few more bugs to put a little more weight on the windshield.
Josh Green, beautiful little 66 deuce out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. He's down 648 over here in the Chevrolet lane, representing.
Well, the kudo's gone. Jimmy Croak is pedaling hard, trying to hold off Josh. Can he do it? Yes, he does. Jimmy Croak goes dead 4, and it was enough.
Green goes under. Jimmy was 4 thou ahead on the tree, so they were right there. Nobody won the stripe on this end. Jimmy won the stripe on the other, so that's a point for Lions. John Gowan out of Louisville, Kentucky, 84 Camaro, Dowd. 668 in the Chevrolet lane.
On the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, Jason Preston running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Boy, is the sun bringing the colors out of these cars now. Kenny Pepper's probably loving that, but well, Jason wanted it bad, but a little too bad.
Gowan takes that easy win because Preston leaves too soon. Tests the air, he's a couple over, 670 on his 68.
I'll tell you what, Mike, you see matchups that's worth the price of admission, and this is one of them.
We know these girls. Got Stacy Gerald over here in the Chevrolet lane. Stacy dialed 629 in her 67 Camaro. She's running for Muncie.
Kim Sparks, the Race a Champ representative, I believe was our runner-up. But these two are going to be in for a battle. Running for Bunker Hill, Kim Sparks, 621. Let's watch this one. Oh, they're green. Hang on.
They both run regularly here. I knew this would be a good race.
Whoa!
Oh, man. Stacy, one over at 630, takes the win. Kim, under by 15 thou. Kim trying to take the stripe. She was a bit behind on the tree. Not a bunch, but enough.
Just an outstanding race.
Knew it would be. Those two gals are both tough. Ronnie Cunningham Jr. out of Cold Spring, Kentucky. In a 65 Mustang Chevrolet lane, he's dialed 712.
And the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, Scott's already chasing. 643 is the dial. They're green. Here comes National Trail, left side, wind light. You got it.
715 on a 12, 3 over for Cunningham. He had 4 in his pocket on the tree. That was the difference.
Oh, baby. Tyler Bohannon, check out the 67 Corvette, small block out of Louisville, Kentucky. Ohio Valley Dragway, they're going to will this one in the bank. 642 for Tyler.
And the head start will go over into the Chevrolet side. Kurt Rouse out of Hamilton, Ohio, running for Edgewater. His 79 Mustang dialed 697. Going to get just about a full yellow ball head start.
I'll tell you what, we got the mascots. They've been out dancing. We've got the youngsters right out front down here cheering their drivers on as well. Our one-way runway, we are burning it up. Here comes Tyler trying to get there. Does he? Yes, he does. Tyler takes the win, goes 4 over the dial. He had 5 in his pocket as he left the starting line, and he bought the win light.
And speaking of do they get here, our reliefs.
You betcha.
I've got over here in the Chevrolet lane Aaron Dysinger. Aaron running for Bunker Hill, dialed 659. He'll give the head start to James Overland. Overland out of Albany, Wisconsin in the Avenger. Over there in the Ray Skillman side, we'll get the head start.
Well, James is red, and Aaron is your winner. Chicken dinner. Bunker Hill's got a mark on the board again for Aaron.
Aaron Dysinger takes that win for Bunker, and I hand the microphone to Nick Agresta.
Mr. Mike Cole, thank you, buddy. He's been up here, well, since the sun came up or the fog went down. Either way, here we go. As Brandon Dillman, a familiar name around this area, no doubt, Running for Lucas Oil Raceway here, the Chevrolet Performance Lane. The Flying Dillmans, you'll see why in just a minute. Out of Greenwood, Indiana. Whoa, there he goes.
Well, I'm going to step out of here. I'm Ron Ruggles. Rod Squires is going to take over. Rod, here you
In the other
go.
lane, and here we go. Your winner going to be Brandon Dillman. Dillman, 680, 93 miles per hour. That's 79. Great 007 off the start, and Dillman goes on.
We got Steve Keeper over there in the Ray Skillman lane, 72 Nova out of Byron Dragway, dialed a 706.
And Mark Krumenicker here out of Huntington, Indiana. Neat little 71 Demon. Small block, 340-inch Dodge, 674. Dial in here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane, and already via the red light, we've got a winner here. Top end 676 on the 74 to 101. Another point for Muncie.
Andrew Selleck in the beautiful 27 Roadster, dialed a 606 out of Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
And running for Route 66 where he gets his kicks, this is Matt O'Connell. O'Connell out of Manhattan, Illinois. 638 to dial. As he'll move up the stage here, Chevrolet Performance Lane. Good matchup here, Rod, is we're going to have O'Connell leaving. You're going to be chasing over there in the other lane. Let's see how this shakes down.
I think I can catch you, maybe.
I bet you can. Here we go. Should be a good one, though.
Yeah, it is.
Neat to see the little Roadster over there. This would be a classic confrontation for me. It's an open-body cockpit car up against the door slammer here.
He's got
O'Connell.
He's got the top down so he can catch a lot of wind. He can tell how fast he's running that way.
Well, he's got a better look at the other lane, that's for sure. Out there in the open. Here we go. Clean. Oh, I thought we were green. Red light start. O'Connell going to get the win here. Good. At 10. Reaction time goes under by just a touch. 6:36 for the win.
Jason Ford out of Beaver Creek, Ohio, in a 72 Vega, 355 cubic inch for Care Dragway, dialed a 654.
And boy, the old sun's starting to glisten off these paint jobs here, Rod, as we've got Johnny Cook, Howell, Michigan, the hometown. It's a 2002 Camaro Milan Dragway, running for Deneen and the gang up there. 625 the dial here, the right-hand lane.
It's more like a car show.
Well, no doubt, boy. I mean, we've got some course. I don't want to be any part of that judging up there. I went up there one year and watched him, and too tough. Here we go.
Wheels up for Jason.
Yeah, I like that action. And you got the win.
And Jason takes the win. He runs a 654 on a 654 dial in, 7 to the good.
Yeah, that's when you get down there and you look at that ticket and go, yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
On my dial.
I know, I've done that. I love that.
Here's Jonathan Chapman out of Columbus, Ohio. Pacemaker Dragway Park, the home track. 7 flat on the dial here in the right-hand lane.
Doug Kaplinger out of Xenia, Ohio. 72 Chevelle, Care Dragway, dialed a 689.
And Kaplinger, I should say, another one of those long-time campaigners here at the ET Finals here, running at the 40th. You can believe that, 40 years.
That's
here.
hard to
That's
believe.
Incredible, isn't it?
That is.
Red light start, you're going to have the winner.
Kaplinger is going to take the win. Red light start. He was 05. He runs under by 4,688 on a 689 dial-in.
Here's Jared Patterson out of Ray, Ohio, here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane, running for National Trail Raceway, 645 the dial.
David Wiggum in the Ray Skillman lane out of Mooresville, Indiana. He's dialed a 652 out of Lucas Oil Raceway.
So I don't know if there's any advantage really if you're running it. You've been here all year, but you know, you're so familiar with the surroundings, but you still got to do your job. Let's see what happens here. Oh boy.
Yeah,
Hey,
oh
we
boy.
can see the lights and they can't.
Yeah, that's
Somebody's
a
got
fact.
a bunch in the bank. As here we go. Does he parlay that to win? Yes, he does. 48 on his 45. 002 off the start for Jared Patterson. He wins it.
We got Max Lang, Charleston, Illinois, 40 Willys. That's a pretty car. Coles County Dragway, dial to 647.
Ohio Valley Dragway sends us Jared Coomer out of Bardstown, Kentucky, 70 Nova. Now that old Willie's over there. Max is 74 years young, had a birthday 2 days ago. He's run that car in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. He continues with that car right there all these years.
That's absolutely incredible. I hope when I'm 73, I'm still out here drag racing.
Amen, brother.
Good Lord, he takes the win too. He had a 003 light, runs a 649 on a 647, 2 over.
Yeah, good run there. Coomer, tough break for him, out. -10 on the red side of the ball. Here's Dustin Jones out of Anna, Ohio. 685 the dial, Chevrolet Performance side, Muncie Dragway, the home track.
Nick Finney out of Greenwood, Indiana, and a 69 Buick Special out of Lucas Oil Raceway, dialed to 658. I think a General Motors product's going to win this. What do you think?
Well, yeah, that Buick, boy, I tell you what, that guy awfully tough, Finney. Let's see how he does. Top end charge. Oh, breakout too quick for my guy.
Yeah, Finney runs a 658 with a 9:026 reaction time. He's going to be back next round.
Yeah, Finney dead on the dial. Here's Jerry Gottman out of Washington, Indiana. It's an 87 Conquest. You don't see too many of these. Lions Raceway Park, the home track, 655 the dial.
Jeff Lefevre out of Frederickstown, Ohio, 63 Nova. Pacemakers Dragway Park, dial to 731 in that beautiful yellow station wagon.
Yeah, the red light starts, going to hand it over to you. Gottman goes red here, tough break for him, but Lefevre going to love this one.
Yes, he runs 2 over. He was dead late at the tree, but he still takes the win.
Well, tough customer here out of Coles County Dragway, USA. Rob Fisher out of Humboldt, Illinois. This gorgeous 66 Chevelle wagon, 750 the dial, Chevy Performance side.
Brian Workman out of Willard, Ohio, and a 72 Nova out of Summit Motorsports Park, dialed to 668. 421 cubic inch motor in that thing.
So Rob leaves, and Workman's going to chase him. Should be a good matchup. I want to tell you what, both these guys have been tough at their local tracks. Heard a little bit about both of them, and they're very carefully to stage. Nobody wanting to really make that final move. You get into that routine. Dennis Weiniger talked about the routine. You want to do the same thing every time. If somebody throws you off, here we go. They finally stage, and we're off and running. Somebody with a little bit in the bank. Let's see if they can hang on. Oh, and it's a double breakout win for Fisher. He's 005 off the tree, breaks out 49.9 on his 51 thousandths break out there, but he takes the win, Rod.
Yep. Workman, he was 1 under. He run a 67 on a 68. And we have Ricky Pena out of Palos Park, Illinois, in a 69 AMX. They used to race a lot of those up at Bunker Hill. Dial in 652 out of Byron Raceway.
Still a great car. Whether it's a race car, you see one on the street, those little AMXs are great. He'll match up against Peyton Filson out of Fairborn, Ohio. Killcare Dragway, the home track. It's a 69 Firebird here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane. The dial.
Ooh, this is going to be a close one.
It is, Rod. We can see the lights, of course.
Oh, man.
It's going to be Filson for the win, hanging on. 617 on his 16. Breakout too quick in your lane by 7. And Killcare gets another point.
We got Jared Bargo out of Crichton, Kentucky. And he's 84 Monte Carlo, Pacemakers Dragway, dial is 762.
And Jim Lawlin out of Albany, Wisconsin, is 78 Malibu, 677 the dial, runs for Byron. Okay, here we go, off and running Rod as they head down the famed surface here at Lucas Oil Raceway, and it's going to be Lawlin for the win. 677 dead on.
Yeah.
Dead on with a 9 for the win at 98 miles per hour.
Embargo, he breaks out. He runs a 6:58.7 on a 7:62. I said that wrong.
No, you said it right. They don't know. Here we go. They can watch the boards out there, too. Here's Daniel Johnson out of Gallatin, Tennessee, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. And it's an 84 Mazda with a small block Chevrolet, 702 the dial, Chevrolet side.
Gerald Engel out of Huntington, Indiana, 66 Chevy 2 wagon, Muncie Dragways, who he runs for. He's down 667. He's going to have to try and catch that Mazda.
Yeah, that little Mazda, you know, it probably started out with one of those old Wankel rotary.
I wonder. Doesn't sound like it, though. Whoa, big wheel stand.
Engel way up in the air. That's a patented move for him.
He takes the win. He runs a 672. I think he hit the brakes down there. He had some in the bank. No, he didn't.
No, he sure didn't, because it's a 710 for Johnson. And guess what? A 36 light beats a 002 light.
Yeah, you ain't going to see that very often at all. John Johnson, out of Camden, Indiana, my hometown, 82 Camaro, runs for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, dialed a 657.
And here's Ryan Alley as he'll stage up with that neat little 2000 Trans Am 585 quick little car here running for Route 66 Raceway.
Oh, we got them both clean and green.
Somebody with just a touch in the bank and parlays that for the win. How about a dead on? How about an 8-pack here this morning, gang? 585 with an O on a 585, 008 off the tree. That's the way you do it.
Yes, it is. And Johnson, he wasn't any particular late. He runs 5 over. He was 657 dead on.
Yeah, great race there.
We got Kim Niemeyer out of Humboldt, Illinois, 94 Mustang, Coles County Dragway, dialed a 656.
And Jim Kovacs out of Verona, Wisconsin. Byron Dragway, his home track, 619 the dial. So he's going to be the chaser.
We got a classic matchup here, Malibu and a Mustang.
Yep, Chevrolet Ford, that's the way they like it. And that's a pure Ford over in your lane, no doubt.
Yeah, that is pretty. Ooh, this is going to be a good one, Nick. I can tell.
Yo, you got the winner, pal.
Yes. Kim takes the win. She runs a 59, 3 over. And
Kovacs there, well, had the light by about 5, but broke out on the pass by 4 thousandths. And, well, that was a good run. Boy, they were looking at each other in the lights, I guarantee you.
Kenny McKissick out of Muncie, Indiana, 70 Novas in the Ray Skillman lane. He runs for Muncie Dragway, dialed a 658.
And Joe Oswald out of Akron, Ohio, here with that neat little 69 Dodge Dart. Off and running, 631 dial here in the Chevy Performance lane. Boy, they're glued together down there, and whoa, it's a breakout too quick in your lane. But the winner here, dead on for a 25-pack, 631.7 on the 631.18 off the start. Good pass by Oswald.
Chad Isley out of Charleston, Illinois, 67 Camaro, runs for Cole County Dragway, dialed a 624.
And that guy's punched his ticket to Pomona twice in his career here at the ET Finals. Took home the honors, I think, out there in bike a few years ago. He knows what to do. 707 the dial. Jeremy Cooley'd like to say something about this right now, taking out a heavy hitter. And Isley, can he get there? The little Cutlass Motor and Hard in the Chevrolet Performance lane. Oh, and it's a double breakout win for Isley.
Isley, he had 1,000ths too quick, but he takes the win.
Yep, and it was, I tell you what, Cooley had the light by just a touch.
Yeah, he did.
It ain't over till it's over.
Ain't over till the wind light comes on. We got Randy Burwell in the Race Gilman Lane down to 686 in his 77 Pinto Edgewater Sports Park.
And Tom Harlan, tough hitter, out of the Mattoon, Illinois area, running for Coles County Dragway USA. Rod and the crew over there. 7:05 the dial here, Chevy Performance Lane.
This ought to be a good race. I just have that feeling.
Well, it's a good start.
Both them.
Somebody with some in the bank.
Yeah, clean and green. And Burwell takes the win. He runs 98 3 over, but he had him at the tree with an 01 light, 015 light.
And Harlan, tough hitter. Here's Tammy Lovett out of Batavia, Ohio. Edgewater Sports Park, the home track. 6:49 the dial here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane.
This is one of my home track drivers, Randy Sparks, Cutler, Indiana, and his 91 Corvette dialed a 570. He's out of Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
So both guys careful to stage. Boy, and I tell you what, on a Sunday morning, the sun's brightly shining now, and you get one hit at this tree today. Two go down, one come back today.
And I know Randy well enough to know that he was not going to stage first. Randy takes the win. He had him at the tree. He runs a 1 over, but he had an 012 light, so he takes the win.
6:49 on a dead-on run for Lovett. Not good enough here. You go dead on, not good enough. 102 miles per hour.
Kevin Corzine out of Robertsville, Missouri, and he's 81 Camaro, runs for Gateway Motorsports, dialed a 593.
And the Muncie Dragway entry here for Harry Boring out of Greenfield, Indiana. Neat little 70. As he's off and running. Boy, pretty close here. Let's see what happens, Rod.
Yep.
Top in charge. And the winner here in Chevrolet Performance Lane, 7:16 on a 15 and 95. Breakout too quick. Your side by 1,000th of a second.
They better hide the dog when he gets back to the motor home, I'm telling
That's
you.
good. I like
We got Chad Kolish in the Ray Skillman Lane out of Winnemac, Indiana. Another one of my Bunker Hill boys, 66 Nova, dialed to 680.
And Kyle Hall out of Ridgeville, Indiana. 87 Camaro. He's down in a 765 inside. So here we go.
Looks like somebody's got a little work to do if we can catch him at the big end.
That's right. But it's right there. Hall's going to win it. 765 dead on. I think we see a pattern developing here. 765 dead on for the win at 88 miles per hour for Hall.
And Kolish was late at the tree and 4 over. We got Boyd Butcher out of Beech Grove, Indiana, 73 Nova, 412 cubic inch, dialed 648, racing for Lucas Oil Raceway.
And Larry Wright was the Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor from Muncie Dragway, down in at 695 out of Daleville, Indiana. It's a little 79 Malibu. As he'll inch forward now to the stage beam, and we're ready. Oh, but the red light catches him. You're going to have the winner, Rod. Great light your side.
Yeah, Butcher, he had a 003 light. He takes the win. He runs 2 under at 646. Doesn't make any difference. He still takes the win.
Here's Marty Thornton out of Kingston, Illinois. Byron Dragway, his home track. He's got a 583 on that wild-looking little 70 Mustang.
And we got Brad Day. He's dialed 602, 62 Bel Air Chevrolet 496 out of Killcare Dragway. And he gets a head start dialing 602. That's incredible.
Mustang here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane. Going to try to come from behind. Can he get there? No.
And Dade runs a 2 over. Had him at the tree, though, by 200ths. He takes the win.
And another one of those losing efforts. You hate to say losing because they're champions to get here. 83 with a 7 on an 83. Not good enough this morning.
Yeah, it's rough to win out here. Scott Kiefer dialed 612, and he's 55 Chevy. Beautiful car. I've seen it in the pits. Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
In Byron Dragway, this is Chelsea Van Valley, Illinois. She's down 664 here, Chevrolet lane. Let's see what happens. Can he get there? No, it's going to be Chelsea for the win. 667, 102 for the speed. And look at our old buddy, our announcer buddy, dead on 12 with the 3 on a 12. Tough break there. And Scott will probably join us in just a little bit.
Yeah. We got Jesse Garcia, dialed 661 out of St. Louis, Missouri, 70 Nova. Gateway Motorsports Park is who he associated with and races at.
Longtime campaigner out of Ohio Valley Dragway. This is Daniel Garrow out of Corden, Indiana. Corden was the first capital of Indiana, Rod. I don't know that.
I do know that. I am old enough to know that.
Who cares? 651 is down. Here we go. Can he hang in there?
No, he doesn't. Garcia takes the win. He runs at 68 on a 61, but he had him at the tree by 500, so he takes the win.
Attention in the pit area. This is your call for Super Pro Eliminator. East side, west side, let's go. Super Pro, let's go. Time to go racing. East side, west side, Super Pro, we need you now. Here's Chris Coomer, Fairdale, Kentucky. Another one of those Ohio Valley Dragway entries. Chevrolet side, 687 to dial.
And from Lions Raceway Park, we got James Gibb, dialed 673, and he's 66 Dart. 491 cubic inch motor in that little Dart.
Yeah, and he's tough. Gibbs awfully tough. He and his dad are racing here this weekend. Coomer looking good off the start, but cannot hang on to a great reaction time.
Yeah, Gibbs, he runs dead on with a 4. He was was behind 100th at the light, but still takes the win.
Yeah, good run there. Gibbs awfully tough. Here's Tommy Gentry, another Ohio Valley Dragway entry, and long-time campaigners we've said down there is 78 Fairmont wagons, a 351-inch Ford, 725 the Dow Chevy side.
Lions Raceway Park and Ray Skillman side, they're already off, but that was Greg Wade. And he takes the win. He takes the win. 709 on a 704. Casey Wilson is in the Ray Skillman lane, dialed an 839, 99 Z28, Coles County Dragway.
And for Edgewater Sports Park, this is Brian Dillon, as he'll stage up out of Burlington, Kentucky, 627 to dial here in the right-hand lane.
He is going to have to be patient. That is so hard to do when a car gets a 2-second head start in the 8th mile.
You're exactly right, Rod. And we see that here, and it's going to be a big time to wait. Doesn't seem like that, but we'll see what happens. If it's clean and green, this should be fun run at the stripe. So here they go. They stage up.
Yeah, it's going to look like he's asleep at the line.
Couldn't wait. Had to leave. Red light start for Dillon.
Casey had an 015 light. She runs too fast, 835.
Once again, Super Pro, east side, west side. We need you to the lanes, okay?
We got Jeff Burke, Muncie, Indiana. 86S10 Muncie Dragway. He's dialed a 661 in that little S10, 406 cubic inch motor.
And a tough hitter out of Coles County Dragway, USA, Terry Willard. Out of Mattoon, Illinois, 725 to dial. So here we go. Willard looking pretty good off the starting line. Can he hang on for the win? Yes, he does. Breakout too quick for Burke. And a 659 dead on. dead on. How about a 13 package? 13 pack by Willard. Rod 725 with a 5 and an 8 light. That's the way you do it.
That's hard to beat.
Here's Ralph Craig out of Charleston, Illinois. Another Coles County entry. 668 to dial here in the Chevrolet Performance Lane.
And out of Muncie Dragway, we got Steve Regan. He's already gone. He's out 764. Boy, this is going to be a close one.
Yes, it is. Awfully close off the starting line. Double breakout win for Craig. Craig 667 to the 761 at 101 miles per hour.
Yeah, Regan's took way too much at the stripe. Way too much.
15th out to stripe the margin of victory. Here we go for Crossroads Dragway. This is Jonathan Jones out of Paris, Illinois. 68 Camaro, 632 the dial, Chevy side.
Mid-Michigan Motorplex driver Jason Kiefer, 647 the dial in, his 84 Cutlass, 383 cubic inch motor. This ought to be a good one.
So on the top end, who's it going to be? And the win will go to Jonathan Jones, 635 on his 32 at 109 miles per hour. Once again, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go. East side, west side, we need you now.
We got Doug McKinney and his little dragster with an Articat motor out of Kokomo, Indiana, dialed 650. He runs for Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
Yeah, that's a neat little piece. Very strange, but neat. Up against Terry Heller, Chevrolet side out of Morrison, Illinois. Running for Byron Dragway, 710 the dial. So he's going to leave. McKinney's going to chase him.
Oh, Doug's pretty good. I've had to race him. He is tough to beat, I'm telling you. You can't see that little thing when you're looking for it at the finish line.
I'll bet that might be one of his advantages, no doubt.
I think it is.
Well, neither guy really won it off the tree, but let's see how they do on the top end, and the winner for Heller. Heller's going to win it 7-11 on a 710. And oh boy, breaking out in your lane for McKinney.
Yeah, McKinney, he took way too much. 500ths at the stripe.
Here's T.R. Coomer out of Fairdale, Kentucky. Ohio Valley Dragway, the home track for the Huffs down there. 729 the dial, Chevrolet side.
Out of Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Mike Pyle dialed 690 in that beautiful 66 Chevelle. I've got to see that car a lot, and it is sharp.
Well, it looks good from here, too, as they move up now to stage. The pick-em-up truck up against that Chevelle.
Oh, wow. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, pretty close. They look at each other, and how about that 004 light cannot get the win because it's a dead-on 729.5 on a 729. 21 back here for Coomer, and the win to the 693 at 96.
Nick Hastings, Shelbyville, Ohio. Pacemakers Dragway. One of the boys sitting over here, the announcer, that one of his cars, 645 the dial in.
And Edgewater Sports Park sends us Jason Wilson out of Lebanon, Ohio. 78 Camaro, Chevrolet side, 658 the dial.
Yeah, these dial-ins are closed. That'd be hard to see on the tree if you're looking from the stands. You won't see much difference. It's going to look like they're tied together when they leave. Oh, my Lord.
Here we go. A couple of good lights to draw to, and a breakout too quick your side, but it's going to be a 658.4 on a 658 7-pack here for Mr. Wilson. 3 off the tree, dead on 4 at 103 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think that would have been a little bit better, but I think Hastings was trying to catch him down there at the end and had to break out almost just to catch him.
Yep. Took that stripe. Here we go. I might add that while we're talking here, you see all these beautiful cars. We talked about the best appearing. And if you'd like to see your car in action here at the 40th annual running of the Summit ET Racing Series Finals. How about seeing Kevin and Nancy Pepperott directly behind the Parks Tower here at the Photos and More trailer? And I want to tell you what, get over there and check out all those beautiful photos. They've got all kinds of neat things you can think about for upcoming banquets. Hey, we're not too far off, and we'll be at Christmas, no doubt about it. And they've got a lot of neat packages that you can put together for Christmas presents. So Kevin and Nancy Pepper over there, we're going to send them to you. Photos and More. Check them out. Don't leave the track without your picture here this weekend.
And they are beautiful pictures. I have spent a lot of money with those two the last couple of years. Trust me, I've got all kinds of pictures.
Well, that's good. That's what it's all about. And once again, while we have this time, if you did not hear, Super Pro, we're talking to you. Super Pro to the lanes, east side, west side. We need you now, Super Pro. Let's go. Well, Rod, just a quick address of the starting line there as we look to a couple of tough hitters here. It's going to be Chad Leidy over here out of Effingham, Illinois. He represented Gateway Motorsports Park in the Race of Champions for Sunoco. He's dialed 656 here, Chevrolet side.
Killcare Dragway driver Carson Griffith, 646 99 S10, 383 cubic inch motor, dialed to 646.
And little tidbit here, you see Chad Leidy there, a great graphic artist like our old buddy Larry Robertson, who can paint anything. Chad also does this by the hand controls. Chad in a wheelchair, and he'd be glad to talk to you about that. He's very vocal about it, and he loves to let people know that he has never, ever stopped racing. It's never set him back. He's tough racer. He's been track champion at a couple of tracks along the way. When you match up against Chad Leidy, you better be ready. So let's see how Griffith does against him. Of course, it's anybody's race here now. Pretty close off the starting line. Roger, you said my old eyes will never see that.
Big wheel stand out of that S10.
Oh, we've got a good one going on. They take a look at each other. And how about the win in your lane?
Griffith, he runs one over and was behind at the stripe. I think maybe your driver just slowed down a little bit.
Could be 2 off here for Chad, 658 on his 656. Well, here we go, Rod, just like that. Can you believe it? First round of Pro is going to be in the books as soon as this bright red 79 Camaro heads down for Wesley Waldrop out of Benton, Kentucky, running for Beacon Dragway. And this will complete first round of Pro Eliminator. That only means one thing, waiting in the wings, Super Pro Eliminator. Wesley does his job, 664 on his 61 dial, and he'll take a point for Beacon Dragway.
Just a quick note for the golf carts in the staging lanes. Those are for race cars, folks. Please get the golf carts out of the staging lanes. We got racers coming up here to go down the track. Another couple of important announcements. Special award winners. If you don't already know, the best appearing sportsman car, Bill Crutcher. The best appearing Super Pro motorcycle, that would be Nick Shaw from Summit Motorsports Park. The best engineered Super Pro, that would be Shorty Raider from Lions Raceway Park. The best appearing Super Pro car would be Jeff McAdoo from Beacon Dragway. And the best appearing Pro car from Byron Dragway would be Mark Marusak. Why are we saying that now? Because we're going to be getting a picture, at least of the drivers up here, depending on how much time we have between when we're shutting down and dressing the track up until we're back in operation again. How about that National Dragster Spirit Award? I'd like to announce it now, but we're going to announce it right at pre-race, okay? So you might want to get all your folks back up. I know that you can while we dress the track up after round number 1 to announce that best National Dragster Spirit Award. We'll also need the 4 winners of the Dialing for Dollars yesterday We'll get you up here after round number 1, the drivers only. Get that group picture down here in front of the tower. And right now, Nick, hopefully we can punch this button right here and get the points.
Dennis
Maybe
is
we
punching
can't.
the button. We saw him do it.
Okay, one more announcement here. These people need to come to the base of the tower and get the money for the shootout. Larry Hack II in Super Pro, Steve Riggin Super Pro, Dennis Bidendal in Super Pro, Andrew DiPiazza, Harley Denton in Pro, Blake Richardson in Sportsman, Mark Lynn in Sportsman, Zach Gazrell in Sportsman, and in Bike, Ray Seferid. Let me try that. Bowden style. That might be pretty close, or maybe closer. Okay, we don't
I
have the
think that's
points on
right
the
on,
screen.
Dennis.
We don't have points on the screen. Let me see what I can do about that.
Okay, Dennis is going to go in there and do some housekeeping on the points, and we get a chance there, we will let you know where we are, at least in this point of the race, as far as team standings go, once they get that compiled, as we've got Super Pro Eliminator here at the Ready Stripe. Aha, there we go. Right now, early in the game, but here it is. In the number 1 spot, Route 66. Number 2, Coles County Dragway, USA. 3, Milan Dragway. 4, Crossroads Dragway. Number 5, Byron. Number 6, Ohio Valley Dragway. Number 7, Killcare Dragway. Number 8, Beach Bend Raceway Park. Number 9, Summit Motorsports Park. Number 10, Muncie Dragway. Number 11, Edgewater Sports Park. Number 12, Pacemaker Dragway Park. Number 13, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. 14, Lions Dragway Park. Bunker Hill Dragway. Number 15, in Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Number 16. And Rod, that's going to change right after this round, I guarantee you. But that currently is where we are in the points. Okay, here we go. Super Pro, first pair, first round, Sunday afternoon, and here we go with Bill Pirtle out of Crossroads Dragway, 587 the Dow Chevrolet side out of Sullivan, Indiana.
Maurice Johnson, Elizabethtown, Kentucky's where he mows his yard. 95 S10 Ohio Valley Dragway, dialed to 763. He gets the big head start.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to race. Bring it all weekend long, Kenny. Here we go. We're off and running. Red light start. Automatic win to Smiling Bill Pirtle. He runs it on down, 18 off the tree. He'll go under by 2 at a 85 on the 87.
Yep. Maurice Johnson, he was doing pretty good. He was just a little bit red.
Here's longtime campaigner out of Elwood, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway. Bill Shipman, 67 Plymouth, Get It's, a little GTX car, 446 Wedge, 657 the dial, Chevrolet side.
Jack Fisk, Thornville, Ohio, 96 S10 National Trail Raceway, dialed a 669. He's going to take the win. Shipman goes red by 2 thou. So he's out. Fisk is in, 674 on a 69 dial in.
Here's a high school principal out of Vandalia, Illinois, running for Crossroads Dragway. This Randy Protz. Protz in his 74 Vega wagon, 594 the dial.
Route 66 Raceway driver Michael Franklin, dialed 716 Burbank, Illinois, and he's 68 Fairlane. And all he's got for motor is wins. I don't know what that means, do you?
So Ford versus Chevrolet. Protz up here in the Chevrolet lane. Let's see how this shakes down. Couple of tough customers. Big head start. Can Protz get there? He's going to have to motor hard on the top end for this one if he can. And look at this. And I'll tell you what, Rod, we look at the screen. 009 off the tree for Franklin. Randy was pretty much dead the water, but how about a dead on? 94 with a 5 on a 94 sealed that victory for Randy Protz.
Jim Oliver, dialed to 580 in his 66 Chevy 2, 598 cubic inches, Route 66 Raceway.
And Cal Race out of Batesville, Indiana, running for Edgewater Sports Park, 663 the dial. Here we go.
And Oliver takes the win. He runs dead on. He had an 005 light. That's a 7,000 package. You're not going to beat that very often.
That's tough. It's fun now, Rod, to watch all the mascots and all the fans out there as they jump up and down when they see their driver win one.
Yeah, it is.
Here's Adam Phillips, Bruceville, Indiana, the hometown, 558 the dial, Chevrolet side, running for Crossroads Dragway.
Tom Flowers out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. The 67 Camaro, dialed 645, Beach Bend Raceway Park.
Classic confrontation, door slammer, digger. Here we go. Oh my. I can see the lights. You can. Somebody with a little bit in the bank. And it's going to be a win for Adam Phillips. 005 off the tree. How about a 6-pack early on a Sunday morning? 58-1 on a 58 for Phillips.
Flowers run dead on, 645 with a 0. They better hide the dog when he gets back to the motorhome. He's not going to be happy.
24th thou, the margin of victory at this stripe. Here's Monty Short, Chevrolet side out of Portland, Tennessee. Beach Bend Raceway Park. The home track 626 to dial.
And Hunter dialed 629 out of Bloomington, runs for Lion Raceway.
And it's going to be Short there. He'll get the win. 630 at 106 miles per hour. 631 your side at 107.
We got Nick Fields in the Ray Skillman lane out of Vincennes, Indiana, in his 77 Vega Crossroads Dragway. 468 cubic inch, dialed 656.
And Dave Schoof out of Louisville, Kentucky, here running for Ohio Valley Dragway, 481. Look at the dial-ins. Probably the biggest handicap we've had this morning, Rod.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be a big leave for Nick Fields. So let's see how this shakes down off the tree. We got to get clean. We got to get green for it to be a race at the stripe. And this should be a good one if we are.
Just taking his time.
Oh boy, the red light start. You got the winner.
Yeah, Fields takes the win. Had 027. He runs 658, 2 over. He will go to the next round.
And how about a dead-on 481.4 on the red line? Rod, an old racer here, just kind of shakes his head. It happens. You've probably been in those situations, too. That was a tough one.
Last year I run up here in the ET Finals. I went red 001. I'm still sick about that. Brock Smith is in the Ray Skillman lane, dialed 704. He races for Crossroads Dragway in his 67 Camaro.
Yeah, those old racers can get that. Here goes Andrew Piazza. Is he going to try to motor on the top end? Chevrolet side, 522 is Dow. Can he get there? Yes, he does. For Byron Dragway, double breakout win, 521 on the 522. He breaks out by 1 thou. Your guy like 600, I think. But DiPiazza goes on.
David Eisenhower dialed a 493. He's out of Lions Raceway Park. Lebanon is where he mows his yard at.
And Josh Woods out of Glasgow, Kentucky, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park, 595 the dial. And generally, that's pretty quick. You think he'd be chasing? Nope, he leaves first. He's going to get chased over there by Eisenhower. So let's see what this shakes out for Woods. Up against, as we said, Eisenhower here. Woods out of the Chevrolet lane. Okay, our starter runs forward and puts his hands out and says, oh, let's hold them up, guys. Report of something, obviously. We can't hear that transmission in the booth here, Rod, but we saw what happened there, so something going on.
Something going on. That was a good catch. I was looking at the screen waiting for him to take off, and there's a guy out there waving his hands.
Yep, that's exactly what happened there. We're going to run down and take a look. Obviously, somebody said, hey, something has come off one of the cars or whatever. So we're going to take a look-see at the top end. And it looks like he's out there on the track. Don't know if he got off down there. Maybe he's just a slow one. We'll find out here for you shortly.
Well, the guy in the four-wheeler with the red flashing lights, he's going to go down there and make sure everything's all right. I don't know who that is, but I just call him the guy in the four-wheeler.
Well, one of our great safety crew here, and also these tireless workers here all weekend long here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. And boy, I tell you what, monumental job they do, and they do a good one. And each and every one of them should be commended. Once again, photos and more. Kevin and Nancy Pepper over there. They are located just behind the Parks Tower here in the east side staging lanes. So stop by and see them. They've got a great bunch of photos over there, and you can check them out. Go home with a great photo from your car.
And I've got those photos, and they do a fantastic job. You can get a plaque with your car on it as the wheels are up. I got a big 24 by 24 photo that's hanging in my living room of my Duster with the wheels up. I'm telling you, these people are good. Also, Ron out there, who is from Bunker Hill, takes photos. He gave me for Christmas a big 8 by 10 photo of out here. These guys do a fantastic job. They sit out there, their knees are bent, it's hot, and the crew that works the track and the starting line, I'm too old to be doing that kind of stuff. I can tell you, I'd be wore out in about the first 35 minutes, and that's preparing the track. That don't count standing out there.
Exactly. Yeah, Kevin and Nancy Pepper do a great job, and tireless workers for what they do, and it shows in their professionalism and the clarity of those wonderful shots. So, your car was taken, picture was taken here. Don't leave the facility or this 40th annual running of the Summit ET Racing Equipment ET Finals without a shot of your car in action, something you will cherish for the rest of your racing life, no doubt. So looks like I think they're getting things all lined out down on the far end. Don't know exactly what happened down there, but we'll get that cleaned up pretty quickly. And on deck, of course, is Devin Eisenhower and Josh Woods. And it's going to be a great classic confrontation. I think you've heard me say that before. I'd love to call it when that open-body cockpit car matches up against the door slammer.
Yeah, it is. That is a unique situation in drag racing, especially ET bracket racing. You can have a door car run against the dragster. I always thought the dragster had an advantage. He's usually chasing you. You can't see him, or I couldn't. I don't know, maybe I'm blind, but you can't see him, and he sneaks up there and takes the wind. I hate them. They irritate me to death.
Well, if you're driving a door car, they probably would. But I'll tell you what, it makes for great racing. And, just from our vantage point here from the Parks Tower, we're looking down now, the sun glistening on these incredible paint jobs out here. Each one of these cars in its own right. Dennis Weininger told you just a little bit ago about the Best Appearing Awards. Those will be going on a little later on, but boy, you look down there just in the cars that we can see by our eyesight. How would you pick a winner? It would be tough, and it'll be fun to see who goes home with those awards today.
I wouldn't want to be the judge, I'm telling you, because there are some gorgeous looking cars. I have my favorite colors. I'm sitting here looking at this one right in front of me. I don't know if he won or not, but that is one gorgeous dragster. It's got the whole rainbow.
Okay, Shootout winners, okay. Hey, we've still got guys that have money to be picked up here. Let me read these names. Steve Riggins, Larry Hauk, Dennis Bodenstal, I'm going to say. And, well, yeah, Dennis, you know who you are. And and Andrew DePazia, and he just went down track. Those are the Super Pro cars. Here in Pro, we need Harley, I believe that's Denton, and then Blake Richardson, Mark Lynn, Zach Gosnell in Sportsman, and Ray Sifrid in Motorcycle. So, guys, if you heard your name, you've got money coming for the shootout downstairs, first floor, Parks Tower, where you paid your money, you'll pick up your money.
And if you don't get it, they said I could have it. We're going to split it between you and I, Nick.
Well, I don't know about that. They might be chasing us down if we did that. I'm not sure. But still, with cleanup going on the top end of the track down there, and they'll get that done here just shortly. But you know, this race is, of course, the 40th annual running of the Summit ET Racing Series Equipment ET Finals, a pivotal run here for a lot of these racers who qualified for these teams. And once again, you've heard us say it this weekend, congratulations to all of you, of course, who made the teams, and for all of the member tracks that support here in the North Central Division for the National Hot Rod Association. And of course, all you owner-operators out there and managers, thank you for all your hard work. And this weekend also, thanks to the team captains for, well, their guidance and steering along their teams here this weekend with a variety of different things that go. And for all those back there in the pit area that support your teams with what you do, whether maybe it's making food or just cleaning up the pit area there, thank you for all you do. Everybody coming together here, this 40th annual running of the ET Finals, to make it all a great place. And boy, now we're into the thick of the racing now. We've already got Pro in the books. And once again, while we've got this moment, let me go over, right, well, I wonder if we should do it now. I guess we could. At this point in the program, the points have changed, as we said. Right now, Crossroads Dragway takes the lead in the number one spot. Then it's Route 66 Raceway. Coles County Dragway USA goes number 3. Milan Dragway 4. Byron Dragway 5. Ohio Valley Dragway 6. Killcare 7. Beach Bend 8. Summit Motorsports Park going to be number 9 right now. Muncie Dragway number 10. Edgewater Sports Park 11. Pacemaker Dragway Park number 12. Number 13 right now, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. 14 is going to be Lions Raceway Park. Number 15, Bunker Hill Drag Strip. And number 16, National Trail Raceway. And really, that means nothing, because we know as these rounds go on and more pairs come up, it's going to change. But we like to bring you up to date when we can along the way, so you can kind of get an idea, a feel for what's going on. That's the way it shakes out right now with these two still waiting at the ready line.
And before they take me off the air, and I got the boss behind me with a rope fixing to do that, I want to say hi to April Confer. She had a stroke, and she kind of helps run Bunker Hill Drag Strip. I'm going to get that in before I get hit. No, he didn't hit me, but it was close. I felt the wind.
Well, good time. This is our break, Dennis. Has it come up that fast? Gee whiz. Well, yeah, this is a good time to turn the mics over, no doubt. Rod, great working with you today.
Yeah, you
good
too,
meeting
Nick.
you for the first time. Always great to have new announcers here on board, and it's going to be my pleasure. Larry Robertson, I got to do this yesterday, and this is great. Get to do it 2 days in a row. One of the finest artists that there is in the area. As I'm still going to say hi to Larry. I thought it was Larry up.
He's talking nice about it. Give him a minute. Let's hear him out.
But it's going to be, we're going to change over here. It's going to be Mr. Dennis Weiniger, the director for the NHRA Track Announcers Guild, who keeps all this in motion for us up here. Does a great job all along the year. Not only here, just at the ET Finals, but for us announcers across the nation all year long. We really appreciate his efforts. And my good buddy Neil Marshall going to come on here and take over from Pacemaker. So, Rod, once again, great working with you.
You too, Nick. Are you trying to suck up to Dennis and Larry or what? You really think they're that good?
Yeah, I kind of do, but I still want to talk about Larry Robertson, a great artist.
Oh,
Great
Lord.
announcer.
Do we have to?
And one more thing I want to say, as I look over at him, he probably didn't hear me before. Warren Evans over here with D3 TV. I want to tell you what, if you haven't had a chance to watch it, you can tune it in right now, even on your phones, I think. If you got a computer, and they know I'm techno challenged, but I want to tell you, D3 TV, one of the freshest, brightest things that's happened for drag racing in this division. And I had a chance to watch it on Friday before I got to come down. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful. The effort that Warren has made here with the division to make it all happen so you can see things live right here, right now.
Hey,
Yeah, that's right.
I think I'm part of the retired track announcers guild. Moved over to the TV side. Dennis keeps handing me a tag application, says you need to fill this out and hand me a check. But you can't get D3 TV on your flip phone. We've determined that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, you can't.
Dog it. I thought that's why I couldn't tune it in.
Well, that and a bunch of other
I also
things.
want to tell you that this is called Phil right now. Anyway, also tell you that
TV appreciates that, Nick.
that D3 TV, the producer here, was also Waterbox Warren at one time in his life.
Yeah, I was Waterbox Warren. It was and still is kind of my favorite job at the track. I enjoyed that every bit, but I'm a little too old and a little too fat to do that anymore.
well, good job. Good job, Nick Agreston. Rod Squire, glad to have you up here helping out this morning, because when you announce a race all day long, it gets to where the finals and you go, okay, here we go, red car, blue car. You got to be fresh. You got to have a chance to walk around, go down to the starting line, go down in the staging lanes. I was down here listening to Rod and Nick on the big speakers that are right here in front of the tower, just to make sure that the microphone levels are pretty close, and they really are. And just to see the cars leave the starting line, the enthusiasm for the mascots and all the folks up there in the stands. And speaking about that, folks in the stands, we will be announcing that National Dragster Spirit Award during our pre-race ceremonies, as soon as we finish up first round of everybody. A couple of other announcements here. Let's go over those best appearing and best engineered cars one more time, just to make sure that they know. From Byron Dragway, the best appearing pro car would be Mark Marusak. All those pictures, of course, will be of National Dragster. The best appearing super pro car, Jeff McAdoo. The best engineered super pro car would be Shorty Raider from Lions Raceway Park. From Summit Motorsports Park, the best appearing super pro motorcycle would be Nick Shaw. So congratulations to all those folks. Their pictures will be in National Dragster, and we'll get them up here in front of the tower during our pre-race or shortly right after that, and get some more photos taken. Best appearing sportsman car, Bill Crutcher from Beach Bend Raceway Park, who was a division champion in 2015 down there in Division 2 in the sportsman category. And a year before that, he was the national champion, carried the number 1 on the side of the car, meaning that he won out of Pomona. We'll also need those Dialing for Dollars winners. You'll also get your checks here when we take the photo in front of the tower. We'll do that during pre-race also. We've had 5 tracks who have been with us since the very beginning. This is year number 40 of the Summit ET Finals here in Division 3. Those 5 tracks and the current owners: Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Adam Confer, the owner; Lucas Oil Raceway, represented by Mike Walter; National Trail Raceway, Christopher Stillwell; Pacemakers, Rod Zolman; and Killcare, Dave Cotterell. Those 5 tracks were in it at the very beginning, and of course planning for that took place, a year or a year and a half prior to. Let's do something for the folks who come out here every week at our track and have sort of a national event or a divisional race. And maybe sometime we'll have some sort of a national race. And we've got that now because the 4 winners today go on to Pomona to race in that final race of the year. There's also been one racer who has raced at every single race that we've had here in Division 3 for the bracket finals. And that racer is Terry McGee, a guy who is deadly on the track. And he's been here racing 40 years. So special thanks for Terry McGee for coming here to get this sort of a milestone recognition. He was here at the 30 and 31, 32, and right up here to 40, and from the very beginning. That's a dedicated racer. You keep doing it that long. Got to say something about those folks from Ohio, don't you think, Neil?
You better believe it. I've been doing this for 25 years, roughly, and I have been out here at least 20 of them. So we've been having a lot of fun, and Pacemaker Dragway started in 1955, so that's pretty old.
Pretty old, way back in the beginning.
Right.
Yeah. Sugar Bear, you have a word for the crowd?
You know how when you go to other tracks, you'd like to get a decal, a sticker, shirt, something. Well, it's a rare thing here that we've got the paraphernalia and everything that represents Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis, and their trailer's located just at the north end of the tower. So if there's anything like you'd like to get, they're going to be open until 2:30. Thank you, Dennis.
That's right. You need something to commemorate this other than a few pictures on the cell phone. I don't think I've taken one yet, just because, well, we've been kind of busy doing this stuff. But you need something that says, I was here in 2016 racing at the ET Summit Finals in Division 3. Right down there, pick something up. You gotta have something from every track you've ever visited, raced at, and so forth, until the wife says, oh, no, I cut that one up for you because it was getting kind of shabby. Ah, don't do that. That'll be worth like $40 someday on eBay. Well, maybe not. It's only valuable to the person who has been there, really, unless somebody special is looking for that. Bob Fry has every national dragster that was ever printed. He was missing a couple of issues, and I think Bob probably paid more than $1.50 to pick those up, from somebody who said, I've got an extra one. So
I'll bet.
I bet you've got a lot of national dragsters at home too, Neil.
Oh, yeah, I had a bunch of them. A lot of the old hot rod magazines.
Yep.
You name it. I've collected it over 50 years plus of being involved in this sport. Once it's in your blood, it's never goes away.
And then when we're done and passed away, the kids will go, what did Dad save this stuff for? Because sometimes they have an interest in it, and sometimes it's like, yeah, I've been to several races, and it's a lot of fun, but, I'd rather watch baseball or whatever else it is. But sometimes you just can't whip them in the head hard enough,
They might say also, too, this might be worth some money.
Yeah, it might be worth some money, yeah. I know when Dad was gone, we started to clean out the house. We threw away, 12 tons of junk. But he had a collection of Look or Life magazines. I can't remember what it was. So I think my brother's got those. We'll finally put them on eBay one day when they become worth more than 18 cents a piece. Sometimes, you have something that you think is valuable, and you go, nah, it'll never be worth anything. And other times you save something and go, this might actually be worth, an unopened album of Frank Sinatra's best hits or something like
Right.
that. Yeah. Wow, there's one just like that on eBay for $25. Well, engines come to life. That means we're ready to go with this pair coming into the water box here in Super Pro as we continue here in round number 1. This will be Devin Eisenhower over there on the left side of the track in Lebanon, Indiana. Last Raceway Park, the home track there, 493. And yesterday, we had a couple of cars, including Devin Eisenhower, whose number was not on file yet. So from then on, it kind of began a running joke that if it was not on file, that was Devin Eisenhower in the right lane. But Devin Eisenhower is here right now, ready to go round 1. Who do you have, Neil?
And Josh Woods out of Glasgow, Kentucky. It's a 90 Beretta, 498 cubic inch. Out of Beach Bend Raceway Park, dialed a 595.
Just happened to look at my list here that I scratched out this morning. Super Pro winner last year was Bill Leahy. Runner-up Bill Webb. We'll see what happens to those boys if they're here. I know Bill Leahy is here because his wife was so kind to
So is Bill
take care
Webb.
of that. Bill Webb is here too.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to keep track of those folks and see if they can do 2 in a row here. Guys are staged 493, 595. Josh goes first in the right lane. Little Chevrolet Beretta. Here we go.
You couldn't ask for a better ball.
Watch this. Check this out, folks. Winner left side of the track, Devin Eisenhower, runs 491. It's a double breakout race to a 593. But the important part, Neil, tell them about that.
Triple zeros on my side for Woods at 001 on Dennis's side for Eisenhower for the reaction time. Man, you can't get any better than that.
You have a 001 and you left second. Holy cow.
Right.
Wow, he probably would have won any other race out here, but he did win this one. And Josh Wood's perfect, but he broke out more margin to victory, 1/1000th of a second. Left side of the track now, Corey Woods in that dragster out of Greensburg, Indiana, running for Lucas Oil Raceway, the home track here. 493, left side of the track.
Todd Trench, Sr., out of Alsp, Illinois, 14 Miller Chassis dragster. Byron Dragway, 495.
Away they go. Reaction time's pretty close back here. It's too close to call winner. The left side of the track, that'll be Corey Adams, 493.0 on the 493. A perfect run for him, 138 miles per hour.
495 with a 9 on the number roll, but an 023 bulb, not quite as good as the 010.
Yeah, and Todd Trench could have probably won any other race out here with a dead-on 9 number.
Right.
But sometimes it's just who you match up against. Left side, Justin Ford out of Manhattan, Illinois, running for Route 66. 555 up there on the left scoreboard.
Shane Robbins, 543 the dial from Muncie Dragway. He's out of Red Key, Indiana.
So it's Muncie.
They are out green. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a double Olay again. Your
Left side, Justin Ford is the winner, 556 on the 555. Better reaction time.
Yep.
No, not for him.
006 for Shane.
6 for Shane. Wow, right there with him.
45 on the 43. He's a little bit too slow, little 200s slow.
And that's
For the
another win for Route 66. Here's Dale Cutter coming up now, left side, running for Byron Dragway out of Valparaiso, Indiana. The Firebird dialed at 560.
Kyle Willenberg out of Indianapolis, Illinois, 97 cab Carpenter dragster, Coles County. And the win goes to Kyle. 555 on the 53. Actually, we had a double red bulb on that one. Left side was just a little bit redder.
Okay, let's take a look at Denny Cobb coming up now, left side of the track. A little white Vega over there, 77 model, a little 355 under the hood. Pacemaker's the home track, and he'll get a big head start here, 677.
Roger Parks, Covington, Indiana. Nelson Chassis car out of Lucas Oil Raceway. He's at a 480 dial. That's almost 2 seconds. It's actually 1.97 seconds.
Well, probably.
Not quite.
Not quite. Denny Cobb out in front. Here comes Roger Parks. Did
What
he get
a
him?
pair of balls. Double
did.
breakout.
Roger Parks, your winner over there,
Roger
Neil.
takes the win. 479 on the 480.
675 for Denny Cobb as both drivers broke out. Sometimes that happens, and it's hard to judge that finish line down there when that dragster's coming by you 50 miles an hour faster. Left side of the track now, the 80 Monza running for Summit Motorsports Park. This is Alex Miller, folks, and his dial in of 581. Another pretty good head start.
Yeah, Henry Van de Voort out of Plainville, Indiana. 09 Racecraft. Lucas Oil Raceway, 470 dial. So we got 1.01 seconds.
So it'll be at least 100-foot head start. 60 foot is right in front of the timing, the Christmas tree out there. You can see the little styrofoam block out there. 75, 80 feet. Here comes Henry. Did he get him? Yes, he
Yes,
did.
he did. Breakout. Forced the breakout. You notice that quite often when that dragster's coming down through there. You don't know where he's at, so you got to run it out the long end.
Well, Alex did break out, but he broke out by 1,000th of a second. It's just like that much. Just that much. That's a tough break. Close race. Left side this time, Mike Rosen coming up in the left lane. The 88 Camaro running for Route 66. So let's go Rosen on that name at 6:49.
And Joe Ballman out of Chensing, Michigan. It's 58 Corvette. Both of them are Sunoco Race of Champions racers. Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Joe, 526. Love the old Corvettes.
Now they're off and running. But the reaction time was
And the
not
win,
that guy.
win goes to Joe. 035 bulb and a 526 with a 7 on the 26. That's a 41,000 package.
So Mike Rosen went 6:51. Couldn't quite catch him.
That was only 5,000s at the finish line for the win. Richard Cochran, Sunbury, Ohio. 02 undercover. Pacemaker Dragway. 383. 2 years ago, raced champion here and runner-up in the Super Pro category.
Out of Huntington, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway winner.
And
To the left side, Kaylee Daniels, 491.4 on a 491.
Cochran goes at 27 with an 8 with an 023 bulb. Those double O bulbs are going to get you if you don't watch it.
So Kaylee a winner, win for Muncie Dragway. Next up, Keith Greenwald, left side. Another Muncie racer. The little 79 Love pickup truck out of Muncie, Indiana. He's dialed 6.
Bruce Ashcraft out of Pacemaker Dragway. Goes red, 026 red. 70 Malibu 383. 699 with a 3 breakout to a 637 with a 4 breakout.
So Keith gets the win. Muncie gets another point. Trend continues. Here's Lions Raceway Park representative left side Eric Bonwell. Undercover chassis dragster Terre Haute, the hometown, and he'll run 5:03.
Byron Dragway, Matt Murray out of Manhattan, Illinois. 07 undercover car at a 483 dial. So we got about 2/10 of a second head start here. Not going to see quite as much distance between them from the starting line, depending on how quick they all are out of the chute, of course.
Great looking race cars down there. Great racers. Finish line right there, your win.
Yep. Oh, there was only 8 thousandths difference at the line. The win goes to Matt Murray at a 487 on the 83 053 bulb to an 045.
509, 133 miles per hour for Eric, and Byron gets a point there. Let's see who get to get the point this time around. Jake Orman, left side from Terre Haute. Lions Raceway Park again. Big 565 Chevrolet in his dragster, and he'll run 493, Neil.
Jerry Cotton, 487 out of St. John, Indiana. 05, that's Byron Dragway. 487 is his dial. And he takes the win with a 489, 139 mile per hour with an 012 bulb. A little bit of a hole shot there, takes the win.
Yeah, Jake was just a tad tardy back here compared to Jerry. Went 494. Sometimes you can get away with the 35 light, and again, it's that difference in reaction time.
Oh, yeah.
We had the one race where it was 001 and 000, and there's a 1,000 difference.
Yep. The margin was 016, and it was 200s at the line. So
here's Bradley Miles and Billy Rowe. Left side of the track, Bradley Miles. Terre Haute, the home track, the hometown, and Lions Raceway, the home track. Left side for that green dragster.
Billy Rowe out of National Trail Raceway, I should say. Sunoco Race of Champion racer. Known Billy for many years. He is out green, as is Miles. And the win goes
to Bradley Miles, left side, 488 on the 87 from Lions Raceway Park. They get a point.
And Billy Rowe runs dead on, 479, but an 033 bulb and a 009 bulb makes the margin on the other end a bit in the favor of the left lane on that one.
Sometimes you think you got a really good light, and dang, the other guy was just that much better. Left side this time, Dave Ansel. He's from Route 66. His Camaro dialed in at 538.
Jason Phillips out of Granite City, Illinois. 10 racecraft car. 605-incher. Gateway Motorsports Park, a 480 dial for Phillips.
They're off and running. Ansel out in front. Here comes Jason Phillips. Did he track him down? He did.
Yep, and it's a double breakout. 479 on the 80. 100. Excuse me, 1,000 is too much. And that wind is 145 mile per hour.
Another breakout left side, 536.8 on the 538 for Dave Ansel. Tough break there as both drivers go under, but you got to, do I give him the stripe or do I not give him the stripe? Oh, man.
Right, an 021 and 006. So 006 normally would win that.
It would. Here's Dave Miller coming up now to Defiance, Ohio. Red line start for him by 1,000th of a second.
And Jake Hodge out of Spencer, Indiana on the Beacon, 606 on the 609, but the red light was first and it was worse.
And out of the water box, backing up left side is Paul Pasenko. Paul's running for Route 66 with that American chassis dragster mix. He's home in Orland Park, Illinois, and he'll do the catching this time, hopefully, for him with a 475.
Yep, and Macaulay Young, 02 Firebird, 585 big block, Lions Raceway Park, 512 to a 475. That's 3,700ths of a second head start going to the right side here in the Firebird.
Pretty good head start advantage off the starting line,
Yep.
so he'll be out there a ways, maybe 40, 50 feet. But he's still out there, which then gives Paul Pasenko a chance to look at him. I'm gaining, I want to pass him right there. Meanwhile, Macaulay's got to go, where's he at? I can hear him.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to see out of the door slammers when the drive's coming at you. Wind goes
And
your
the wing
side.
goes to Paul Pasenko. Left side runs 480 at 134 miles an hour. Macaulay was right there.
Yeah, 13 on a 12. 091 to an 037 bulb. That was the difference. Margin's 18 thousandths. That's not bad.
Well, it's almost like a camouflage paint job, or maybe it's an interpretation of what animals ought to look like. I'm not sure. Left side for Adam Klein out of Franklin, Kentucky. We've been the home track. Adam was in our Sunoco Race of Champions race on Friday, 671 his dial in left side.
Brian Harris, Indianapolis, Lucas Oil Raceway racer, 546.
Well, there's green. There's another green. Here we go. We're talking about a little bit of smoke
A
coming
little bit of
out.
smoke coming out, a little blow by.
Last right side. Left side's your winner, Adam Klein. 678, and we talked about that 1,000th apart, whether it's 001 and 0000.
Right.
This was a 027 and 026.
Yeah, that car may have just been slowing down. He's off quite a bit as far as his style is concerned, so that smoke might mean a problem.
Now we'll just do a quick check down there. Make sure that that oil was only oil smoke and not oil drops.
Looked like it was just coming out the header pipe, though.
And sometimes when it comes out the headers, that's okay. But we still need to check it down there because, well, from down here on the starting line to 8th mile away, it's really tough to see any sort of liquid that may be on the track. So we'll go down and check it out here for a couple of seconds or minutes, whatever it takes. Safety foremost in whatever we do out here.
Going down with the little blower here, so we'll see what we got. This crew is very efficient. They will get it cleaned up as quickly as they possibly can. Picked up a little something, tossed it off the track.
So also here in the tower with us, Neil, this morning is one of the young announcers down at Coles County Dragway USA. And Austin Romine has advanced in.
Oh, okay.
The owner came up and yesterday or Friday and said, got a young lad down there who's who we think is pretty good. So we'll get him up here and we'll talk about some races here toward the last of our shift and see what Austin has to offer for the crowd. Autograph session, things like that will be shortly after that, I'm sure.
Don't get in a junior drag shoot against this young man, because he'll take you out.
Junior Dragster Racer, and we'll talk about that when we get Austin up here. Well, let's just talk about that right now. Austin, come up here a second. We'll give you Neil's mic, and we'll just find out about your junior dragster career. Don't go away, Neil. Don't go away.
Okay, I won't go anywhere.
Don't go away. So, Austin, you're a junior dragster driver. And how many years have you been doing that?
I've been doing it since I was 8 years old.
How old are you now? I'll do the math.
I'm currently 15 years
15.
old.
Okay, that would be 7.
Good math. Good
Okay,
math.
yeah, good math. Yeah. Okay, so junior, are you still doing juniors?
I'm not doing juniors right now. I just grew out of my car last season. Just didn't really fit in it anymore. So now I've got a 65 Plymouth Satellite. Me and my dad are working on that. My grandpa down at the race shop in Atwood, Illinois, out around there by Charleston. So should be fun, but grew out of the junior. So now we're just waiting on time till I turn 16.
Turn 16, get that. I got the license right here. Can I grab this big car? Okie doke. Yeah, you got. We can get you in the big car right now. So are you obviously looking forward to that?
I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's a 440 block stroke, so it should definitely be a fun first ride without a doubt.
Let me see your fingernails. You work on the car?
It doesn't look like it right now, does it?
Well, you got to get cleaned up. You know when the folks say, okay, now you're going to go up to Indianapolis, so let's get you cleaned up here. You did a good job.
Gotta look presentable.
Yeah. So as Neil and I talk about this, I'm sure you'll pick up some of the things that we're saying here, and we'll get you up here a couple more minutes, and we'll see what we can do to promote your drag racing announcing career.
Well, you know, Derek Beach started out
Derek Beach did
when he
start
was
out,
a junior dragster racer
Yeah.
announcing.
And Derek was this high.
Yeah,
At
he was.
that time, he was 18.
He used to come up to the tower, in my tower, and he'd say, "You let me announce for a little while?" And I'd say, "Sure, Derek, come on." He'd go at it.
Left side of the track in the dragster from Route 66 Raceway. This is Nicole Medinas from New Lenox, Illinois, and Nicole's bound 488.
Josh Netherton out of Westfield, Indiana, just pulled a nice wheelie. And he goes through as a winner, 023 bulb to the red bulb of Medias, a 608 on a 608. He has a 24 thousandths package.
And Nicole was right there with the dial-in. Unfortunately, back here just a tad bit early. 11 thousandths of a second red. And speaking of red, there's that red and black dragster Corey Landolt from Hermann, Missouri, racing for Gateway Motorsports Park. Corey was in the Race of Champions on Friday afternoon. Dial 475 right now.
It's John Malaby, 96 Cavalier, racing for National Trail Raceway. Known John for a lot of years. A 616 bulb. 616 is what he's dialing. He used to race a Malibu. He kind of tore that piece up one day going over the guardrail, but this one has been a real good car for him.
Jump back on the horse, right?
Yep, he got a couple of years to get the thrill.
Well, here's a good race here. Here comes Corey. Enough room on the track? No, there was not.
John takes the win. 023 bulb, 17 on the 16. And nice pass there for John. 17 thousandths win on the long end.
Corey was in second place in the old reaction time race that time.
Yep.
Did go 477, 2 over there, 200s over. And unfortunately, somebody has to lose when we send 2 cars down the track. Here's Megan Jackson over here, left side, West Terre Haute, Indiana. She runs for Crossroads Dragway. Willy Wonka's golden ticket to Pomona, dialed at 595. Maybe Megan will go. Who knows? That'd be cool.
John Burkle, 07 Diamond. 582 big block here. Summit Motorsports Park, 481 dial to the 595. That's 1 point. What?
So Megan's in the dragster out here,
Yep.
only slightly older than Austin. Well, okay, she's 26, but slightly older.
Whoa, we had a problem at the starting line.
Looks like we got it's not wanting to run condition over there.
Yep.
So John looked around and said, nobody's here. I guess I'll just cruise
Run it
on
out.
down there to 118.
Yep, at 519, he just definitely slowed way down. He saw no competition coming at him. Sorry to see that happen to Megan. You come all this way and you get to the starting line and it either dies or it won't go. That is a terrible feeling.
Terrible feeling, but I'm sure that it's probably something pretty simple like a little Jesus clip or something. You know what those Jesus clips are, right? That hang on the
Yeah.
carburetor linkage, and
Right.
you're taking one of those off, and it goes slip, and you go, Jesus.
And it's gone.
I'm just joking. We don't really say that. Don't take the Lord's name in vain.
Right, right.
That's what they do call them. Okay, 2 more cars back here in the Waterbox. Tough fence break for Megan Jackson. Maybe next year will be her year to go to Pomona. Michael Needham up next out of Hamilton, Ohio. Another Sunoco Racer Champions competitor from Edgewater Sports Park.
And Derek Adams out of Franklin, Kentucky. This is a Beach Bend Raceway Park car. 511 to a 537. That's 26 hundredths of a second. Head start goes to the little white car on the left side for Michael.
Now we got him backed up. We got him creeping up toward the line. And we talked about yesterday the consistency that you need to have whether you're driving one of these dragsters or whether you're driving a junior dragster. The same ritual or procedure that you go through each time you come up to the starting line.
Do it the same.
Something changes, it just throws you all the way off. You know, it's like leaving the motel room in the morning. Got the wallet, got the keys, ready to go. Get down there to go. Where's my coffee cup? Dang, I should let's pick up the coffee cup first because that's the most important.
Right.
You can always beg money at the interstate exits. Not that those folks don't need it sometimes. There are green lights here. This will not be close, Neil.
Yep, it should be as close as they are at the line. Double breakout. Win goes to Derek Adams. 509 on the 511. A couple hundredths too quick. And about 400ths too quick on the other side.
533 for Michael Needham. Broke out more. Gets that awful lose ticket. Here's a Nova here in Super Pro. Dennis Bodendistel. That's the drive out of Clayton, Indiana, running for Lucas Oil Raceway right here. And he had some money to pick up downstairs. I hope he did that.
I'm glad you got that. Danny Waddle here on the Chevrolet side. 08 American chassis car, 598 incher. National Trail Raceway 481 is the dial. They are both green. This should be a real close race on the long end.
2000s apart back here, and Dennis took that one left side of the track. Danny got there first. Broke out.
Yep, little too quick.
Little too quick. 626 on a 25 for Dennis, and he'll go to round number 2. And that's the point for the home team here.
It's terrible when you get beat by 7 thousandths of a second.
Here's Bill Beaver coming up now left side for Gateway Motorsports Park. Makes his home in Columbia, Illinois.
Red bulb. Your side gets the win.
And
Gregory.
Tough break for Jeff, man. That's tough to do. Then he sees his opponent break out by breaking out at 561.6 on a 562. Bill's got the car dialed in. We'll have to work on that reaction time just a bit.
Oh, yeah.
He was there for the taking. Dennis Mead left side for National Trail Raceway. He makes his home in Newark, Ohio. And that is E28 Camaro is going to go 6:050, Neil. Perfect run.
Rick Long out of Franklin, Indiana, 69 GTX, 508 cubic inch. Hemi there. Kelly needs a new pair of tennis shoes. That's what we always say when Dennis races.
Left side of red light for Mead, so Rick Long's going to be your winner.
Yeah, it's a breakout. 632 for the win goes to Rick Long out of Franklin, and a point for Lucas Oil Raceway.
And it'll be a 6:04 pass for Dennis at a speed of 113 miles per hour. So we're going to get Austin Romine up here. And Neil said, yeah, I'll do some more work later in the day. Neil's just one of those guys that roll with the punches kind of thing. And we'll get Austin Romine up here. Austin, you're going to have the right language, the hardest names to pronounce. Yeah. Well, maybe not. Oh, yeah. Give him Joe Lee the first time up. Derek Denny left side of the track out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Beach Bend, the home track, dial to 464.
And Joe Lee, Erlanger, Kentucky, 94 S10 staging up here on the Chevy side of the racetrack.
And here we go. Red light starts. So you've got that winner over there.
I got the W this round. 14 on the tree for Joe Lee. Goes 734 with the 4. 3 above the numbers, which was a 731 dial.
Derek Denny, 931 at only 44 miles per hour. Coasting down there. And lots of times when you red light, that indicated maybe something else could have potentially going wrong with the car. You know, maybe something. You guys don't have electronics in junior dragsters, do you?
We don't have electronics. Nope.
Hey, do you have a radio so you can talk to your dad when you're racing junior dragsters?
I can't tell you that.
Oh, okay, I can't tell you. No. The answer is no, officially. No.
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay, we got that pair off the track. Here's Bill Batovis, left side of the track out of Naperville, Illinois. Little 74 Buick Opal. And from Byron Dragway, he'll be running 627.
Very familiar with this guy here on the Chevy side of the racetrack. It's Denny Katz. Katz out of Mattoon, Illinois. Races at Coles County Dragway, USA. It's an 03 Cheney rear-engine built dragster.
Sheriff Green's back here. Reaction time's not all that close. Whoa, how about that? Bill got the win left side because Denny Katz did what? Oh, yeah, too quick.
Denny Katz 534. That's 1/100th of a second breakout on the 535 dial. He was 11 on the tree. It was his for the taking. Just went down there, took too much stripe. Needed to take 25 thou or less to get the win.
So for Bill, it was a 627 win at 108 miles per hour. And now another one of those little Ford Bucket T Roadsters. Greg Kiesel out of Monroe, Michigan. Kiesel, because he actually says pronounced Kiesel. That's always good. About 581.
Looks like Ray Sims out of Logansport, Indiana. He'll get the win. Or he won't get the win. He goes 567.3, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, goes 567.3 on the 568.23 on the tree, and no good.
Kiesel went 580 at 115 miles per hour. And Austin has already realized some of the advantages of being up here with a microphone in your hand. You get babes coming up here and hanging all over you.
Somebody give that man some money. He called me a baby.
Here's Brian Jenkins, left side of the Monte Carlo, Ohio Valley, the home track, 713. This guy goes first.
And it looks like he'll be taking on an 80 Malibu wagon, Chevy powered. Of course, it's Jeff Burtis out of Hemlock, Mississippi. Or excuse me, Missouri, rather.
And the winner left side of the track, Brian Jenkins from down there in Kentucky, went 7:13.5 and a 7:13. Dead even off the starting line, 29-29.
Yep, played out in your favor for sure, as Jenkins was all over it down in there at the finish line. You were dead 5, I was dead 5, came down to 0005 at the finish line.
Junior dragsters, you can tell as you look over, when you leave the starting line, you can go, I felt that guy leave, or I saw him leave out of the corner of my eye. You pretty much know you have him or you don't have him, or it's going to be real close, right?
Definitely, yeah. Starting line's a big factor in it, and as you progress through the sport, you get up in the age groups, you get faster as you go, of course, you know. And you really get good at judging that stripe down there at the finish line, and it really comes to educate you here as you get into the bigger cars.
Here's the Mustang of Roger Baker, left side, from Medora, Indiana. Lucas Oil, the home track. And a red light by 1,000.
Also a red light for Jason Barnes, but as we know, that first red light's the worst red light, 13 thou red for Jason Barnes, but he'll go 651 with a 1 for the win, dead on with a 1 at 104.
First or worst, you leave first, you got that chance to red light first. You also have the chance for the other guy to watch you and go, man, that was cool, and lose his concentration. Although, see, that would be me saying that'd be cool, and you guys would go, I don't care. My concentration's right here. Larry Mays, the second, left side from Greenwood, Indiana. Lucas Oil, the home track, 6:05 up there on the left scoreboard.
You'll be taking on the man, Bill Webb. Webb out of Centerburg, Ohio.
Here comes Bill Webb. Did he get him? No, not this time, because the reaction times were just a tad bit apart. 005 to a 7:12. 6:11, 104. I think Bill lost his concentration, or maybe something happened electronically, huh?
Definitely something happened there. 147 miles an hour was his speed, goes 465 with a 4.4 thou above the number. So he's close to the number, just didn't play it well on the starting line there in the Chevrolet lane.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Bill Webb. Tough racer. Sometimes that stuff happens. Tim Reed, left side from Gillespie, Illinois. He's dialed to 532. He'll get a chance to go first, and he is from Gateway Motorsports Park down there in St. Louis.
Tracking him down, Summit Motorsports Park. Represent going to be Steven Schmidt. Schmidt Massillon, Ohio, 07 American, Chevy for power.
Easing into the staging beams. You raced here as a junior dragster competitor?
What's that?
You raced here as a junior dragster competitor in the
I
final?
have. I've done. This is actually one of my favorite tracks.
Cool.
Love this track. Had some pretty good success over here.
Green lights appear on the starting line is really close. Reed and Schmidt, and it's going to be Schmidt.
I'll take this one. 462 with the 4. Breaks out by 6th out, but he was closer to the number overall at 150 miles per hour. He was cruising down that 8th mile.
No letting up there. 529 for Tim Reed as both drivers broke out. 127 miles per hour. You go 150 down there in the 8th mile, you're not giving that up for anything.
No, sir.
Left side of the track, the Mustang from Kilcare Dragway. Here's Nathan Baker. We've seen him here many years before out of Xenia, Ohio. 648 on that Ray Skillman scoreboard.
Looks like Andrew Saxton. Saxton, 497 is what he says he's going to run. Call it the magic number. Hazel Crest, Illinois for the 2010 Race Tech Dragster.
Then we got Kilcare. We got Route 66. Route 66. That's up to Andrew to get another point. Nah, I don't know if that's going to happen based on what we know. That was reaction time looking at it. Nathan Baker, your winner left side, 648.5 on a 48. Andrew was a little bit late on the starting line.
He was late, and due to that, he went down there, tried to take it. Couldn't get her done, goes 493.7. On the 497, 140 was the mile per hour.
Yeah, you don't, you look over at the other guy and you think, oh man, I think he treated me. But you don't give up because he still hasn't found you looking over. It's not over till it's at the finish line or over till it's over, something like that.
Yep.
Here's Greg Rice out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, running for Gateway Motorsports Park. Dialed in at a 485 left side.
And I tell you what, this is a nice looking ride here. The 67 Camaro, 468 is the cubic inches. Will Crawford, Celine is the home base. Oh, it is Michigan? Oh.
So even though you're a Mopar guy, Camaros still look cool too. You get the paint job, and every race car is cool in their own way. Green lights, there's one. There's two, here we go. How about that Will Crawford? Way out in front. Gonna get the win? Yes.
Will Crawford, 008 on the tree, so therefore he's 8 thousandths from perfect just to go dead on with an 8. How about a 19 thousandths package for Will Crawford?
That's an outstanding run for him in round number 1. Greg went 486 on his 85, just a tad bit late back here. And again, tad bit compared to your opponent. Sometimes a 51 against a 52, and it's going to be decided in the final foot of the track. Here's Eric Paterka left side. He is from Waterford, Michigan. Milan Dragway, the home track, and he'll produce a 492. You just wait and see.
Here we're talking about David Reed in the Chevrolet lane. Mount Olive, Illinois, 70 Maverick.
Pretty good hit start in the right lane for David Reed. And here comes Eric. Couldn't catch him.
As they were charging hard to the top end, they were pretty close on the starting line, 008 to a 005. Reed goes 625.6. He's above the number at 110 miles per hour.
Eric broke out. Got there first. Had the better reaction time, but only by 0.03 of a second. It should have been neck and neck, and I'm sure that it was down there. Margin of victory, 27,000. Silver and red dragster left side, that's James Roll out of Romulus, Michigan. Out of Milan Dragway, he'll be dialed in at a 501.
Here representing Kilcare, it's going to be Emily Rowe, Dayton, Ohio. It's a 96 S10, staring you in the eyes.
Pre-stage right now, bumping in. Emily's ready. James is ready now. Here comes the tree down, right side first. There's the green. Here comes James trying to track down Emily Rowe in the pickup truck. Got her. James Roll, your winner, 501.1 at 136 miles per hour. Pretty good run there.
Definitely a good run for James. Emily Rowe not too bad herself as far as being close to the number goes. Goes 634 with an O. That's dead on with an egg. but the 70 reaction time didn't help her out on the starting line at 109.
You got to do both ends of the track. Shane Williamson, left side from down there in Kentucky. At Monte Carlo, winning all the points down there at Ohio Valley Dragway to become a Race of Champions competitor. 660 left side, and Shane goes first.
And Ryan Burba gonna have to sit there for a pretty decent amount of time. He's out of Peyton, Ohio. Looking to pick up the round win here representing Gilchrist.
Red line start for Ryan. Man.
8th thou red for Ryan. Dials at a 5:05, goes 5:06 with a 3:131.
Wow. Shane Williamson was better off the Christmas tree back here because when your opponent goes red, you're nationally better. 6:58 for him at 105 miles per hour. And that's going to bring up Tyler Schneider from Mid-Michigan Motorplex left side of the track. And that'll be a Monza out of Rochester Hills, Michigan, 583 left side leaving first.
He'll be taking on a 90 Camaro out of Calvert City, Kentucky. Dennis Duckett, 521 the dial-in.
I'm receiving some instructions from my audio engineer. He just got promoted. Is that better, Larry? Yeah. Normally, see, I bring my own microphone, which you can hang way out here. No, I don't. Well, let me punch the button here. Let me punch the button. Tyler Schneider, Dennis Duckett, ready to go. Duckett, Race of Champions guy. The first person that we got to introduce to everybody on Friday afternoon. Well, pretty close on reaction times. They're going to be decided in the final foot of the racing surface. Right side.
How about a win for Dennis Duckett? How about this? He takes 009 at the stripe just to go 522 with the 2, 12th thou above, and he's 12 on the tree as well. You add it up. 24th thou pack for the man, Dennis Duckett out of Kentucky.
Anybody's racing Tyler Schneider, unfortunately, had to get that ticket that's going to have the L on it. Well, he gets to see Dennis's times also. Left side, Don Scalf Jr. from Georgetown, Indiana. That Camaro races at Ohio Valley Dragway, dialed a 598.
He'll be taking on Jeff Hook. Hook out of Payne, Ohio, looking to bring the pain here to Don. 92 Probe, Chevy side of the racetrack.
Muncie and Ohio Valley. Who's going to get the next point? I'm guessing we'll have to let the electronic equipment tell us here. So close back here, winner right side.
He was 10th out for perfect there for Jeff Hook. He goes 563 with a 3 on the 563. Jeff, that's a tough package to beat. He's 13 total.
598, 3 thousandths over for Don. He was 3 thousandths behind at the starting line, so the 3 thousandths margin of victory down there. He went 598, 3 at 112. Next pair, Kevin Long from Lucas Oil Raceway. Left side, that's the Dodge start from Brownsburg. 611 left side.
Larry Hawk the second, Thornville, Ohio. It's an 89 S10 bumping in, getting all situated into the stage beams.
Off and running. How about a 13 light right side? And he gets the win, double breakout race. Holy cow.
Holy cow is right. 13 on the tree there for Larry. Normally that's good enough. He was going to go down there and try to play it. Goes 8th thou wonder. Taking 001. He really couldn't take any of it at all.
So 610 on the 611 for Kevin Long. He was perfect back here. 3 zeros. Could not turn that into a win. Racing at the stripe and said, oh, I'm gonna take the stripe. I'm gonna take the stripe, and got there first. Way too much stripe by 1,000th of a second. That's like way. Here's Rob Stacy coming up now from New Carlisle, Ohio, and Kilcare Dragway. That little S10 is going to run 648, I bet you.
Jeremy Lucas says he's going to run a 658, but he ends things on the starting line. He drops the apple. He'll go 657 with a 2, running it out the back door. That's 8th thou under the number at 103 miles per hour.
648, 105 miles per hour for Rob Stacy. Lots of times, maybe not lots of times, but in the old days, you'd see a guy red light and you go, oh, darn, I lost the race, and he'll just sort of coast down through it. But you're on the track. It's another test run for you to see what the car would run if you just let it go. It's what you guys do in junior races, right?
Whenever I turn it red, most of the time I go down there and do a little practice, maybe try to take some stripes, see what I can realize, like how much I took the stripe by, maybe look at the time ticket.
Just got Chopper with the raw barrels. They get down track. We kind of digress a bit, but it's all fun here. Winner left side in the double breakout race. That's Scott running 5:019 and the 5:02. 130 miles an hour win for Gateway.
And Rob, he was just too far behind on the tree with that 22 reaction time. So 21 thou separate him. Rob, 685.3 on the 686.98.
Dennis Pearson comes up now left side of the track from Gateway Motorsports Park down in St. Louis. His hometown is St. Peter's, which is just west of St. Louis. And his island down there is 695 left side.
How about Alan Moore? Moore representing Summit Motorsports Park. He's a Sunoco Race of Champions competitor. He's out of Ohio. How about a 488 dial-in for him here, Chevy side.
Easing him on in. The Camaro left side of Pearson sort of bumping in second. Stage is first. Stage is second, Moore. Here we go. Moore's light looked pretty good. We'll have to see what happens down there at the finish line, and it was that good.
He'll play it out good enough to get the round win. 489 with a 6. That's 16 thou above, and he had an absolutely perfect reaction time. You add it all up, how about a 16 thou pack for the man Alan Moore at 134.
Pearson went 696 on a 695, and he was 14, which normally is like just that's not outstanding, but it's pretty darn good, and he could not get that because when your opponent goes trip, zip, you're kind of like waiting. Matt Payne, what do you think?
Payne Dowser is 695, and he can't get the round win. He's too far behind on the starting line to go 3 above at 97.
So for Chuck Scrimshire, win at 5:53 at 1:06. Man, I think both guys were playing that one down there. 106 to think Chuck might go a little bit faster. Same way with Payne. So Payne 698 at 97 miles per hour. Another door car dragster matchup. Door car, the Camaro left side from Pacemakers Dragway Park. This is Tim Fenneman from Thornville, Ohio. Dildal 591.
Tony Virgilio, Cloverdale, Indiana. Tough racer over here on our side of the racetrack. 475 dial in for the dragster.
And the beams, tree comes down. Left side first. Red line start for Tim. And here comes Tony, your winner.
Tony was going to be a tough cookie to beat anyways. He's 005 on the tree to go 19 thou above the number. 476 with a 9 on the 475. 144 miles per hour.
Well, Tim had a 17 red, but he still goes 591.1. I mean, the car was ready to go. It just let it go too quick. 117 miles per hour. And my little pickup truck action here. That's Eric Pavicic from Dixon, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway. 598 cubic inch big block. He's down to 547, and he'll be second off the starting line.
Kind of familiar with this car over here. On our side, it's a 77 Monza. My dad actually has a 79 Monza. 561 that island for Dave Cox.
Eric goes red. Dave Cox goes green and wins.
Cox, he goes one number under. Still gets the round win. Goes 560 with an O due to the red light start there of Eric. 048 on the tree, and apparently that's good enough at 121.
549 for Eric in a losing effort, and Killcare gets a point. Pair of dragsters up next. Here's Mitch Vincent from St. Charles, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway left side. That dragster, the black one, dialed in at a 483.
And Keith Hayes, he'll be getting chased to look over his shoulder and hopefully look up and see the win light in his favor. He's out of Paducah, Kentucky, obviously representing Beacon Dragway. 511 to a 483.
Well, they had to stop Keith and make him put on that neck collar. You guys use like neck collars, right?
We do use neck collars. Some have those Hans devices, of course. Safety is always key as you're heading down the 8th mile, quarter mile, whatever it is.
Well, luckily, the starter looked over and said, "I don't see a neck collar, Mr. Driver." So Mitch and Keith will get a chance to now go greens. Hopefully. Go. Off and running. Mitch and Keith, what do you think?
I'm thinking Keith's going to take this one. He's 15 on the tree just to go 512 with a 3, 512 with a 3 on the 511, 133 miles per hour. He'll get the round W.
No, Mitch Vincent went 482 at 139 miles per hour. He took second place in that race, which turns out to be not advancing on to round number 2. Here's Jeremy Clements coming up now from Ohio Valley, left side. 1978 Malibu. Racing the dragster. Normally, you look at that Malibu and go, okay, he probably has a big head start. He's got a big head start, but Super Pro doesn't make any difference.
It really doesn't. Got a few guys over there at Coles County. They're 740s, and they're still tough hitters in that Super Pro class. 513 that island for Tom Clements out of Loveland, Ohio.
So, into the beams for Tom, pre-stage wise. There's Jeremy bumping on in. Almost. Here we go. Jeremy goes first, left side. That'll be a green. That'll be a green also. Jeremy and Tom. Here comes the dragster. Did he get him? Not this time. Jeremy Clements, 651. 001 on the Christmas tree back here, but Tom was pretty good.
I tell you what, you got some tough cookies over there, Ray Skillman's side of the racetrack. I'm putting together an 11 light to go dead 6, and I'm no good over here.
And any other race, perhaps, 80% of the time, that kind of package, and you're going to go to the next round.
Absolutely.
Just not here against Jeremy. Here's Mitch Schomburg coming up now from National Trail left side. Zanesville, Ohio, the hometown, and he'll go 5:15.0.
Wheatland, Indiana, the home base for Brent Jones. 5:47 that island for the Vega.
Door car, dragster, Nick Agresta was it. Classic confrontation here. Mitch is ready. Brent's ready. There's a green. We got us a race. Here comes Mitch. Sticking a wheel out in front. Did he do it? No.
Somehow Brent Jones picks up the win there. He's 52 on the tree and moving on to round number next as he's 5:47 with an O. Dead O, and that was good enough at 1:26.
Dead on, 1,000th of a second for breaking out and giving the race to Mitch. That did not happen. 5:18.6 for Mitch at 130 miles per hour. You gotta know the car. Looks like we're pushing one back here. So Brooklyn Schindler, getting pushed back. Looks like it's going to be a single run for old Steven over here.
He will get the competition single. Glendale, Kentucky. 64 Chevelle over here. Nice looking car. 645 the island. So he's 0-10 on the tree, and he'll top end charge to a 643.9. So he's 11th thou under, but he'll get it dialed in right for the next round.
Another classic confrontation coming up here as we take a look at Jim Robinson out of the water box from Independence, Kentucky, racing for Edgewater Sports Park. Mustang over there left side, dialed in at 646.
And the green dragster, Eddie Anderson. Anderson, Louisville, Kentucky, 04, undercover.
What kind of a chassis did you use in the junior dragster?
Well, we actually built mine in our actual race shop.
Whoa,
so my
cool.
uncle, my grandpa, my dad, we called it a 2011 Millennium Chassis Junior Dragster. It was a really nice ride. Loved that car.
Just because quick race car was overtaken.
It was.
Robinson and Anderson, here we go. Here comes Eddie. Did he get him? He did.
Eddie did get him. He goes 485 with a 1. You don't get much better than that. He had a really tight package. Goes 12 on the tree. 1 thou above. 13 total. Eddie, tough cookie there. The man racing for Ohio Valley.
646.5 on the 646 for Robinson left side. That'll normally get you something, but you give up 17 on the Christmas tree, and yeah, it makes it all that much tougher. Jeff McAdoo, left side of the track. Out of Mayfield, Kentucky. That Camaro running for Beacon Dragway 555 up there on the scoreboard.
And yet again, we have another classic confrontation. John Sheldon, 523 that aisle in for the 05 undercover.
Staging carefully, deliberately, consistently. There's a pair of green lights there. Jeff out in front. I think John's already caught him.
John did catch him, takes a whole bunch at the stripe, but he was going to be safe. So he was 004 on the tree to go 2 above at 127. He had a lot on the tree there to make it work.
Left side for Jeff McAdoo, a 558 on that 555. And I tighten it up back here the next time he gets a chance to go down the track. Here's Denny Jones coming up now to Sims, Indiana. Muncie Dragway, the home track, and he'll be dialed to 585. He goes first.
Tyler Bohannon.
Need bikes in lanes 13 and 14, please.
And Tyler Bohannon, he's actually another one of the junior dragster racers, came up in the ranks. He's dialed to 490, so definitely a big speed difference.
Dang, you guys don't have the timing buttons on. Tell me no.
Nope.
No, okay. No, he let it go just a little bit too quick for Tyler. That's a red light. Denny Jones gets the win down there left side in the Roadster. 588, 112 miles per hour. Tough break for Tyler. Sometimes that happens.
Yep, he just coasts on through at 67.
Okay, so you guys can't use radios to talk to the people behind the line.
Nope.
You can't use the lay boxes. You can't use throttle stop.
Well,
Well,
throttle stops are an exception, yes.
okay.
I've heard of, I don't know if it's legal, I've heard of people doing it.
But no names.
No names.
No names.
No names.
Here's Carl Allen Jr. left side with that Camaro out of Foster, Kentucky. Edgewater Sports Park, the home track, and he'll run 611 or pretty close to it.
Hoping for a 598 to come up on the scoreboard. Jerry Reed and then the 98 Cavalier.
Tight. Winner right side. How about that?
Yep, I'll take this one. Jerry Reed, 597 with a 4, breaks out by 6 thou, but he was closer to the number as Carl Allen. Well, I'll let you tell that one.
Carl Allen, 6095 on the 611. Double breakout racing. Got to do the math there, and well, we'll let the computer do it and give the win to Jerry Reed. S10 pickup truck left side. That's Chris Morris from down in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Running for Ohio Valley Dragway, 740 left side.
I'm hoping for Corey Butler. Butler will take the win. He's 31 on the tree, dialed at a 723. He'll run it out the back door just to be 7, 21.9, 11th out breakout at 93 miles per hour for the man representing Crossroads Dragway.
And coming up the next pair, we punch them up here, Bradley Paul and Jordan Robbins.
Robbins, Red Key, Indiana. 542 the dial in.
Yeah, he was going to come over with the head tire.
Out of the water box, that's 74 Plymouth Scamp. 408 cubic inches of Mopar. Okay, so now you're a Mopar guy. How do you get 408?
You stroke it.
There, good answer. Bradley Paul out of Evansville, Indiana. 685 left side. So he gets that head started with the dragster. And in your age group, did you have to give anybody a head start ever, or you just dial 790?
Well, there in the last few years, I was a 790 car, so I was normally giving up a head start, or I'd be with an even competitor as far as dialing went.
Red line start for Bradley Paul by 33 thousandths. Ouch.
23 on the tree for Jordan Robbins. He'll take the win, 619.6 at 77 coasting speed.
Well, Bradley Powell did run through at 686 at 98 miles per hour. Bummer. Got to get that red light out of the system. That's why we have practice sessions. Here's Justin Hardy out of Monroe, Michigan. Mile and Dragway, the home track. A 491 up there on the Ray Skillman scoreboard.
Daryl Gray, Martinsville, Indiana, 67 Nova, and that is a beautiful piece over here, Chevy side of the racetrack. You dial in at a 496, a door car, 496 dial, and he'll be moving.
So 491, 496, pretty close back here at the starting line, and finish line it ought to be even closer. Off the starting line, pair of greens back here. Should be close. Left side? Yes, it is. Justin Hardy, 491, 139 miles per hour. He gave up a little bit on the starting line, but not that much.
Yep, my guy Daryl, he did have the reaction time advantage, but the car just didn't cooperate. Runs 3 off at 140 for the speed.
Austin Romine, everybody. How about a big hand for Austin? Yay, crowd goes wild. Good job, buddy. Out of the junior dragsters, he'll be driving the big car here in a couple years as soon as he turns 16. Good job. You know, and when you jump in here, having never announced at Lucas Oil Raceway before, sometimes it can kind of be intimidating. And Austin, you did a great job. Super job.
Wasn't that nice of them to stop running the cars while you wanted to talk?
That's cool. Making us smile.
Very
here.
considerate of the senior announcer.
Down there at Coles County Dragway USA. If you want to hear Austin even more, just go down there to Coles County Dragway USA. And Austin, don't leave the track today without coming up here and saying hi and stuff like that. Appreciate your work. And he's a tall kid too. He's going to be up here with the rest of us someday. He'll be way up there. So a little bit of a break here in the action. Checking the track out way down there. I'm sure that Mike Coyle and Ron Ruggles have lots of stuff to read up here. Maybe. So here's Mike Coyle.
I thought we were just paid to talk. When did the reading get introduced to this?
Talk to me and then I'll repeat it to everybody else.
Best engineered right there.
Best engineered car? Which one?
Shorty Raider.
Shorty Raider?
Yeah.
Right in the box on this side.
What is that, a Mustang? Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, Harley guy thinks that's a Mustang.
I mean, I don't know if you can win two at the same time, but I mean that's a pretty car too, like best appearing kind of. It probably was like second in best appearing or something like that.
Yeah, he
that's
was
cool.
probably competitive. That's a pretty car.
Remember,
it was all white when he bought it here back in the fall, middle fall. I can't remember exactly when they went up and picked it up, but they've really dressed that dude up since they brought it back.
It's a great looking car. And a couple of years ago, we had Shorty Raider up on stage down there when he was one of our champions in the ET series. And nice guy.
Little longer wheelbase at that time. If you guys remember that.
Yeah, in the dragster, yeah. When he put the number 1 on the car.
Yeah. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Ron Ruggles. Mike Coyle is on his right. And if you're watching on D3 TV, Mike's got the blue shirt and Ron's got the cool black and
see, Mike's
name
backing out of the camera view.
So,
you just watch Ron.
This used to be his bowling shirt. Now he's ready to do some announcing. Ron?
All righty, here, next pair, firing them back up. My buddy Amber Agan. Amber in the dragster Daddy built. The 01 Agan chassis. It's in the Chevrolet lane. She's dialed 490.
Well, Dennis Weininger bringing us the action. Our Track Announcers Guild director, and he's directing traffic up here. Now we're going to have the Christmas tree direct traffic down there. Ryan Pickens running for Summit Motorsports Park out of Grafton, Ohio. Small block Chevrolet with a 5-flat dial.
And if you didn't guess, my buddy Amber runs for Lucas Oil Raceway.
Tell you what, Amber, a mean machine right there, Mike. You've seen that one turn on a lot of wind lights here.
Yeah, that car's been around a while. Amber's been in that car a while.
Well, Ryan's being cheered on over there. Can their mascot will the win? And Amber's got it.
Nope, dead 9. 4909 for Amber on her 490 dial. 17 on the tree.
Look at Ryan. He was dead 7, but the tree is what cost him.
Yep. Little bit tardy on this end. Shorty Raider and that Best Engineered Award winner 67 Chevy 2 over here in the Chevy lane. Dialed 514. He represents Lions this year.
Well, Shorty looks out that driver's window and Carl Keel stands in the way with the dragster, the Diamond Chassis out of Rossford, Ohio. And that is Carl Kyle out of Milan Dragway running the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. Well, they are texting each other, trying to figure out where they're going to meet after the race is over with. They'll get that out of the way, and we'll bump in a few more inches. Boy, they're looking for the sweet spot down here. That's critical. You only got one time to get it right.
Yeah.
All right, we're in. Hang on. Whoa, baby, we got a race. They were melting the tree down there. Wind light, you got it over there, Mike.
Shorty takes the win. 14 dead on 3. 10 thou package Shorty handed him. Kyle was over by almost 200s. Had a 15 light and was second to leave.
Well, Carl Kyle will be a cheerleader now as we bring up
Daniel Johnson out of Gallatin, Tennessee, running for Beach Bend, the 74 bagger, dialed 682 in the Chevy lane.
Well, Jason Farker, he'll stretch out that wheelbase and he'll climb in that 1994 Spitzer dragster out of Hillsboro, Ohio. Look at the small block with a lot of torque. Running for Killcare. Williams probably listening.
Johnson taking his time turning on the top bulb. There he is.
Well, they're going to set the cars. The buttons are pushed, but they'll let go of them like somebody put a big electric charge in that wire. Oh, tickling the bulb, Jason. Well, Jason's got the wind light. The lights are dancing on the Ray Skillman Auto Group scoreboard. He goes under by 7 thou, so he'll fix that.
Johnson, 2 thou too soon. Scott Hessler. Hessler's out of Columbus, Ohio, in a 69 Camaro, representing National Trail. He's in the Chevrolet lane, dialed 527.
Well, Tim Sides is on the passing lane of our 2-lane interstate, running for Edgewater Sports Park, 44-year-old wheel man. 662's the dial, Chevrolet pickup truck's the ride. And the one-way runway was not kind to Tim. Missed the tree by 1 thou as he'll just find that exit ramp off of our Route 660 down there, and he goes under the boot.
Well, Hessler wasn't going to give him a break anyway. Dead on 1, 5 on the tree for a 6,000s package.
Nice run for Scott. Well, I'll tell you what, we're watering the asphalt and we're growing race cars. This time we got Jerry Bledsoe running for Beacon Dragway out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. 318-743. Wow, you got to wait a long time.
Fred Krikora out of Grafton, Ohio, in the 11 Diamond Dragster, running for Summit Motorsports Park. He's dialed 486. I talked to Bledsoe yesterday. He himself doesn't think a 64 Valiant starts life as a good-looking car. That one is great looking.
Well, guess what? I get to leave today, and Fred, your man, gets to leave tomorrow. What a big spread.
Oh, there you go. That's about right. But that is a good-looking little 64 Valiant.
Yes,
honestly,
sir.
He's kind of true. That car wasn't an especially good-looking car in its day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've only seen 2. This is the second one I've seen.
And we've got one that runs here every week.
That's right. You are right. Well, I'll tell you what, the flag is waving over there for Summit Motorsports Park. Mascots trying to get it done for their team. They're on their feet in the grandstand. Oh my, Jerry. Tough break, grab the red apple off the tree, and Fred is your winner.
And a 468 dead on 6 for Fred Krikora, so Summit takes another point and goes to the next round.
Well, Jerry blasts the traps, goes 4 under, and 2 more are on our one-way runway.
Jay Allen out of Utica, Illinois. 509 the dial in his Miller Dragster, running for Route 66. He's in the Chevy lane.
Well, Ronnie will be about 30 feet down track before Jay sees green. Ronnie Sladen running for Beacon Dragway, the Beretta with a Chevrolet power plant out of Columbus, Kentucky. 542 is the flight plan, and he'll try to wheel and deal and wrangle that number out of the Ray Skillman Auto Group side of the world. Calls it the bandit, tried to steal the light, got caught. He's red. Ronnie is red.
Jay Allen, he goes ahead and tests the track because he was the automatic winner. 508 with a 3. 7 thou under his dial in. He'll be back in round 2.
Ronnie goes 1 over. Next pair.
Kendall and Jacobs out of Toledo, Ohio. 22-year-old driving a Diamond Dragster out of running for Milam Dragway. 488 the dial.
What a gorgeous race car you've got over there. That is paint. I talked to the driver yesterday. That is true paint job on your side. Kyle Hanrahan lined up with the 67 Chevy 2 out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, running for Beacon, 612.
You know, there are more good-looking 66, 67 bodied Chevy 2s here this week than I've ever seen. I mean, they're always quite cute. but seems like there's more this weekend.
Well, Kyle's northbound. He's going to the next round. His light's green. That's all it took this time. He goes under by 6 thou.
Yep, Kendallin released the button about 4 thou too soon, so she's done for the weekend. Chris Calkins out of St. Clair, Missouri. He was representing Gateway Motorsports Park in his Vega. He's dialed 550. He'll get the head start in the Chevrolet lane.
Well, Milan Dragway will send the ever-tough Tim Buckley up with the advanced chassis dragster. Got 3 nickels sitting behind him under the mailbox for power. 470 is the dial.
Well, Calkins is done by 1 thousandths, minus 001.
Well, Buckley was red, but it was second on the list. He's got the win light, goes 2 over 146. Tim punched your ticket into the next round.
Hey, please remember photos and more back there on the fence of the Tower parking lot. Kevin and Nancy, they create some great photographs. They take some good shots. They'll put it on many different things for you. Cups, shirts, tile. Go look at the list of stuff they can do. Nathan Jones. Nathan's out of Wheatland, Indiana, was the Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Lions. He's dialed 465.
Well, I better hurry up here. I got some interesting names. This is Dennis DeValiario out of Algonquin, Illinois. Undercover chassis, also a Race of Champions, running for Byron. Wow, look at those lights, Mike. Well, win light. Dennis goes a 19 thousandths pack, and he'll mark one up for Byron Dragway. Great run.
And actually, Jones was 9 thou better on the tree. Took the stripe by 3 thou too much. Trance Baker, 67 Camaro out of Franklin, Kentucky, representing Beach Bend. 596, the dial in the Chevy lane.
Well, reserving the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane is Tom Boodler out of Huntington, Indiana. Couple bow ties going for a ride. Tom's got the bigger one. He's got the quicker dial, 516 for Muncie Dragway, and away they go. Wow, they are front wheel watching, Mike. Look at this one. I got the winner. Tom's got it done. Tom's the winner. 18 thousandths pack. Good run for Tom.
Looks like Trance must have cut him loose. His mile an hour is way down, but he runs 3 off. He was 2 behind on the tree.
Well, Mike is a racer. It works sometimes it doesn't.
I always use this rule. Trust the car. That time you're probably wrong. Don't trust the car that time. You're probably wrong. Dominic Bowden out of Channahon, Illinois. 06 dragster representing Route 66, 468 the dial.
Well, Bunker Hill drag strip on the west side is your racer, Dan Richardson out of Galveston, not Texas, but Indiana. 66 Chevy 2, there's another one. Small V8 in that, 648's the dial. Dan, he'll be down track about 100 foot, and Dominic, well, he'll put the rocket ship express in motion. Oh boy. Oh
baby.
boy. Good one. Here
we got us a race. Bowden takes the win. 469 runs 1 off. Richardson took the stripe, took too big a bite. 17 thou under. He was behind on the tree by 9,000. Could have won it, had to win it thin, but took too much stripe. Edmund Richardson, right side. 503 the dial for the Greenbrier, Tennessee resident in his dragster. He runs for Beach Bend. 503 the dial for Edmund.
Rick Needham Jr. in the Snow White 84 Ford Ranger out of Cleves, Ohio. He threw a Chevrolet in there to get the job done, as he'll put the power from the front to the back. Running for Edgewater Sports Park, 632. He'll be gone. Good job there. Excellent job there. Here we go. They'll capture him. Oh, buddy, you got it.
Double breakout win. Richardson. Richardson's 2 under. The pick-em-up truck of Needham, 3 under. Margin of victory at the stripe. Let's see. Richardson, I hear he's a teacher.
Yes.
He takes the stripe by 91 10,000ths
Well,
to win the double breakout.
Richardson's is the one where I learned a long time ago consistency is key, not only on the racetrack, but getting up to the racetrack.
You bet. Dennis Hall. He's over here on the Chevrolet side from Mansfield, Ohio. 78 Malibu, dialed 557.
Well, another Galveston, Indiana runner, Sean Morgan, wheels in, and he's got the Camaro. That's where he's sitting right now, 647. He's parked over there for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. He's on the left side. Oh, my. Well, we'll just sit back, Mike, and enjoy this one.
One light to Hall. Dead on 3. Your guys won off. They were 15 and 16 on the tree. But Dennis Hall creates another point for Summit, and he takes the stripe and the margin of victory, 61 10,000ths.
Well, Sean Morgan should have threw out the spare tire down there. That may have been a little different. Here we go.
Bill Leahy, Columbus, Ohio resident. In the Race Tech Dragster, runs for Pacemakers. He's already run the Sunoco Race of Champions, and guess he won it last year.
Well, Matt Gramlich is up into a full task there. He's out of Monroe, Michigan, the Diamond Chassis Dragster, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. And I'll tell you what, Matt Gramlich, he's turned on some wind lights up there at Mid-Michigan. This will be a good one, and we are on our way.
Hey, and if motorcycles, Super Pro motorcycles, if you're not making your way or in lanes 13 and 14 on the east side, you're late.
Matt Gramlich is your winner. He was dead 8-12 bulb, and that's all it took.
Leahy takes he's a little behind on the tree, tries to get around Gramlich, but he has to break out to do it, so that don't work out very well for him. Brian Brown over on the Chevy side, 536 the dial for the Brazil, Indiana resident. He runs for Lions.
Well, I'll tell you what, another Gramlich on the left side of our world. This time it's Larry, Diamond Chassis Dragster out of maybe or maybe not Michigan. Well, he's got 3 nickels he's putting in the jukebox. Going to try to put some good music out of them pipes. 491, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow.
Well, the combination of numbers is different, but they're the same numbers.
Well, Larry took his numbers and turned the wind light on. He goes 1 over, 005 on the tree. What do you got, Mike?
Well, Brown had a 50 light instead of a 5 like Larry. He runs 1 over at 537 to follow Larry across the finish line. So Gramlich goes to the next round. Roy Gilliland, he's out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, in his Capri. In the Chevy lane, he's dialed 680.
Well, we're going back to back to back Gramlich. This time it's Michael, and he's from maybe Michigan, so there's nobody left in maybe.
You don't suppose they're sharing information?
Oh, surely not. Well, they got them texting going on, them cell phones going on. American Chassis Dragster, Mid-Michigan Motorplex trying to get the win on their side. 495, here comes Michael. Michael's pedaling hard. Can he get there? Yes, he gets the job done, but Roy helped him. Gramlich behind on the tree, goes dead 3, takes the win. Roy, the finish line just was not kind. He breaks out, goes 2 under.
James Monroe, Sunoco Race of Champions rep for Lucas Oil Raceway. His Miller Dragster on the Chevy side. 497 Monroe's dial. If you don't think he's tough, 3 times back to back to back Super Pro champion here.
And Jack Liggett rolls in on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane with the Dragon Wagon running for Muncie Dragway, and this is going to be good. We'll keep quiet. We're getting excited up here. Well, Leggett took that reaction time, goes 1 over. Look at the margin of victory, Mike.
Less than 1,000. 0006. Liggett takes a stripe over Monroe. Monroe's dead on 5, had a 16 bulb, 21 thou package, and a 21,000 package for Liggett when you do the math. But by 6 10,000ths, the wagon takes the win. Wow. Russ Edwards, Benton, Kentucky resident, his Trans Am Chevy side, 528.
Well, Tim Jones is away, running for Muncie Dragway. Another dandy race. Who's going to get it? You got it.
My guy dead on 4, your guy dead on 5. They were identical on the tree. Again, less than 2 thousandths. 14 ten thousandths for Edwards takes the win. Whoa. Alex Smith, Humboldt, Illinois resident, 64 Nova, runs for Coles County, down 630.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's not many Novas cruising outside of the track. They're here. 66 Chevy Nova, Joey Branham running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, lined up on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane 578. He will chase the 64 Nova. Oh, baby.
Yeah, by God, I think one of them got a stiff hill to climb.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joey took that reaction time, played the finish line beautifully, didn't he, Mike? Joey's got the win.
He certainly did. Alec dead on 3. Left 6 too many laying on the starting line.
Scott Compton rolls in from Star City, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. The bright red 67 Camaro, 615 cubers under the hood to try to get it done. On the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, who you got?
And Chris Snyder over here in the right lane out of Strongville, Ohio, in his Diamond Dragster, runs for Summit and is dialed 483.
Well, leave on time, drive the finish line. Mike, there's a lot of strategy, and it goes on through the whole racetrack. You got to kind of feel the car. Did I slip a wheel? How do I drive that finish line? Where's my opponent? Well, Scott don't have to worry about that as he turned the red on to match the color of the car.
And Snyder runs 2 off, so he's probably going to be happy he got a break, because I'll bet he didn't do that on purpose. So Chris Snyder probably dial up a couple on the next round, but he is our winner. Another point for Summit Motorsports Park. Matt Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio, also running for Summit, the 80 Old Starfire, dialed 631.
Well, the sheriff's in town. Had a chance to talk to this young man, this 91 Camaro. He's all decked out. You know what? He's got his radar gun out, and he's been watching, so watch out, racers. Well, Rick dials a 553 running for Killcare Dragway, and he's on the west side of the world. Well, we've been burning up the racetrack, or I should say the racers have. We're having the ball, calling the action here as the stars are shining here today out on that racetrack.
Well, nice wheels up start for that little Starfire. And by the way, also had 8 in his pocket on the tree. 635 on his 31. Daddis' Starfire earns another point for Summit Motorsports Park.
Well, Rick had to spend the reserve down here at the top end as he goes under by 4,000. Immediately 2 more.
Tim Louderback out of Xenia, Ohio, running for National Trail. Must not have made it at Killcare. 511, the dial in the Chevrolet lane.
Well, I got Zach Simpkins on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, Killcare Dragway, and I'll tell you what, the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, we've been making those lights dance quite a bit down there today. Out of Blacklick, Ohio, 85 Camaros the ride, 613 is the plan. Well, the green light, they got them both. That's half the battle. Here comes the rest of it. You got it.
Win light to Louderback, 512 on an 11. He's 1 over. Simpkins is 2 over. They were almost identical on the tree. It was the car at the other end took the win for Louderback. Blake Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Wonder who he's related to. He's in his 15 American Dragster, dialed 490.
Well, when your father has been a lot of championships at this, he teaches the school You know what? That gives you a little bit of a head start. Butch Slaughter, I love the little Chevette over there running for your host track, 684. He's clean and green. Here comes Richardson.
Well, is he going to have to? No.
Oh, my. Had to spend his reserve.
9 foul package for Richardson. I say this every week. Who wants to go home, say a Chevette beat me in the first round? Well, Richardson cured that. Slaughter, he runs 7 thou under, but he did that because he was a little bit behind on the tree.
Looks like class was in session there. Let's see what we got next.
Yeah. Jason Ford, 463 the dial for his dragster, representing Kilcare in the Chevy lane.
Rolling in from Lions Raceway Park, and yes, this is not making this up. Camaro Costello's the driver, and Camaro is the weapon. 612 is the dial, and the Ray Skillman Auto Group scoreboard. He's hoping to light it up.
I don't think that I would take odds that his name isn't really Camaro. Just saying.
Just saying. Well, all I can say is I've been up close personal with the racing
Read
team
it off
there.
the computer. Computers don't lie.
That's right.
Computers are never wrong.
Right. Camaro in a Camaro. Hey, that's a good marketing scheme right there.
So I'm sure I have an idea whether that's really his first name.
Well, will this win light stay in Indiana, or will it go to Ohio?
Go say if he didn't stick that bottom yellow on pretty quick, he wasn't going to have to worry about it.
Well, Camaro, yeah, Camaro, he tried to decorate that tree with a green strand of lights and grabbed the red one out of the box.
And I'm also guessing that when he sees the time slip, he's going to wish we were using that true red thing I've been hearing about, because he's 2 on the red side, so Ford left 6 on the red side, but he did it second. So Jason Ford goes to the next round as a winner. Ray Boyer, the third out of Logansport, Indiana. His Z28 represents Bunker Hill, dialed 627.
Well, another one of those Sunoco Race a Champion representative. They'll plug that race car in the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. The Malibu is the ride. Todd Clark is the pilot. Muncie Dragway, he's representing them in fine style with a 654. So Ray better sneak in there. He does. Auto start working its magic. Holy cow, who brought the super stockers in? Oh, Clark had the tree covered, and he goes 6 thousandths under.
Dead on 1 for Boyer. Boyer was 2 behind on the tree, but Clark took too much stripe. Got Randall Brow out of Greentown, Indiana. His dark represents Bunker Hill, dialed 652.
Damian Begler went through a few paint booths with that race car. After he went through about 3 or 4, he says, perfect. 74 Vegas, small block Chevy, 656 on the line.
Super Pro Motorcycle, you should be in lanes 13 and 14. Win light comes to my side, the dart. Randall Brow runs 1 over, 653 on a 52. He was behind on the tree. Begler's car let him down. Runs 3 over to get another point for Bunker Hill. John Isinger, I'm screwing that up, from Kokomo in his beautiful 65 Mustang, representing Bunker Hill. 640 is the dial.
And the college town down there in Bloomington, Indiana is where Joey Robertson parks his 74 Maverick running for Lions Raceway Park. Right now, he's got a 672 in the flight plan, and hopefully they'll leave on time.
And I'm going to try it again. Isinger. Does that look right?
That looks right.
Probably close.
All he cares about is what he's got down there on your side. So a tough break for Joey Robertson. He'll take the short shoot down here with the Maverick as he...
Well, the bum steer pulls, turns on a red light, and turns off. The Mustang gets a free run, 644, on his 640 dial.
So tough break for Robertson over there.
Then Robertson drives off way too fast.
Terrell Fulcher coming up from Mayfield, Kentucky. 63 Nova running for Beacon Dragway. And a 651 is what they've got locked into the system. Who you got over there? Good racer.
Aaron Weitzman out of Bloomington, Indiana. 81 Monza representing Lions. He's dialed to 561. He's going to give up your guy almost a second.
Interesting looking at the power plant combination, but with all the parts and pieces on these race cars, we've got a pretty good spread on the dial.
Two small blocks.
Cubic inches not too far apart. Well, that is a gorgeous 63 Nova, bright yellow. Oh boy, the fight is on. Finish line, fender watch, and starts. Win light, you got it.
Weitzman, dead on 2. 10,000 package. Vulture left some laying on the starting line. Tried to get around him, had to break out to do it. Aaron Weitzman, another point for Lions. Alex Jones, Alex, also for Lions, 628 is the dial for the Wheatland, Indiana Chevy 2.
And out of Bethel, Ohio, 64 Nova, Keith Queener is the driver. Edgewater Sports Park, they're on their feet. 554 is what's on the window. So a beautiful day here, Mike Coyle, of racing at Lucas Oil Raceway, the host track. And I'll tell you what, all the workers out here on the facility here, both through NHRA and your group, outstanding job.
And Alex leaves too soon.
Well, Keith will take that win light and put it up for Edgewater Sports Park as he just kept the pedal down, goes 8 thou under the dial.
Pete Carroll. Isn't he an NFL coach? No, college. Alabama. Right?
You got it. You got it.
All right. I know football, too. Pete Carroll, he's over in the Chevrolet side. 697 the dial for his Corvette. He's out of Fairborn, Ohio, running for Kilcare.
Well, the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane over there is represented by Tyler Sizemore, running for Lions Raceway Park, where the racers roar. He's parks that car in Boonville, Indiana. That's a Danny Nelson chassis. 555's under the mailbox. 482's the dial.
You know, if that's the Pete Carroll, he had a long drive after the game yesterday.
That's right. All right. He's driving again. We've got a race. Hold on, Tyler. Can he get there? Nope.
Carroll, 2 over 699. Sizemore, dead on his number with an 8, but he was 100th and a half behind on the tree. And when you do the math says they tied. The bottom of the computer says that Carroll took the stripe by 7 10,000ths of a second.
So we've had 2 determined by 6 10,000ths, and this one was trying to get into that club.
You betcha. Dan Deshawn, his 27 Roadster out of Logansport, Indiana, representing Bunker Hill, dialed 558.
Out of Coles County Dragway, USA, Mr. Walt Edwards, the Charleston, Illinois runner, is gone. 529 is what he's looking for. One more time, will it show up? Double breakout.
Double breakout goes to the Roadster. Deshawn runs under by 7 thousandths. The Dragster runs under by almost 600ths. He was holding a little more than he thought, I think. Randy Wolf. Randy's Vegas over here in the Chevrolet lane, down 580, representing Bunker Hill, lives in Bunker Hill, and not the drag strip in the town.
How about Muncie Dragway? Steve Riggins, the Maverick, rolling in town with a 598 dial. Probably one more thing getting more attention in the race cars, it's the weather stations.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's
Wow.
nice out there, though.
Mike, look at this one. Identical reaction times on the tree. Steve Riggins dead on 1 6,000ths package for Riggins. Randy White, they left as 1. Randy breaks out by 1 10,000ths of a second. Wow.
Two class calls. I need high school over on the west side of the track. West side only, lane 7 and 8. High school, west side, lane 7 and 8. Also, first call sportsman, both sides. Sportsman, both sides. I need Sportsman now. You'll be in 1 through 6 over on the west side because the high school going to do 7 and 8.
Rex Ambrose takes the double breakout win as he goes under by 4. Dave Ziegler goes under by 5, so they kept the pedal down, playing the deception game at the top end.
Steve Pearson, 671 the dial for the Vega, representing Gateway over here on the Chevrolet side.
And Joe Wiles, the Trans Am, and he'll be putting it in high gear here in just a second on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Small block Chevrolet, 669. This will be tight.
I probably mentioned this before, but 30 years ago, I gave the guy driving that Vega a Jerry Bickle chassis as a reward for winning the Super Pro Championship at Gateway, the only year I ever announced down there. But he's done for the day.
Joe Wiles takes that win as they both kick the can down the road. Wiles goes 2 over. Bunker Hill gets the marker that time. Margin of victory. Wow.
Yeah, Pearson had the tree. Didn't run the number, run 3.5 over, but he was 100.5 ahead on the tree. Didn't work out for him. Brian Blankenship, the IROC Camaro right side, out of Norwood, Ohio. He's dialed 617.
Well, we'll pull up a next generation Camaro, a little older style, 958's a dial. Well, how about 558 as Nick? Sorry about that. Nick Deshawn rolls in out of Logansport, Indiana, 69 Camaro, big motor under the hood, 558. He'll be a chasing.
High school needs you to the west side of the track in lanes 7 and 8. High school, 7 and 8, 2 lanes.
Well, Nick took that short wind light as he goes cruising down there. He just kept the pedal down, goes 2 under. But the important part, he had the only green light in that pair.
And Sportsman, your calls went out both sides of the track. On the west side, only lanes 1 through 6 for the Sportsman. Sportsman, only lanes 1 through 6 on the west side, but I need you both sides. Tim Riggins, right side, 708 the dial for the Malibu wagon.
And the big Mopar emblem on the side of Roger Fights. Dakota, he's got the win already before we can get it out. Bunker Hill, you got another point. Roger kept it green. Wow, look at that. He goes 6 under. I'd say he was holding a few.
Man, you ain't kidding. Wonder if he knew he was holding that many.
I'll bet he'll correct that next time.
Fred Brazel in the Chevrolet side out of Logansport, Indiana. His Mustang 2 represents Bunker Hill, 588 to dial.
One of the most beautiful 74 Mustang 2s you'll ever see here as Royce Osborne, he'll move in with the Nova. He's on the west side, the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. 651's his dial, running for Muncie Dragway. I'll tell you what, the points are getting tallied up here, and we'll get to those a little later on as we keep computing those. Catching their breath down there as we are rolling along. We're burning up the drag strip here. Oh my goodness. Well,
man.
Royce Osborne, boy, they both busted the bulb, and the top end, Royce goes 6, dead on 6. That's a 25 thousandths package, Mike.
Brazel was 4th thou ahead on the tree, but took 11th thou too much stripe. Good race. John Nifon out of Plymouth, Indiana, the 91 Olds Calais, running for Bunker Hill, 560 the dial in the Chevy lane.
Well, GW, Mr. Gary Wells running for Ohio Valley Dragway. They're on their feet. That big block Chevrolet is just about ready to put it down on the track. 67 Camaro fire engine red out of Louisville, Kentucky, 693. Oh my goodness.
Wind light in a double breakout.
Oh my God. John just slayed the tree and broke out, and so did Gary, but Gary did it the least. Gary goes under 2 10,000ths under, and John was further than 3 10,000ths. Had to do a quick math there. So that will conclude that round of Super Pro, round number 1. And Mike Coyle, I'm telling you, You better bring your AAA game here today.
Yeah, you don't want to come up there and lay back in the seat. You better get up on the wheel today, because both classes that we've watched so far have been killing the tree.
See if it gives you points. See if you get the points right.
I don't think it's ready yet.
Well, I'll tell you another thing.
I think she's in between classes right now.
Well,
I tried to catch it before she got out of pro, and I didn't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike. Whoever will represent Division III out at Pomona, the rest of the divisions better be ready, because we've got some of the toughest racers in the Midwest right here trying to make that trek out there to Pomona.
Got them now. All righty, let me real quick, before the motorcycles get fired and start rolling into the water, tell you the points as they stand at the moment. The first three are all tied. Route 66 is at the top of my board, but they're tied with Muncie and Ohio Valley. Then right below them, I got two more tied at 14, Crossroads and Milam. Then Byron, Summit, Killcare are all tied. In 9th, 10th, and 11th are Lucas Oil Raceway, Beach Bend, and Bunker Hill. I think I'll stop right about there. That's 11, because obviously we don't have that many points tallied yet. But right now, 11th is 3 points behind the current leader. So we're running along pretty competitively at this point, but we're showing Route 66, Muncie, and Ohio Valley currently at the top of the board. Hey, first pair of bikes, I got Dave Hill out of Mount Vernon, Ohio, on his Suzuki, running for pacemakers over here in the Chevrolet side, dial 513.
Well, underneath Roy Safereed II is the 78 Kawasaki, the new Cumberland, West Virginia runner, running for Summit Motorsports Park. And I'm telling you what, Mike, I've had an opportunity offer to ride somebody's ride in this class, and it's like, no thanks, I'll stay up here in the tower, let the professionals handle this part of it.
Yeah, somebody offered me a ride one time on a turbo bike. I thought I had the guts to keep pushing the button until at least 4th gear. I pushed the button once. It got into 2nd gear, and I said, that's all I need.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a guy that run a former Nitro Funny car, and when he says that, I knew I made a good choice to stay off them bikes.
515 on a 513 gives Hill the win. He was ahead on the tree by 4. Safereed runs closer to his dial, but left too much laying at this end of the track. Mark Holly on the right side here, 553 the dial for the Kawasaki out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, running for pacemakers.
Who says you got to have 4 wheels on your hot rod to have fun? These riders, 2 wheels is all they need. This has got to be quite a ride.
Almost. Hey, I need high school over there on the west side of the track in lane 7 and 8. Need you there like right now. High school, your time run will come. The first one will come before we run Sportsman. Your second one will come right directly behind Sportsman. So you'll have no more than about 20, 25 minutes, something like that, between your runs. Hi, Katie. I see you, girl.
Well, we got another mascot out on the starting line area, but right now we got Jonathan Vickers and Mark Holly trying to turn that precious wind light on.
So I need high school lane 7 and 8 on the west side like right now. Your time run is going to be right behind the bikes. Ahead of Sportsman, your second time run is going to come right behind the Sportsman run. So high school to the lanes, please.
Well, the tree comes down, the power goes down. Jonathan Vickers, Mark Holly. The wind light comes on for Jonathan Vickers. That was an interesting race. Look at the numbers, Mike.
Mark Holly takes, Jonathan Vickers takes that win. He's 5 over at 553, but he had 4 in his pocket on the tree. Holly only 2 off, couldn't get there. Bob Maruda out of Kent City, Michigan. Hayabusa right side 595.
Couple Sunoco Race of Champs matching up here in first round of our Super Pro bike. Bruce Sauer is away in good shape. 582 is what they're looking for. National Trail's watching close for Bruce. And National Trail gets that win. Bruce Sauer closes the deal. Goes 3 over the dial. Had about 6 to work with on the tree, Mike.
Yeah, Maruda dead on 1. Gave up 6 on the tree. You can't do that at the bracket finals in any class. Even though bikes probably struggle with lights at times more than your foot breakers do. Ron Haupt, I hope, or excuse me, his name's Rick. I'll at least get the name I can pronounce for sure right. He's out of Farmersville, Ohio, running for Kilcare, and he's currently the winner. 551 was his dial, but Bill Homuth, he leaves 2,000 too soon. It's over before I shut up and let Ron talk.
All right, here we go. And they always say these are just like the Pro Stock bikes. These bikes react very quick, so the driver has to ride these a little different than you are in a heavier car.
Bikes are so light and can get so much bite if you set them up right.
All right, here we go.
Rick Waters, he's over in Chevrolet Lane. He's out of Ohio on a Hayabusa running for Summit. 516 is Rick's dial.
Here comes Greg Darm, Route 66. He's plugged into the left side, the Ray Skillman Auto Group side. We are clean and green. Hang on finish line. You got some work to do on this one.
Oh, man. Good race. 520, 4 over for McWaters. Durham took the stripe and took way too much of it. They were 4th hour apart on the tree. Durham could have won. He just took too big a bite at the finish line. Of course, I always thought a bike might be a little harder to really woe down if you need to drive the stripe. Only 2 wheels. I know when I grabbed the front brake too hard, it got ugly.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know how you could use this concept, but if you set up on the bike, I mean, that does help a rider slow down. But, you know, getting that delicate balance of trying to get that done, it's got to be hard.
It does work setting up. I mean, that's what the top fuel bikes do. They set up, hang on to the handlebars.
Boy, this is a tough one. Chad Isley, left side, he's running 3 classes.
Steve Witham, 15 on the tree. Isley, 19 on the tree. Isley 1 over at 569. Witham 4 over at 655. Means Isley gets another point for Coles County and comes back in the next round. Andrew England, right side, 681 to dial. His Suzuki is dialed 681 in the right lane.
They call him Coop. Eric Cooper has turned on a lot of wind lights over there at Coles County Dragway, been in a lot of winner's circle picture. He's got that Kawasaki 1428cc. He'll plug in a 598 on our scoreboard. Got it in red.
Eric ran over here for a couple of years with his bike and his Vega.
So another racer, multi-talented, will wheel a bike, jump in a race car and go. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, doesn't matter to Coop. Here he comes. And Cooper takes that win. Cooper goes 2 over the dial, 31 on the tree. Andrew tried to catch up, and look what happened.
2,000 too quick. Sportsman cars, you should be on the way to the east and west side. But over on the west side, only use the first 6 lanes, as high school will have the others. So 1 through 6 on the west side, wherever they put you. Over on the east side, I need sportsmen both sides. Kyle Dollamore out of Wellington, Ohio on a Suzuki, running for Summit, 545 dial.
Well, KC, Kurt Clark, running the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane. He'll plug that bike in. He's already done it. Byron Dragway's waiting for the points. 546 is what Kurt wants to see one more time in just a second.
Winlight Dollamore, he runs 547. 2 over his dial. Clark 7 over. Clark was 001 on the tree. I have to think the bike let him down somehow. Kenzie Witham, right side out of Enon, Ohio. 632 the dial for her Kawasaki, running for Kilcare, and also she was the Race of Champions rep for Kilcare.
Well, Kawasaki must be the weapon of choice. Andy's riding one over there on the left side. 557 is what they're looking for. Byron Dragway standing on their feet. RPMs are up, tree comes down, bikes are gone. Here comes Andy trying to get it done. Did he do it? Yes, he does. Andy puts one in for Byron Dragway. As
Want me to take a shot at Sandquist for you? That's my guess.
That's what I said. Yeah, Sandquist takes that win as he had the tree covered by a mile, and he played the finish line very nicely there, Mike.
Joe Novak Jr. Joe's over here in the right lane, dial 541 for Milam Dragway.
And the 51-year-old rider running for National Trail Raceway. Homer England Jr. comes down from the north to the south, and 668, he's got it in red down there on our canvas. We call that our canvas down there, and they get to put any kind of number down there they choose. The tricky part is, can they run it? Well, I'll tell you what, Homer takes that win for National Trail. We'll see Homer in the next round as he goes dead one. Nice job for Homer.
Yeah, Novak does pretty well. Runs one over, but he left 2 on the starting line. He wished he got ahead back. Because if you do the math, 2 on the starting line, 1 at the other end equal 3.
Okay, put your shoes back on, Mike.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Marshall Hutchinson Jr., right side. He's out of Columbus, Ohio, on a cow. National Trail Raceway's his track. 598's his dial.
This is the Kawasaki convention here. Dan McCartan, he's got one too. He sits on top of that. Race a champ, Route 66. They're cheering. 480, he wants it one more time. Can he get it come up? Here we go. Close, 1 over, but close enough as Dan takes the win.
Yeah, Hutch is 2 over, but he's also 2 over on the starting line, too. You can't lose both ends. You got to win one of them. Jeff Weichert. Weichert out of Troy, Ohio, runs for Kilcare. He's over here in the Chevrolet side.
Well, I got Frank Lenders out of Byron Dragway, the Suzuki, waiting patiently out of Washington, Illinois. Guess what? 6:30 dial. Frank will sit there for a little bit. He'll grab a candy bar out of that side bag, eat it, and then take off.
He ain't no young buck either.
No, he is not, but he loves this sport. You got the win.
And the win goes to Weichert. Weichert, they were almost identical on the tree. Weichert's 2 off, Lender's 6 off. So Jeff Weichert makes another point for Kilcare. Sean Robson, right side out of Johnstown, Ohio, on a Kawasaki, running for National Trail. 581 is dial.
Well, Joe Novak takes the last lane there, but it doesn't matter to Joe. He's here, and he's here to win. How about Joe Novak running for Mile and Dragway? Another one of our Sunoco Race of Champions. He's got another Kawasaki. What is this? Kawasaki's. That must be the only bikes on the property. He's got a 526, but I know that's not true. We got all the bikes represented here.
Yeah, if you want to be hardcore, you'd say because there's so many fast, older style Kawasaki motors, and it may be cheaper to race them. But the fact of the matter is, it ain't cheap to race nothing that you're winding 11 and 12,000 RPM.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're flexing those engines.
Novak leaves too soon, so Sean Robson gets the free pass into the next round. 581, man, he was loaded. He was 14 on the tree, dead 4. Novak 2 over there at the finish line, left 3 too soon.
Sean Robson will grab that time slip and he'll say, yep, that's a keeper, hang on to it.
Ted Harvey, he's over in the Chevrolet lane, down 516. He's on a Suzuki representing Summit Motorsports.
Well, we should have switched sides here, but that's okay. Double W, Wesley Wells, been on a pro stock motorcycle, and Wesley settling into the bracket ranks with that Suzuki, dials 523, and he is running for our host track.
I'm guessing he wanted to race Skillman, and that's why he ain't in Charlotte. He's here racing. He told Ray, please, Ray, I can't work this weekend.
But he's on the Ray Skillman Auto Group side. Can he turn the wind light on? Yes, he does. Wesley Wells gets it done. Dead 9. Good job. You're used to seeing that, Mike.
Yeah, some of you may not know. He works for Ray Skillman. He's one of the crew chiefs, and he works his butt off. But I guarantee he either asked or continued whining that he couldn't work this weekend. Nick Shaw, He's there in the right lane. He's dialed 498 on his Hayabusa. He's the Summit Motorsports Park Race of Champions.
Well, representing Gateway Motorsports Park, a couple Race of Champions locking horns here. Phil Humphrey, he'll plug that bike into the Ray Skillman Auto Group side, 575. So Phil, he'll be down in the next county, and Nick will say, "Wait a minute, you forgot me, Tree. Come on." Great job, Mike.
Oh, man. My guy took the win, but they both earned it. Shaw, dead on 5. They were only 3 thou apart on the tree. Humphrey just took too big a bite. Out of that finish line, goes 3 under. Let's see, it looks like our last pair followed by a single this round of the Super Pro bikes. Justin Hughes, right side. 522 the dial for his Hayabusa out of Lambertville, Michigan, running for Milam Dragway.
Well, we're going to lose a Hayabusa this time. A Scott Leonard also riding the Hayabusa. He's away, and Scott's your winner already. Gateway Motorsports Park, get that chalk out, make another mark there. How about dead on with an egg for Scott Leonard? Scott's like, knew I had it.
Yeah, he was ready, wasn't he? 11th out too soon for Hughes.
Take her away, Mike. Well, Tom Whiteman, Reynoldsburg, Ohio. Well, he'll have basically a test pass right here. Here's the bye run. You take them wherever you can get them, but you know how tough that first round is. I got a driver sitting behind here shaking his head. Oh, yeah, he knows it. Mike, you've driven on this racetrack too. First round, it's tough, isn't it?
You bet it is. You know, I mean, this is kind of a unique situation where we had such a long day Friday. Just Jay decided not to run a first round last night. You know, most of these bracket finals guys, when they're on the way here, the one thing they're hoping, there's a reason to get up and warm the car up on Sunday.
And they all had that.
And they all had that this year.
Well, here you go. Result of a bye run. Tom goes 0-1 on the tree, 1 over the dial, and we're going to get back out of here.
The chief announcer's got his hand all bent, and you're supposed to know to put something in it, evidently.
Now, stand by, guys. I'm not chasing you off quite yet. I do need the following people to be ready in front of the tower. I'm going to call your name now, but as soon as Sportsman is over, we're going to go bang, 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 and introduce you, take pictures down here in front of the tower. So, Rob Stacy. These are the Summit Shootout #1 qualifiers. Rob Stacy, Brian Lewis, Terry McGee, and Bill Hamath. We'll need you down here in front of the tower. I know Terry McGee is still back there in the car. Also, we'll need Trance Baker, Randy Burwell, Jason Wisman, and Nick Shaw. Just the drivers only for those 8. Rob Stacy, Brian Lewis, Terry McGee, Bill Hamath, Trance Baker, Randy Burwell, Jason Wisman, and Nick Shaw. As soon as we're done with Sportsman, we'll start taking pictures down here, give you some money if you've got money coming. The following drivers with their vehicles, please, with the cars. Super Pro, Jeff McAdoo, Mark Marasik, Bill Crutcher, and Nick Shaw. Also, Shorty Raider. Those 5 with their cars or motorcycles, please. Also, we need Adam and Stacy Confer, Dave Cotterell, Mike Walker, Christopher Stillwell, and Rob Zolman. We'll need you down here immediately after Sportsman, which is coming up right now. And then we'll also need Terry McGee too, please. Okay, we do have it. We do have a lane shift coming up here. You guys have to go left. The other crew coming in. So thank you, Mike. Thank you, Ron. And we'll bring up the
Yeah, thanks. Just get out.
tag team. Tag team. Neil Marshall,
Get out, Mike.
Larry Robertson, making their way through the maze of announcers who just sort of stand around sometimes when they're not talking. That does happen. That does happen. Okay, Larry, take it away, buddy.
Well, here we go with high school time runs, as I understand it. Just informed high school is going to make a time run, and we'll run the Sportsman round of eliminations, and high school make a second time run. David Ramsey out of Terre Haute, Indiana for Crossroads Dragways in the 2001 Dakota left side.
Derek Lyons out of Ashken, Illinois, 95 Mustang, Coles County Dragway. Lion says 001 bulb, runs a 1458 with a 9.
Ramsey over on the left side was 1489, 90 miles an hour. A little quick on the tree, 011 on a reaction time. That'll give him a chance to make an adjustment for his second time run.
Here on the Chevrolet side, Danny Rudolowski out of Highland, Illinois. 01 Camaro, LS1 Power, Gateway Motorsports Park.
Over on the Ray Skillman side, the 91 Camaro, that's Julie Nettles from Elwood, Illinois for Coles County Dragway. Perfect reaction
Look at
time.
these lights for these high school kids.
003.
003 on the Chevrolet side, a 1315 at 105 mile per hour.
Julie goes 1358 at 103 over on the left side. How to bring up Corey Adams out of Greensburg, Indiana. 2005 Equinox running for Lucas Oil Raceway.
And Chris Dovenbarger out of Caldwell, Ohio, 75 Duster running for National Trail Raceway. Announced that name a few times in a junior dragster. Yeah, an 023 bulb. And Dovenbarger goes through the 1208 at 111 mile per hour.
Corey Adams in the Equinox 1728, 78 miles an hour, 032 on the reaction time. Next up, Tyler Lawson from Elwood, Illinois, 82 S10, running for Route 66 Raceway.
And Jacob Youngblood out of Rosedale, Indiana, running for Crossroads Dragway, 5.3 liter Chevy pick-em-up truck, an 06 model. I can remember when these high school kids weren't running more than about 30 or 40 mile an hour down there. Ooh, big red bulb for Jacob.
Tyler Lawson, 1263 at 107 mile an hour over on the left side.
Youngblood goes 1672 at 83 mile per hour.
Next up, hey, an old friend of mine, Wyatt Schubert out of Windfall, Indiana, 79 Toyota, small block Chevy for power, running for Muncie Dragway.
And Ronnie Beach in the 69 GTO 455 Pontiac out of Gateway Motorsports Park.
Wyatt Schubert, he comes from a multi-generational racing family. His dad won Race of Champions in Sportsman.
Wow. Good chain there.
Wyatt had a Wally before Dad did.
Can see why.
Wyatt Schubert, 005 on the reaction time, goes 1222 at 106.
And 028 for Beach at a 1209 with a 710 mile per hour.
Next up will be Tristan Strauss from Newark, Ohio, running a 95 Ford GT, running for National Trail Raceway.
Matthew Danilek out of Smoky, Illinois, 68 Catalina. He's out bright red.
You see a lot of those putting a little smoke out down there.
Nope.
Tristan Strauss, 1486 at 93 miles an hour.
And a 1559 at 86 for Matthew Danilek. And we're going to go down and take a look down on the far end. Maybe somebody needs a little help off the track. I don't know. No?
Well, I think they're just looking it over, Neil, because that Catalina was putting out a little bit of smoke as he went down through there, so
okay.
they're probably going to do a safety check.
Do a little safety check on the track. Yeah, that's a good idea. Never want to take any chances with the safety of our racers or our race fans. It may look clean and green, but it may not only be green.
Hard to tell from up here in our
That's
perspective.
right. We got a kind of an angular look at it.
So once we get through this first time run session for the high schoolers, we're going to finish up the first round of eliminations with the sportsman category, and then the high schoolers will be back for their second time run.
I imagine most of these kids have either raced junior dragsters for a long time, or they go every test and tune night and run about 45 times down the track. They get pretty good at it.
Well, that's what's good about the junior dragster program. It gives us some very skilled racers as soon as they go into the bigger cars. It makes it a safer sport.
Yeah, and then you know that they get, as soon as they get used to the power, they are excellent racers. I've seen a number of junior dragsters racers here racing this year here in the finals. Kay Crum out of Jamestown, Ohio, 89 Ranger here on the Chevrolet side out of Kilcare Dragway.
Over on the left side, Ray Skillman lane, Javier Pando from Skokie, Illinois, the 92 Civic running for Byron Dragway.
We pick red for Kay here. Yeah, sheds out at a 1296 at 103 mile per hour. To 699 with an 8 for Pando. Joe Kasich out of Manhattan, Illinois. 2000 Camaro 346 out of Route 66 Raceway.
Over on the Ray Skillman side, the 01 convertible out of Centerburg, Ohio, Courtney Wilson for Pacemakers Dragway.
Yeah, the first time she ran sportsman category in our track, she won. Pretty consistent racer. 1325 at 105 here for Joe.
Courtney goes 1757 at 76 miles an hour. Next up, Nick Burson from Mount Vernon, Ohio. 2003 Alero running for Pacemakers.
Cole Waldrop out of Benton, Kentucky. 12 Ram Dodge, Beacon Dragway. Tell you a little bit about Nick. He's he's a third generation racer.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of those out here. And they come ready to go. They learn from the previous generations. They learn a lot.
Yep, and he's another one came up by the junior dragster ranks. A little bit red for Cole. Cole goes at 1563 at 88 mile per hour. Okay, and Nick makes the pass at a 1707 at 79 at an 075 bulb.
Brandon Knight out of Fairborn, Ohio, 2004 Impala for Kilcare Dragway. He's over on the Ray Skillman side.
On the Chevrolet side, Mariah Hunter out of Pendleton, Indiana. 05 Grand Prix out of Muncie Dragway.
Mariah doing the deep stage. That was a deep stage she went in on that. You don't see a whole lot of that anymore. It was a trend for a while.
Does your reaction time good, but slows your ET down. A 1511 at 90 mile per hour for Mariah.
Brandon Knight, 1684 at 81 miles an hour in the Impala. How to bring up Mackie Wiles, the Mad Monkey from Walton, Indiana. Running the 2011 Sierra for Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
Jacob Eckelbarger out of Peru, Indiana. 80 Malibu, 327 cubic inch. Don't see regular 327s anymore. Bunker Hill drag strip. And Jacobs threw at a 12.10 at 106 with a .109 at the starting line.
And finishing up the first time run session for high school, Mackie Wiles goes 1662 at 83 miles an hour, just a hair quick on the trick on the tree. 004 red on the reaction time for Mackie. She'll correct that.
Looks like Sportsman sitting there at the ready line. First round. Young lady over there on the far side is Katie Helfrey. Katie driving the S10, 383 cubic inch. Getting ready to come up to the line here. I guess they're not quite switched over yet. I just happen to know Katie. She heads up our staging lanes a lot of time at races.
Did a point update after motorcycle, but
Okay.
that's after the round of motorcycle.
Okay, update on the points. Route 66 is at the top. Summit is number 2. Number 3 is Muncie and Ohio Valley and Killcare. Crossroads, Milan and Byron are tied for the next positions. Coles County and Lucas Oil Raceway tied for the next position. Beach Bend and Bunker Hill for the next. National Trails is next at number 13. Lions Raceway Park and Mid-Michigan Motorplex, then Beacon Dragway. Yep. Pacemaker, you're on the bottom. Come on, guys and gals. Let's get going. Have to root for my team. Edgewater is 17 and Gateway is 18. Well, like I said, Katie out of Utica, 86 S10, 383, Pacemaker Dragway. 1390 is her dial.
Over in the Chevrolet Performance Lane, that's Ken Hansen from Crystal, Michigan. 66 Impala, running for Mid-Michigan, was also in the Race of Champions. Nice convertible Impala there.
Nice looking car.
Hansen dialed it at 1374 against a 1390.
A little bit of a spot for Katie. They're both out real good in sportsman category. Fairly close at the starting line. And the win goes on a double breakout.
Ken Hansen getting the win light, 1371 on the 1374.
Kenny and Katie runs 5 under. All right, Dalton Duffenbaugh out of Lebanon, Indiana, 67 Chevelle, Sunoco Racing Champions car, Lucas Oil Raceway.
Chase Hubner from Oregon, Illinois, 78 Nova. Over on our Ray Skillman side for Byron Dragway is her side-by-side down the track. Another double breakout. That's 2 in a row.
And Dalton takes the win with a 1269 on the 71. He had the 033 bulb, a little better bulb. 103 mile an hour. Scott Pickens at a 12 flat dial out of Marshall, Illinois. 83 Monte Carlo out of Crossroads Dragway.
Ray Skillman side, Chris Klein from Brownstown, Michigan. 2013 Challenger for Milan Dragway. 1271 dial in, but he turns on the red bulb. It's all your side.
Looks like Scott's going to be the winner at a 1201 on the 1200 and an 097 bulb. He is green. 109 mile per hour.
Chris Klein goes red and breaks out. That pretty much tells the whole story. Didn't matter, though.
Nope. Ted Lipka out of Fallon, Missouri. 02 Camaro 347 out of Gateway Motorsports Park. 1221 dial, Chevrolet style.
Lynn Searle from Norwalk, Ohio for Summit Motorsports Park turns on the red bulb, 019, gives the win away to the breakout.
Yep, Ted Lipka breaks out 12-18 on the 12-21, 300 too quick, but still gets the win.
Next up,
go ahead.
Next up, Ethan Breger from Monroe, Michigan, 68 Camaro, Ray Skillman side for Milan Dragway, dialed 1219.
Chevrolet side, nice looking Mustang, 67 model, O'Fallon, Missouri. Mike Davis, Gateway Motorsports Park, a 1217 dial.
This should be over.
And the win goes to Mike Davis with a nice 003 light, a 1217 with a 9. He has a 12 thousandths package.
Ethan Breger, he was late on the tree, run 6 under in the runner-up effort. Wesley Butner from Indianapolis, 91 Trans Am Race Gilman side for Lucas Oil Raceway, 1298 dial.
Joe Zinder, 92 Mustang, Byron Dragway. He's out there and gone.
Oh, Wesley Butler on the left side. He was behind, had some work to do, and he got it done. 1302 on the 1298, 028 behind the 004 reaction of Zinder. And Wesley Butler sneaks away with one.
Yep, that 00 should have taken the win, but it didn't happen. Brett Malepsky out of Byron, Illinois, 84 Camaro. Byron Dragway, 1210 dial.
On the Skillman side, Mike Malley, 75 Firebird for Lions Raceway Park, 13 flat dial. They get off almost exactly the same. Win light on the double breakout, Mike Malley taking down Malepsky. Runs a 94.7 on the 13.0 dial.
And Brett, 700's too quick. Russell Robinson out of Newark, Ohio from Pacemaker Dragway, 98 F-150, 1976. Good year.
The orange S10 for Lucas Oil Raceway, Ellis Booth, Decatur, Illinois. Having to wait a long time, but the red bulb on in the right lane. Ellis Booth gets the win for Lucas Oil. Let's see what his final number's going to be on the 1327, or his 1327 dead on 2.
Whoa, good pass for him. 1989 for Russell on the 76, and he was bright red. Buddy Rogers, 96 Mustang, Ford 281, High Valley Dragway, 1545 dial on the Chevrolet side.
For Lions Raceway Park over in the Skillman Lane, Coy Benji Sr. from Stykesville, Indiana, 67 Belvedere. He has to wait, can't do it, gets impatient, turns on the red bulb.
Buddy has an 052 bulb, takes the win via the red eye. 1550 on the 45 for the win. Matthew
You're getting all the good ones.
Wow. Makajewski out of Downers Grove, an 85 Mustang, a 1230 dial, Route 66.
Neil getting all the fun names. Brenda Blair from Elmwood, Tennessee, 77 Caprice for Beach Bend Raceway, 1202 dial in the Skillman Lane.
This should be a decent pass for both cars. Win goes the Chevrolet side. Matthew takes the win. I wasn't going to try that last name again.
That's nice. Yeah, Matthew did it. Blair goes 1203 on the 1202 is behind on the tree.
It's only 16 thousandths margin. Jim Pearson, Winfield, Missouri, 72 Mustang, Gateway Motorsports, a 1215 dial, Chevrolet side.
And for Summit Motorsports Park, James Ring from Sandusky, Ohio, 72 Nova, over on the Ray Skillman side of the track. That's 1229.
Really close. Should be close on the other end if they both run close to their dial. double breakout, and
Couldn't tell that one all the way down. There was no way we could tell who had an advantage. Ring gets the win, 12:24.6 on the 12:29, 09 on the 15 for Pearson on the right side.
Brian Hendrickson, Hamilton, Ohio, 72 Demon. Out of Edgewater Sports Park, a 1240 dial, Chevrolet side.
Jeff Pishnell from El Raya, Ohio, 69 Nova, Summit Motorsports Park, 1205 in the yellow Nova, the dial in.
And Brian Hendrickson takes the win on the Chevrolet side. Nice 008 light. There's a 43 on the 40.
And if you wonder why we're not announcing reaction times, because some of these guys have radios in their cars, and if they're tuned to the tower channel, we can give away an advantage or disadvantage and affect the race. We don't want to do that, being the advanced announcer types that we are. We don't do that in Sportsman. Paul O'Keefe from Morris, Illinois, 72 Chevelle. Convertible for Route 66 Raceway, left side, 1213 dial.
Ronnie Overstreet in the Ram out of Beacon Dragway, a 1615 dial. He gets a pretty good start here.
Win goes to O'Keefe for Route 66, picking up another round win, 1214 on the 1213 dial.
16-17 with a 9 at 85 on the 16-15 for Ronnie. Loses by 26 thousandths of a second. Amber Price out of Terre Haute, Indiana on the 01 Dakota, Crossroads Dragway. 12.99 the dial for Amber.
And over in the Ray Skillman lane for Milan Dragway, Tony McKinney from Detroit, Michigan, 71 Satellite. You don't see a lot of satellites anymore. Got the Plymouth 440 out of 1219.
12.99 dial for Amber. She's on the Chevrolet side. Pretty good increments all the way down.
Win light on the left side for Tony McKinney. Milan Dragway picks up a win. They were not that far apart on the starting line. 12:28 on the 12:19 down at the end. I feel he maybe pedaled it a little bit on the Fender race.
13:03 at 100 mile per hour here on the right side of the track. Terry Knight at a 12:30 on the Chevrolet side, Fairborn, Ohio. Killcare Dragway.
Jason Newell from Zanesville, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway on the 1236 dial in the S10, left side S10 race. They're fairly even off of the line.
The better reaction time in 0:43 at 12:34 for the win for Terry Knight. 12:40 for Jason on the 36. Larry Fleming, Franklin, Kentucky, 70 Duster, 340. Beach Bend Raceway on the right side of the track at a 1288 dial.
That's a nice Duster. Daniel Roy from Heartland, Michigan, 96 S10 for Mid-Michigan Motorplex, dial 1205 on the left side. See what he's going to do down at the big end.
Breaks out, 002 bulb. Gave it away. 1290 on the 88 with an 022 bulb. Larry's your winner.
2.5 thou, Roy, too quick on the stripe. Cody Frederick from Terre Haute, Indiana, 80 El Camino for Crossroads Dragway, 1318 dial over in the Ray Skillman lane.
Reverend Mel Robinson out of Newark, Ohio in the 2000 Cherokee Pacemaker Dragway, 1704 dial for Mel. Mel's way out there. 4-second head start. And it's a full quarter-mile run, so we have to wait till they get there. Mel takes the win, 17-11 at 75 on that pass at an 071. He won it at the starting line.
Well, Frederick having to wait a long time might have slipped into a very short nap there or something because he was late on the line, ran 3 thou over.
Rod Zolman here on the on the Chevrolet side. Pacemaker Dragway Park, reverting back to my home track, a 1330 dial.
Union, Missouri's Aaron Worstel, 89 Mustang for Gateway Motorsports Park, 1215 dial, the Mustang left side. Hangs on for the win. Runs 1239 on the 1215 as he pedals it through the trap.
Zolman goes at 1352 on the 30. A little bit late at the starting line. Chevrolet side. Marlon Howells out of Livonia, Michigan. 02 Firebird Milan Dragway. 1258 the dial, Chevrolet side.
Over on the Ray Skillman side for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Brad Fisher, good friend of mine, Peru, Indiana, running the 86 Olds. He's had a time with his cars this year. 1309 dial for Fisher. He gives it away at the stripe on the double breakout.
Double breakout, 1256 with a 7 at 95. 021 bulb beats the 008 bulb. Here on the Chevrolet side, Sutton Zolman out of Mount Vernon, Pacemaker Dragway. She's dialed a 1509, the daughter of Rod Zolman.
Well, trouble for Eric Lipka, the Camaro out of O'Fallon, Missouri. The crew pushing him back. It's going to be a competition single for you, Neil.
Yep, Sutton gets the win. She would have been red had she been racing somebody, had minus 015 bulb. She goes through at a 1494 on the 1509. Not only did she early, she broke out.
Well, I'll tell you what, clean living. Clean living gets that
Clean
win right
living,
there.
yes.
Got lucky.
Nice young lady. Steve Markham, Cincinnati, Ohio, 01 Mustang. Edgewater Sports Park, a 1376 style Chevrolet side.
And coming up for National Trail Raceway, Ray Skillman Lane, Dana Thompson, Hebron, Ohio, 67 Camaro. Was in a race at Champions that we contested Friday. 1264 dial for Thompson in the Camaro. Mustang Camaro race.
Wins your side.
Dana Thompson, 006 reaction time to the late reaction time on the right side. 1270 on the 1264. Dumped a ton down at the end.
Yep, 1373 on the 76. Also a breakout. A little bit late and a breakout. Okay.
Dave Satchwell out of Andrews, Indiana, 96 S10, running for Team Bunker Hill Drag Strip, 1364.
Jim Kincaid out of Kirkersville, National Trail Raceway, 1225 dial, Ray Skillman side. Little Duster, 74 model. Bright red over here on this side.
Satchwell, red bulbs at 014 to the red, breaks out 1352 on the 64 dial.
There's a double breakout, but the red light was first at 1219 on the 1225 for Kincaid.
Okay, Larry Neal, going to step in here for just a minute. Remind the folks that we need them down here in front of the tower. Folks like Rob Stacy, Brian Lewis, Terry McGee. When you're done racing, Terry, hustle back up here. And Bill Hamath, Summit Shootout, #1 qualifiers. Need you down here for a photo, get a plaque. Need the following photo. These guys will get the cash. Dialing for dollars winners, Trance Baker, Randy Burwell, Jason Wisman, and Nick Shaw. The best appearing folks will need you and your car or motorcycle. Super Pro, Jeff McAdoo, Mark Morasic in Pro, Bill Crutcher in Sportsman, and Nick Shaw Super Pro. We need you down here at about 2:03, which is coming up pretty quickly. And the 5-track representatives who were in from the very beginning. Not them, but the tracks. From Bunker Hill, Adam and Stacy Conford, the owners. Killcare, Dave Cotterell, owner, William Tharp, manager. Lucas Oil Raceway, Mike Walker, operations manager. National Trail Raceway, Christopher Stillwell, operations manager. and Pacemakers Dragway. Rod Zolman, operator. Terry McGee, we need to get a couple of pictures of you because you've been here 40 years. So, those folks up here at about 159 to 201. Your choice. Thanks, guys.
Paul Higgins here on the Chevrolet side, Fenton, Missouri. 01 Firebird, Gateway Motorsports Park, a 1265 dial.
And for Beach Bend Raceway Park, Ray Gilman Lane, Ron Hunt. St. Louis, Missouri, base 96 Impala, 1537 dial on the Impala.
Staging up very carefully. Well, we got 2 green bulbs. I won't say what they are. They're green. Paul Hagen takes the win. 001 bulb, 1271 on the 65.
Ron Hunt dead on 7 on the 37 dial, but he was behind on the tree, the 001 to the 076 reaction time. Too much to overcome for Ron Hunt.
Brian Cripps, Miamisburg, Ohio, Killcare Dragway, 96 Caprice, 1373 is his dial on the Chevrolet side.
Sean Pitts from London, Ohio, 2000 Camaro for National Trail Raceway, 1212 dial in for Pitts. Fairly close off of the line. We got us a race.
And the win goes Brian Cripps, 1373 at 93 mile per hour on the 1373. So he has got a 32 thousandths package, a 23 bulb and a 9 on the number with a 9. David Baker over on the Ray Skillman side, Newark, Ohio, 01 Lightning Ford truck in at a 1462 for Pacemakers.
Amy Hennies from Cincinnati, Ohio, 89 Mustang for Edgewater Sports Park, 1605 dial on the Chevy Performance side. Looks like she's out front. Too much out front.
And David Baker takes the win, 76 on the 62. A little bit late at the starting line, but the win still counts.
Amy Hennies, she's just a little too quick down there going 1598.
Dave McVicker out of Laredo, Indiana, 55 Del Rey, 1212 the dial for Bunker Hill drag strip. Nice.
John Whitmer, New Albany, Ohio, base 69 Camaro for National Trail Raceway. Over on the left side, gets the win light on the double red light. McVicker had already locked him out. Whitmer, he gets away with one. Lucky one. He was 014 red, 1203 breakout on the 06 dial, but gets the win.
McVicker runs dead on, 1212 with a 7, but he was bright red. Randall Taylor, West Point, Kentucky, 78 Trans Am, Ohio Valley Dragway, 1368 dial, Chevy side.
Travis Booth from Nineveh, Indiana, 93 Mustang. Looks like he's pulling out away for Lucas Oil Raceway, 1364 on the dial in, goes 1415 for the win.
Randall doesn't get there till 1749 on the 13. He had some problems down
He
track,
started slowing down about half track, it looked like to me, as Booth was pulling away from him at a pretty good rate.
Losing power for some reason. TJ Jordan here on the Chevrolet side, Bellevue, Ohio, 84 Ranger, Summit Motorsports Park, a 1224 dial.
In a Ray Skillman lane, that's Brandon Crease. He's from Springville, Indiana, 2009 Charger, running for Lions Raceway Park. 1330 dial in for Brandon. When he follows somebody down the highway, it makes them hit their brakes, I'll bet. Looks like a police car.
When
Crease takes the win, 004 whole shot win, 1333 on the 1330 dial.
1235 on the 1224, 025 bulb, but didn't quite run the number. Stephen Rose out of Summit, Illinois, 14 Camaro, 1460 dial, Route 66.
David Lewis Sr., Cincinnati, Ohio, the 03 Ranger for Edgewater Sports Park, 1518 dials, what he's looking for.
Well, it goes to Stephen, 1469 on the 60, 036 bulb. A little bit of a hole shot victory there. The other guy ran dead on with an 8. Bill Larson, Lamont, Illinois, 92 Mustang, Route 66 Raceway, 1331 is the dial for the Tang.
Sean Morgan out of Galveston, Indiana, 72 Vega wagon for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, 1269 dial in for Sean.
Yeah, that was nice.
He painted the car.
Larson with the 1331, Lamont, Illinois, 92 Tang, Route 66, Chevrolet side. Oop, they're both out green.
As they work our way down the track, win light on for Sean Morgan. Big hole shot win for him, 017 to 084 on a reaction time. He goes 82 as he pedals it at the finish line on a 69.
1339 for Bill Larson. Off of it, Joshua Morgan, Lambertville, Michigan, 90 Camaro, Mile and Dragway, 1208 dial, Chevrolet side.
Over on the Ray Skillman side, Scott Shegley from Bringhurst, Indiana, 79 Camaro for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, turns on the Big Red Tomato, was on a 12 flat dial in, doesn't matter now, but he breaks out too, 94 on the 12-0.
1204 on the breakout win, 007 bulb, 400's too quick on the 1208. Aaron Hagan, High Ridge, Missouri, 01 Firebird, 1280 the dial, Gateway Motorsports Park, Chevrolet side.
And for Pacemakers, Dragway Park, Ernie Brown. For Powell, Ohio, 85 S10. Dial 12 flat. And Ernie Brown had a big hole shot, gives it away as he breaks out down at the big end. 99-1 on the 12-0 dial.
9 thousandths he breaks out, a 1280 with an 041 bulb.
Aaron Hagan picking up the win for Gateway Motorsports Park.
Sorry about that.
Goes dead on 9.
Ted Thompson, Naperville, Illinois, 12 Mustang, Byron Dragway, 1418 dial.
For Crossroads Dragway, Austin Toole, Winslow, Indiana, based 86 Monte Carlo, 1205 dial. Already has the win light. Thompson with the 015 red bulb. Toole with the 014 green goes 1212 on the 1205 dial for the win.
Thompson runs a 1430 at 97 for the loss on that one. Hate to rub it in. Greg McCurry, 72 Skylark. South Lyon, Michigan. Milan Dragway, 1250 dial, Chevrolet side.
For Bunker Hill Drag Strip on the Ray Skillman side, that's Mike Rimley. Columbia City, Indiana, 68 Camaro. Dial 1210.
The real clean Skylark is over here in Greg McCurry's.
Double breakout. Mike Rimley gets away with 112.09, 12.097 on the 1210, closer to his dial. 009 reaction to the 024 in the other lane for the win for Bunker Hill.
1247 pass, Chevrolet side. Crutcher, 1267 dial out of Beach Bend, Chevrolet side.
Don Roush out of Winnemac driving Lois Vollmer's Little Mama Vega for her memory for Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
The win goes to Bill Crutcher, 1270 on the 67 at an 028 bulb, margin .05.
Don Roush just runs a little bit off, 50 on the 43 in the Vega.
Steve Quickle out of Strader, Illinois, 16 Silverado, Route 66 Raceway, 1397 the dial.
For Crossroads Dragway, over to Ray Skillman Lane, Tony Phillips, West Terre Haute, Indiana, 89 S10, 1237 is what he's looking for.
Right side takes the win, 065 bulb, 1399 with a 9 on the 97.
And Quickle shoves Phillips out the back door. 1234 breakout on the 37 dial for Phillips.
No 65 bulb gets a little bit of a push on the other end. And Derek Simon, Continental Ohio, 01 Camaro Summit Motorsports, 1561 dial Chevrolet side.
Chad Eaton from Paris, Illinois, 85 Monte Carlo for Crossroads Dragway, 1207 dial over in the Ray Skillman Lane.
And we've got bright red on the Chevrolet side.
Locks out Eaton. Would have had a worse red light, but being the faster car, he gets the advantage off of the dual red light situation. Wind light on already, goes 1207 with a 9 on the 1207 dial.
1563 with a 9 on the 1561 dial for Derek. Rick Shreves, Dunkirk, Indiana, 69 Nova, Chevrolet side, Muncie Dragway. A 1244 dial for Rick.
Zach Gosnell from West Lafayette, Indiana for Lucas Oil Raceway, 1217 dial in on the 80 Z28. We got the A-team in the tower. Oh my goodness, I'm intimidated being in presence of the great Steve Riggins, my buddy.
1244 for Rick Shreve. Fairly decent chance for a good race here. And the win goes to Gosnell, 1222 on the 17 to a 1247 on the 44 for Rick. Win goes Ray Skillman side.
Sure. Is that okay with you?
Yep.
Hey, we're going to get on out of here. We're going to let Scott Daniels and Steve Riggins, the dynamic duo from Muncie Dragway, we're going to let them take over on the mic because Riggins got to go out and race. And, of course, you know, Scott has to supervise. We don't let Steve Riggins go without adult supervision.
All right, thanks, Larry.
Yes, sir. We're back. We're back in the hot seats, Steve.
All right, we don't want to miss one. Red light start. Gary Lewis from Gateway Motorsports Park giving the win to Tony Lyons. Coles County Dragway, USA, getting the point. So Tony moving on. So, yeah, welcome back. We're in the hot seat. We know it's been a day or so. So we thought we would burn your ears a little bit. We've been through the pits. We got all the scuttle going on. It's going to be a good hour. So.
Yeah, and hey, Team Edgewater, we need you to report to Muncie Dragway pit area to clean up your mess. Team Edgewater to Muncie Dragway pit area to clean up your beer cans and stuff. So, Jason Wishman from Lucas Oil Raceway, 1284 the dial.
All right, we can't talk about reaction time. This guy's good at radio. You never know. Finish line. Give the win dead on. 055. Dead 4. Jerry Fryer. Give the win to Edgewater. Where you at, Team Edgewater?
Jason was a little behind on the start line. Tries to make it up. Gets there and breaks out doing so.
Man, this guy's going to listen. All right, up next. Cincinnati, Ohio, 70 Duster, Team Edgewater. 1285 the dial for Aaron. Jordan giving up the head start.
Oh boy.
We can't talk about it yet.
Nope, can't talk about it. Well, they wanted me to be quiet in there because they shut my mic off on me.
Well, it's a play. Mine's probably off too.
So here we
Finish line. Who's it going to be? Give it to Jordan Wilhelm.
Team Muncie Dragway, stand up and cheer.
There you go. I just found out something. You have to turn these things on.
Yes.
Yeah, so
well, we were told they were turned on.
I think we were censored, actually.
Yes, I
it was a
think
little
they said,
rough.
Uh-oh, Steve and Scott, shut them off.
So
Shut 'em off.
D3 TV just went blank. So
Sorry,
we said
D3
talk to
TV.
ourselves.
Well, what we got going on here? We got a broke run here. Looks like my guy didn't make it for Beacon Dragway, so
Going to give the win to Josh Pickett, 67 Camaro, Team Lions Raceway Park. He was in the Race of Champions. Now he's going to get the first round win. Josh motoring through on that 1290 dial. He goes 1288 with a 2 at 103. So, all right, so we're live. You're good. I'm good. We can actually get back to our normal insulting of people. So we apologize for anything you didn't hear. If I didn't talk about your guy, I said really good things about him with the mic off.
Yes, we were nice. Chris Ronanowski from Route 66 here in the Chevrolet lane, 1242 the dial. And he's going to get the automatic win, and Jim is not going to like the time slip.
Nope. Jim Jessup, Coles County Dragway USA, turning it red by about 300. His guy started a little higher than that.
Yeah.
So
it was with a 3, though.
It was. So give the win to Chris, Team Route 66.
All righty, here we go. Patrick Broomball from Summit Motorsport Park in the 74 Grand Prix, 1232 the dial.
See, look at that, Scott. Some people waving flags and stuff. I didn't
Yeah.
see you waving anything. You were up here eating cookies.
No, I had flags down there.
Oh,
Hey, our
I'm sure.
cookies are still here.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to
scared
eat
of
them.
All right, I got Jeffrey Vaughn, Terre Haute, Indiana. Where are you at, Team Crossroads?
They're down there beside us, I believe, and they're going to get the win because my guy turned on the red ball.
Jeffrey, 049 on the starting line. He's looking for a 12-13, getting himself ready for round 2. He goes through 12-20.
The superhero don't look so happy.
No, it's
Quit
okay.
waving his flag.
Yeah. Scott, we are trying to be nicer and gentler people. We worked on this before we came up. Remember?
Yes. Okay. Well, I said he just didn't seem happy.
Right, I understand.
Okay, who we got up next? We have Mitch Williams, National Trail Raceways Racer 70 Duster, 1218 the dial.
I've got another Crossroads racer, Earl Grayson, out of Terre Haute, down to 1267, getting about a half a second head start from Mitch. I'll let Scott take these down.
Here we go. Well, pretty even on the reaction times. Earl out front. Here comes Mitch trying to reel him in. 1,000 foot. Earl out there, finish line. Oh, he gets there first, breaks out, gives a win over to Mitch. Earl getting there by over a tenth and breaking out. So Mitch in National Trail Raceway gets another win.
All right, I see the flag waving, but I'll start on the Ray Skillman side. Got Larry Schubert, the Sunoco Race of Champions winner in the sportsman class, out of Team Muncie Dragway.
And Nate Holhauser, Summit Motorsports Park, 12-12 the dial.
So nearly even as they leave the starting line, and they're even on reaction time. This one ought to be a race. Here comes Larry. Can the Vegamino motor around the Ford finish line? Look for it, wait for it, give it to Larry. 2 above, 12-12. Nate was there first by 051, had to take 030 or less. No good. Give the win to Team Muncie.
Yes, sir. Go Team Muncie. Doug Thompson, the Killcare Dragway racer over in the race, Gilman Lane 1246 in the Firebird. And Chuck Tyak, the 91 Mustang from Pacemakers here on the Chevrolet side. Chuck off, good and green. And Doug turning the red. Chuck is 27 to the green. Chuck goes 14.52 on that 62 via the red light, so moving on for Pacemakers.
John Knapp, Alexandria, Indiana, 77 Vega, racing for Team Muncie, down to 1389.
Carson Griffith, the Killcare racer.
This guy wasn't shitty.
We can't say nothing.
It's our guy.
I know, but double breakout, win going to Carson.
Yeah, it wasn't really as close as it appeared on the screen. First one I fouled, I had to get behind by a lot.
Yes.
All right, Charles Picklesheimer with New Carlisle, Ohio. 79 Malibu, racing for Team Killcare down into 1219 alongside Sammy Loudon. Indianapolis, Indiana, where you at? Team Lucas Oil Raceway. I see both of you. Hi, Patty. Down to 1284. They're both away, making their way down to 1320. Charles, can he get there? He looks to be good for the win. 3 above, 1222 on the 1219. Sammy slows, goes 11 above, no good. Give the win to Team Killcare.
All right, Steve Zollner, Gateway Motorsports Park, 1433 the dial. Taking on Jim Rouse out of Edgewater Sports Park, 1295 in the Little Falcon. So, last day, finals, 2016 bracket finals here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Both drivers off clean and green. Here comes the Little Falcon trying to run him down over there to Dakota. Can he do it? Making our way through there. Finish line tells us it is the Little Falcon for Edgewater Sports Park. He's 1296, 1 above for the win. Steve getting there first, breaking out by 2 thou, taking 25. Had to take 23 or less.
Man, you know, Scott, there's good news and bad news this last day stuff. The bad news is it's all coming to an end. The good news is you are now 361 days away from ever having to hear our voice again.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
Nah.
Well,
I'm only about 4 days away before they hear it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you'll be working this weekend.
Yep.
Good point. Mark Lynn, Paducah, Kentucky, in the Ray Skillman side. 79 Z28 out of Team Beacon, down to 1320.
And Wendy Pemberton turning the red eye on. He's going to give the win over to Beacon Dragway.
So Mark looking for a 1320. 1,320 feet away. Perfect. He goes 1332, 89 mile an hour. He'll be moving on to round number 2. Hey, I know this guy, Steve Collier, Xenia, Ohio, in the CUDA. Racing for Team Killcare, down into the 12-16, giving up the head start.
Tracy Gustafson, Beacon Dragway in the 03S10, 16-18 the dial. So the challenger got to set and wait. CUDA, that is.
This one ought to be a good race the other end. Let's see what happens. Finish line. Look for the win line. Look for it. Give it to Collier. 9 above. 12:25 on the 12:16. Getting it done. Tracy. 13 above. 16:31. Taking the loss.
Well, I know that's Randy Wolf over there. Your Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Team Bunker Hill. 1406 in the little Chevy Nova. Johnny Cook, Team Milan, the 69 Camaro. We have a race here, folks. So here we go, 1,000 foot, they're through. Finish line, Randy, 1 above, 0 for the win. He was behind at the start line, but makes it up on the finish line.
Kelly Edwards, Charleston, Illinois. 98 Z28, racing for Coles County Dragway, down to 13:24. Up against Nasty Nick Hastings, Shelby, Ohio. 12:30 the dial in the Mustang. They're the Chevrolet side. He'll give up almost a 1 second head start.
Didn't Nick win this class last year?
Didn't Nick win? Just stop there. He wins all the time.
Well, I know that.
It's just what he does.
One of the better bottom bulb racers around. Foot brake and... Yeah, I believe that's what I think he was a Pomona. Well,
It's true.
Yeah, number 1 right there. Right on his window. It tells us.
That's how you roll right there, Scott.
That's it. Number 1.
Yeah.
I get told I'm number 1 a lot.
we get that every time we're done announcing.
Yep. Hey, looky there. Double breakout. Nick taking the win.
So Nick got there first by 11 thou, broke out by 5 thou. Math just wasn't working there for Kelly.
Well, we got Summit Motorsports Park, Larry Strosher.
That's it.
66 Chevy 2 12.0 file, 5 on the dial board, taking on Chad Isley, the Coles County Dragway racer, and the Little Mustang. 12.25 for Mr. Isley. I think he's in every class this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, some of them twice.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yep. And Dennis telling us he's even in high school class. Chad getting the win via the red light. Larry turning it red by 001. I wish I wouldn't have done that. So Chad going to click the timers down there. 12:22 on that 25 free dial in there. Eric Cooper, the Coles County Dragway, Chevy Vega, 12 flat dial, Cody Malcolm, Milan Dragway, in the Caprice. Here we go. And the win going to Coles County Dragways, Eric Cooper. He's 12 flat and goes 12.01, taking 1 thou. Both drivers 0.15 on the reaction time. But Eric, closer to his dial.
Man, that's a tough round one matchup right there. Both of you 15, taking a foul. Whew. Homer England Jr., Westchester, Ohio, in the Ray Skillman side. 97 Saturn, racing for Team Killcare. Down in a 17 flat.
Todd Norman, 79 Fairmount for Summit Motorsports Park, going to get the win because the red light is on in that R lane. And you see the superhero for Summit Motorsports Park out there waving the flag. 12:32 the dial. Clicks them off at a 12:33 at 106.57.
Man, look at Homer. Homer's 1 over 17.01, but was 6 thou early on the starting line. Tough break there. All right, Ron Hayden out of Keyville, Kentucky. 06 Mustang. Down to 13.25, racing for Team Beacon.
And Beach Bend Raceway brings Blake Richardson, the 69 Camaro. Says Edmund Richardson. Is that his boy? Assuming. So the Richardson's boy, 12:03 the dial for the Camaro here in the Chevrolet lane.
So a little over a second head start going to the Ray Skillman side. Team Beacon and Team Beach Bend. Both of them taking their time. Here we go. It's over early. Red light start for Ron Hayden. Blake Richardson going to be your automatic win. Where you at, Team Beach Bend? Richardson goes through 11.97 on that 12:03 dial. 109. All right, next up, we've got Josh Green out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. 69 Nova out of 1344, racing for Team. Win goes. Double breakout. Josh Green, your winner. 1341 on the 1344. All right, up next, we're getting some, Scott's having some technical difficulties. I just had a operator error on mine. Jason Kersey, Brookville, Indiana, 1353 the dial for Edgewater Sports Park. Bill McCarty, the Chevrolet side, Washington, Indiana, 1253 the dial.
Hey, I'm back. Here we go.
I think we're being sabotaged, Scott.
I think so, too. Think so, too.
Like if they can pick us off one at a time, they know we'll just quit coming back.
Finish line win going to Bill McCarty for Beacon Dragway. 12:53. The dial goes 12:62. Jason breaking out, but was way behind on the start line.
All right.
We got to rate these. We got a not on file. I guess you're wrong.
All right. So Scott, just so you know, the text messages are beginning. So,
well, hello everybody watching us on D3. We're live.
Look at this. Got a racer not on file in the Chevrolet side. Gary Rice, Ross, Ohio, 1237 the dial.
Does that mean we don't have to announce it?
Yeah, we'll still announce it. Hey, they didn't work out. Not on file, not in the winner's side. Win goes Gary Rice, 1236. Breaks out 8th foul. Give the win to Team Edgewater.
Oh.
So I know Jonathan Robertson, esteemed son of the one and only Larry Robertson, he said he's listening. So
hi there.
So Jonathan, thanks for checking us out. Thanks for letting me know my mic was off.
Corey Duncan from Coles County Dragway in the 74 Nova 1276, going down beside Peyton Filson, the Killcare Dragway 95 Trans Am dial 1248. Well, turning the red on for Coles County, so Killcare getting another win. Peyton dialed 1248. Going to go down there, trip the timers at a 1237, breaking out, but did not matter with the red light. Wow, the hate mail we're getting up here. I mean, I guess Steve, really, I'm probably going to have to get the tech department out come next Thursday, Friday.
I think you just need to ground your daughter.
Well, that'll be the next thing.
Christy Yielding,
So,
Humboldt,
you're grounded to
Illinois.
your room, Kaylee.
78 Malibu, 1285 the dial.
Alongside Edgewater's Mike Glancy Jr. in the Rambler.
So Christy
we can't
left
give you
first.
any information. We were told watch what we say for the reaction times because they may have radios on. And Mike, 5 above for the win for Edgewater Sports Park.
Tough one there for Christy. She's 006, but she's 6 under.
Okay. Oh, so we found out this right here, my guy, Terry McGee from National Trail Raceway, 1206, has been to all 40 bracket finals. Wonder how much gray hair he has.
I've got Alex Winkler, Mattoon, Illinois. Sunoco Race of Champions, but he turns it red by 25 thou.
That's why he's here. He's 10 on the tree, 1206 on the dial. Going to go through at 1207 with the 2. So nice package there in sportsman class. This first round for the guy that's been here to every single bracket final.
You've missed just a couple, haven't you, Scott?
That feels like it.
Yeah. Every year seems longer, doesn't it, for us?
Yes.
Yeah, for them too.
You don't have to announce that one.
I got another not on file guy, 1214 the dial on the Ray Skillman side.
Well, I know my guy's from Coles County Dragway, and that's Sarah Cassidy, 03 Grand Am.
She's probably going to change that right now.
Well, Sarah turning it red, and the unknown driver going to get the win. Was red behind her, but does not matter, first or worse, and she was first. So the little S10 going to click the timers off that 1214 dial, goes 1219 with a 6 at 111. So is this a final car, and we're going to, looks like maybe high school?
He's the driver, and you got a high school behind him.
All right, so Chevrolet side, Mike Radulowski, Highland, Illinois. I believe he was hanging out in our pit last night.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
And I think he
Yes.
left some stuff behind that he needed to pick up.
What I'm saying is, look at the good luck that manifests out of our pit area. You get the first round bye, it's all good. So Mike Radulowski, 1350. The dial in on the Chevrolet side.
It looks like this is the final car of sportsman class. So that's one round of everything completed. And well, high school yet. They're getting their second time shot here. But pro, super pro, bike, and sportsman, this will be the final car, and that will be the first round down for them. Mike, nice 0:45 reaction time. I can say it because nobody's beside him.
All right. The texts keep rolling. I give a shout out to Chico, Nagan Pindell. He's listening up too, so he.
Well, hey there, Chico.
Gotta say hi to Chico. So.
Yep. I'm sure Chico's listening. I'm sure Shane, while he's sitting in the restroom at work, making the guaranteed pay, is listening to us also.
I think you just judged him, Scott. But it's not judging if it's
I'm
true.
I'm just going by what I've been told.
Right. So that probably is true.
Yes.
And so we're in a little holding pattern here real quick while we get ready to roll second time trial for the high school eliminator before we get our marching orders for the next set of cars. So if you're still in competition, congratulations. You're now among half that are left.
Yep. And you made it to Sunday.
That's just true. That was the good news for me, Scott. I mean, I've not been to 40 bracket finals. I've been to probably 12 or 13.
Wow.
I've attended Sunday once in the car. What was that for? Is that I mean, you're not surprised, or
no? I mean, I'm shocked that it wasn't a higher percentage than that.
No, you're not, Scott. So. Really, it's okay. You've seen me go down the track. I mean, you see it on a weekly basis.
I watch you race.
Right? Yeah. Scott's like, listen, just if you could do something for me, he's like, just don't tear the track up for the rest of the racers. He's, I expect nothing out of you. All right. So our high schoolers are rolling out. Race Gilman side. I've got Derek Lyons out of Ashcombe, Illinois. 95 Mustang for Coles County Dragway, USA.
And I've got Devin Ramsey for Crossroads Dragway, the 01 Dakota.
Did we call Shorty Raider best engineer? Did you call him when he was calling? We need pro round 2. Okay.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need pro, round number 2. Pro, round number 2 to the lanes at this time, please. Pro, round number 2. We need you to the lanes at this time.
So, knocking them down. And I think they're going to do... Oh, I just was told I'm going to take my mic.
Nothing personal, Scott.
Wow.
You have the wireless. That's why I grabbed the corded one. Nobody takes it out of the tower.
Well, that's fine.
So here we go. Look at these high schoolers. 028.
Oh,
yeah. 064 for Devin. Derek there first. He goes 1447 at 97 mile an hour. Devin 1484 at 91.
The next pair, Julie Nettles, Coles County Dragway Racer, 91 Camaro. All righty, attention in the pits. Shorty Raider. Shorty Raider, we need you and your car up into the lanes for the best appearing. So Shorty Raider, we need you now, please. Best Engineering. You won the award for Best Engineering, and they're looking for you to snap some pictures, bud.
All right, here we go. Another Radulowski. We got Danny over in the Race Gilman side, Highland, Illinois. The 01 Camaro. He's 009 on the starting line. Goes through 1322 at 104. Julie, 1357 at 103.
Jacob Youngblood from Crossroads Dragway in that 06 Z71 pickup truck, and Tyler Lawson, the 82 S10 for Route 66.
So high school eliminator round number 2.
So once again, pro class, round 2 should be heading to the lanes. Shorty Raider, you should be heading to the lanes with your best engineered piece.
Look at Tyler there in the Chevrolet side. He's 004, goes 1267.
Wow, and this is high schoolers.
I couldn't beat them either.
No.
No. Just saying.
But you're smarter than them.
No, I'm doubting that too.
I'll say, after what they learn in school, I don't know if we're even smarter than them.
No. I thought that was Chico. I was like,
Yeah, it does look like Chico's car out there. Well, yeah, but it's here on competition on Sunday. We know that don't happen.
And yeah, exactly.
So it can't be Chico.
And then I thought it said John Kasich. I was like, no, it's Joe Cash, Manhattan, Illinois.
And Courtney Wilson. Pacemakers.
Joe goes 13:26 at 109.
And Courtney 17:32 at 77. Wow, he's doing cartwheels out here. Jumping up and down. Getting all with it.
All right, there's one hate text drop. Daryl Thornburg's no longer tuning in. He's got to go teach a class, so I hate that.
Teach a class for what?
I'm not sure. Bye, Felicia. Cole Waldrop, Benton, Kentucky. The 12 Ram from Beacon Dragway. Hey, look at that, Scott. Look at your side.
009 for Nick for Pacemakers. Wow, don't want to go up there and race with their high schoolers now, do we?
No. Oh, look at this. Whew. Restocking of the batteries. It's a good day.
Well, I know that's Mariah Hunter over there for Team Muncie Dragway, the 05 Grand Prix. And Javier Pando from Skokie, Illinois, the 92 Civic for Byron Dragway.
Mariah, a little bit better this time. She's 042, sneaking up on a Javier, 094. See what Mariah does. She'll get there first in that Grand Prix. She goes 15:09 at 92 mile an hour.
17:01 at 80 for Javier. Nope, none of mine. No relation. Tristan Strauss, National Trail Raceway, the 95 Ford Mustang.
Race Skillman side. I've got Matthew Danielak out of Skokie, Illinois. 68 Pontiac. Race of her Team Byron. Tristan Little Red. Matthew Little Green.
Add them together, and you're good to go.
That's right. You're at least green.
Yep.
All right. Finish line, getting there first, going to be Tristan, 1482 at 93.62. Matthew clicks it off, 1551, just under 86.
Oh, Mackie Wiles. I know she's running for Team Bunker Hill in the 011 Sierra, part of the Wildman Racing Group.
Say that wasn't a junior dragster. I was looking.
Yep.
Ronnie Beach, Troy, Illinois, 69 Goat. Race of her Team Gateway.
And the tension is thick.
Cut her with a knife, baby.
Yep.
024 for Ronnie Beach. 1203, 110.56. Mackey, 1659 at 83.68.
All righty. Hey, looky coming here. A couple kill care racers. Kay Crum, the 89 Ranger. And Brandon Knight, the 04 Impala, running for Team Kill Care. Kay going to get there first. Goes through at 12:89 at 103. Brandon following behind at a 16:69 at 80 mile an hour.
All right, next up.
So once again, pro class, you should be in the lanes. Pro class, you should be in the lanes. And I'm hoping Shorty Raider got our message and he is out there also. So pro class, both sides should be in your lanes. Shorty Raider should be up here also.
Jacob Eckelbarger, 80 Malibu, racing for Bunker Hill. Alongside Wyatt, best racer in my family, Schubert, 012 Green. Sorry, Larry, with no disrespect to our Race of Champions winner. Just saying. Kid's been 5 and 12 in high school.
Well, yeah, and his kids put him on the trailer.
We weren't going to talk about that.
Yep.
But since you mentioned it, he did.
Probably is the best driver in the Schubert family is Wyatt. So
Larry, we're not exactly talking about you. We're hoping you're laughing with us. Exactly. He knows.
Yep, you're going to have to do that. Hey, now you might as well just come up to pro class and let him have sportsman.
Or just ground him, take him out. Oh, here Greg's getting involved too. Greg's like, really?
Dovenbarger from National Trail in the 75 Duster finishes out this round of time trials for high schoolers. Looks like we're getting ready to go with some best appearing and engineered cars.
We don't get to do that. That is not our category.
Dennis Weiniger.
Yeah, we turn it over to the professional group for that.
Yes.
Yeah, El Presidente.
Yep.
So Dovenbarger goes 12:28 at $1.09, and I'm going to give it to Dennis.
Well, thanks, Scott, Steve. Super job. Super job. You guys need to be a little more excited when you're up here, you know. actually, we got to tone those guys down. Hey, as we begin our pre-race ceremonies out here, we have some work to do on the track. Touch things up here before we start for round number 2. So first off, let's recognize those folks who won the Sunoco Race of Champions on Friday evening in Super Pro. Todd Clark was your winner there from Muncie Dragway. Took that little Malibu into the winner's circle over Alan Moore. And in the pro category, that was Wes Buckley from Summit Motorsports Park. His Z28 took care of Kim Sparks' little Firebird there, beautiful little car from Bunker Hill in the final there. Congratulations, Wes Buckley. Larry Shupert, Sportsman Race of Champions from Muncie Dragway. Got the win over Bill Crutcher from Beach Bend. So congratulations, Larry Shupert. They were photographed in the winner's circle and everything on Saturday morning when we did that. And in the Super Pro Bike Race of Champions, that would have been the winner, Joe Novak from Milan Dragway, and Kirk Clark, runner-up from Team Byron. So congratulations to all those winners and runner-ups. The Sunoco Race of Champions. So we have our Summit Shootout, number 1 qualifiers. We have in Super Pro, Rob Stacy from Kilcare Dragway. Rob's getting a plaque. Pro ET Brian Lewis from Edgewater Sports Park, denoting his number 1 qualifier in the Summit Shootout. Terry McGee will be up here in just a minute. We just saw him go down track. And in Super Pro Motorcycle, Bill Homuth from Route 66 Raceway. Those are our number 1 qualifiers in the Summit Shootout. Scheduled to be run on Friday night. And we just couldn't get that worked in with the 5.5 hours of rain delay that we had in the afternoon. We can't control the weather. We can't control stuff falling on the track. And we have to roll with the punches, so to speak. So those folks, 32 folks, divided up the money in the Summit Shootout, but the 4 people were the number 1 qualifiers. Rob Stacy in Super Pro, Brian Lewis from Edgewater in Pro, Terry McGee from National Trail and Sportsman, still waiting for Terry up here, and Bill Homuth from Route 66 in Super Pro Motorcycle. Okay, let's do this one more time. We do need all of these people. Rob Stacy, Brian Lewis, Terry McGee, Bill Homuth. Front of the tower for a picture, please. Kind of under a time crunch here, folks, so we need you down here. Dialing for dollars, folks. Trance Baker, Randy Burwell, Jason Wisman, and Nick Shaw. We need you down there also, please. You're next for the photo shoot once we find our remaining 2 from the number 1 qualifiers in the Summit Shootout. Also, we should have Jeff McAdoo, Mark Morasic, Bill Crutcher, Nick Shaw with your vehicles up here in the tower. We'll try to get all 4 of them in there at the same time and take a group shot of you. If that doesn't work, well, we'll divide them up or something like that. We also need Adam and Stacy Confer, Dave Cotterell, or William Tharp, Mike Walker, Christopher Stillwell, and Rod Zolman. Down here to the base of the tower, those are the operators and managers of the 5 tracks who have participated in all 40 years of the Summit AT Finals. And Terry McGee will also need you to stick around for the I've been here 40 years photo. Because nobody else is going to be in that photo. The first of our best appearing, best engineered vehicles coming up right now in front of the tower. This is Jeff McAdoo from Beacon Dragway. Cool little 1968 Camaro, the best appearing Super Pro vehicle here in 2016. Makes its home down to Mansfield, Kentucky. Neat little ride. Stripes along the side, basically deep burgundy color. Folks, put your hands together for Jeff McAdoo from Beacon Dragway, our best appearing Super Pro car. Nice looking ride. Nice looking ride, Jeff. Congratulations. I will get an individual shot here from all of our 5 folks who are either best appearing or best engineered out of the whole bunch of them. Get those individual shots and we'll see if we can't squeeze them together and get a group photo down here. Pulling up now, right there. Our best appearing Pro ET car. Check out this little Chevrolet Nova, 1966 model. Mark Maruzek from up there in Byron Dragway. The big job, Team Byron. Well, 66 Chevy Nova, 406 Chevrolet. Nice looking ride. Back to basics, I guess we could call this car. You got one color on it, no stripes, no graphics, but it is really a sweet looking car. Folks, how about a round of applause for Mark Marusak, right here, best appearing in the Pro category. Congratulations, Mark. For Shootout, #1 qualifiers, for Dialing for Dollars winners. Right in front of the tower, please. We need you for a photograph. And some of you will be getting money. So please, for Shootout, #1 qualifiers, and for Dialing for Dollars winners. To the front of the tower, we need the photo. Because we're working on the track right now. When the track's ready, we got to get back into racing because we got a bunch to go. Here's Bill Crutcher, everybody. The best appearing sportsman car, 67 Chevy Nova. And so far it's been Chevrolet, Chevrolet, Chevrolet. Luck of the draw, I guess. 350 cubic inches in this Nova Super Sport. Bill Crutcher, the Division II champion during the 2015 season. And prior to that, he was the national champ 2 years ago. But congratulations, Bill Crutcher. How about a round of applause for Bill? Neat little ride, really is. We got cars, we got motorcycles. I know we're looking for Terry McGee up here. Didn't see him yet. Maybe he's over there, around the corner.
Got somebody from fire safety over on the outside of the right lane wall near the start line. Straight across from your B.
Best appearing motorcycle, and obviously this is a Suzuki because it says that in 14-inch high letters on the tank. Everybody, this is Nick Shaw from Mount Blanchard, Ohio, and Summit Motorsports Park. Suzuki Hayabusa. Your best appearing Super Pro motorcycle. Black and silver, a little red in there also. So Shaw Racing, congratulations, Nick Shaw. That is a super looking motorcycle. Should be one more car back there someplace for best engineered.
We're just doing the special, the best appearing right now group, and then we'll
Now we'll see if we can get these 3 cars and 1 motorcycle angled here in front of the tower. As we get these folks back here lined up in front of the tower, in addition to shooting the photographs, Kevin's also in charge of staging the photographs. So we got Bill's car back up here. Nick's motorcycle's over there. We'll set him on top of the cars. And we'll get Mark backed up here next. 2 Novas side by side. Get him cranked around. Backed up with the back wheels off the grass, on the grass rather. Super Pro #1 qualifier shootout. Motorcycle, Bill Hamath. We need you in front of the tower, please, Bill, from Route 66. Bill? Hello, give me a call. We need you in front of the tower, please, Bill. Thank you. And now we're getting Jeff's car backed around. Man, I wish I would have ordered the backup camera for the race car. I didn't know I'd have to be doing this. Like backing it in the trailer, into the garage. Check the door there, Kevin. Okay. 3 cars positioned. Now the easy part. Get the motorcycle back in here. Jeff McAdoo. Mark Marusik, Bill Crutcher, and Nick Shaw's Suzuki. All out in front of the tower. These were all the best appearing cars in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Super Pro Bike. These are going to be photos for National Dragster. That's correct.
Looks like we're missing the motorcycle dialing for dollars. I got cash.
Motorcycle dialing for dollars. We need you up here also. Dialing for dollars. That person would be Nick Shaw. Jay? Jay, that's your dialing for dollars, my friend. Thanks.
You got it.
Now we'll get Nick Shaw right up there in front with the Suzuki. Get the driver's position, motorcycle position, get Nick Shaw positioned. And we'll get Kevin positioned. Okay, Kevin's got to get just a bit farther away. Guess what they need to make now for the cameras is a de-telescoping lens. Okay, here we are. Spotter stepping away. Kevin climbs on the camera. The three best appearing cars in Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman, and the best appearing motorcycle, folks. How about a big round of applause for these guys? They have done tremendous work keeping the cars clean all weekend. Hasn't been an easy job. Getting them tip-top condition to begin with, and congratulations to those four folks. Great job. By the way, there's still time to get your order in over there with Kevin Pepra at the Photos and More trailer just south of the tower. If you want a car, a picture of your car leaving the starting line or back in the pit area, whatever it is, I'm sure Kevin can find a good spot to shoot. Our Summit Shootout #1 qualifiers. Summit Shootout #1 qualifiers. We intended to run that race to get down to 4 winners. We were unable to do that because of the weather. So the 4 Summit Shootout #1 qualifiers. From Kilcare Dragway in Super Pro, that would be Rob Stacy. From Edgewater Sports Park in Pro, that would be Brian Lewis. National Trail Raceway, that would be Terry McGee in Sportsman. And in Super Pro Motorcycle, that would be Bill Hamath from Route 66 Raceway. Oh, congratulations to those folks. Getting their plaques. They've already picked up their share of the money in that Summit Shootout. The dialing for dollars, folks. And don't let Terry McGee get away. Don't let Terry McGee get away. Need another special picture of him. Dialing for dollars. We did do that yesterday during that time trial session for Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and the Super Pro bike. So those 4 people picking up their cash from last night. Super Pro from down there at Beach Bend. Trans Baker in a Super Pro. picked up $740. $740. Congratulations, Trans. Edgewater Sports Park, Pro ET, Dialing for Dollars winner. Randy Burwell was the top money winner because more folks entered in Pro. So he got $800. And Sportsman from Lucas Oil Raceway right here. Jason Wisman picked up $415. And Nick Shaw in Super Pro motorcycle, $140. Summit Motorsports Park. Congratulations to those four folks. Trans Baker, Randy Burwell, Jason Wisman, and Nick Shaw.
I thought surely a 300 pack would be enough.
Mike Walker, down here. That is a great looking car. Jeff McAdoo. So we also had the best engineered Super Pro car. That means the door hinges. If there's something special about that, they look at that. The locks for the doors, all sorts of things. Oh, look at this on the brake master cylinder. Whatever would happen to be, whatever stands out, whatever is the neatest, best engineered parts on a race car, group those all together and you get the best engineered car, right? Shorty Raider, selected by our team of trained professionals down there. We call them judges because, well, that's what they do. Look that car over, under, around, and through. Then we'll get Shorty's car up here. Neat ride. I mean, it's something close to an old UDRA Pro Stocker. That's pretty cool. Look back here where the dial-in's at. Inside the wingy thing. Whoa, baby. You got 42-inch exhaust outlets over here. I mean, they're big. They're probably not 42. So there's Shorty Raider from down in Martinsville, Indiana. We had him on stage at the banquet a couple of years ago when he was like beating everybody else up. 67 Chevy Nova. And check out the paint job on it. Holy cow. That is just super. Congratulations to the whole Raider family crew, friends and neighbors. Imagine everybody in Martinsville would say, Shorty Raider, see the guy with that Nova that's all, yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. And Lions Raceway Park.
The guy largely responsible for the build is Gary Egan. He's down here.
Gary Egan largely responsible for the build in this car. Brand new. Cool. That is really nice. Congratulations, Shorty Raider. Cool looking ride, but it's really the best engineered. So what makes it best engineered are things that you really can't see out here. It's stuff inside. It's 18,000 little ribbety things back here on the wing and a back window. It is just really neat. It is really neat. Congratulations, Shorty. It is one good looking car. This, of course, is our 40th anniversary here of the Summit ET Racing Finals at Division 3 Lucas Oil Raceway. We've done this 40 times. We've done this 40 times. How did we get this started? 5 tracks were around in the very beginning. All the folks that some are still here, some are not still here, track owners and operators. But you go back 40 years, And these tracks had the vision to come up with something so that there was that goal at the end of a season. I'm going to the finals and I want to beat everybody so that I can be the champion. And then later on, I want to beat everybody so I can be the champion of my division, go to Pomona and be the champion of the world. As we get them lined up out here, let me tell you who those folks are and the drag strips that they represent. Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Adam and Stacy Confer. Killcare Dragway, Dave Cotterell. Owner, William Tharp, manager. Don't think William's here today. Lucas Oil Raceway, Mike Walker. Of course, at that time it was called Indianapolis Raceway Park. National Trail Raceway, Christopher Stillwell, the operations manager. Pacemakers Dragway Park, Rod Zolman, operator. The guy who is not an operator or an owner of one of these drag strips that have been around 40 years that started that is a guy who has been to all 40 ET finals, and that would be Terry McGee from National Trail Raceway this year. Now you just can't say, hey, I'm going to Indy, I want to be in the finals. Okay, come on down. No, you got to qualify at your track, earn the points, come down here and participate. And Terry McGee has done that 40 years. Terry and Deanna McGee, I thought I saw Deanna out here a while ago. They've been here 40 years. That is a record. Nobody else has ever done that before. And let's see, do we still have 40 more years in us? I'm thinking, maybe not. Won't see that one happen. But it is so great to have Terry back, and the guy who's been here 40 years. He was here for the 30th.
And send them up to the ready line. We get to the ready line, we're going to do an invocation and national anthem. Once they get to the ready line, it's set. Then we'll do the invocation and anthem.
So Pro Cars, you should all be in the lanes back there lined up, and we're going to shortly pull you out. Folks down there on the ground will be pulling you out up here to the ready line. The track is ready, and we are just about ready here. So once we see those cars come up, it'll be time for the invocation and the national anthem.
Don't stand up for the national anthem, John, unless they're an NFL quarterback.
So we're bringing up our Pro Cars right now. This is day number 3, the final day. The first day was like, oh my goodness, are we ever going to reach a parting of the waves here to get back in racing action? We did that after about 5.5 hours. And then we ran, and we just about had everything finished that we had on our reduced schedule. You lose a lot of races down the track when you lose 5.5 hours of time. And we were probably within 12 cars of finishing up on Friday night, and then rain. Rats. So, well, let's start all over again Saturday morning. Let's start at 8 o'clock. And we got running at about 2 o'clock because it rained overnight. We just could not get that track dry. It was just so wet. Puddles and puddles everywhere. Track crew worked as hard as they probably ever worked before to get the track dry. And now they're up ready to go again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We finished yesterday at about 7:15 last night on, again, a reduced schedule. And now here we are ready to go on Sunday morning. We started off, and right now, as soon as we've got some quiet out there, we'll be ready to go.
Did you announce the best appearing?
Now, as we get those cars coming up here, we've got two more very special awards to announce. And that would be the Best Appearing Crew/Team. The Best Appearing Crew/Team. And that would be Crossroads Dragway from down there in Terre Haute, Indiana. Folks way down there at Crossroads, are you still down there? Some of you down there? Well, Randy and Tammy are out here walking around dressed up like Willy Wonka's going to Pomona. Willy Wonka's golden ticket to Pomona. That is a pretty cool idea. And how about our National Dragster Team Spirit Award winner? Ready for this? Judging was yesterday. And that would be Byron Dragway. You are the winners. Congratulations, Team Byron. Super job, as always. Team Byron, super job, as always. Thanks to all the tracks for participating in that. You guys spent a lot of time coming up with some cool ideas. We got mascots, we got everything. So, congratulations to Crossroads. Congratulations to Team Byron. It sounds like it's pretty quiet out there right now. So, without any further ado, let me introduce you to Jay Rowe, Chaplain, Racers for Christ, who will lead us in the evocation. Jay?
Let's all bow in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and as we call on your name, we acknowledge that you're the mighty God of the universe, the God that created everything, but yet still loves us. And loves us enough to watch over us. You've watched over us this weekend, Heavenly Father, as safety-wise. Even though we got some weather in, Heavenly Father, we still had a safe race, and continue to ask that you would do just that. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the personnel from Jay on down, Heavenly Father, that puts this on. We know, the people that look behind the scenes, just how much does go on and how much effort goes out, Heavenly Father, to put these things on. So bless them in a special way. Thank you once again for allowing us to live in a nation free, that we can come out here and drag race and enjoy it. Thank you for our men and women in the service that have served and are serving right now, that have given those freedoms to us. Thank you for loving and caring for us, Heavenly Father. Most of all, thank you for sending your Son to die for us. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And folks, if you would remain standing, very special song. This would be our national anthem, right? Well, thank you, everybody. We are ready to go racing, and a special thanks to Mike Coyle, who is now the music director here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. We're going to bring Scott and Steve back in here for about another half. You guys got a half hour in you, because you got to do something else besides this, right?
I don't know if I'll be any good.
Good at racing or good at announcing. Anyway, from Bunker Hill Dragway, I'm just joking with you, From Muncie Dragway, Steve Rickens and Scott Daniels.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. All right, hey, just a quick rundown as we get ready to kick off round number 2. Here's your rundown of points. Mid-Michigan, 8 points. Beacon, you got 10. Pacemakers, 11. Edgewater Sports Park tied with Lions at 12. 14th, Gateway with 13. Byron, you're in 13th with 14 points. Tied for 11th, Bunker Hill and Team Beach Bend. Then we've got a 3-way tie for 8th, Ohio Valley, Coles County Dragway USA, National Trail. tied for 6th. We got Team Milan and Team Muncie in 5th. Tied for 4th. Tied for 3rd. We'll go with 3. Lucas Oil Raceway, Crossroads, and Summit Motorsports Park. Soul 2nd. Team Killcare, and leading the way, Route 66 with 22 points. There's your round 1 rundown of points. Here we go, kicking off round 2. Bob Anderson in the Ray Skillman side. Freeport, Illinois. 66 Nova, racing for Team Byron. Where's your team spirit, Byron? 613 the dial.
Jason Wilson, Edgewater Sports Park. Oh, turns it red. Giving that point over to Byron.
He goes 610 on that 613 dial, so a little quick there here in round 2.
They've got that cloud cover over, track drug in and touched up, so they're going to pick up. We got Jake Overstreet, the Sunoco's Race of Champions representative for Beacon Dragway. 693 the dial in the little Mustang.
On my side, I've got John Barnes out of Bardstown, Kentucky, the 82 Camaro, racing for Team Ohio Valley, down to 655. Doing a little bit of cleanup work here on the Chevrolet side. We back them up and we'll do this again. So that was a little quick rundown of points. But so again, your top 5, Route 66, Team Killcare, Lucas Oil Raceway, Crossroads, Summit Motorsports Park. Then you bring in Team Milan and Team Muncie. They're all separated by 5 points. So in the top 13 are only separated by 7. So
tight racing here, folks. So get up there, cheer your team on.
So here we go, John Barnes and Jake Overstreet.
Well, it looks like John having a little trouble over there in that burnout box. So back him up and get him a good one here.
It's never fun to get stopped in the burnout box after you already kind of got your whole pre-race routine going and start again. But John will get it together and see what we can lay down there on the Ray Skillman side.
655 to a 693.
All right, here we go. Overstreet and Barnes.
They're off clean and green.
Ought to be a good race. Going to the top end.
Oh no. Jake had the start line advantage. Can't run the number. John. He's 30 on the tree. Dead 6 taken. 2 thou for the win.
Not sure that smoke was brakes or that was something in the motor. It looked a little early. So they're going to take a peek at that before we send Eric Paul in that Challenger down the track. Just started smoking probably around 400 feet or whatever. So not sure what was going on there with Barnes. Hopefully it's not a big deal as he's going to be looking at round number 3. So all right, so the Lucas Oil Raceway crew down taking a peek. Hopefully not going to find anything, and we'll get right back to action.
Well, it'll be rapid fire now because we got all the special awards out of the way. And going into second round of everything now. So looks like the track clean and green down there.
Yeah. There's a button at the top that you can cancel.
So Rick Covey from Lions Raceway Park and Eric Paul, the Beach Bend Raceway 72 Challenger up against the 71 Nova. $8,500 head start. Coming over here to the Chevrolet side. Eric going to try to run him down. Here we go, folks. Here comes Eric trying to chase him down before he gets there. And it is no Rick. He had the start line advantage. Have 1100s on the tree. Goes dead 6, taking 14. Eric, he's 28, dead 9, but in the way.
All right, Race Gilman side. Dean Talley out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 70.5 Camaro. Racing for Team Beach Bend down into the 610.
And Adam Price, the 74 Duster for Crossroads Dragway. 693 the dial.
Ought to have a good race right here. Here comes Dean Talley looking for Adam Price. Give the win to Talley. 008, 2 above.
Yep, he was nice reaction time there.
But look at the other side. It's a race.
Yeah, he was dead 4, but he was 31 on the tree, so tried to tighten her up down there.
Talley, B00, take 00.
Yep.
008 taking 004, gets her done every time. Mike O'Rourke Jr., Westland, Michigan, racing for Summit Motorsports Park. Wave that flag, 590 the dial.
And another Crossroads Dragway racer, Joe Leisher, the 68 Firebird, 669. Going to get the head start here.
So round number 2 of Pro.
So Mike taking his time rolling in there. There we go. Starting to move forward. Both drivers carefully staging up. They know there's no buybacks here, so win or go home. And Joel getting the win. He's 048. Got a 69 on the dial board. Clicks him off at a 670 at 178.
Mike was red by 13 thou, goes 585 at 116. So next up, Race Gilman side, we got Team Lucas Oil Raceway, Boyd Butcher, Beach Grove down to 648.
And Chris Blair, the 73 Vega in the Chevrolet side for Beach Bend Raceway, 644. Almost one bulb head start here.
Here we go, both stage, both away.
They're looking at each other. Boyd looking over at him. Finish line, it is Boyd for the win. He's 14 on the tree, 2 above, taking 35. Chris was 43, 3 above, and in his way.
So give the win to Lucas Oil Raceway. All right, next up, Team Crossroads, Thad Mann, Terre Haute, 63 Fury down to 656.
Well, I think you just had Mr. O'Rourke Jr. I've got Senior Mike O'Rourke Sr., the 78 Firebird for Summit Motorsports Park, dial to 602. Crossroads and Summit. Both drivers in, here we go. Man off clean and green. Finish line, here they come, it is. No, Mike O'Rourke Sr., he was start line advantage, 1 above 3, taking 13. Thad, he was 56 on the tree, 1 above 1. Cannot make up the difference on the start line. So Summit Motorsports Park scoring another point.
All right. Friend of mine right here, Harry Eversole out of Terre Haute. Team Crossroads, 644 the dial.
And Herman Zedner, the 98 Cobra for Route 66, 662 the dial.
Both of them with respectable reaction times. Let's see what happens. Oh, Harry's going to kick himself. He's 001 on the starting line, 3 above, no good.
Herman, he's dead too, taking 11. He's 22 on the tree, but he'll move on for Route 66.
So not sure what happened to Harry there. Had the starting line, just couldn't make it fit at the other end. All right, Race Gilman side, another Crossroads racer, Doug Smith, the S10 down to 710.
And Wes Buckley, your Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Summit Motorsports Park, 598. Wes going to get the win automatically. 23 on the tree, going to turn the lights down there at a 596.9 on that 98 dial.
So Doug turning it red. No good there. Summit Motorsports Park getting another W. All right, discount tire car, Dustin Loynes, Byron, Michigan. The Firebird racing for Team Mid-Michigan, down to 617.
And Route 66 Ragway brings up Bill Chase, the 66 Noah, 580 the dial here in the Chevrolet lane.
Both of them taking their time, staging. Dustin got the Firebird. He's also got a dragster. Kind of been running the circuit a little bit. Works the varsity Ford up in Michigan.
Both drivers off green. We have a race. Finish line tells us it is my guy here, Bill Chase. It was 581 with a 4 in that 80 dial. He had the start line advantage and holds him off down there for the win for Route 66.
Nice pack there for Bill Chase. He's 26 pack. Dustin 34 in the starting line. Can't make that math work. All right, Adam Klein, Sunoco Race of Champions. You know, get multiple classes for Team Beach Bend, Franklin, Kentucky. He's down to 628.
And Dave Baker, the Xenia, Ohio racer in the 70 Camaro, 646 a dial for Team Kilcare.
So going to be a slight head start here for Baker. They're both staged. Uh-oh. Not Adam Klein. Not sure what happened, but the car moved on him and broke the beam. Do not see that very often. Adam Klein, one of the tougher racers around. That's a tough break. Hate it for Adam.
Yep.
Baker, dead 4, 646.
Moving on to round 3 will be Team Kilcare's Dave Baker. So.
Hate to see that stuff. You want to make a good run down the track. If you win, you win. If you don't, it's okay. But when stuff like that happens, that's no fun. Kind of puts a dampener on the whole deal. Chris Norris, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 80 Camaro, racing for Team Ohio Valley, down to 667.
And Coles County Dragway brings Levi French, the 81 Malibu, 754 the dial for Levi.
So almost a second head start.
Oh, look who's down here. Is that Mr. Liggett down there?
Oh, I gotta look.
Yeah, look at him looking. He's like, where's them heavenly voices coming from?
Oh.
Well, we have another LB3A there. Levi, don't know what happened, but didn't hold in and gives the win to Chris for Ohio Valley, getting another win there.
All right, I've got Mitch Vincent, St. Charles, Illinois, 67 Camaro. He, too, is wheeling a couple different vehicles. He's got a dragster also in Super Pro. 592 the dial for Team Byron.
Stand up, Crossroads Dragway. Here's Mike Toole in the 87 Monte Carlo. 646 the dial here in the Chevrolet lane.
So Mike will get the head start. The Monte should leave first. See if we can return to some normalcy right here. These last two have been a little
crazy. There we go. And Mike Toole goes 000 for the win. He's 3 under and trip zip on the tree.
If you trip zip, you can hold 3. It works.
Yep. Especially when your guy goes red beside you.
That's right. Mitch turns it red. That's the thing about it right there, though. He's a thou from disaster because he left first, so he turns that thing 1 thou. Mitch would have been winning with a 21 red.
Yes, sir.
So, good run there for Mike Toole.
Rob Fisher, the Coles County Dragway 66 wagon here in the Chevrolet lane, down to 748.
Rob does a lot of no-box racing. He'll be alongside Don Dundee, Sycamore, Illinois. Good-looking, beautiful Bel Air. Route 66, 595 the dial. Giving the big head start to Rob Fisher. Oh, you know what? Unbelievable, Scott.
Yes, it
the
is.
Things we see.
Things we see, we'll tell you here in a minute. Look at this pack and look at that, Steve.
Can you lay a 5-pack for Don Dundee? Back-to-back trip zeros. Don's trip zip dead 5. Get you some of that.
Yep, Rob's 48, so he is out of it at the hit. Mathematically cannot make that up.
He was out of it at the quit, too.
Yes.
He parked that baby. He's like, get behind. There's nothing I can do with this one.
All right, Team Muncie, stand up. Here's Mark Krumenaker, the 71 Demon. 675 the dial for Mark.
John Singleton, New Lenox, Illinois, 66 Coronet for Route 66, down to 649. Mark will lead first. Here comes Singleton, looking for Krumenaker. Give the win to Singleton, 6:55. Oh, he cut her tight down there. 7th thou. Margin of victory for Route 66 and John Singleton. Mark went 3 above, but cannot make it work.
Yep, he had 400s to make up on the start line, didn't do it. Miranda Lawson, the Route 66 racer from Elwood, Illinois, 631 the dial.
Mike Gramlich, maybe Michigan. 78 Malibu of Brian Horton. Team Mid-Michigan down to 601. Head start going to Miranda here in the Chevrolet side. And Miranda helps him out. She turns it red. Mikey's 006 on the starting line. Goes through 599 at 114. So Mike Gramlich moving on to round 3. Team Mid-Michigan.
Stand up and cheer. Yes, sir. Doing a little quick touch-up up here on the start line.
This one ought to be a battle right here.
Yes, I got Hoyt Johnson. Heath, Ohio, 89 Mustang. He's a Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Pacemakers Dragway.
Alongside Chad Isley up here for his next appointment. Charleston, Illinois, the 67 Camaro. Race go inside down to 626.
We told you he was in about every class.
Right.
Dennis says he's even in high school. So
I mean, if you got the idea, it works. I'm saying.
Yeah, get in every class you can. So Hoyt, 647. Chad, 626.
So a Sunoco Race of Champions contestant this year alongside a multi-time Sunoco Race of Champions contestant. And he even was this year in one class. It's kind of a letdown. I think he was in a couple, 2, 3 last year.
On one of them there, so.
That's why I didn't win first round in pro, Scott. I was trying to focus on one.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah.
As long as you focus on one, getting you to focus on any is good.
It's true.
We get you on one, we're doing good.
It's a medical condition, Scott.
Okay.
ADD. All right, here we go. And true as advertised, we got ourselves a race.
Yes.
Here comes Chad Isley. Look at that.
Yep.
007. One above, taking 4th thou. So B00 take 00 works for Chad Isley.
Yep. Hoyt was there. He's dead 5, but he was 22 on the tree. 27 pack, but you know what? When you're looking over at a 13 pack, it don't make you any good.
It really doesn't. You think 22 dead 5 in pro ought to win some rounds. Welcome to the ET Finals, where nothing is expected.
Ryan Alley, the Route 66 driver, 585 the dial.
I've got Dustin Brenton in the Ray Skillman side out of Rosedale, Indiana. 69 Nova for Team Crossroads.
So Willie Wonka get jumping. This is your driver.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
I can't talk about it yet.
Yep, should be. Could be it is. My driver got a little distracted there and goes dead 4, but was way behind on the start line.
Dustin 035, 2 above, 663, moving on for Team Crossroads. All right, next up, Ray Skillman side, Stuart Galloway, Milford, Illinois. 85 Monte Carlo, racing for Coles County Dragway. 631, the dials a pair.
Yep. Ohio Valley brings us Nick Michael, the Georgetown, Indiana racer, 72 Nova. So watch the start line, and you might see it right there. Both drivers, 631 on the boards. And
I've seen it.
You've seen it. A 005 red to
regrettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a win. Moving to round 3.
It's like, I think one smart man once told us, the more you win, the more you win.
That's right.
Yep.
Exactly.
So
he told us other things too, but
yeah, we can't
talk about those.
We're live on D3
right.
TV. So
Warren said, please, whatever you guys do, just please mind your manners.
Yes.
Brad Day, Bowersville, Ohio, 62 Bel Air, 604 the dial.
And Buddy Jeffrey, the National Trails Raceway racer from Pataska.
Man, you've improved fast from last year. Last year, you tripped all over that.
But he goes red anyhow, giving the win to Brad.
He was probably surprised you got his name right.
Yeah, he's like, wow, they said my name correctly up there.
So Brad Day, Team Killcare, 028, 200s under, 602 for the win. Buddy just pushed it a little bit. 11 thou red, 3 thou under. He was close both ways, but no good.
Wesley Waldrop from Beacon Dragway, the 79 Camaro, dialed in at a 662.
I've got Jeff Lefevre out of Frederickstown, Ohio. 63 Nova wagon. Pacemakers Dragway Park down to 734. Should leave first. And he did.
Yeah, he did, yep. But Wesley getting the win. He's 69 on the tree. Got the board at a 662. Goes 662 with a 4. So got the dial in right.
Sneaking up. Uh-oh. I know this guy. This is like
so do I.
cousin of Superstar.
Yes, well, I think it is. I think it is his cousin. That's Jeff Wright. He's representing Team Bunker Hill here in the Chevrolet side. He's dialed in a 660.
I've got the always tough Troy Bogner out of Sparland, Illinois. 68 Camaro racing for Route 66. So he'll give Jeff the head start.
This will be a good race, folks.
I really hate that Daryl Thornburg's missing this right now. He's missing Jeff. They're like vacationing partners.
Yeah, they travel everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff, get it back here, buddy. Get it back here.
So Troy getting the win. Jeff turning it red and breaking out on top of it, but didn't matter anyhow. So
Troy was there. Troy's 22, one above with a 0. He had a 32 pack. So it was going to take some work to get done. Troy Bogner moving on to round 3. Got John Holly out of Marengo, Illinois. The Coronet racing for Team Byron down to 653.
And Gateway Motorsports Park brings Don Rash. We're going to go with that. 71 Challenger. 635 the dial here in the Chevrolet lane.
Man, we can't go one pair without a red light.
Nope, and Don. He's a little late, but got the 35 a showing, goes 35 with a 2, so dial-ins are good. Just got to work on that reaction time a little bit. But
John was dead 5, but he turned it red. So give the win to Gateway Motorsports Park. All right, Mike Klein, Ray Skillman side out of Fraser, Michigan. 72 Duster out of Milan Dragway down to 617.
And here comes one of them Dillman boys. Brandon Dillman for Lucas Oil Raceway. 679 for Brandon.
There's a lot of those Dillman boys.
Yes, there is.
A lot of them Dillman kids. I mean, they just keep manifesting. And they're all good racers. Let's see what happens. And BD.
So Brandon getting the win. He's 34 to the green, goes through at a 77 with a 0 at 98.67. So Brandon coming back from round number 3.
Klein was 7th out red, dead 2. Have you seen a theme, Scott? The last 5-6 pairs, you got to be green and 2 under.
Okay.
That's how you win.
All righty.
So I'm going to go raise my dial when I get back. We'll see how it happens. All right, Joe Held. There's Pataskala, Ohio again. 72 Chevelle. Pacemakers Dragway Park down to 713.
And Ron Hill bringing a little swinger to the start line for Coles County. 714, so 100 separation. You will not see this. Watch the start line. You might be able to see who's got the advantage. Might have seen it at the start line. Finish line it is.
You seen it again.
Yes, you did, because Joe had 500ths almost on the start line and holds him off down there. Ron trying to get there and breaking out, but was still behind by 2 thou.
All right, up next, the always tough Jason Ford out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. 72 Vega racing for Killcare. He's down to 654.
And Chelsea Vangsness, the Stillman Valley, Illinois racer, brings that good looking 2010 Camaro for Byron Dragway. 665 the dial.
Good race right here. I got a feeling. Let's see. There you go, Jason Ford.
Yep.
You know, Scott, I just figured out something, because first round I went down the track and my wind light didn't come on. But there's some down the guardrail. They come on first.
They come on first.
I got to look there.
You got to look there. So T.R. Coomer, there's our friends.
Hey!
We were wondering where they were at. So T.R. Coomer from Ohio Valley, Fairdale, Kentucky racer, 729. So taking Doug Kaplinger, the Killcare Dragway racer. Yeah.
Here he comes. It's cap
could
time.
be. You see it already down there. You see the nose bouncing. He's 10 on the tree, 2 above. TR misses a little bit. He's 57 and 1 above. So Mr. Kaplinger moving on to round number 3.
You can't You can't get behind on the tree to Kaplinger.
No.
Just doesn't. That
No,
guy
sir.
drives the finish line as well as anybody I've seen. All right, speaking of people I've seen, James Gibbs, Monrovia, Indiana,
Probably
66
seen a little
dart.
more of him we need to see, too.
Well, yeah, he's been our pit all weekend, so I don't know if he's with us. I mean, but he's there in spirit for sure. 673 the dial for James Gibbs.
And Byron Dragway brings Ken Norup in the 97 Thunderbird, 611 the dial. So James going to try to hold off Ken at the finish line. We got ourselves a race here, folks. Finish line tells us it is Ken Norup. He's 005, dead 3 for an 8-pack. So let me tell you, James with an 011 light was mathematically ineligible at the hit, but he's 3 above, letting him go. He knew he couldn't get there. So.
All right, Jimmy Croak, Indianapolis, Indiana, 69 CUDA, racing for Lions Raceway Park, down to 703.
Here comes Beach Bend's Clayton Clark, the 96 S10, 606 the dial.
It's a newer ride for Clayton. I've seen him in an Oldsmobile.
He's used to being in the little car, so.
Let's see what happens. Here comes Clayton. Finish line, double breakout. Wow. Jimmy there first by a thou, breaks it out 100th. Clayton breaks out 16 thou, so margin of victory 6 thou going to Jimmy Croak.
Are they ready?
All righty, here comes Jim Laughlin for Byron Dragway. 78 Malibu, dial 678 in the Chevrolet lane.
And I've got Bob Downey, the Ray Skillman side, Springfield, Ohio. 75 Camaro, racing for Team Killcare, down to 612. Head start goes to the Malibu.
So Byron Dragway trying to hold him off.
All right, here we go. Exactly.
All right, hey, right there, the win going over to Bob Downing. He's 001, 1 above 6, taking 000 because Jim was 25 trying to run him down. So, hey, our time is done here. We're going to turn the mics over to Rod Squire from Bunker Hill.
And I've got Bill Larson from Route 66. So you can all turn your radios back up and listen again because we are out.
Thanks, guys. Rolling up the race
Thanks,
Skillman
guys.
lane. Bob Downing out of Springfield, Ohio in the 75 Camaro. I'm lying. Aaron Freeze out of Lambertville, Michigan, 69 Camaro. 608 his chosen dial, running for Milan.
Crossroads, Jonathan Jones, 635 out of Paris, Illinois, and at 68 Camaro. Your guy's going to have to run me down. I don't know if he can do it. Oh, these guys are kind of serious.
Green and green, sailing down the Lucas Oil Raceway, 8th mile.
And Jones takes the win. He runs a 637, 2 off.
Roger Prophet out of Flat Rock, Michigan, 84 S15, running for Milan Dragway, 647 his chosen dial in the Ray Skillman lane.
Dan Stidman, 630, 72 Nova out of Edgewater Sports Park. I think a General Motors product will win. Ooh, big wheel stand.
Both drivers away.
Double breakout win for Stidman. He runs 2,000 too quick. He had a 004 light. He takes the win. He was less than
007 for Roger Prophet, and he was late compared to Dan Stedman with the 004. Dan Stedman moves on in the next round. Tyler Bonehan out of Louisville, Kentucky, in the 60s, beautiful 67 Corvette, running for Ohio Valley. 642 his chosen dial.
Ron Cunningham Jr., 711 his dial. He's off. 65 Mustang out of Edgewater Sports Park. And the win goes to Cunningham Jr. He runs a 711 on an 8 and had a 011 light.
Terry McKenzie out of Carleton, Michigan. 76 Monza. Running for Milan. 599 his chosen dial.
Muncie Dragway, Harry Boring, 715, 74 Duster. Dodge 440 motor.
Classic matchup here. Chevy versus Mopar.
I'm Mopar. That's what I drive, yeah. Big wheel stand.
Red light start for Terry McKenzie.
Handing the win to Boring in the Duster. He runs a 15 with an 8. Had an 037 light. He takes the win.
Jason Profit, Brownstown, Michigan. 68 Camaro. Running for Milan Dragway. 609 his dial in.
Robert Hutter, 667 dial, 79 Z28, Muncie Dragway.
Pair of Camaros for your Camaro viewing pleasure.
Yeah, you must be a Camaro person.
Nope.
Nope.
Sorry, I'm a Ford guy.
oh, I just fell off the chair.
But we like them all. Here to crown champions, hand out some wallies, send some people to Pomona.
Big wheel stand out of the Camaro.
Jason Profit, seeing if he can chase him down. The answer is
no, he couldn't. Hutter takes the win. He runs 669, 2 off, but he had him at the tree. He had an 011 light.
Nick Finney out of Greenwood, Indiana. 69 Buick, running for Lucas Oil Raceway.
Jared Patterson, 646 dial in, National Trail Raceway, 79 Camaro. This is almost a heads-up race, 46 against the 58.
58's getting Nixon me leaving first, see if Jared can chase him down. Division 3 bracket finals. Finish line says double breakout. Nick Finney takes the win. Moves on to the next round. Another point for Lucas Oil Raceway.
Patterson wasted a 005 light.
Kim Niemeyer out of Humboldt, Illinois. 94 Mustang running for Coles County Dragway, USA.
Marion Howes, Lavona, Michigan, dialed 654, Milan Raceway. Another Camaro Mustang. Ford
versus Chevy.
Ford
I got the Ford,
versus
you got the
Chevy. Almost identical reaction times. It's going to be at the finish line.
The Ford. Kim Niemeyer. 94 Mustang.
Double breakout. He broke out less.
Takes the win, moves on to the next round. Another point for Coles County Dragway. Gerald Engel, Huntington, Indiana. Running for Muncie Dragway in a 66 Chevy 2 wagon.
Sam Manuel, 74 Nova, dialed 665 out of Milan Dragway.
There's another virtually heads-up drag race.
Yeah, it is. Oh, they're only 200ths off. It's going to look like they leave the starting line together. Oh!
Huge wheel stand for the Chevy wagon.
Whoa!
Translate that into a win.
Their dial-ins were close and the reactions were close, and Manuel takes the win.
Yep.
He runs a 665. He had 5,000ths. Better Rick.
Randy Sparks out of Cutler, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill, 91 Corvette.
Fred Freegan out of Sandwich, Illinois. He's 647, 82 Mustang out of Byron Dragway.
Their classic Ford versus Chevy matchup.
I like the bet, but I know him. I race against him.
Mr. Fred in the Mustang. Lining up for Byron. See if
Randy takes his time. Trust me, he will not stage first. Ooh.
Looking at Mustang taillights, not any longer.
Not any longer.
Breaks out. Had him covered on the starting line. Breaks out.
Freegan was dead late. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to win a race with 0.1 reaction time. but sparks broke out by 3/1000ths of a second.
Max Lane, beautiful 40 wheelies out of Charleston, Illinois, running for Coles County Dragway. 650 his chosen dial.
Tyler Young out of Emerson, Ohio, 653 as he dial in. He races for Summit Motorsports Park. Another close one, 300ths off. Looks like they're going to start together. And Young goes red, handing the wind over to Lank.
The Willies moves on to the next round. Another point for Coles County. Runs a breaks out, doesn't matter with the red light foul. Runs a 649 with a 5 and a 650 chosen dial and moves on to the next round.
Young wasted a 654 on a 653 dial-in.
Gene Cash rolling up in the 72 Vega out of Tell City, Indiana, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. 655 is his dial.
Kyle Hall, 764 dial, 87 Camaro, Muncie Dragway. That's a good name for a drag racer, is Cash.
Yep, you're always looking to take home the cash. Unfortunately, it's a lot of times it's a check, but we're always looking forward to taking home the cash. Red light foul for Kyle Hall. Gene Cash looking to make some money. See what he can run. 652 on a 655, doesn't matter with the red light foul. Gene Cash moves on to the next round for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
And Hall, when he gets back to the motorsports, they better hide the dog because he went red on everything.
Cassie Wilson out of Charleston, 99 Z28, Coles County Dragway. 835, her dial in.
John Singleton Jr., 610, has to be patient from Route 66 Raceway. He's dialed 610. That's 2-second head start that Wilson gets. That's hard to do.
Yep.
To sit there for 2 seconds on an 8-mile track and not go. That's awful. They're taking their time staging too. I suppose these two are serious.
Oh, they are. Both great drag racers. See if John Single could chase Cassie down.
Ooh. Problem. I saw the dust and stuff coming out. Ooh. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes, east and west side. Super Pro to the lanes, east and west sides.
Attention to pits, Super Pro, this is your call, both sides. Super Pro, this is your call, both sides. They should have heard that, right? Tough break for John.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, Singleton. It looked like from where I was sitting, and you can't always see up here.
Tough break for John Singleton Jr. That car is running great this weekend for Route 66.
Looked like he either broke a drive shaft or rear end, didn't it? Must not be any oil on the track because they're pushing it back out. Must have been a drive shaft.
Hopefully it's something simple. They'll get it back in action for next year. Always tough competitors at Route 66. Tip of the cap, Lucas Oil Raceway crew getting this car off the track. Be back in action moments away.
Depends whether they have to do any cleanup. Yeah, he's looking out there, scraping the track, see if he sees anything. I don't know. I can't tell by his hand signals. I can't read that hand signal. Holding on to his hat. Does that mean something?
It's windy out there maybe? I don't know. No, everything looks okay. Hopefully nothing major with the Singleton Mopar. Get it back in action for next year.
Yeah, drive.
Once again, the call goes out to the pits. Super Pro, both sides. Super Pro, both sides. This is your call. Both east and west to the lanes, please. Greg Wade, patiently waiting in a 79 Z28, running for Lions Raceway Park. 707, his chosen dial.
And John Hott, 582 is his dial, 66 Chevy 2, Route 66 Raceway. Isn't that what the other guy was, a Route 66
Yes,
Raceway? Hope he has better luck. That's a shame when you break, especially at the ET Finals. It's bad enough to just plain break, but at the ET Finals and break, that's bad.
Well, the car's in one piece, driver's in one piece, so they'll get it back going again.
Yep, as long as the driver's okay, it's fine. Cars can be repaired, they tell me.
Absolutely. We're pushing them back in the burnout box. Once again, the call goes out, Super Pro. Call goes out, Super Pro, both sides. This is your call. To the lanes, please. All right, John Howell out of Grand Park, 66 Chevy 2, representing Route 66 Raceway. Rolling up in the Chevrolet lane. 582, his chosen dial.
Greg Waite, 707 dial out of Lions Raceway Park. Hot's got a long way to go to catch him.
See if the Chevy 2 can chase down that Z28 down to Lucas Oil Raceway, 8th mile. Drivers are in. Here we go.
Good start for both of them green.
John out, guys work it out for him. Chasing down that Camaro, can he do it? No, he can't.
No. Wade had a 001 light, run a 709 on an 8 on a 707 dial in. He takes the win.
Jesse Garcia, all the way from St. Louis, Missouri. 78 Nova for Gateway Motorsports Park. 660 is his chosen dial.
Chuck Lewis out of Adrian, Michigan, 574 in his 70 Dusters, 440 power, Sunoco Race of Champions, Milan Dragway. He was in the Race of Champions. That car must be pretty quick. He's got laundry on the back of it.
Yeah, running the 8th mile. Hopefully doesn't need it. Plenty of shutdown here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Jesse Garcia going to be leaving first. See if Chuck Lewis can chase him down.
See if he can be patient and wait.
My money's on the yellow car.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that.
Okay, it's a deal.
That Duster looks a lot like mine.
Very cool.
In fact, we were down here one year. Here we go. Ooh, big wheel stand, both of them.
Chuck Lewis trying to chase down the Nova.
And he takes the win. He runs a 76 on a 74. Had him at the tree, though, 028 to an 085. That usually wins most of the time.
Absolutely. Randy Burwell out of Guilford, Indiana. Running the Poison Pinto for Edgewater Sports Park. 686 is his dial in.
Jaden Durst, 715's his dial in. 84 S10, Summit Motorsports Park. He's out of Fostoria, Ohio.
Classic Ford versus Chevy, Pinto versus S10.
Two small ones. Who'd have ever thought when they brought out these two vehicles they'd be at a drag strip racing each other?
Probably the last Pinto that runs.
Oh, the pickup's got some work to do. Can he catch him? Nope. Double breakout.
77 Pinto, Randy Burwell for Edgewater. Moves on to the next round.
He had him at the tree, 007 to an 02. Both of them break out.
Carson Griffith out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Another S10. Running for Kilcare Dragway, 647, his chosen dial.
Greg Held, 665 is his dial. 68 Camaro out of Pacemakers Dragway. Big wheel thing.
Finish line says.
And the win goes to Greg Held. He runs a 666 on a 665. He had him at the tree, though, 022 light to an 060 light. And Griffin, he went way too fast. He was trying to catch him there at the end. Got too much of the finish line stripe.
Stacy Gerald rolling up in the 67 Camaro in the Ray Skillman lane, running for Muncie Dragway.
John Gowan, 668 his dial, 84 Camaro, Ohio Valley Dragway. Pair of Camaros. One are newer, one older. I bet a Camaro wins.
Bet you're right. Launch for Stacy Gerald. Turns on the red light.
Handing the win to Gowan. He breaks out, runs a 666. He's going to have to do some adjustments when he gets back to the pits, but it doesn't make any difference. He takes the win.
Terry Willard out of Mattoon, Illinois, running for Coles County Dragway, USA. 1980 Z28 726 is dial in.
Stephen Cole, 661's his dial in. 64 Chevelle out of Milan Dragway. Pair of Chevys again, and Camaro against Malibu. Oh, we got the grocery getter. I hope they don't come up here and hit me for saying that, but that's what I call those station wagons, grocery getters. And they always pull big, huge wheel stands. See if he does. Well, got the wheels up.
Drives away clean and green. Can the wagon chase him down? No, he can't. Terry Willard takes the win, runs a 730 on his 726 dial. Better reaction time. Moves on to the next round. Coles County for another point for Coles County Dragway.
Cole was dead late at the tree. Took too much of the stripe trying to catch him. He runs a 59.5 on a 61.
Ralph Craig out of Charleston. Another Coles County racer. 669 his dial in. Rolling up in the Ray Skillman lane.
Terry Heller, 710 dial in, 71 Vega, 400 cubic inch motor out of Byron Dragway, 65 years old. Both of them away clean and green. Actually, the reaction times were pretty close.
Double breakout. Ralph Craig running for Coles County in the Firebird. Takes the win. Moves on in the next round.
Heller had that in the bag. He had him on the tree, but he just took too much at the stripe.
Joe Oswald out of Akron, Ohio on the 69 Dart, running for Summit Motorsports Park.
Aaron Dysinger out of Monticello, Indiana, dialed 661 for Bunker Hill Dragway. It's hard to not sit here and announce and be partial, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, you got family on the starting line, just about. Spend more time with them than your family usually. So. Finish line says.
Double breakout. Dysinger had a perfect light. He was 1.2 thousandths too quick, but he takes the win. Oswald, I think, took too much at the stripe trying to catch him. That'd be hard to beat when you have a perfect light. That's bad.
Yep, always perfect reaction time. That's for sure. Matt Fink O'Connell out of Manhattan, Illinois in the 79 Mustang, A1 Precision Auto, running for Route 66 Raceway.
Peyton Filson, 617 dial in, Fairborn, Ohio is where he mows the yard. 69 Firebird. He's out of Killcare Dragway.
Matt O'Connell's going to be leaving first, see if Peyton can chase him down.
They're pretty close dial ins. There won't be too much to chase him down. These guys are serious up here. I think that's probably the reason I never did any good. I wasn't serious enough. I didn't take long enough to stage. These boys, they mean business. They're not messing around. They're going to get it perfect. Hey, he blinked the light. He's ready. Good reaction times by both. And the win goes to Filson. He had an 021 light, runs a 21 on a 17 dial in. Probably hit the brakes down there at the end. Don't know for sure. But he takes the win.
Once again, the call goes out. Super Pro should be in the lanes. Super Pro should be in the lanes. Bo Fowler out of Mooresville, Indiana. 79 Valari. My neighbor has one of those. Lucas Oil Raceway. 720 is his dial-in.
Wayne Bevins. 683 is his dial-in. He just went red, handing the race over to Fowler.
Fowler moving on to the next round for Lucas Oil Raceway. Great reaction time, runs a 722 on a 720 dial. Moves on to the next round.
002, pretty good. County Dragway, number 3, Crossroads, number 4, Lucas Oil, number 5, Summit Motorsports, number 6, Muncie, 7, Milan Dragway, 8, Ohio Valley Dragway, 9th, Byron Dragway, 10th.
Beach Bend number 11, National Trail, Bunker Hill, Lions Raceway Park, Edgewater Sports Park, Gateway, Pacemakers, Beacon, and Mid-Michigan. Jack Fisk out of Thornville, Ohio, Success 10th.
Joe Lee was in the Chevrolet lane. He lost already. He went red.
Jack Fisk runs a 635 on the 629 dial, moves on to the next round.
They both were red, actually.
This is round number 2, Super Pro. Paul Pasenko out of Orland Park, Illinois, representing Route 66 Raceway, rolling up in the Ray Skillman Chevy lane. 472 is his dial in.
Bill Pirtle, 585 out of Sullivan, Indiana. 69 Nova out of Crossroads Dragway. His dial in 585. Looks like Pasenko is going to have to wait a little bit, about a second, a little over a second. The Nova's going to get the head start. These guys leave on the top bulb. Reaction time's identical. It's going to be figured out at the finish line.
Route 66, Paul Pasenko runs 472 with a 2 on the 472 dial. Another point for Route 66. Moves on to the next round.
Pirtle runs a 586 with a 4 on a 585. That would be pretty good normal, but Pasenko, he was dead on the number.
Brian Jenkins, Boston, Kentucky, 86 Monte Carlo, runner for Ohio Valley Dragway, 713 his dial in.
Roger Parks, 480 is his dial in from Lucas Oil Raceway. He's going to have to sit there and be extremely patient. That's about 2-second head start for the Monte Carlo. He's going to have to run him down.
That's a lot of work to do in that short 8th mile.
Yeah, it is. And the Monte Carlo is going to have his head turned toward the back, see if he can see where he's at.
Comes the dragster. What's the finish line say?
Finish line says the dragster takes the win. Roger Parks, 480 on a 0, dead on 02 light. 021. Jenkins didn't have a prayer.
Moves on for Lucas Oil Raceway. Roger Parks moves on to the next round. Rolling up in the Ray Skillman Chevy lane. Adam Klein out of Franklin, Kentucky, and another grocery getter. 78 Malibu wagon. Running for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
Henry Van de Voort, 471 out of Plainfield is his dial in. He's out of Lucas Oil Raceway Park. The race has started. And the
Grocery getter out in front. Can he chase him down? Yes, he can.
Oh, how can you have a perfect light and lose the race? The dragster dialed 471. He run 471, dead on the number, takes the win.
Somebody must have maybe tapped the brakes at the end.
Something, I don't know, but he had a perfect light and loses the race. That's awful.
Jim Oliver out of New Lenox, Illinois. 66 Chevy 2 running for Route 66 Raceway.
David Reed, Mount Olive, Illinois, Gateway Motorsports Park. He's going to get the win.
Jim Oliver turns on the red bulb.
Reed runs a 624 with a 5 on a 624 dial-in. My guess is if you ain't got your dial-in right, you ain't going nowhere in this class. These boys are tough.
These boys got it figured out, it's for sure. Michael Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan. 16 American Dragster, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 485 his chosen dial.
Marty Short, Beach Bend Raceway, 625 his dial is in a 67 Camaro 434 cubic inch small block. Against a big block 540 in the Dragster.
Dragster's going to be watching that Camaro go down the track, see if he can chase him down.
And Short's going to be looking out the left window to see if he can see that Dragster coming so he knows whether to whoa or go.
Well, he's going to be coming. We'll see what happens here. Both drivers carefully staging. They're in. Red light start for Gramlich.
Short takes the win. He runs a 26 on a 25, but it didn't make any difference because Greenwich turned on the red apple.
Corey Adams rolling up the Ray Skillman Chevy lane in the 2007 Dragster, running for Lucas Oil Raceway. 492 is his dial-in.
John Malaby, 614 is his dial-in in that little 96 Cavalier, 421 cubic inch out of National Trails Raceway. I don't think Cavaliers were rear-wheel drives. There's something wrong with that picture.
They probably would have sold a whole lot more if they were.
That's a fact. And I bet they didn't run that fast either. Dragster's got some making up to do. About a second and 2/10. Gonna have to be patient. The Cavalier's gonna be looking out the driver's window, watching him Dragster come, and he will be coming. Good reaction time, both of them green. Can the Dragster run him down? No, he did not. The Cavalier takes the win. He runs a 16 on a 14. Had him at the tree, 016 light to an 029 light. The Dragster run one off.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need high school. To lane 7 and 8 on the west side. High school, this is your call. To lane 7 and 8 on the west side for round 1. Once again, the call goes out. High school to the lanes, please. Lane 7 and 8 on the west side for round number 1. Larry Gramlich in the Dragster.
Andrew DiPiazza in the Camaro. 522 is his dial in. The Dragster's dialed 491. It's going to have to sit there and be patient, but not too patient. Both his cars fast.
DiPiazza running for Byron. Brake lights a flash and he takes the win. 522 on his 522 dial and moves on to the next round.
Had a 008 light. That's the reason he was hitting the brakes down there.
Just wonder sometimes if they just flash those brakes, they're not really hitting them. But
yeah, they probably got a switch in there. They blink just to fool the other guy.
Matt Gramlich out of Monroe, Michigan. Another dragster running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 488 is his dial-in.
Derek Adams dialed 509 in the rear engine dragster. Got a pair of dragsters up here. He runs Beach Bend Raceway Park. Plus, if they out there in the stands, you can obviously see there's a pair of dragsters up there. What's the matter with you?
You're the one that said it. A lot of dragsters in Super Pro, just the way it is. Got to cheer for the door cars and the dragsters. Everybody just finds their way to the finish line one way or the other.
These guys are taking their time. They want this just to be just right. I wonder if there's any head games going on up there. Do you suppose?
Always.
Always.
Matt Gramlich turns on the red bulb.
Adams was going to be hard to beat anyway. He had a perfect light and run 7 thou over his dial in. He had that in the bag. That's
Perfect light, dead on with a 7. That'll win you some rounds.
Yeah, that's 7,000.
High school racers, that's drag racing is simple. Double O light, and run dead on with a 7 or less. Will get you some rounds.
That's a fact.
Drag racing is simple. Nick Fields out of Vincennes, Indiana, 77 Vega, running for Crossroads Dragway.
Jason Barnes, Beach Bend Raceway Park, dialed 650 and he's 98 S10.
Once again, call goes out. High school, west side, lane 7 and 8. First round, all high school racers, lane 7 and 8 on the west side for first round. Thank you.
Looks like they left dead even, but reaction time's almost identical.
Finish line says.
And the win goes to Jason Barnes. He run 652 with an 8. He had him at the tree by 6 thou. And Fields breaks out by 7 thou. That loses every time.
Shane Williamson out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, rolling up in the Ray Skillen lane. 98 Monte Carlo, running for Ohio Valley Dragway. 658 is dial in.
Randy Protz, 592 is his dial in. 74 Vega Wagon, 502 cubic inch out of Crossroads Dragway.
Red light start for Shane.
Protz gets a win. He had an 02 light, run a 593 on a 92, 1 off. He was going to be tough to beat anyway.
Dennis DiValerio out of Algonquin, Illinois. 2,500 cover. Sunoco Racer Champions Racer, running for Byron Dragway.
Kyle Willenborg, 554 is his dial in. 97 Carpenter Dragster, 512 cubic inch, Coles County Dragway. You know,
virtually identical off the starting line. 8 mile clock says.
And the win goes to Willenborg. Runs a 55 on a 54. He was 1 off. And Dennis was 2 off. That makes all the difference in the world.
Once again, high school racers to the lanes, please. High school racers to the lanes, west side, lanes 7 and 8. This is your call. Justin Ford out of Manhattan, Illinois, 1970 Chevelle, running for Route 66 Raceway, 556 is his dial-in.
Joe Ballman, 526 is his dial-in, and the 58 Vet looks like a gasser. He was in the Sunoco Race of Champions
Very cool car.
Mid-Michigan Motorplex. He's parked over there close to where I'm parked.
Corvette chase down the Chevelle.
Yeah, he does. He runs a 26 dead on a 0. Had an 01 light. He was a little bit behind at the starting line, but when you run dead on your dial-in, you're going to win some races.
Justin Ford runs dead on with a 3. Joe Bowman takes the win in the 58 Vet, moves on to the next round for Lucas Oil Raceway. Here we go, Bill Budisoff. The 74 Opel, running for Byron Dragway, 627 is dial-in.
Josh Netherton, 608 his dial-in from Lucas Oil Raceway.
Last time you seen a Fairmont or an Opel running, driving.
And the win goes to Netherton, 006 light, 608 with a 5 on a 608 dial-in.
Budisoff, great run, just not good enough. 006 light takes the win for Josh. Fair Dragsters rolling up. Tim Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio. 93 Advanced Dragster running for Milan Dragway.
Jason Phillips out of Grant City, Illinois. 479's hit dial in. He's Gateway Motorsports Park driver. 605 cubic inch motor in that dragster.
Tim Buckley rolling up with the triple nickel big block.
One thing about Super Pro is some of the best reaction reaction times in the closest races.
Tim Buckley takes the win. Jason Phillips turns on the red bulb, runs at 473 with a 4 on his 471. Moves on to the next round for Milan Dragway. Chris Shimsher out of Muskegon, Michigan. 2006 dragster, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 539 is his dial.
Chris Snyder, 485 is his dial. He's out of Summit Motorsports Park, 540 cubic inch motor.
Let's get high school to the lanes, please. High school to the lanes. This is your call.
They dragster against dragster is a little easier to do.
Red light, good night for Chuck Shimsher.
And in the win over to Snyder, he breaks out by 6 thou. He was going to be tough to beat. Good race.
Bill Beaver out of Columbia, Illinois. In the Camaro, running for Gateway.
And from Summit Motorsports Park, Steven Schmidt, 461.07 American rear engine dragster.
Exactly 1 second difference.
Exactly 1 second. This ought to be interesting. I don't know about. You know, one thing about running a dragster, you can see better, so you can swivel your head and see if the guy's catching you. But you're always going to have to catch somebody, it seems like.
One of our guys always ran a door car and racing the dragsters. He had a lot of luck, and he said it's a timing thing. I said, oh, thanks for that answer.
And then you got the mascot out there waving the flag. If he did that on me, it looks like it'd be distracting.
Light bomb for Bill Beaver.
Schmidt had an 012 light, runs a 463 on a 461.
Kaylee Daniels out of Huntington, Indiana, running for Muncie. 490 is the dial-in for the Ray Skillman Chevy lane.
Summit Motorsports Park, John Burkle, 482 is the dial-in. A 07 Diamond, runs a 582 Chevrolet motor in that. It's almost heads up or 800ths difference. I don't know about you, but I can't see 800ths on the tree. Can you? I didn't.
Even with your glasses on, you can't see that?
Even with my glasses on. I do better with my glasses off, probably. These are reading glasses.
All right, both drivers carefully staging.
Here we go. Wow.
John Burkle looking good early on. Doesn't translate into a win, though.
Lord, he had a...
Kaylee Daniels, 490 with a 6 on the 490.
And he was way behind at the starting line. Burkle had a 006 light, but he runs 6 off.
Kaylee takes the win, moves on to the next round for Muncie Dragway. Another Muncie Dragway runner, Keith Greenwald. 79 Chevy Love, 406 Chevy for power, 635 is his dial-in.
Eddie Anderson, Ohio Valley Dragway, 485 is his dial-in. 04 undercover. He's running a little 396 Chevrolet motor now. Reaction time's almost dead even. We'll see if the dragster can catch him. No, he
can't. Keith Greenwald in a little Chevy Love takes the win, runs a 637 out of 630.
He was 500. Anderson was 5,000ths slower at the tree. Took too much bite out of the finish line. 4,000ths too quick. He'll be here next year.
Tim Bueller out of Huntington, Indiana, 2000 undercover dragster, 515 his dial-in, running for Muncie Dragway, rolling up in the Ray Skillman Chevy lane.
John Sheldon, 524 is his dial-in. 05 undercover, 496 big block, Ohio Valley Dragway. This is another going to be close, leaving the starting line.
Side drag racer. Finish line says Tom Bueller, Muncie Dragway, 516 with an 8 on his 515 light. I'm sorry, on his dial-in, takes the win. Jeremy Clemens, pair of door cars. Jeremy Clemens, 78 Malibu out of Louisville, Kentucky, running for Ohio Valley Dragway. 650 his dial-in.
Dennis Duckett, 521's his dial-in, 1990 Camaro. Sunoco Race of the Champion from Beacon Dragway. That Malibu on the other side running a 283 cubic inch motor.
And you believe that?
No. That's just what he writes down. That's all right. I run a 340.
I just have a 302. And that's the truth.
Well, I fibbed a little bit. It wasn't a 340 block.
All right, here we go. Jeremy Clemens, Dennis Duckett, both carefully staging.
I think they're waiting on each other. Another hit game. Finally, here we go.
Malibu's out in front. Can he chase him down? Yes, he can.
He takes the win. He had a 007 light, runs 9 over, 9, that's 16,000th package. It's hard to beat.
Attention racers in the pits. The gate 2 is open for easy exit. Gate 2 is now open for easy exit. Don't have to drive all the way around to the other side. Gate 2. James Roll out of Romulus, Michigan, 2001 Race Tech, running from Milan Dragway, 5 flat.
Corey Butler, dialed 721, he's 81 Regal, Crossroads Dragway. Now the dragster really is going to have to be patient on this one. He's going to be halfway down the track before the dragster ever gets to take off. 721 against the 5 flat.
Dragster's going to be looking at a whole lot of Regal. See if you can chase him down. Here we go.
Ooh, reaction times are close. It's going to be close at the finish line.
Dragster gets the job done. James Roll running for Milan Dragway. Runs a 503 with a 4 on his 5 flat dial. Corey Butler can't run the number. They had a better reaction time. James Roll moving on next round for Milan. Gregory Kozel out of Monroe, Michigan. 2001 Ford.
Amber Egan, 489 dial, Franklin, Indiana. Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis.
Gregory Kozel running for Milan Dragway, 580 his dial in. Amber can chase him down.
Oh, reaction time's close.
No, she can't. Gregory takes the win. Moves on next round for Milan. Runs a 581 with a 4 on his 580 dial-in. Better reaction time. Translates into a win light.
Amber
next round.
Amber was off 2 and 2,000th slow at the lights.
Justin Hardy out of Monroe, Michigan, 16 Diamond Dragster, running for Milan, 491. Chosen dial in the Ray Skillman lane.
Shorty Raider dialed 514. This was the best engineered car. 67 Chevy 2,
beautiful.
Lions Raceway
Best
Park.
engineered car, beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
It's got the dial-in in the rear wing. Unbelievable.
Reaction times were dead on both of them.
Justin Hardy takes the win, runs dead on with a 9. Better reaction time. Moves on to the next round, takes a point from Milan.
Raider was 5 thousandths too fast. He was 4 thousandths slow at the tree. He loses.
Scott Offerman out of Highland, Illinois, running for Gateway Motorsports Park, an 05 dragster, rolling up with a 5 flat dial-in.
Jay Allen, 508 dial-in out of Utica, Illinois. 2014 Miller out of Route 66 Raceway. You were supposed to take that one.
He's on your side. You can have him.
Okay.
But we'll cheer for him all the same.
All righty. Both of them leave the starting line. Dylan's really close.
Scott Offerman takes the win. Runs 5:02 with a 7 on his 5-flat dial-in. Better reaction time. Another point for Gateway. Scott Offerman moves on to the next round. Jack Liggett out of Eaton, Indiana, 79 Malibu wagon. Running for Muncie Dragway, 644 is his dial-in.
Gary Wiles, 692 dial-in out of Louisville, Kentucky. 67 Camaro runs for Ohio Valley Dragway.
Pair of door cars running here in Super Pro, second round. High school should be in the lanes. High school should be in the lanes.
Kind of unusual door cars in Super Pro.
A pair of door cars. Yep.
Ooh.
Jack Liggett, better reaction time. Win light for Muncie, 645 on the 645 with an 8 on the 644 dial-in. Moves on to the next round. A little tardy on the starting line for Gary Wells.
Yeah, he was. He ran dead on with a 7, but he was late.
Devin Eisenhower out of Lebanon, Indiana, and the 14 dragster running for Lions Raceway Park. 492 is his dial-in.
Tim Louderback, 511 out of Xenia, Ohio. National Trails Raceway. Small block in that dragster. Against a big block in the other dragster.
Devin, better reaction time. Runs 494 with a 6 on his 492 dial. Moves on to the next round.
Louderback was a little bit late at the tree. Runs a 12 on 11.
Joey Branham, Tipton, Indiana.
Go ahead.
Running for Bunker Hill.
Blake Richardson running for Beach Bend, 490. Branham is dialed to 581. He's going to get the head start. And since how I'm from Bunker Hill, I got to root for him, and that's not, you're not supposed to say that over the microphone, are you? I'll do it quietly.
Blake Richardson, better reaction time, runs 494 with a 5 on his 490 dial, moves on next round for another point for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
Yep, Brandon was really late on that 08 light, but he was closer to his dial-in. I have an ID Richardson kind of hit the brakes up there. He was far enough ahead he could do that. We got Roger Fike in the Ray Skillman lane. 701's his dial-in. 90 Dakota 440 cubic inch from Bunker Hill drag strip.
Fred Kirkora out of Grafton, Ohio, 2011 Diamond Dragster, running for Summit Motorsports Park, 468 his dial. Fred's gonna have to be patient. Watch that little Dakota go down the track, see if we can chase him down.
Yeah, he's gonna seek taillights for a long way, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Dragster's taking his time. I've been around Roger a lot. That's not really going to affect him, trust me. He is stone cold, stone cold.
At the ET Finals, everybody's a tough drag racer. You have to be unbelievable drag race. Can a dragster get it done? Yes, he can. Fred Kokora. Insane reaction times, both drivers, both double O's on the tree. Fred runs 479 with a 1 on his 468 dial, runs closer to the number, translates into a win for Summit Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Fike was a little off. He had an 01 dial in, running 086.
Dennis Benedistel out of Clayton, Indiana, 74 Nova. Running for Lucas Oil Raceway, 625 is his chosen dial.
Brent Jones, Wheatland, Indiana for Lions Raceway Park. 547's his dial in, and they're off.
A little puff of smoke out of the Nova.
A lot of smoke. And the win goes to Jones. He runs a 547 with a 6. He had a 25,000th package. He's going to take the win.
Once again, racers, gate 2 is open. Gate 2 is open for easy exit.
John Eisenmenger is in the race going lane out of Kokomo, Indiana. 643 is his dial in. Bunker Hill drag strip.
Jason Ford out of Beaver Creek, Ohio in the 2009 Dragsters. Sunoco Race of Champions racer running for Killcare Dragway. 462.
He's going to have to be patient. Eisenmenger is going to get almost 2-second head start in the 8th mile in Super Pro. That'd be hard to sit there and wait on that.
The Dragster is going to be covering a lot of ground to catch the Mustang. Both drivers carefully staging. Here we go.
Wheel stand by Eisenmenger. Almost dead even on the reaction time. Can the dragster catch him?
Yes, he does. Double breakout. Breakout for the Mustang. Jason Ford runs 462 with a 6 on his 462 dial. Moves on to the next round for Killcare Dragway. Larry Mays out of Greenwood, Indiana. Rolling up in the 88 Camaro, Mays RV. Representing Lucas Oil Raceway, 605, his dial in.
Keith Hayes, 511, his dial in. Paducah, Kentucky is his home. Beacon Raceways, who he races for. He has a 582, one's a 582 and one's a 585, big block Chevys. Oh, they're staged and ready to go. They're not messing around.
Wheels up launch for Larry Mays.
And Hayes goes red.
Runs us dead on with a 5. I'm sorry, dead 605 with a 7 on a 605 dial. Moves on next round for Lucas Oil Raceway.
Hayes is going to put her in the trailer. Runs a 15 on 11.
Nathan Baker out of Xenia, Ohio. 89 Mustang running for Killcare.
Ray Boyer out of Logansport, Indiana. 626 he's dial in. Bunker Hill drag strip is his home track.
Classic Ford versus Chevy matchup here in Super Pro. Very interesting paint job on the Mustang.
Yeah, it is. That is a pretty paint job. I've looked at that when I was out and about. Boyer wheels up big time. He's got some work to do, but he takes the win. He had he was 9,000th slow on the tree. He runs one off and still takes the win. Baker breaks out by 0.02 of a second.
Jason Farquhar out of Hillsboro, Ohio. 94 Spitzer, running for Killcare Dragway. 513 is his number on the race Skillman scoreboard.
Rex Ambrose out of Peru, Indiana, dialed 665. Bunker Hill drag strip. He was representative in Super Pro in the Race of Champions. I think he got down to 3 cars. There we go. Oops, something happened to Ambrose on the starting line. Not sure what.
Jason Farquhar takes the win. It was a 541, obviously off base. Seeing what happened to the Chevy 2. Another point for Killcare Dragway. Jason will be moving on to the next round.
And we got a little bit of a problem there. They got the fire extinguishers out. I hope it's nothing serious. Ooh, I hate seeing that happen to Rex. He's our, right now, he's leading the points at Bunker Hill big time in Super Pro. Really nice guy. Fun to be around. I hope it's nothing serious. Is that all right, Rex? That's a shame. I hate to see anybody break. You work all year long just to get to the ET finals. You fight tooth and nail to get into the points, and then you break.
Like I said, they'll get them off the track. Hopefully it's something simple. Back in action the next few weeks.
Yep. He needs to be back in action leading the points.
You guys have more races left?
Yeah. Although with the point lead that he has, I think he could take a couple of weeks off and still be just fine.
Let's make the switch here probably. Sure.
Sure.
Roger going to have Mike Coyle, Mike, and Scott Keefer, Bill Larson.
Gonna turn the microphone over to Mike Coyle. He's a gentleman that let me come up here and announce on Sunday. He has regretted it since.
All right,
I ain't no stinking gentleman.
Oh, I can change that if you like.
Now I'm going to turn the mic over to Scott Keefer.
Appreciate it.
Well, that timing's right. Looks like they're firing up the next pair. By the way, gate 2, right on the southeast side, that's the back of the staging lanes. Southeast side of the track. Gate 2 is open. That's right behind the east side staging lanes. So you don't need to make the road course thing to get out gate 8 anymore.
Well, Mike, here's our next pair of cars. Is Kyle Hanran from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. 67 Chevy 2 from Beacon Dragway. 610 on the Ray Skillman side.
Over here in the Chevrolet side, Steve Hawkins out of Glendale, Kentucky. 64 Chevelle representing Ohio Valley. He's down 644. He'll get a little bitty head start. And there are more good-looking Chevy 2s here this weekend.
Several.
More than usual. It seems to me like every time I look up, I see one.
Slight advantage went to Kyle. He's going to parlay that into a win. 4 over the 614 and 111 by 4th thou at the finish line.
Yeah, it was awful tight for a race that started out a little bit loose. There you go. Oops. Larry Houck, the second out of Thornville, Ohio, in an S10. Dialed 615, the Chevrolet side.
Denny Jones will be giving up the handicap here. 587 with a 27T from Sims, Indiana from Muncie Dragway.
Houck's running for National Trail.
That good lights for both guys. 009-014 wins on your side there for Larry.
Houck takes the win, runs 2 over. He was ahead about 5 thousandths on the tree. Jones also 2 over, but the win to the pickup truck. Will Crawford, Saline, Michigan. 67 Camaro. 619 the Dial Chevrolet lane.
And Rob Stacy from New Carlisle, Ohio, on the 93 S10 for Killcare with a 648 on the Ray Skillman side.
And again, for those of you that might not have heard it or figured out where it was, Gate 2, it's behind the east staging lanes on the southeast corner of the park. And it is now open, and one heck of a lot, especially for you folks over here on the east side. And by the way, you folks that are pitted over here on the east side on the pavement, you're welcome to stay tomorrow, but they need you to move before tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Anywhere else. You can move to the west staging lanes. You can park on any of the roads because they've got a track rental that starts in the morning at 7 o'clock over here on the east side. And that don't mean we need you to move early. Whenever you're done, you get time sometime during the evening. Just they need you out of the paved lot over here on the east side, what we call Lot 2, before 7 a.m. tomorrow.
And Mike, as you made that announcement, Rob Stacy finally breaks. They were both in the pre-stage beams for a good 30 seconds here. Crawford's ready.
Yeah, I figured they'd assume we had a burn down going on. I talked so much and nobody raced.
Identical reaction times, and by 6 thousandths. Look at that. Rob Stacy dead on 4. Crawford 1 over 0.
Wow, that was a good race. 66 10,000ths at the finish line. Dennis Hall out of Mansfield, Ohio. 78 Malibu, dialed 557 Chevrolet Lane.
And in a dragster on the Ray Skillman side, that's Bradley Miles from Terre Haute, Indiana, in Lions Raceway Park, and he'll dial 488.
You know, you really got to be confident to wear that outfit up in front of all these people.
No question. Over the hole, be getting a little warm by this time of day, I would think.
That's the only word I'm going to use. None of the others might apply.
Yeah, another good race. A thou apart. And this time, Miles gets the win on the Ray Skillman side by 3 thou, 488 dead on. And Hall went over on your side with a 558.2.
Matt Murray out of Manhattan, Illinois, undercover dragster in the Chevy Lane. He's dialed 483. Big head start.
Yeah, the door car, that's Pete Carroll from Fairborn, Ohio. 68 vet for Killcare, 698. Over 2 full seconds in handicap. Going to Pete in the Corvette.
Oh, from Fairborn. I thought he had to drive up here from the Bama game yesterday.
Wow, another good race shaping up. Oh, perfect light, but a breakout for Pete.
Wow. Murray dead on 5. He's a 10 bulb and he left second. Pete trip zip on the tree, goes 16 thou under. Takes quite a bit too large a bite out of that finish line. Joe Wiles, Walton, Indiana, right side. 87 Trans Am dialed 669.
And Royce Osborne, a 20-year-old from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the 78 Nova, 651 on the Ray Skillman side, as we have 2 door cars lined up here. Less than 0.2 of a second apart in their handicap between the Firebird and the Nova. Two more great lights. Wow, 000. 2 thou under for the win, Royce Osborne. Look at your side for Joe.
Man, you leave with a 3 bulb in your second.
3 thou under and only 2 thou at the stripe. Great race.
Gee whiz.
Royce Osborne moves on.
Tony Virgilio out of Cloverdale, Indiana, representing Crossroads. 476 dial for his Miller dragster.
And Keith Queter, 553 dial in for the Bethel, Ohio base 64 Nova for Edgewater Sports Park. Will be on the Ray Skillman side this time.
Hey, first call next round, Pro Eliminator. Pro cars, both sides. To the lanes, please. Pro cars, both sides. To the lanes. Virgilio takes that win, 478, 2 over. Had a couple in his pocket on the tree. Queener also 2 over.
All right, Steve Riggins, one of our announcer guild members, back down with the Maverick, 70 Maverick. From Muncie, Indiana, for Muncie Dragway, 597 for Steve.
Dave Cox out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio, 560 the dial for the Mons out of Killcare.
Another good race here at the finish line. 4 thou apart. Riggins dead on 7. 3 thou at the finish line. 017, 021.
Ooh, and my guy was dead on 6. That tells you who won the starting line, don't it?
Another very, very good race here. Round number 2 of Super Pro.
Jordan Robbins out of Red Key, Indiana, dialed 542, representing Muncie.
488 for Jerry Cotton and his dragster from St. John, Indiana. Byron Dragway on the Ray Skillman side. Went over on the Ray Skillman side here, 5 thou apart in reaction times, dead on 8, 488, 139 for Jerry Cotton. Jordan breaks out by 6 thou, and Jerry Cotton gets a point for Byron Dragway.
If Robbins had backed up to about 3 inch at the finish line, he'd have won her. Randall Brow out of Greentown, Indiana, his 67 dart dialed 652.
Jeff Hook from Payne, Ohio, another Muncie Dragway racer in the Ford Probe, 563.
And that race is over before it begins. Brow takes him a free run into the next round. 652 dead on with a 9.
Yeah, red light start for Jeff Hook. Missed it by 25 thousandths and then runs dead on with a Ford at 563 at 123.
Dan Deshawn out of Logansport, Indiana, the 27 Roadster out of Deshawn Motorsports. He's dialed 557 in the Chevrolet lane.
Scott Hessler will be the opposition, 526 for the 69 Camaro for National Trail Raceway. Another red light start over on the Ray Skillman side by 5 thou. Hessler fouls out.
Dan Deshawn, he runs her out the back door, runs just 1,000th under his 557. He'll be back in the next round. Made another point for Bunker Hill.
2 over at 568 there on the Ray Skillman side.
And Nick Deshawn, his 69 Camaro, over in the right lane, 556 the dial, also for Bunker Hill.
Lions Raceway Park on the Ray Skillman side, Aaron Witzman. Bloomington, Indiana with a Monza, 561. 2 pretty fast door cars on the starting line paired up here. Good lights for both guys at the stripe. Double breakout win for Witzman. 560 to 9, a thou under at 124.
2 thou under over here.
Another good race. 009 to 012 off the starting line.
Edmund Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, American Dragster, 502 the dial.
And Jake Hodge will be facing off with Edmund here. And from Spencer, Indiana, base 74 Vega wagon for Beacon Dragway, 607. Win light on your side.
And Richardson takes the win. He's 1 over. He was 100th ahead on the tree. That's what he won by. Hodge dead on 6. Left a little bit too much laying on this end of the track.
Yeah, Hodge 019 wasn't enough there. Edmund was 007 off the starting line.
Well, looks like the teacher knows what he's talking about, don't he?
I would say so.
Russell Edwards out of Benton, Kentucky. He's over here in the Chevrolet lane. His Trans Am's dialed 528.
Dominic Bowden, Shanahan, Illinois, 2006 Dragster, big block Chevrolet for Route 66 Raceway, and a 469 dial-in. light start for Russell Edwards. Dominic Bowden gets the win. 469. He's dead on 146. And he was 27 green.
And then Russell goes 3,000ths under on this end, 1,000th under on the other end. So if he turns left down there, it'll be the first thing went right on this run. James Reed over here on the right side, he dialed 597 out of Irvington, Kentucky in the little Chevrolet Cavalier.
And a 69 Plymouth, that's Rick Long from Franklin, Indiana. 632 is his dial-in for Lucas Oil Raceway. Is one of your guys.
Yeah, Long's our backup RFC chaplain. So he's probably prayed on this. We'll see how that works out.
Never hurts. That double breakout and 001 over there on the Chevrolet side for Jerry Reed.
Yeah, Reed's 1 under. Long is a couple under. So Reed picks up another point for Ohio Valley. And Jerry Reed, Jerry out of Irvington, Kentucky. And the Cavalier, wait a minute.
Didn't reset the pair?
That don't seem right.
Pair that we just had before, but on the starting line. Dial and reset on the Chevrolet side.
And the car reset, actually.
Yep, for us as well.
Matt Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio, in his Starfire, he's dialed 632.
Matt's opponent will be Adam Phillips from Bruceville, Indiana. Crossroads Dragway racer, 557 dial in for that dragster.
And it looks like this is our last complete pair for this round. Got a single sitting in the water. And our sportsman cars, I think. I don't think that. No, that. I think that's high school. With that land yacht there in the second car in the left lane. That thing's in 2 zip codes at the same time.
Great wood line on your side for Daddis.
Daddis 635 on his 632. He's 3 over. Phillips only 1 over, but Phillips was behind him by almost 200s at the start.
Got treated a bit there as Matt was 008 off the starting line in the door car.
Alan Moore out of Brunswick, Ohio. He's going to pick up a point for Summit Motorsport Parks on the buy run. 488's his dial.
All right, on his single, Alan Moore, 3,000 under his green light, but with no opposition. He moves on unopposed and runs dead on 488.6 at 141 and gets a point for Summit Motorsports Park.
There was no round 1. Jay just in my ear said round 1 high school. Okay, so that didn't happen. I better change this or we'll be calling it wrong the rest of the night.
Yep.
High school E3. Round 1, high school eliminator. I got Devin Ramsey over here in the Chevrolet lane out of Terre Haute, Indiana, representing Crossroads. His Dodge Dakota dialed 1484.
Courtney Wilson from Centerburg, Ohio for Pacemakers Dragway. 1757 on that Ford Mustang convertible.
come to the finish line, and double breakout win goes to my side. Devin Ramsey's Dakota 1483, 6th foul under 2. Oh, gracious.
Good run there for Devin as Courtney took a mile of finish line. Broke out by almost 3/10 and ran 17:31 on the 57.
Took strike by almost 3/10.
Also had the better light, and that helped add to the distance.
Tristan Strauss over here on the right side, 1484 the dial for the Mustang.
That 68 Pontiac Catalina we were just referring to, that's Matt Danilak from Skokie, Illinois for Byron Dragway.
It cars in 2 zip codes at all times.
The 400 Pontiac under the hood, chugging along, trying to make the stripe. Wind light on your side, though.
Wind light to Tristan, she runs 1508 on her 1484. She was behind on the tree, but that old Lanyard Pontiac Catalina just didn't run the number.
1590 on the 50 dial in.
Nick Burson over here on the Chevrolet side, next out 1719 and old Solaro.
Javier Pando, Skokie, Illinois, also racing for Byron, 1680 dial in on that Honda Civic. Wow, look at those reaction times.
We'll see who wins the other end.
Wind light over on the Ray Skillman sign. A pretty good race. 1688's 8 over 81, but he was 010.
1733 for right side, 1263. In the S10, Route 66 representative.
1289 for Kay Crum, the 89 Ford Ranger, and 2 pick up foul start there for Tyler. Kay Crum's going to get the win for Killcare. Two trucks cross the stripe, dead on one. Nice run there for Kay. 1289 at 104 for the Ranger.
She was ready. Lawson runs over by about a 10. Turns on that red light, so it was over to him. Ronnie Beach right.
Chris Dobenbarger, Caldwell, Ohio, 75 Plymouth for National Trail. 1215 dial in. Pretty even handicap off the starting line, but the better reaction time. Went to the Chevrolet side. Wind light though over here on the Ray Skillman side. 1219, 4 off at 106 for Chris.
I guess that's why we had. Derek Lyons, 1448 down for the Mustang. In the right lane for Coles County.
These kids are on the starting line now. Wyatt Shepard, 1215, the 79 Toyota truck. Handicapped the Mustang, and he's racing for Muncie Dragway on the Ray Skillman side. Dead on 4, 1215 for Wyatt in that Toyota pickup. 103 the speed.
Derek's off by 9. He was ahead by 4 on the tree, but the Mustang let him down. Jacob Heckelberger, out of Peru, Malibu for Bunker Hill, 1220 Chevrolet.
I got Jacob Youngblood. The two Jacobs matched up on the starting line. Two Chevrolet vehicles, a 2006 Z71 Chevy truck. 1677 dial in. Light and a 2 is a gun of that pair. 1 over, though, for the win. 1678 for Jacob Youngblood.
Heckelberger goes under by 17 thousandths, but let's just say he was a 10th behind at starting line. Leave it at that. Joe Cash, out of Manhattan, Illinois, in his 2000 Camaro. He's down 1325, representing Route 66.
Julie Nettles from Elwood, Illinois, is racing for Coles County with a 91 Camaro. Two F bodies matched up on the starting line. Gen 3, Gen 4. 1357 for Julie on the Ray Skillman side. Joe knocks out the top mirror bulbs. And off and running. Wow, breaking out after a big advantage in reaction time, and the win goes to Julie Nettles with a 1369.
Yeah, wow. He hit.
Wanted to make sure he got there.
Brandon Knight on Fairborn, Ohio, right side is a foul 1665.
And Mariah Hunter, 2005 Pontiac Grand Prix from Pendleton, Indiana, for Muncie Dragway. In the 2005 Grand Prix.
Mariah Hunter, that's Marla Hunter's daughter. She's a racer.
One over for the win for Mariah, 15:10 on the 15:09.
It is genetic when they're good.
Good reaction time, moves on to the next round for the high score.
He was one over, but he was behind by about 7 hundredths on the tree. Mackie Wiles, she's one of our junior racers around here. A 17-year-old, 1660 out for Bunker Hill. She's in the Chevy lane.
Yeah, two full-size extended cab or crew cab trucks on the line now. Cole Waldrop from Benton, Kentucky in a Dodge Ram. Goes red. Win on your side for Mackie.
Mackie's only been driving that for 3 or 4 weeks, and she goes a bunch of rounds in that big old truck. I'm sure I'd gone first round every week in that truck. And a 1650 at 10th under. Of course, on the red light, it was all over 10.
Two over for Cole, that turned it red by 700s back to the starting line.
And Danny Ratolowski, Highland, Illinois. He's representing Gateway, and he's going to make a point for him because he gets a fire into round number 2.
Yeah, good reaction time for Danny, 019. 12th thou under, good run.
Yeah, that's a good run for the next round. Looks like we got Pro setting at the ready line. Looks like they're going to do a little hand spray. So while they're doing that, again, I'll remind everybody that Gate 2 down here on the southeast side of the park is open. And also, if you're pitted over here on the hard pavement on the east side, you're welcome to stay overnight, but they need you to be out of that area by 7 a.m. Now, you can move over to the staging lanes on the other side or on the road or any place you're comfortable, but we need you out of the lot over here on the east side by 7 a.m. Hey, points real quick while they're doing their burnout. Killcare is at the head of the list by 1 point, followed by Route 66. Then 3 points back is Lucas Oil Raceway, tied at 25 or at 4 and 5 or Muncie and Summit. Coles and Crossroads at 24, Milam at 23, Beach Bend at 22, and 10th in the line, Byron at 20 points, 10 back from the lead. We'll go over the whole thing a little bit later. Don Rouse, the challenger, right side, dialed 635 for Gateway.
Yeah, first pair here in round number 3, Mike, as Bob Anderson comes up on the Ray Skillman side from Freeport, Indiana. 66 Nova, 612 is dial, and the Race of Champions rep for Byron. Anderson had a better light and runs dead on 2 to get the win. Took a little bit more stripe that I'd have been comfortable with, but he's moving on to round number 4.
Yeah, he took a pretty big bite out of it. Rouse was 3 over and 4 behind on the tree. Joe Leisher, Out of Decatur, Illinois, is 68 Firebird, dialed 669 for Crossroads.
The Camaro on the Ray Skillman side this time. That's John Barnes from Boardstown, Kentucky for Ohio Valley. 655 dial in, a little over a tenth the difference in their handicap. Wind light on the Ray Skillman side of the racetrack. Neither is going to make the reaction time on a roll, but only 14 thou apart, but in the 30s and 40s. And the 657 2 over for the win for Barnes and Ohio Valley. 18 thou.
Yeah, they both couple over. It just simply boiled down to the starting line. Oops, too many buttons hits. Rick Covey. Covey out of Bedford, Indiana, the 71 Nova down 686.
Tom Dundee from Sycamore, Illinois. That cool 57 Bel Air is moving on for Route 66. 594 2 over for the win at 596 115.
Well, I hate to say it, but that's my favorite car of the weekend anyway, so I'll get to see him another round. Dan Stidham out of Carlisle, Ohio, 72 Nova, dialed 629 for Edgewater in the Chevrolet side.
Troy Bogner, 621. And the 68 Camaro from Sparland, Illinois for Route 66 also. This is all the Sunoco Race Fuels rep for Route 66, and that 57 Chevrolet moving on to the next round. And foul start for Dan on the Chevrolet side. Troy with a win. 018 green and runs dead on 7. 621 at 110 for that Camaro.
10th out too early for Dan Stidham, and 1 over his dial sends him to the showers. Brandon Dillman, one of my guys in the Malibu, right side out of Greenwood, dialed 678.
713 to dial in for that Chevelle on the Ray Skillman side. I'll have the driver data up on the screen. Foul start though for the Chevelle. One's going to be on your side, Mike.
Brandon Dillman's going to take another point here for Lucas Oil Raceway. He runs 24 thou under his 678 dial. The left lane runs a 15 on the 713 dial. Chuck Lewis out of Adrian, Michigan, his Duster dialed 574, running for Milam.
And Mike Kramwich, Ray Skillman's side for my team, Mid-Michigan Motorplex. He was our defending track champion in Pro Bracket and in Super Pro in the Wallbridge Automotive Malibu. 6 seconds flat as Mikey's dial in. And he'll be leaving first here.
Starting to wonder if Lewis was going to get timed out.
Really took his time stage and 100th apart in reaction time. And Mike Kramwich, 013, 1 over for the win with a 601 and 111. Breakout by a thou for Chuck Lewis.
Yeah, and he took the stripe by 2. So all he had to do is back up to him about 3 inches and he'd won. Simple, right? Herman Zender, his Cobra Mustang, over here in the right lane out of Tinley Park. He's dialed 660 for Route 66.
And Jimmy Crow from Indianapolis, Indiana. Lions Raceway Park in that 69 CUDA, 701. Great Great start for Jimmy, and he's going to get the win light. 7:04, 3 off, and he was a double 01 on the starting line for the win there, taking 500ths of the start.
Zender drove the finish line pretty well. He was just 4 behind on the tree, took stripe by 100. Didn't have room to do that.
Yep.
John Gowan out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 84 Camaro. He's dialed 665.
Dustin Brenton from Rosedale, Indiana for Crossroads Dragway will dial 662 in that 69 Nova on the Ray Skillman side of the racetrack. A little better light to Dustin. He's going to get the win. 018, 664, 2 over at 101 for Crossroads. Dustin Brenton.
Oh, and Gowan again close. Took stripe by 8 thousandths, broke out by 1. Bill Chase, Bill out of Romeoville, Illinois. His 66 Nova dialed 580 for Route 66.
And Jason Ford will be his opposition here, 654 dial in. He races for Killcare, and he's their Sunoco Race of Champions representative. That's 72 Vega.
And it looks like Chase broke. He's already pulled over to the wall.
And Jason Ford looked over his shoulder, seen that Bill was nowhere to be seen at the finish line, took his foot off the throttle, and cruises through for a win. 675, 2/10 over. And we'll see him back in the next round with that Vega.
Yeah, Chase must have broke something right away because his dialed 580, he should have been faster than 154 at 60 foot. So I think he already knew something was amiss. So we'll be down for just a few minutes while they figure out what they got to do to get him off the track. And again, while it's quiet, I want to tell everybody, if you're pitted on the east side, on the pavement over here, anywhere over on the east side, you're welcome to stay overnight and leave here tomorrow at your leisure. But we need you to move either over to the west staging lanes or on any of the roads over there on the other side, or out toward Gate 8, wherever you feel comfortable. But they need you to be out of the what we call Lot 2 over here on the east side by 7 a.m. in the morning, as we got a rental tomorrow morning. In fact, why don't I just take a minute to answer the text I just got. Points. Route 66 at the top, tied with Killcare right now. Both have 31 points. Back in third, Lucas Oil Raceway, all alone with 27. Muncie in fourth with 25. Muncie, Summit, and Crossroads, all tied at 25, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Coles County, 7th with 24 points. Milam, 8th with 23. Beach Bend, 9th with 22. Byron, 10th with 21. Well, that was quick. They got him pushed off already. So, not showing any signs of any liquid on the track, so we're back underway. Greg Held. He's over here in the Chevrolet lane out of Pataskala, Ohio. 68 Camaro, running for Pacemakers. He'll get the head start, down 665.
Para Camaro is on the starting line here as Chad Isley will be on the Ray Skillman side. 626 dial in for Coles County Dragway.
And I need Super Pro to the lanes for your next round. Super Pro to the lanes for your next round. It's over.
Yeah, foul start there for Greg Harrell by 16 Thou Isley. 024 dead on 5 of the 626 and 105 for Coles County.
Held leaves 16 Thou too early, runs 2 off. So he's done for the day.
Yeah, all right, John Singleton. He will he will be on the Ray Skillman side this time for Route 66. In the 66 Coronet. Big block Mopar under the hood, 648 the dial in.
Dave Baker out of Xenia, Ohio. 70 Camaro, running for Killcare, dialed 646.
All right, Dave Baker fouls out. John Singleton gets the win. One over with a 649 at 105 for Route 66.
Baker, he leaves 9th out too soon, then goes to the other end, and man, he'll be upset. Dead on with a 2. I got Ronnie Cunningham Jr. out of Cold Spring, Kentucky. 708 his dial and his 65 Mustang for Edgewater.
Dean Talley in 70.5 Camaro fouls out by 300ths of a second. Dials a 610. He's 5 off the stripe. Not much went right for him there.
Cunningham 2 over at 710, but he earns another point for Edgewater Sports Park. I got Robert Hutter. Robert out of Monticello, Indiana. Dialed 668 in his Z28. Running for Muncie.
Gene Cash will be his opponent from Tell City, Indiana with the 72 Vega, racing for Beachman, 653. Double breakout win for Gene Cash. He's 9th thou under, 652 at 104.
18th thou under for Hutter. Hutter was a couple thou behind on the tree. Took too much stripe. Harry Boring. I don't think Harry's all that boring with a red, white, and blue car. 715 out of Greenfield, Indiana.
Ohio Valley racer Chris Norris from Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 667. Wow, he gets the win, even though he was late there, Mike. 075, dead on 5 though, 667.
Yeah, Boring just took a little too big a chunk of that finish line. Run 7th thou under, so he's done for the day. Sam Manuel out of Adrian, Michigan, is 74 Nova, dialed 665.
688 for Doug Kaplinger from Xenia, Ohio. I said that right? Xenia, Ohio for Killcare. 688 on the right side. Wheels in the air launch for both drivers. 100th apart at the tree. Win light on Ray Skillman's side. 2 over, 690 at 94 for the Killcare driver, Doug Kaplinger.
And another one, he's got a starting line advantage. Takes fight of that finish line. Breaks out by 12 thousandths for Manuel. Mike O'Rourke Sr. out of Redford, Michigan, running for Summit. He's got a 78 Firebird dialed 601.
Yeah, Mike and his son come up to Mid-Michigan and run from time to time. His opposition here will be Boyd Butcher from Beech Grove, Indiana, 73 Nova, 647. Boyd will be leaving first. Mike will be doing the chasing. Boyd for the Lucas Oil Raceway, one of your guys.
Yeah, they call him Boyd the Butcher. I ain't never had the guts to ask him if he's a butcher or for some other. Certain things I just leave alone.
Oh, Rourke's going to get the win here. Boyd fouls out by 2 thou.
He butchered that start, didn't he? O'Rourke, he runs 599 with a 6, 14 thou under his dial, but Boyd by 2 thousandths gave him a free run. Wes Buckley, he was the Race of Champions rep for Summit. He's dialed 597 in his Z28.
Yeah, Wes, the winner of the Race of Champions, tough competitor. A couple big money wins at Norwalk earlier this year. Greg Wade will be his opponent. Washington, Indiana, 79 Z28 for Lions Raceway Park. 708 will be leaving first. Now Wes in trouble there off the starting line. Wade had the better light by a little over 100th. 7-11 on the 08 is enough to get the win by a thou. 11/10,000ths.
Buckley runs 2 over and left an extra 100th on the starting line. That hurt him bad. Ken Norup out of Byron, Illinois, in a Thunderbird, dialed 610 in the Chevy side.
Bo Fowler, Mooresville, Indiana, the 79 Plymouth for Lucas Oil Raceway. Another one of your racers, 722.
Ooh, baby.
Good lights for both guys. Win on your side for Kenny.
Double breakout. I'm 8 thou under. You're 10 thou under. They were 3 thou apart on the starting line. Norup was actually second, but he was also second to cross the finish line, breaking out. So Norup takes a point into the next round. Fred Friggin out of Sandwich, Illinois. 82 Mustang, dialed 648.
Kim Niemeyer from Humboldt, Illinois. A pair of Ford Mustangs on the starting line. 658, 648. A dime difference in their dial-ins. Both drivers a little late, but Fred's going to be the winner as Kim breaks out.
Yep, Fred's 2 over, but Niemeyer went under, so Fred goes to the next round. Jonathan Jones out of Paris, Illinois. 636 the dial for his Camaro.
And Bob Downing for Killcare Dragway from Springfield, Ohio, and that 75 Camaro. 613 his dial in on the Ray Skillman side.
Takes that one, he runs dead on with 2.
Yeah, Downing was a little late, later of the 2 anyway, with reaction times in the 30s and 40s. 612 with a 3, 7 thou under for Bob.
Terry Willard, right side, 726 the dial for that 2 Illinois resident.
Yeah, one of my favorite cars of the weekend, that 62 Bel Air on the Ray Skillman side of Brad Day for Killcare Dragway. 602 dial in on the Ray Skillman side.
I'm pretty sure I called Terry Willard the first time with the microphone turned off, so I'll talk about him again, just in case. 80Z28, dialed 726 in the Chevrolet side.
Wheels in the air launch for Brad Day, but he left a ton on the starting line. Look at the Chevrolet side and win for Terry.
Oh, Willard, almost perfect. 001 on the tree, runs 1 over at 727. Makes another point for Coles County.
Yeah, the 62 Bel Air ran the number, but Brad was tardy.
Ralph Craig, right side, 667 for the Firebird.
Randy Burnwell, Gulliford, Indiana, in that 77 Pinto wagon, 683. 2 green machines on the starting line going at it here. Round number 3 of Pro Bracket here at the North Central Division Finals.
Needham Super Pro Motorcycle, lanes 13 and 14 over here on the east side, please. Super Pro Motorcycle, lanes 13 and 14. Ralph Craig takes that win 2 over. He was actually 7 thou behind on the tree.
686 for Randy, 3 over at 99. 4 thou at the finish line. They're 012 and 019.
Aaron Dysinger, Monticello, Indiana. His Malibu dialed 659.
You know, very entertaining Aaron Dysinger racing for Bunker Hill, taking on a Coles County Dragway entry. Max Lang, 40 Willys. Another car way up there on the Coolometer. Aaron left quite a bit on the starting line, and he is going to break out. The win's going to be Max Lang, 650, 1 over at 105.
That's all right. You can go ahead and use the word you started to use. He's going to pay, and he did. I got Peyton Filson out of Fairborn, Ohio. His Firebird dialed 617.
Nick Finley, Greenwood, Indiana. In the Pontiac on the Ray Skillman side, 657 for Lucas Oil Raceway. Buick, brother.
I need Super Pro motorcycle. Need Super Pro motorcycle to the east staging lanes 13 and 14. To the lanes now, please.
Nick in the Buick fouls out by 200ths of a second, runs 2 under at the stripe, wins on your side.
Ooh, Filson, 4 on the tree, dead on with a 9. 13th thou package. He was going to make it hard on Nick anyway. Wesley Waldrop out of Benton, Kentucky. His 79 Camaro dialed 661.
Cassie Wilson on the Ray Skillman side, 99 Z28 for Coles County, Charleston, Illinois. Cassie's hometown, 8:37 to dial in. Is going to get a couple of second head start here.
Waldrop runs for Beacon Dragway.
Leslie's going to get the win. Cassie fouls out by 28 thou.
Yep, Wes on the green side of the tree, almost exactly the amount Cassie was on the wrong side. Cassie runs 2 over at 663. Or excuse me, Wesley runs 2 over at 663 as he takes the win. Cassie's 3 over, but she finished it off on the starting line. Mike Toole, his Monte Carlo, representing Crossroads. He's over in the Chevrolet lane, dialed 643.
Yeah, 2 Monte Carlos face off now on the starting line. Stuart Galloway will be on the Ray Skillman side from Milford, Illinois for Coles County Dragway. 628, a tenth and a half difference in the handicap here with Mike leaving first.
And Super Pro, you should already be in the lane. Super Pro should already be in the lanes. And Toole turns on the red light. Your guy gets it.
Stuart Galloway with a win, missed the tree big time. Toole's going to be sick when he looks at his slip and sees that Stuart was 148 on the tree. Runs dead on free with a 628, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get a time slip at the end of the track with a great big W on it.
Okay, Kilcare, as we end this round of Pro, 33 points in the lead. Route 66, 1 behind Coles, 2 more behind Lucas Oil. We're in 4th, 27. Got Summit and Crossroads tied at 26. Muncie at 25. Milam and Beach Bend at 8 and 9 and 23. Byron also at 23. That's your top 10 for now.
Here we go, round number 3 is Super Pro.
Randy Protz out of Vandalia, Illinois, over in the Chevrolet side in the Vega wagon, dialed 592.
Jack Fisk, Thorntonville, Ohio, the 96 Chevrolet S10, 633 for National Trail Raceway. Oh, great start for Fisk, but Randy's going to be the winner in a double breakout.
Double breakout. Randy goes 9 thou under. Fisk goes quite a bit more than that under. I bet he didn't know he was holding that much.
Yeah, almost a full nickel there. He was 009 the tree, and then 628 on the 33.
Roger Parks in the dragster. He calls the Punisher. He's running for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's dialed 479.
Paul Pasanko, Orland Park, Illinois for Route 66 Raceway, 471. Less than a tenth of a second. Handicap between the two dragsters matched up here in the third round of Super Pro. Foul start for Roger Parks. Paul Pasanko 007, 471, dead on 8, a 15 thou package to move on for Route 66.
And dead on 3 for Roger, but he left 8 thou too soon. It was over when he released the button. Henry Vandervoort, also running for Lucas Oil Raceway, out of Plainfield, Indiana. 470 the dial for Henry's dragster.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, racers at third round of pro started the payout. So payout will be up here in the tower. Third round of pro bracket started the payout. Payout will be up here in the tower.
And it is right next to race control on the second floor, not down there on the first floor where you entered other stuff. It's on the second floor right next door to race control. Henry's dead on with a 4.
Greg Casel fouls out by 5 thou, 579. It's a little under on both ends of the racetrack.
Dennis Duckett out of Calvert City, Kentucky. His Camaro in the Chevrolet lane down 521.
James Rawl from Romulus, Michigan, another Milan Dragway racer, 501 on the Ray Skillman side.
Well, I don't see anybody making a move to move. Oh, there we go.
And James Rawl bumps in. They're ready. On Rawl.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
In trouble. No, he's going to get the win. Look at that. Breakout on the Chevrolet side by 3 thou for Dennis. Rawl with the dragster. 1 over for the win with a reaction time that started with a 2.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that to him, but the fact that his reaction time starts with a 2 and the bottom of his ticket starts with a W, that just don't happen. Duckett, 23 on the tree, runs 3 thou too fast, took the stripe by almost 2/10. I got Joe Bauman out of Michigan, his 58 vet. He's running for mid-Michigan and he's dialed 526.
Yeah, Joe's a buddy of mine, pitted next door. He was our Race of Champions rep, won a couple rounds there, and he's taking on Justin Hardy, Milan Dragway racer, a graduate from the junior dragster ranks, where he won a bunch of races there. And 491 dial in for Justin on the Ray Skillman side. Joe's going to get the win. Justin fouls out by 5 thou. Joe is 004, 525 for the win at 129. 492 for Justin after the red light.
Monty Short out of Portland, Tennessee. His Camaro is in the right lane dialed 625.
648 for Rob Stacy on the Ray Skillman side of the racetrack. That 93 Chevy S10 for Killcare Dragway from Ohio.
Super Pro motorcycles, you should be in or on the way to the lanes. Lanes 13 and 14.
Stacy fouls out by 1/100 of a second. Monty Short's going to get the win.
Short will shut off the clock 626, 1 over his dial, 31 on the tree. All he needed to be was green.
Yes, Stacy, 648, dead on 5, goes red by minus 010.
Matt Murray out of Manhattan, Illinois. His undercover dragster dialed 483.
And Jack Leggett, 79 Malibu wagon, meeting Indiana, Muncie Dragway. His home track, 643 for that wagon. Leggett with a better light and the win. Look at that, dead on 8, 643, 013. Looking good, moving on to the next round.
Dead on 5 for Murray. 5 behind on the tree will cost you in Super Pro in their late rounds always. Jerry Cotton. Jerry's out of St. John, Indiana, over here in the Chevrolet lane, running for Byron and dialed 488.
Another Muncie Dragway racer on the Ray Skillman side. This time is Tom Bueller. Brings his dragster up to the starting line with a 515 dial-in. Huntington, Indiana. A great start for both guys. Great race. 008 out of the margin of victory. 007 both sides. Jerry Cotton.
Cotton runs 11th thou over, 19th thou over for Bueller. They both killed the tree, but Cotton takes a stripe in the win. Andrew DiPiazza, 97 Camaro, out of Chicago, Illinois. He's dialed 521. Will be over here in the Chevrolet side.
Yeah, Andrew in the water box here as they do a little cleanup in front of him. And the dragster of Jason Farquhar rolls through the water box, guns the throttle and lights the tires. He's from Hillsboro, Ohio, and racing for Killcare, and he will dial a 514.
DiPiazza takes that win as Farquhar red lighted by 8th out too early. So Andrew takes her out the back door, runs 5th out too quick to take a point for Byron.
515 for Jason, 1 over his 14 dial in on the Ray Skillman side of that dragster.
Chris Schneider out of Strongville, Ohio in the Diamond Dragster running for Summit. He's dialed 483.
Kayleigh Daniels racing for the Daniels family in Muncie Dragway. 490 on the Ray Skillman side from Huntington, Indiana with her dragster.
Ooh, Snyder had the tree, but took too much stripe.
Kayleigh runs dead on, 490, 139. She was a little late off the starting line, but gets the win and moves on to the next one.
Snyder had 11th out in his pocket on the tree, then went 8th out too fast on the other end. Sure. And I'm going to hand my microphone to Ron Ruggles to continue. Super Pro.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
I'm out of here.
Thank you, Mike Coyle. You guys have been
thanks a
keeping
lot.
the racetrack burning it up.
Doing a good job, guys.
All right, they're already gone. Let's see who's got the win lights on your side.
Win Tim Buckley for Team Milan. Goes 473 with a 9 on the 473 for the win. Got to bring up Keith Greenwald from Muncie, Indiana. 79 love for Muncie Dragway. He's on the Ray Skillman side, 637. Be going against John Malaby from Etna, Ohio. 96 Cavalier for National Trail Raceway, 616 dial in on the Cavalier.
All right, you have safe travels home, Scott.
And Ron Ruggles joins me here in the announcer's booth as he was getting the final instructions from Mike Coyle.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got you out of the art studio, so we're going to paint some pictures out here on the scoreboard. Well, the win light comes on for John Malaby running for National Trail. He goes 1 over the dial, 14 thousandths margin of victory. Both of them 1 over the dial, but National Trail Raceway will put that mark on their chalkboard.
How to bring up Bradley Miles from Terre Haute, Indiana. 95 Ed Quay chassis, rear engine dragster for Lions Raceway Park. 488 dial in over on the Ray Skillman side.
And Stephen Schmidt, notice him when they were backing that dragster up over there, sawing that wheel back and forth. The sweet spot is critical when you're staging, but also on that launch pad out there. Steve Schmidt running for Summit Motorsports Park out of Massillon, Ohio. Big block Chevrolet. We're about ready to go to work. Steve's got a 463 dial, so he'll have to wait just a little bit. So the flag is waving over there on the right side, and his arms will be tired tonight. But maybe, as the points races jostles around, they're shuffling around like a deck of cards, Larry.
His arms won't be tired. That's Captain America. Who is that? I'm not up on the Marvel comic thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got superpowers out there, so maybe he'll be in good shape. Well, let's get our attention out there on our one-way runway. They've been burning it up, and let's keep going. Wow.
Watch this one down here. Bradley Miles gives it up. Perfect 000 reaction time. And on the double breakout at your side, Ron.
Well, Stephen Schmidt takes it home as he goes under by 1/10,000th. Bradley Miles. That's at least the second race I've seen today where a perfect light goes in the trailer.
How to bring up Scott Offerman, Highland, Illinois based, 2005 chassis rear engine dragster for Gateway Motorsports Park. 502 dial in on the Ray Skillman side.
Coming down from Thornville, Ohio, Larry Houch II, National Trail Raceway, the S10 pickup truck. They got the low beams on the tree down there.
Scott Offerman got the win light right off the starting line. 002 red for Hauk on the right side. 002 to the green for Offerman. He goes 502 with the 2, a 4,000ths winning package for Scott Offerman. Hauk was 16 with a 7 on a 16 dial in the red light. Disqualified him already before he ever got started. Kyle Hanrahan from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, 67 Chevy 2, running for Beacon Dragway, 613 dial in on the Skillman side.
Well, Dominic Bowden running for Route 66 Raceway, he'll dial that 468, and you being in the artist line of work, how about that dragster? Isn't that a nice canvas that, well, the finished product looks cool, doesn't it?
That's wild. The red, white, and blue, those are popular colors.
All righty, couple green apples. They're chomping on them right now. Finish line welcomes them both. You got the winner.
Win light on Hanrahan, 017 to 058. Whole shot for the win. He runs a 13 with a 9 on the 13. Bowden on the right-hand side, he was a little tardy. 58 goes 70 with a 1 on a 68 dial-in. Larry Mays the second from Greenwood, Indiana, 88 Camaro. He's in the Skillman lane for Lucas Oil Raceway, 605 dial-in.
Well, Jerry Reed, not the singer, but the race car driver for Ohio Valley Dragway. He is tracking along down there, but the wind light goes to your side.
Larry Mays picks up the win, 605 with the 6 on the 605 dial-in. Had half of it on the starting line. Sportsman, we need you to the lane. Sportsman, we need you to the lane. For round 3, Sportsman to the lanes for round 3 of eliminations, please. Jason Barnes, Portland, Indiana, 98 S10. He's on the Skillman side for Beach Bend Raceway Park, 650 dial in.
Summit Motorsports Park, they're on their feet for Fred Krikora, the Diamond Chassis Dragster, big block, 469. So Fred, he'll have an opportunity to finish that National Dragster before he goes to work over there on the right side. It won't be too much longer. We're going to have some very happy teams and some very happy racers, but we're working our way there.
Getting down to it here on the final day, the 40th running of the Division 3.
Well, we get so wrapped up in the prize at the end of the day, but we got to stop and enjoy the journey here. And boy, this has been a fantastic day of racing.
It has been a lot of close races. I'll tell you what, there's some packages that take a lot of wind, and they're going on the trailer.
Oh, great race. Fred is pedaling hard, standing on the gas. Did he make the pass? Yes, he did. Fred goes dead on with a 3. Larry, that is a 7-pack. Jason Barnes goes 2 over the dial and goes down this round. Summit Motorsports Park, another marker.
Devin Eisenhower out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 2014 American Chassis Dragster. Lions Raceway Park. Looking to pick one more up here, 492 dial in for Eisenhower.
Well, leaving first on the northbound flight will be Kyle Willenberg, running for Coles County Dragway. 554, they've got it in the flight plan. They're on the runway. They're just waiting for clearance. Devin, a decorated junior dragster racer on the left side, fit nicely in the ET classes.
I watched him run juniors for years. Perfect 0-0-0 reaction time for Devin Eisenhower. Goes 93 on the 92 for the win.
You know
Kyle Willenborg, he was 0-28 on the tree. Goes 54.5 on the 54.
Kyle says, man, go dead on 5 and I got to put it in the garage?
Oh, here's a pair. These guys are good racers. Steve Riggins, Muncie, Indiana. Good buddy of mine in the announcer group, 70. Maverick for Muncie Dragway, 597 on the dial in for Riggins.
BJ's quickly in. Brent Jones for Lions Raceway Park with the bag of 547, and we've got a good one. You call this
Holy
one.
cow, this is a horse race. Who's it going to be?
Brent Jones takes it home. How about a dead 1, 19-pack? Riggins goes dead 3, margin of victory 0-0-9.
Wow, that is a great race. We knew it when they staged up there. Good for Brent Jones. Both swell guys. Hate to see anybody walk away from that one without the win. Aaron Witzman from Bloomington, Indiana. 81 Monza for Lions Raceway Park. Out 567 on the Skillman side.
And Ray Boyer III, he rolls in from Logansport, Indiana. Got that Z28. He rocked her backwards a little bit, going back forwards again. He'll get her lined out. He'll dial a 627. He'll say bye-bye to the tree first. Aaron's got to do the chasing this time.
Well, I watch Ray Boyer many years up there at Bunker Hill. That car's going to get the front end up. And he's a tough customer. When he gets on a roll, he's hard to stop.
All right, there he did it for us. Here comes Aaron. Looking.
Holy cow, we got a great race here. Boyer, too quick. 26.5 on the 27. Aaron Witzman, 0-0-6 on the reaction time. Goes 62 on the 61 for the win. 0-18 margin of victory. How to bring up Royce Osborne. He's out of Fort Wayne, Indiana with the 78 Nova. Also running for Muncie Dragway, 649 dial in.
Running for the host track, Lucas Oil Raceway, Josh Netherton and that 80 Fairmont Ford-powered big block. 608 is the dial. I believe a guy by the name of Bob Glidden won a world championship in a Fairmont. Well, Josh has got a good hot rod out there, and Josh is going to keep playing. Royce with that red light start. Tough break there. Josh will take the win, goes one over the dial, takes it home as, well, Royce very disappointed as we look at the numbers at the top end.
Well, that's where being a slower car is a disadvantage. His 002 locked out the worst 006 on the red light. That's just a tough break. Jason Ford from Beaver Creek, Ohio's in the dragster left-hand side for Killcare Dragway. Represented him in the Sunoco Race of Champions here this weekend. 463 dial in for Jason Ford.
And out of Summit Motorsports Park Stable, the Starfire. Matt Daddis at the wheel. He'll lock down the 631. They're going to try to strong arm that tree down there as we move on. We're knee deep in Super Pro. And I'll tell you what, those buttons they got pressed in down there, it's almost like they're energized. It's like, got to get off of that. Let's see who does it quicker.
That button's going to get heavy for Ford as he sits here for about 2 seconds, not quite 2 seconds, and watches the Starfire run down the track.
Well, I'll tell you what, Larry, I love these races. Matt will be down into the next county. Jason's going to think the tree bulbs went out on the left side. It's like, come on now, where's the power over there?
Jason's in the Race of Champions. He's faced this situation before. Let's just see.
Green light number 1.
Oh, and 2 butts. I told you that button would get heavy. 001 to the red for Jason Ford.
Well, on the double breakout, irregardless, Jason, that was a short race, 11-inch race. Jason was 001 on the red side. Matt goes under by 2 thousandths, but the important part is he's got the W on that time slip, Larry.
That's, in the end of the day, that's all that really matters. We can run all these numbers all you want to, but in the end, that win light's all that really matters. Tony Virgilio from Cloverdale, Indiana. The Miller chassis dragster for Crossroads Dragway, 477 dial in on the Skillman side.
Well, how about Brunswick, Ohio? We've got the Sunoco Race of Champ rep for Summit Motorsports Park, Alan Moore. He'll plug the dragster in. We've already got the scoreboard. He's got that airbrush out on the canvas. How about a 488? Can he do it? Let's find out. This will be a great matchup right here. Oh, they're green. Here they come. Finish line. Get ready. Whoa. Alan Moore takes it down here at the top end. He goes dead 923 pack. Get back. Well, Tony Virgilio trying hard. Behind on the tree, not by much. Had to keep the pedal down. Goes under by 2.
How to bring up Dan Deshawn, his transmission builder out of Logansport, Indiana. He's a great transmission builder, too. He builds mines from Bunker Hill Drag Strip, 556 dial in for Dandy Dan Deshawn. High school, lane 7 and 8. High school, we need you in lane 7 and 8, please. All high schoolers in lane 7 and 8.
Edmund Richardson, he's made that trip out to Pomona. He's in the dragster trying to wade through this tough match. And Edmund, he's got the wind light already. Dan wanted it so bad that the tree caught him trying to get that advantage. 009 red for Dan, wind light for Richardson and Beach Bend Raceway Park. Richardson goes under by 5,000 and 556, dead 6 for Dan. Tough break for Dan.
Well, Dan made that trip to Pomona too, but that was on a Super Pro motorcycle. I don't even remember the year, 2000, 2001, something like that. Blake Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, based dragster, running for Beach Bend, 490, dial in on the Ray Skillman lane.
Well, Randall Bro picks up the dart. He pulls it out of the bullseye, and he's going to try to throw it again and hit another one with a 652, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Got the big Dodge under the hood. You watch this car fly.
Randy's several-time track champion up there at Bunker Hill. He's a good racer. You can see that right there. Take it away.
Well, on the double breakout, Randall, he basically busted the bulb. He was trip, zip, potato chip, and he takes the win down there at the top end.
Derek Adams out of Franklin, Kentucky. He's going to be the buy run this time around. 98 Cressman. Chassis rear engine dragster running for Beach Bend Raceway, dialed at a 5:09 free time run here for Derek Adams. High school lanes 7 and 8. High school lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. We put the call out for you before. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. If you were a winner last time around in Sportsman and you're not in the lanes, you should be heading that way.
Also, just a reminder again, racers, it's parked on the east side. If you plan on staying this evening, we need you out of that area by before 7 a.m. in the morning, because they need that area for another event going on. You can pull out into the staging lane area or drift over into the west side. And Blake, or sorry about that, Derek Adams looking for a 5:09, goes 5:10 at 133 in Beach Bend. They'll pull that dragster into the next round.
Well, be a slight break here. I don't think they have the new class up. Going to switch classes, going to them bad motor scooters.
You betcha. And kind of looking across there, Larry, there's some pretty mean looking paint jobs on these motorcycles, but the important job here is they're trying to turn those wind lights on. And we'll just about get those sent up there as we make a little switch over up here in the top end of the tower.
Well, they'll have to switch over there in race control, get the electronics work all done and reset the computer. They'll get that done. Looks like the starting line's pretty happy with the condition of the track.
Well, here comes some of the Richardson race cars back, the return road area, and this points battle is heating up. How about it's like being in an oven. There is quite a battle raging on there at the top part. Well, let's get started with some more motorcycles, as we need to put some more points on the board for some of these racetracks. It's not over till it's over, and I'm telling you, Larry, watching this today, I've never seen, if you're up there on top, pretty soon, you know, they'll run a few rounds of another class, and all of a sudden you're like slid down the ladder like somebody put butter on your ladder.
Yeah, the deck still can be shuffled pretty good. We got a few more rounds to go. For what, 4 or 5 rounds left yet, somewhere in that area.
Well, we're going to burn some marshmallows down there. Who you got?
Andy Sandquist out of Sherrard, Illinois, riding a Kawasaki for Byron Dragway, 557 dial in the Skillman lane.
Well, Tom Whiteman's on a mean Kawasaki too, 1,075cc out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, running for National Trail. He'll lock down and strong arm the Chevrolet side of the racetrack with a 614.
Oh, they get off of the line right there together, 030, 036. One light on for Tom Whiteman. 036, reaction time beats the 036, 17 on the 614 for Whiteman, 61 on the 57 for Samquist in a losing effort. How to bring up Rick McWaters from Bucharest, Ohio, 2008 Hayabusa, running for Summit Motorsports Park, 518 dial in for McWaters. Rick Haupt from Farmersville, Ohio on the Kawasaki right-hand side for Killcare. Team Killcare gets the point. 013 to 036 reaction time. Haupt goes 56 on the 52. McWaters goes 22 on the 18. Eric Cooper from Martinsville, Illinois, 75 Kawasaki for Cole County Dragway. He's left-hand side with a 6 flat dial. Going against Nick Shaw from Mount Blanchard, Ohio, the 02 Hayabusa for Summit Motorsports Park. He was representing Summit in the Race of Champions. 498 dial in for Shaw on the right-hand side. I'm doing the covering here for Ron while he gets his wireless mic working. Think we had some batteries run down on him. He'll be back with us here in just a minute. Nick Shaw, right side. Eric Cooper, left side. Coles County against Summit. Who's going to get the point? Cooper, big advantage on the left-hand side, 26 to a 52. It's enough for the win. 601 on the 6-0 dial. Eric Cooper getting a point for Coles County. Nick Shaw, 052 on the reaction, runs 98.6 on the 98. To bring up Wesley Wells, Greenwood, Indiana-based Suzuki. Also in the Race of Champions for Lucas Oil Raceway, 523 dial in for Wesley Wells. Kyle Dollamore from Wellington, Ohio on the Suzuki for Summit Motorsports Park in the Chevy Performance Lane, 545 dial in for Dollamore. Boy, they ride off of the line together, 39 and 40. Dollamore had the 39 light. He gets the win, 545 with an 8 on the 545 dial. Wesley Wells goes 24 on the 23. I think we got Ron back. We got you back, Betty?
Well, I think so. Dennis Weiniger, our Track Announcer Guild Director, he's also good at changing batteries out. You know, they're burning up the racetrack. Evidently, I'm burning up the microphone.
What will we do with that, Professor Dennis?
Okay, here we go. We're ready to go. Chad Isley, right side. You've got
Dan McCartan, Ingleside, Illinois, base Kawasaki, Route 66, 480 dial. He had the tree, gets the win. 009 to 011 reaction, not a big hole shot. 481 on the 480 for Dan McCartan.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chad Isley was out front down there, and boy, was he looking sideways, but doggone it, that finish line tank came too soon for his bike on the breakout.
How to bring up Jonathan Vickers, Streeter, Illinois, Kawasaki for Route 66 Raceway. He's dialed 547 on the left side.
And another Kawasaki, the Sunoco Race of Champions rep for National Trail Raceway, Bruce Sauer. He'll plug that bike in the Chevrolet lane. He's got a 582 working there. So plan is Bruce should leave first. If he doesn't, well, you know what that means. Good race, here we come. Finish line will finish the chapter in the book. Win light will come on 4.
Well, Bruce did move first, but it wasn't by enough. Jonathan Vickers, 019 to the 031 reaction for goes 548 on the 547, 82.9 on the 82 for Sauer, not enough for the win. Jonathan Vickers picking up a point for Route 66.
009 margin of victory, Larry.
That's a close race. Scott Leonard from Glen Carbon, Illinois. The 09 Hayabusa for Gateway Motorsports Park. 594 dial in on the Ray Skillman side.
Well, Sean Robson, they're going to be 1W to wrestle for, and this is going to be quite a battle. Running for National Trail Raceway, another Kawasaki. The 39-year-old puts a 581 down the racetrack. Oh, look at the sideways view. Scott's looking at Sean, and the win light goes to.
Boy, he was leaning hard. Scott Leonard was over there. That bike was wanting to move left. He was leaning to the right. It must have worked. 94.4 on the 94 dial. 053 on the reaction. He had a hole shot put on him, but it wasn't enough to hold him off down at the big end. 005 margin of victory. It was close, though. Sean Robinson making the charge.
Well, I'll tell you what, Scott Leonard just doing a masterful job down here at the finish line. That's where it's all about, and we got 2 more.
He did. He manhandled that bike down the left lane for the win. Homer England Jr. out of Westchester, Ohio. He's on a Kawasaki for National Trail. 665 dial in on the left side.
Couple of Ohio tracks, Killcare right side. Jeff Wicker trying to get it done. Clean and green. Here comes. Who's going to do the victory dance? Who'll make the lights dance on the scoreboard? It will be Jeff Weichert on the Chevrolet side. He goes 4 over. He was holding a few out of the gate. And 12th thou margin of victory. Homer England dialed 665, goes 669 down at the top end. And Dave Hill will close out this session of Super Pro Bike. The Mount Vernon, Ohio Suzuki rider, the Sunoco Race, a champ man, running for Pacemakers Dragway Park. And I'll tell you what, Larry, anytime you can get this bye run, close in the beginning, in the middle. The ultimate is buy into the final, but this is important. You know you got the win. You just got to see where you're at. And Dave goes 2 over the dial, 131, 006 on the tree. He was inside the bulb looking out.
Well, you can't get the buy into the final unless you make it to the semifinals, so.
All right.
Take it where you can get it, right?
That's right. That's right. You're on it. Well, tell you what, they're going to reshuffle the deck here, and we've called some classes up there. Hopefully they're there.
I see car numbers, so it should be. James Ring out of Sandusky, Ohio. He represented Summit Motorsports Park in the Race of Champions Friday. He's Skillman side 1228, dial in. Well, it tells us this should be a good race. How to bring up Paul O'Keefe. He's in the 72 Chevelle out of Morris, Illinois, running for Route 66. Another Sunoco Race of Champions representative, 1213. Dial in. Defiball bulbs it away. 080 against a 084. Oh my gosh, he's going to look at that ticket and he's not going to like that. On a double breakout as well. 1210 for Paul O'Keefe on the 1213 dial. He got lucky there. David Baker out of Newark, Ohio, 2001 Ford Lightning, going for Pacemakers, Dragway Park, 1474 dial in. Jim Kincaid, Kirkville, Ohio based 74 Duster. Blue job over on the left-hand side. National Trail Raceway team member 1223 dial in for Kincaid. Kincaid gets it. Cripps shoved out the back door because he was behind on the starting line, 018 to 051. Kincaid goes 24-7 on the 23 dial in. Jim Kincaid picking up point for National Trail. How to bring up Dana Thompson. He's driving the 67 Camaro from Hebron, Ohio for National Trail Raceway. Another pair up of Race of Champions representatives. 1262 dial in for Thompson on the left side.
And ride the horse.
Better reaction time slows your ET.
How about right here? Upright.
Breaks out on a deep stage with the no 18. Wesley Butler, he's in the 91 Trans Am, just coming into the water box. He's running for Lucas Oil Raceway because he's from Indianapolis, Indiana. 1296 dial in for Wesley Butler. Well, this is foot braking, so the button isn't going to be heavy.
Well, I'll tell you what, these are the
Next up, Ellis Booth brings that orange 93 S10 up on the left-hand side. Ray Skillman Lane for Lucas Oil Raceway Park. He's out of Decatur, Illinois. Dials a 1328. Ellis Booth, he was in no big hurry to get off the line. 086 on the reaction time and runs the breakout 13:19 on the 13:28. He broke out by a ton, but hey, let the big dog eat when the wind light's already on. Let's see what it's going to do. Free time run for the next round.
I say Ellis Booth.
Yeah, I think he was. Travis Booth out of Nineveh, Indiana. He's in 93 Mustang for Lucas Oil Raceway on the left-hand side, 1367 dial in. Oh my goodness! Well, that's an upset. Travis Booth, big win. He had a hole shot put on him. Goes 023 on the tree to the 004 to Nick Hastings. The defending champ has been dethroned. They cleared the numbers on us, so I can't give you that. So we'll just head on to the next pair. Aaron Worstel out of Union, Missouri, 89 Mustang for Gateway Motorsports Park, 1213 dial in. Double breakout, Worstel on the left side. He gets the win. He had a bit of an advantage off the starting line. Goes 1209 on the 1213 dial, 1488 on the 96 for Zalman right side. Double breakout, Worstel wins for Gateway. To bring up Austin Toole, Winslow, Indiana-based 86 Monte Carlo for Crossroads Dragway, 1209 dial in. They're both green. They're close together. This is going to be a good race. A lot of difference there, but it's ought to be close. Where's the easy button? He couldn't find it. Yeah, he did. He gets the win. 1207 with a 9 on 1209 dial. Austin Toole picks up the road for Crossroad Dragway. Melvin Robinson goes 1691 on the 1708 dial. How to bring up John Whitmer from New Albany, Ohio for National Trail Raceways in the 69 Camaro, dial to 1203. It was a close race except for the whole shot. Tony McKinney, Detroit, Michigan, driving that 71 Satellite for Milan Dragway, 1216 dial in. They're over there just coming out of the water box. They was coming fast and furious on us there for a while, Ron. Now,
I'll tell you what, they were spinning the hoop.
Tony McKinney.
I got Mike Radlowski.
Newer against older. Well, you don't see many of those old 71 Satellites anymore. I think Tony maybe thought he was better off the line than he was. Zach Gosnell, West Lafayette, Indiana. Run for Lucas Oil Raceway, 80Z28 dials, 1213 on the Ray Skillman side. Had to bring up Jeffrey Vaughn. He's running for Crossroads Dragway in the 70 Nova from Terre Haute, Indiana, 1218 dial in on the left side. Goes to Jeffrey Vaughn, left side. He had a little bit of a whole shot, 034 to 059, runs 19.8 on the 18 dial in. Stephen Mraz on the right side, 1456 on the 1453. He was 3 over to the 1800s over on the left side. Chad Eaton from Paris, Illinois, the 85 Monte Carlo. He's for Crossroads Dragway, 1207 dial in. Tony Lyons He's in the 89 Mustang for Coles County Dragway from Askham, Illinois, 1218. Dial in for Tony. Bill Crutcher, 13 flat on the 1265. He was pedaling a bunch down there. 1381 for Tony Lyons as he runs way off. Josh Pickett, send a 67 Camaro out of Indianapolis for Lions Raceway Park. 1290. Dial in for Josh. Edgewater Sports Park sends up Jerry Fryer Jr. from Moores Hill, Indiana in an 80 Capri, 1261. Dial in on the Ray Skillman side. Chuck Tyak out of Pataskala, Ohio for Pacemakers, Dragway Park. 91 Mustang on the Chevy Performance side, 1451 dial. Well, we got a race. They're off the line right there together. Just going to watch the numbers fall as they come down the track. Fryer, they're too quick, goes 60 with an 8 on the 61. Tyak, 1456 on the 1451 as he pedaled off about 500. Mike Malley from Patricksburg, Indiana, 75 Firebird for Lions Raceway Park, 1294. Dial in on the left side.
Well, Terry Knight, he'd like to race into the night. That means you're having a good day. He'll take that 85 S10. And 1230 is the dial for Killcare Dragway, and away we go. 660-foot foam blocks. They're waving goodbye. The 1320, they got the door open down there waiting for both of them, and you got the winner.
Win light on for Mike Malley, 011 to 057 reaction time. Whole shot win, 1296 on the 1294 as he pedals off 2 at the end. Breakout for Terry Knight. He goes 27-2 on the 30. Dial in. Charles Pickelsheimer for New Carlisle, Ohio, 79 Malibu for Killcare Dragway. Dialed it to 1213 on the left side.
Well, Scott Pickens is going to try to pick Charles's pocket down there at the finish line as he's got a 12 flat dialed for Crossroads Dragway, the Monte Carlo, and it's a beautiful blue race machine. You know the beautiful color they're both wanting to see right now, and they got it. 2 green bulbs. Look at this. Side by side we go. They are doing some front fender watching. You've got the winner.
Pickens on the breakout, 99 on 99.6 on the 12. He goes 4th thou under. Charles Pickelsheimer goes 12.18 on the 12.13 dial. I think he knew he had a slight advantage, but I don't think he knew he didn't have as much as he thought. Steve Collier from Xenia, Ohio, the 70 Cuda for Killcare Dragway, down to 1210 on the Skillman side.
Well, I got the Rambler rambling down the east side of the racetrack. Mike Glancy Jr. out of Edgewater Sports Park. 1227 is his flight plan. Will it come together at the top end? Well, he's got the wind light, and I'll tell you what, looks like a 004 reaction time. Mike says, I bought me some real estate down here, and he bought the big property at the top end. The wind light goes 1236 off the 1227. Steve was 2 over. Racers could figure out what happened there.
Had to bring up Sean Morgan, 72 Vega Wagon out of Galveston, Indiana for Team Bunker Hill, 1264. Dial in for Sean Morgan. He got down to the semifinals here a couple of years ago.
The 18-year-old going deep, Carson Griffith running for Killcare Dragway. He's got a 1247. He'd like to see that number, Larry, one more time to go with the dancing lights on the scoreboard down there. Yes, there they are. Carson Griffith on the double breakout. Carson goes to, he was looking for a 1247. He goes 5 under. So that means Sean Morgan, he goes under by 6.
Yeah, Morgan wasn't going to lift on that. He knew he was late. When he's 43 late, he knows it because he's a good lever. Mike Rimley out of Columbia City, Indiana, 68 Camaro for Team Bunker Hill. 1209 dial in for Mike Rimley.
And the tough racer out of Washington, Indiana, running for Beacon Dragway, the Dodge pickup truck, Mr. Bill McCarty, 1251, planted on the Chevrolet scoreboard. Well, Bill McCarty, he will take the win for Beacon Dragway as Mike Rimley, he wanted it bad. 3 numbers in the RT, they're red, tough break. As Bill McCarty just goes on down, goes 1 over at 102. Mike, well, he goes dead 1. Tough break.
Pro Class, lanes 1 and 2, all on the west side. Pro Class, lanes 1 and 2, all on the west side, please. They need you now. Got to bring up Randy Wolf for Team Bunker Hill. He was in the Race of Champions, 1402. He's won the Race of Champions here a couple of times as old Wall.
Well, Mark Lynn for Beacon Dragway, he's got that Z28, and he's got a big spread to try to make up down there at the top end. He's out of Paducah, Kentucky. Well,
Randy Wolf just shoves him right out the back door. Wolfie wasn't that good on the tree for him, 032. But Mark Lynn, he was way late. He was taking a nap. Somebody should have kicked his quarter panel and told him to go. His 13-18 as he gets shoved out the back door on the 19 dial. Wolfie goes 14-18 on the 02 dial. So he was pedaling a ton all the way. Brandon Crease out of Springville, Indiana, the 09 Charger, left-hand side for Lions Raceway Park, 1322 dial.
well, the classic Rambler, Gary Rice, is the proud owner, and he is the proud winner for Edgewater Sports Park is Gary Rice. Sometimes, Larry, all you got to do is keep your light green, and in that case, Gary did, and Brandon did not.
The shiny new Charger getting beat by the old Rambler. I love those old Ramblers.
Well, just for the number, Gary Rice goes 2 over at 108, and we will move on.
Next up, Jordan Wilhelm out of Delphus, Ohio, 72 Camaro for Muncie Dragway, 1246 style in for Jordan.
Well, Aaron Hagan, he's sizing up the competition. He'll soon size up that Christmas tree, and the next thing he'll do, he'll be watching the bumper over there, that other opponent, trying to get it done at the top end. Aaron running for Gateway Motorsports Park. The Flying Red Firebird out of High Ridge, Missouri, little small block Pontiac, 1278. They'll try to deal them cards down at the top end. Oh, and we got a race. Mile mine, 660 foot. Check.
Too close to go.
Quarter mile, soon to be had. Win light, Aaron Hagan takes it home. How about dead on with an egg, Larry? That Firebird is kind to the driver. He was 048 on the tree. Aaron was behind on the tree, but the car and the number got him the win light.
That's a good one right there, man. Nice one. Larry Shupert out of Windfall, Indiana. He's your Race of Champions for Sportsmen. From Team Muncie Dragways, running the 72 Vega Mino. It's world famous. 1212 dial in on the world famous Vega Mino.
And the Snow White 95 Trans Am tripping the hammer down there. Peyton Filson with a 1242 dial for Killcare Dragway. They're on their feet, hoping. Finish line, win light, please, right side. Who's got it? It will be
Larry Joe Shupert. He knew he wasn't going to kill the tree on that one because he had to win. I think it was Larry. He led all the way, and he's one of the best fender racers you're going to find around here. He just puts a fender on them and runs them out. Larry Shupert picking up another big win here for Team Muncie. Chad Isley out of Charleston, Illinois, 84 Mustang running for Coles County. He's dialed 1223 on the left side.
I love this racer's name, Steve Quickle, Silverado. Well, he was a 2 Quickle on the Christmas tree. It is red. You've got the winner.
Chad Isley. Can't tell you how many times I've announced him winning down here. 017 reaction time. Me and Chad been doing it for 18 years. And he goes 12:21 a breakout. He's taking advantage of that free time run. Only ran about 100. Kendall Schmidt from Elberfield, Indiana. He's running a 64 Chevelle for Beacon Dragway, 1340 dial in for Kendall.
And the Sunoco Race the Champ rep sits on the east side. He's got it in park, but Marlon Howells will soon go to work for Milan Dragway as he's got a 12:56 to work with. So Marlon has the job of waiting the longest.
Kendall Schmidt into the deep stage. I hadn't seen so much deep staging, I don't think, in several years. It was right popular there about 10, 15 years ago, but it had lost favor lately. But I've seen several today.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're doing a great job handling it well, but Marlon Howells, he'll grab that W on his side of the time slip, and he'll hustle back and celebrate, just very short celebration as he goes 2 over for the win for Milan Dragway.
Well, that's the thing about the deep stage. It can get you a quicker reaction time, but it gets you a slower ET. Eric Cooper out of Martinsville, Illinois, 74 Vega for Coles County, running 12 flat on the dial in.
I love these races. 12:06, Joshua Morgan, 90 Camaro running for Milan Dragway. When you see him this tight, well, unfortunately, Joshua left a little early. That Christmas tree did its job. It says, nope, Joshua, not that way. You got the winner.
Yeah, you shouldn't have noticed the difference on that one. Double breakout, 11.96, 96.4 on the 12 flat for Eric Cooper as he picks up the win for Coles County. Chris Ranowski from Chicago, Illinois, running the 78 Cordoba with the fine Corinthian leather. For Route 66 Raceway, 12:42 dial in for Ranowski.
And rolling in from Zanesville, Ohio, the famous Y Bridge in that town, Austin Evelyn. He's the Sunoco Race the Champ representative for Pacemakers Dragway Park. Right now, 12:16's in the bank. Okay, they're both green. That's important. Finish line, that's the next important thing to look at. And Austin Evelyn, 025 on the tree. He goes 12:54 off the 12:16. Racers, you know what happened to Chris. Chris goes 12:63 off the 12:42.
Well, that'll bring up the infamous Terry McGee. Been here for all 40 Division III ET finals. He's out of Newark, Ohio, 65 Satellite for National Trail Raceway, 12:05. Everybody give Terry McGee a big hand.
Summit Motorsports Park, their mascot is waving that flag. Todd Norman's going northbound to see if he can sneak into the next round, but Terry is tough.
It's McGee's to give away. He doesn't do that very often, and he doesn't this time. Shoves Norman out the back door. Terry McGee, 011 to 091. Whole shot runs 12:08 on the 12:05, as I'm sure he pedaled that off, or it'd have been much closer. Blake Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, I think. 69 Camaro, part of the Edmund Richardson stable.
Paul
running
Hagen.
for Beach Bend Raceway, 12:02 dial in. Sorry, didn't mean to walk up.
All right, Gateway Motorsports Park, all I can tell you is we got a race, so we'll have to wait till the other end to finish the story. Paul Hagen, meanwhile, out of Fenton, Missouri with the Firebird. It's flying low down there at the top end. Can he get there and get it done? Yes, he does. Boy, did he take out a tough cookie there. Paul Hagen marks one up for Gateway Motorsports Park, goes 1 over the dial. As Blake Richardson goes 067 off the tree, 2 over the dial, and goes down. Gateway, mark it down.
Well, that'll do it for our sportsman eliminations this time around. High school coming up for their first round of eliminations. Chris Dovenbarker from Caldwell, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway. He's in the green 75 Duster on a left-hand water box, 12:16 dial in.
What's kind of neat, a lot of these kids come out of the junior dragster ranks, but to see over the years as they move up into the faster classes. I've got Danny Radlowski out of Highland, Illinois, 2001 Camaro. He runs for Gateway Motorsports Park with the LS1 powered. 1315 dialed Chevrolet parked car for now.
Well, some of these kids are running both junior dragsters and high school at the same time. I know there's a few of them here anyway. They get off of the tree both pretty good. It's going to be hard to call till they get down there. But these sportsman type cars, you can never tell because they can give it up on the other end. Not in this case. Dovebarger with the win for National Trail. 026 to 050 reaction time runs a 19.6 on the 16. Radulowski goes 13.16 on the 13.15. Tristan Strauss from Newark, Ohio, the 95 GT, left-hand side for National Trail Raceway, 1483 dial. Devin Ramsey from Terre Haute in the 01 Dakota, right-hand side, dials 1483 for Crossroads Dragway. Just a little hold up while they do some housekeeping out there on the right-hand side of the track. Now they're moving up to stage. Tristan Strauss, left side. Devin Ramsey, right side. Tristan Strauss turns on the red bulb 002, just a little pink. Devin Ramsey with the win 025 on the Christmas tree. See what the numbers they put up, 1483 with a 6. It's dead on with a 6 on a 025. Not a bad package for a high schooler. 1478 on the 1483 for Tristan Strauss. Got to bring up Kate Crum from Jamestown, Ohio. 89 Ranger for Killcare Dragway. 1289 dial in on the Ray Skillman side. On the Chevy Performance side, a 1651 dial in for Mackie Wiles, the Mad Monkey out of Walton, Indiana. 2011 Sierra for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Mackie's away green. Kate Crum's away green.
All right, Super Pro to lane 17 and 18. Super Pro to lane 17 and 18. He did say east side.
Oh my, Mackie Wiles had it. It was all hers, and she gives it away on the breakout. 1649 on the 51. Kate Crum, 1296 on the 1289 dial in. Was way behind on the tree, and Mackie Wiles just gets there too quick. Got to bring up Jacob Youngblood, Rosedale, Indiana. 17-year-old. 2006 Z71 running for Crossroads Dragway. You see him pull away. 1678's his target time. Wyatt Schubert out of Windfall, Indiana, the 79 Chavoda for Muncie Dragway. Wyatt's a tough little racer. I've known him for several years before he was even in juniors. And Wyatt Schubert gives it away when he shouldn't. Jacob Youngblood goes 1682 on the 1678 dial. Wyatt Schubert had a 036 to 056 advantage and gives away, goes 1220. I think he pedaled it too much down at the end on the 1213 dial.
All right, we do need those Super Pro to lane 17 and 18. All Super Pro to lane 17 and 18, please. All right, we're moving down here. How about Mariah Hunter on the Ray Skillman Auto Group lane with a 15 flat dial running for Muncie Dragway. We've got that Grand Prix, going to wake that race car up, put it to work. And Mariah looking out the passenger window. There's Julie Nettles running for Coles County Dragway, 91 Camaro. So Mariah, 18 years old, Julie, 17 years old, trying to put a mark down there as Mariah putting the deep stage bulb on, and Julie just tickling those bulbs there. They are clean and green. Good race going on here. 1,320 feet to traverse before we turn a wind light on down here at the top end. And the wind light comes on for Julie Nettles. Julie dialed 1357, goes one over that dial as Mariah Hunter dialed 15 flat, goes 1490. So Julie will move on. And we'll roll in with Javier Pando running out of Skokie, Illinois, the 92 Honda Civic. Out of Byron Dragway Stables, the high school student, 18 years old, having the time of their life. Dennis?
Absolutely. So it's like prom night all over again. Well, maybe not. Larry Robertson before wanted his introduction to be something like this. Dun, 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 dun. But I'm thinking, after hearing him, it should be a different song, something like this. You make me feel like dancing. Not really.
I hope, Dennis, you don't expect me to start singing.
You called that singing?
Did you bring your saxophone?
I did not bring my saxophone. Brought my accordion, though.
Well, 1698 off the 1683 dial, and the Civic will move on.
Well, we almost forgot we were streaming live on D3 TV. We don't want to get too carried away here because we're getting down to some serious time now, Ron. We're headed into round number 4. Pro brackets back here waiting at the ready line. A little bit of massaging of the track surface out here. You got to massage it, otherwise it just gets all knotted up.
Well, here's another thing that we got to stop and enjoy, smell the roses, as you say. We're kind of taking a little bit of a break. We're kind of catching a deep breath. Hey, once in a while we got to gander at, well, the clouds, the sun. It's kind of cool. We got a cloud deck over us, but you kind of look northwest, clear skies. The sunshine's going to be beautiful tonight, but we're going to have some champions here. We got some Wallies that's lonesome that need a new home.
We did find, looking on Mike Coyle's favorite radar weather, that there are some showers out there, but they're way down on the Arkansas-Missouri border. So I think we're okay.
I thought you were going to tell me they're in people's houses and motor homes and campers. Oh, you mean what comes out of the sky?
Let's take a look at the points right here now. 1 point ahead of Route 66. There in the number 2 spot is Killcare Dragway. Check that out. Killcare 1, Route 66 2. A couple folks tied at 32 points. Lucas Oil Raceway in Coles County, number 3 and 4. Then we get down to 31 points for Summit Motorsports Park. Crossroads Dragway, 29 points. Beach Bend Raceway, 28 points. Muncie, 28. Milan, 28. Let's make it 26 for Milan. Byron Dragway, 25. Lions, 25. The top 12 would be National Trail Raceway, a tie actually for 12 with Gateway Motorsports Park. So from the tie for 12 up to number 1, a 37 to a 25. Only 12 points difference.
Well, I'll tell you what, too close to call, Dennis, is, we race them down the racetrack. The cars, you can see somebody just knocking the tree down and the other one later than late, but that doesn't necessarily determine the race till they cross that little line down there, and that scoreboard tells us who wins.
As we were looking at the Race of Champions the other day, James Monroe, a perennial winner. His first 2 passes down the track in eliminations, he was behind way back here, and an eighth of a mile later, not way down there. And then the third one, he actually was there, had the whole shot advantage, and got the win again. So you just can't tell because you look around and the guy's not there, so you might have just lifted a tag going, where's he at? Bang, then he passes.
And there he is. That's right. These racers right here, it's like, I always say, Dennis, it's like playing a chess game, 4 of them at the same time when you're going down this racetrack because you're trying to figure out, did I hit the tree? Did my partner hit the tree next door? Did I spin a wheel a little bit? Do I need to not lift down at the top end? But these guys and gals that do this just make it look so easy, but it is not easy turning that wind light on.
Absolutely not. If it were really easy, you and I'd be down there racing.
That's why we're up here.
That's why we're up here. Now, besides the expense involved, coming from West Virginia here or from Davenport, Iowa here to race on motorcycles, it's a haul. It really is a haul. And you do it once a year, and it's fun. It's kind of a vacation racing adventure for them. And sometimes it turns out to be one memorable one, when you're in the winner's circle. Other times it will be, well, we had a lot of fun anyway.
Well, let's go to this little story. We got time maybe here. Randy Peters coming up telling us about helping a racer make that round up there.
Lots of things can happen, at a racetrack. You break a rocker arm, you need some gas, you need some oil, you need to have a heim joint or something like that. But what happens if you're in the staging lane with your dragster and one of the tires goes flat? Somebody's got an air tank. Let's pump that baby back up. Shh, no. And a guy came by and he says, hang on, I got a spare one. He went back to his trailer, and they ended up taking wheel off of his dragster and putting it on the dragster that was broken down here with the flat tire. He didn't win the race, but that's sportsmanship.
Let me tell you, Dennis, this is what I love about this sport. I've seen it time and time and time again.
Well, here we go. Should be pro round number 4. Up here now, left side, Bob Anderson from Freeport, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway. He was in our Sunoco Race of Champions with that little 66 Nova left side dial 611.
Well, I've got Double J, Jonathan Jones, running for Crossroads Dragway out of Paris, Illinois. 68 Camaro, it's bright yellow. All he cares about is turning on the bright light down there for a wind light. He's got a 635 dial. It happens quick, 660 feet, Dennis. A lot of things happen.
And if you haven't raced a lot of 8th mile, you know, it does come awful quick. You're just waiting. Oh, no, I'm right here. I'm at the finish line. But they all know what they run because you still get those 8 miles. Off the starting line, Bob and Jonathan. At that finish line, it is Jonathan.
Well, Jonathan takes that win for Crossroads Dragway. He goes 4 over the dial, 005 out of the gate. He had some room to work down here at the top end.
16-13 on the 611 for Bob Anderson, just a bit behind back here on the Christmas tree. Malibu left side, that'll be Mike Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. That Malibu is going to be running 6.00.
Well, parked next door is Terry Willard, the tough racer for Coles County Dragway USA, the Z28. He's got 7, and he'll throw another quarter in the jukebox and hope his song will play great down at the top end. We hear music. This is beautiful music, horsepower at its finest, and the wind light does come on for Terry Willard. His song is playing. He's 1 over the dial. He was behind on the tree, Dennis. What about your side?
Well, it was a 7-25. Mike had the advantage back here, and Mike went 6:03. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second, and that's got to be like a yardstick down there. No more. Next up, Justin Brenton, left side with that Chevrolet Nova out of Rosedale, Illinois, running for Crossroads Dragway. Willie Wonka's golden ticket to the moon at 663.
Ralph Craig wants the ball to match the color of that 76 Firebird. Coles County Dragway, they're on their feet. This is tighter than tight. Who's got the win? You got it.
Left side, 666 on that 663 at 96 miles per hour. About 400s in the bank for Dustin, and he got that win. Ralph went 669, 101 miles per hour. It's pretty close down to 38 thousandths of a second. Love those old Mopars, huh? 66 Coronet, 500 cubic inches under the hood. John Singleton does the driving for that racer from Route 66, and he'll be dialed 648.
Well, leaving first is Brandon Dillman. He's been in the winner's circle. Brandon goes super stock style as he goes Lucas Oil Raceway. Come on down, let's get it done, and he does. Mike Coyle's happy about that as he's in the booth. Dillman goes dead 9, 23 pack. How about that, Mike Coyle?
You know, we've had a Dillman or two in the winner's circle here at Lucas Oil Raceway over the years. Brandon's about due.
Here's Troy Bogner coming up now left side for Sparlin, Illinois. 68 Camaro, Route 66, the home track. And he's going to be down 622 giving chase.
Representing the east side of our planet, Edgewater Sports Park, Ronnie Cunningham. He's away with a 710 dial. That Mustang is gone.
Well, here comes the Camaro. Left side, no.
Ronnie Cunningham goes dead 2. How about an 8-pack, Dennis? Bogner goes dead 5. Wow. Look at the margin of victory.
Margin of victory, 10 thousandths of a second. Another Camaro coming up left side of the track, a 79 Z28 out of Washington, Indiana. This is Greg Wade running for Alliance Raceway Park. A 708 left side for Greg.
Motorcycles need you to lanes 13 and 14. Motorcycles to lanes 13 and 14 is the gorgeous 97 Thunderbird. He'll try to make the lightning strike. Well, Greg, tough break. Leaves the red apple on the left side of the tree. Ken grabs that green apple. He's enjoying it. He goes 2 over the dial for the win for Byron Dragway.
610 to a 709 and negated by that red light start back here on the starting line. How about that 72 Vega? Jason Ford, the driver there from Beaver Creek, Ohio, just out there west of Xenia, running for Killcare Dragway, dial 654.
Well, Wesley Waldrop Coming up from Beacon Dragway, 79 Camaro with a small block Chevrolet out of Benton, Kentucky. And guess what? He's got that marker out. He's got 662 putting it down there.
Tight, tight, tight. Right side? Yes.
Wow. Wesley Waldrop pulls a rabbit out of his hat. 001 on the tree, goes 4 over the dial, and Jason tried, but by 25 10,000ths, Wesley takes the win.
Jason Ford, 6.57 on that 654. Another Chevelle left side of the track. That's Doug Kapliger from Xenia, Ohio. And Killcare Dragway, 688 up there on the Ray Skillman scoreboard.
And Fred Freegan on the Chevrolet side of the world has that 464. Dennis said, I'd like to change the plugs in that car. That's a Mustang with a big block for Byron Dragway.
Finish line, left side. That's Doug Kapliger for the win. 688-1 on a 688. Couple that up with the 008. But Fred was right there with that 007. Wow, that was a close one. 18 thousandths of a second. Up next, the Camaro left side out of Ohio Valley Dragway. This is John Barnes, lives down there in Bardstown, Kentucky, right next to Ron and Carolyn.
Well, I'll tell you what, Redford, Michigan is where Mike O'Rourke plants that old mailbox. He's got that Firebird lined up. He's got that Dart 555 engine under the hood. He's got that 6 flat dial. Check, check, check. Oh, there's one more box, the W box.
W box, yeah.
Look at the flag waving down there for the mascot as, well, trying to cool off that engine, I guess.
I'd say my shoulders would be so sore after doing that for 2 seconds. Ow. That's why we get the youngsters here. Green lights appear back here, and they're pretty good. John and Mike.
Whoa, Mike was second out of the gate, but he's got the win light to take to the next round. When you go dead 6 with a 28 pack, it's kind of hard to not win.
657 on the 55 left side for John Barnes. Margin of victory, 92 10,000ths or 920 10,000ths. A bazillion pounds. I don't know what that is. Don Dumdy, left side of the track from Sycamore, Illinois. 57 Bel Air. Cool looking race car. Route 66 to home track, and he's dialed 595.
Peyton Filson fills in the other side for Killcare Dragway. He is away with a 617 dial. Firebird, it's flying low. Here comes Don. And Peyton holds him off down at the top end. Peyton goes 1 over, was holding 20 cents, bought the finish line.
I know everybody thinks that, you know, man, I was way late that time. Well, you weren't really way late. The other guy was just a tad bit better. You know, you're doing your best. Everybody's doing their best out here. Here's Stuart Galloway out of Milford, Illinois. Monte Carlo for Coles County Dragway, a 625 left side of the track.
Well, Chris Norris rolling in with a 669 dial from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Ohio Valley Dragway moving in, trying to get that point. Well, Stewart goes wheels up. Here he comes, Dennis.
And here comes Stewart. Let's see if we can track down Chris. Yes, yes. No, no, no.
Chris Norris seals the deal at the top end. He had a little bit to work with off the tree. He got a little more money out of the tree, and he took the win, goes 2 over.
633 for Stuart Galloway on the 625. And here's a race for you. 72 Vega, which is kind of a nostalgia car right now, but not quite like yours, out of Tell City, Indiana. This is Gene Cash for Beach Bend and a 652 left side.
Good, tough matchup as Max Lang rolls in from Charleston, Illinois, running for Coles County. The Willies going 649. He hopes.
Gene and Mac, red light for Max by 0.003 of a second. This is going to be Gene Cash. Moving on to round number 5 and a 654 on the 652. 005 light for Gene. Tough break for Max. 1940 Willie's, and old Max, 73 years old, said, yep, sometimes it just happens that way. How about that 69 Barracuda left side? That's Jimmy Croak out of Indianapolis. Lions Raceway Park, his home track, and that's the basic old stock 440 down to 702.
You know, there's just certain races that develop through the day that you just kind of, it's worth the price of admission. Chad Easley, parked next door, 67 Camaro, 624 Flight Plan, Coles County is the one he's trying to get the point for. Good race, win light, bang. Chad Isley takes it to the bank. He goes 4 over the dial. Boy, did he drive that finish line. He was 001 on the tree. Jimmy Croak goes 3 over as Chad Isley seals the deal by 26 thou for Coles County Dragway. Well, we're going to stretch out the wheelbase, so yep, I'd say we got Super Pro weight.
We got Super Pro coming.
So I'll tell you what, do you like the 4th of July, don't you?
Like the 4th of July.
Well, we got 2 bottle rockets, and you light the left fuse, I'll light the right one, and we'll see who gets the sparklers going on the scoreboard down there.
Always love the 4th of July because we have band concerts, too. Somebody's going to hear music.
That's right.
Happy song or a sad song.
Well, we've got it right here. Just about 660 feet away, there is going to be a happy song and a sad one played.
Yeah, we'll play them both at the same time, and the winner listens to the happy song. Here's Paul Pasanko, left side of the track, running for Route 66. Lives up there in Orland Park, Illinois, one of the Chicago suburbs. 470 on that Ray Skillman scoreboard.
Well, Jerry Cotton, he's going to back it up, line it up. He's fiddling with the radio dial inside that dragster, and he wants to play that sweet music, that relaxing music. He's got that S&W office chair he's nestled in, running for Byron Dragway. Well, he's got a 487 down there on the board, so that means he'll go to work first.
So you can watch him on the starting line. You'll see the 487 car in the right lane, the dialing car leave first. But then, just that much later, Paul's going to be hammered down.
And hammered down they are. Boy, they are front wheel watching who's going to get it done.
Winner left side, that'll be Paul, runs 4.707 on the 470, 146 miles per hour. Jerry was right there. They were only 6 thousandths apart back here. Jerry went 488, 140 miles per hour. Blue lights really show up good, don't they, at night? Like lighting up the back of that race car. Here's Jack Liggett coming up now, left side from Eaton, Indiana. That Malibu wagon, love the wagons from Muncie Dragway, 642.
Dennis, you get all the cool cars, the old Dragon wagon over there. Well, this is Steven Schmidt, not Steve Schmidt, the Pro Stock driver, engine builder, but Steve Schmidt, the Summit Motorsports Park representative, American Chassis Dragster, bow tie going for a ride, sitting behind Steve with a 462 dial.
Sportsman lanes 5 and 6 on the west side. Those are going to be your lanes for the rest of the night. Sportsman's 5 and 6 on the west side, your lanes the rest of the night.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Summit Motorsports Park mascot, they must have a lot of cars left because he's been waving that flag a lot.
And he's waving it doubly fast when they win. Watch this. See what happens here.
Well, I'll tell you what, hope they filled up the fuel tanks because Steven's just now rolling in. They're probably texting.
Burn down. There's the wagon. Here's Schmidt.
Oh, I'd love to be at the finish line watching this one, Dennis.
It is so close, and check that out, folks.
Steve Schmidt was tall on the tires on that dragster as he crossed the stripe. He goes dead 8. That's a 24 pack, and by 13 thousandths, Jack stays over.
Jack had a 004 light, lost the race, went 645, 105 miles an hour. Might have lifted just a little bit down there. You got to go hammer down, take the stripe if they're close. Here's Kaylee Daniels, left side of the track, running for Muncie Dragway. Hey, Muncie, where are you? No, they're down there someplace. Huntington, Indiana, the hometown for Kaylee, 489, the dial-in.
Kaylee out of them junior dragster ranks, going big time here on the left side. Monty Short trying to get it done with that 67 Camaro for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Monty's away. Here comes Kaylee.
There's that dragster tracking him down. Got him right at the lights. 489.5 on the 489 for Kaylee, 140 miles an hour. Great run for her. Monty had the better light. 006 and lost that race. Went 628, 108 miles per hour. But that's the 32 mile per hour differential at the other end.
Wow.
But that red car over there, the 88 Camaro of Larry Mays II. Greenwood, Indiana, right down south of here. Lucas Oil, the home track. 605 the dial-in.
I've got John Malaby, National Trail Raceway. Got the Cavalier, got the laundry basket on the back going for a ride. They make their home in Etna, Ohio. Small block Chevrolet, but watch it fly. 616 is the dial. Wow, Larry.
Wheels up for Larry off the starting line. Winner right there. That would be Larry Mays. 005 light run. 606 on the 605 at 109 miles per hour. John was close. 618 and 110.
Little bit of time we got here as they back up. We look out to the west. Look at the cool sun dog over there to the right of the sun and the clouds over there. Wow. Well, let's get back to the racetrack here.
And you know what that means?
It's pretty cold up there.
Should be. Let's go check with Matthew.
He's not.
He's doing homework.
Okay, we'll leave him alone in
Scott
there.
Offerman, left side from Highland, Illinois, and Gateway Motorsports Park. A trick chassis dragster. Cool. 502 left side the dial in for Scott.
So he's going to pull tricks down there to the finish line on old Derek Adams. He's got the Cressman chassis out of Franklin, Kentucky, small block Chevrolet, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. 509, 502. They might as well leave us one, Dennis.
Might as well. I'll leave off that opponent bulb if I'm Scott.
Oh, dandy.
You might have.
Hang on.
Scott Offerman, trick chassis, a winner here. 502.0 on a 502. Perfect pass for him, 131 miles per hour. And back here they were 12 thousandths apart, so 510 for Derek, a win for Gateway. How about that Kyle Hanrahan coming up in the little 67 Chevy 2 over there, little red car. Big wing. 415 Chevrolet running for Beacon Dragway on the board at 612.
Well, this is almost unfair. Look at Fred Krikor. He's got that 582 cubic inch power plant sitting right behind the driver under that mailbox we call the hood scoop. Grafton, Ohio is where they mow their yard. Summit Motorsports Park. They're trying to put a mark on their board. These points have really been interesting here. Now, Fred, he's going to have to be very patient and just got to trust that dragster that'll get the job done, Dennis.
Let go of the button. Same way every time. Same point on the tree. Hammer down. Finish line. Light the wind light. Pretty simple. Seems so simple. Here we go. Left side first. Red line start for Kyle by 2,000th of a second. Fred's your winner.
Well, Fred drives it out the back door, goes one over at 146 miles an hour. A tough break for Kyle to get this far, and that red eye showing up. Kyle goes dead on with an 8, Dennis. Man, oh man, if that light would have been green, that would have been a tough race.
And 2,000ths back here is not all that much, but even 1,000th on the red side is too much also. We get those stinking rules. James Rule from Michigan, left side, running from Island Dragway. That dragster dialed in at a 501.
Well, I've got a gorgeous 97 Camaro Andrew well, we'll get this in a minute. Let's look at it. D. Piazza out of Chicago, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway. He's got a beautiful car. He's got a 521 into the program. And they are sneaking up on that Christmas tree. But I'll tell you what, who can saw the tree down, leave the biggest pile of sawdust under it? We'll find out in just a second.
You go ahead and stage first. No, nope. I'll go first. No, you go first. No, not me. I always go last. Okay, there we go.
Now we're ready.
Time.
Oh, they're green. Wow.
They left just about together. Finish line, brake lights right side for Andrew. How about that?
Well, Andrew goes one over the dial and does take that win. He was behind on the tree by 4 thou. James Roll was right there, but
0.006. What's that? That's the margin of victory. That's like 3 inches probably. High school 7 and 8, we need you now, please, and those will be your lanes for the rest of the day. High school lanes 7 and 8, your lanes for the rest of the day. Aaron Whitson, left side of the track at the Bloomington, Indiana Lions Raceway Park. Track 561.
Well, Joe Ballman, tough brakes, got a light to match the color of that car. I'm going to change the color of that race car. The 58 Vet is out of here.
561 for Aaron on the 561. 124 miles an hour. Okay, 5.612. He missed it by 2,000, the perfect pass. But he's going to the next round. Win for Lions Raceway Park.
Almost a perfect run.
Almost. 67 Dart left side running for Bunker Hill. This is Randy Brow. 651 over there left side. Another Randy right side.
I've got Randy Protz running for Crossroads Dragway in the cool 74 Vega wagon. Reminds me of Larry Bernshausen's Vega wagon. So Randy running that big block Chevrolet. That bow tie is just about ready to put some power down. Oh, buddy.
Here we go. Randy and Randy. Win light, Randall Brown left side, 653 on 103 miles per hour. in for Randy Protz, 593 on the 590. I asked Randy this morning how the car was running. He said, oh, pretty good now. I said, what do you mean pretty good now? Oh, well, though he had the frame breakage, we had to fix that a while back. Good thing they had the inspections and check him out, make him safe. Left side of the track, Tim Buckley, running for Milan Dragway, 472 up there on that Ray Skillman scoreboard.
Well, Mike Coyle's in the house here. He's got a Lucas Oil runner coming here on the Chevrolet side of the world. Westfield, Indiana's Josh Netherton, 608 Fairmont. Can he do it? You know he can, Mike.
Buckley, Netherton. It's going to be Buckley for the win. 472.8, 145 miles an hour. Josh a little bit late down here. Broke out, got second, lost the race. 008 on the margin of victory, though, so that was close. Was close. How about a Starfire left side? The only one here, I do believe. Matt Dattis out of Vermilion, Ohio, and Summit Motorsports Park. It's Chevrolet powered. 632 up there on the scoreboard left side.
Well, Brent Jones rolls in from Wheatland, Indiana, running for Lions Raceway Park. The 44-year-old youngster, 620. Man, would you like to change the spark plugs in that? No way. They got them wheelie bars set pretty low over there on that Vega. I'll tell you what, I had a chance to wander through the staging lanes yesterday and today, and I just enjoy the variety of power plants, combinations, colors, and everything, and a chance to chat with the drivers, Dennis. And I'll tell you what, they're all polished, spit and shine, and ready to get for the winner's circle.
It's always fun to see the different variety of race cars, like you said, Ron, and where they're coming from. Couple of races, here we go. Matt and Brent. I put my money on the winner. Oh, left side, yeah, 634, 104 miles an hour. Why would you bet on the loser? Brent Jones, too quick, 546.3 on a 547. Got there first, broke out, and Matt will be back. Dragster left side as we take a look at Edmund Richardson. Out of Greenbrier, Tennessee and Beach Bend, his dial in 501.
Well, this is another one of those marquee matchup. Henry Vondervoort. He's turned on a lot of wind lights in the Midwest. The Plainfield, Indiana runner running for Lucas Oil Raceway, the host track, 632. This is another one that's worth the price of admission. The show's been great, but wow.
And Edmund Richardson with the red light by 4 thousandths of a second. So Henry's getting the win.
Well, Henry goes out the back door, 4th thou under, but I'll tell you what, Edmund knows that Henry's a tough cookie, and sometimes that'll make you press that tree too hard.
And perhaps now that we've got the sun shining down here, it may have made a difference. I doubt it with Edmund. He's just trying all the time. How about Devin Eisenhower, left side, one of those junior dragster kids that came up here and says, give me a big car now, I'm ready. For Lions Raceway Park, left side of the track at 492.
And pulling in the east side of our racetrack, that old flag's a-flying by the mascot as Alan Moore sneaks into the beams.
Pro, we need you now to lanes one. I'm sorry, Ryan. Pro, we need you now lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro, lanes 1 and 2.
All
Conversation is all about listening. And when somebody else is talking, you listen.
All right, here we go. Okay, who's got this one? Guess what? Alan Moore cuts a perfect light, so that really helps, doesn't it, Dennis? Then he goes flying across the finish line, missing the perfect run by 9 thousandths of a second.
Well, Devin was pretty close there until he got to the finish line first, and a 491 is under that 492. Changing classes here, going to round number 3 for motorcycles, according to our sheet, which Jay printed out so we know it has to be official and true.
I think that's correct. I changed the high school when I realized that had changed.
Here we go, motorcycles time. Some of these racers here, maybe in the future we'll see them riding pro stock motorcycles. You never know. Here's Eric Cooper, left side of the track out of Martinsville, Illinois. Coles County Dragway, the home track, and that's a Kawasaki down to 599.
Well, Dave Hill, he's trying to climb that hill on the right-hand lane as he'll dial a 514, so he's got the task of trying to get that Suzuki in high gear. Pacemakers Dragway Park for Dave Hill, Sunoco Race champ. Nobody.
On down track, 8th mile finish line. Ooh, that'll be the win for you. Right
Dave Hill goes 2 over, and he kept it on top of the hill, but Eric went through the tunnel.
Went through the tunnel, went 597. That's too quick. 115 miles per hour. So we'll see Dave Hill again in round number 4. Left side this time, Jonathan Vickers, our Race of Champions winner last year from Streeter, Illinois, Route 66, the home track. And he'll run 547. Nice young man. Got to talk to him in the winner's circle.
And out of the Buckeye Stake, Rick Hopp rolls in with his Kawasaki. Killcare Dragway, they are trying to will that win.
Side by side, this one's going to be pretty close down there, but the win your side, right lane.
Well, Rick Hopp marks one down. How about a dead one run with a 9th pack? Good enough.
552 for Jonathan over there on that 547. And unfortunately, he will not come back for the next round because we have that rule about you got to have a win ticket. I don't know who started that stuff. Scott Leonard, left side from Glen Carbon, Illinois. A Hayabusa, 594, running for Gateway Motorsports Park.
Well, Tom Whiteman brings that Kawasaki all the way from Reynoldsburg, Ohio. The National Trail Raceway runner, 72 years young. The beauty of this sport is, Dennis, age is no barrier.
Well, until you get really too old. How old are you, Mike? Never mind.
Well, we got to start with Chris Karamazini's.
Chris Karamazini's, yeah. He's watching his granddaughter race now.
Bang, we're gone. We're green. We're good to go.
8th mile right there. Wind light left side for Scott Leonard, 595 on the 94. Getting there first was Tom Whiteman. Too quick, 614 on the 15. So, Gateway gets a point. Scott comes back.
Well, the GPS is good for getting us there on the shortcut, but you got to take it off on these race machines.
Your destination lies ahead. Oh, thank you. I know that. Right down there. Jeff Weicker, left side from Troy, Ohio. Killcare, the home track for that motorcycle, 709 on the left scoreboard.
And opposite Jeff sits Kyle Dollamore, the Suzuki rider from Wellington, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park, and they're already in, and they're already gone. Well, Jeff wanted it bad, goes 002 red. Kyle goes wind light. Here we go. I'd say Kyle was holding a few for the top end gamesmanship. He goes 539 off the 545 dial.
I would say he's holding a few, yeah. Dialer soft. Dialer soft. Here's the bye run this time around.
Well, Dan McCartan for the Route 66 Raceway. The Sunoco Race of Champ, man, still going with that Kawasaki. Whoa. Dan says, gotcha, tree, 005. Finish line goes under by 4/10,000ths, but Dan says, good enough.
Right about where you'd want to be. Just look around and say, hey, okay, nobody's there. Roll the throttle back off a little bit and coast down through if it's a double motorcycle race.
If it's not too late, you'll have to wait until she gets done. I can't.
So here's the points right now. Killcare now is 2 points ahead of Route 66. Killcare with 40, Route 66 with 38. 1 point behind 66 is Summit with 37. Lucas Oil, 35. Coles County, 34. The top 5. Team championships, well, let's take a look here. See what the boss handed it to us. Edgewater Sports Park has the most. How many do they have?
6.
I'd like to buy a vowel. 6. You're correct. And 99, 96, 95, 94, 93, 82. Killcare with 6 also. Right at the top right now, looking to go for 7. And then there's Lucas Oil Raceway with 5. Summit Motorsports Park with 2. and it's less than 2 all the way down from there. So we'll see what happens here. And this should be Sportsman coming up right now. Who's there, Ron?
Well, we got Austin Toole coming in on the left-hand lane with a Monte Carlo out of Winslow, Indiana. And Sunoco Race, the champ rep for Crossroads Dragway. He looks out that passenger window, and oh my, Ken Hansen rolls in. He's got the top up. Must be getting cold out there. He's got a 1371 dial for Mid-Michigan.
1209 left side for Austin Toole from Winslow, Indiana. And he's got that red light. Dang, Nick. Terrible when that happens. So he goes red, Ken Hansen goes green, and win in round number 4.
Both of them had 10 lights, but unfortunately Austin's red and Ken's green. That's all that's necessary. Ken goes 10 over. He's not going to play his poker hand, is he, Mike Coyle? Well, Austin goes 1219 off the 1209, and just like that. Oh, Dennis, you didn't hit the trans brake button over there.
Travis Booth, left side of the track. I'm trying to figure this out because I thought we were in round 4 for everybody, but not for Sportsman. This is round 3 right now. Travis Booth, left side with the Mustang. Lucas Oil, the home track, 1362 on the board.
Mike Coyle is watching this race with great interest. Bill McCarty's next door with a truck. 84 Dodge with a 1252 dial for Beacon Dragway.
Billy was a winner last year, Race of Champions, with that little old truck chopped and channeled, stroked and board.
We're both green. This is going to be nice.
Win light, win light, win light, right side.
Whoa, Bill McCarty takes the win. Travis was 007 on the tree. Bill was 033. Bill goes down there and goes 3 over and just snatches that win from Travis Booth.
Wow, Travis was 1370 down there, 95 miles per hour, and couldn't get the win. Here's Ellis Booth, left side of the track from Decatur. That would be the Illinois Decatur. Lucas Oil, the home track, 1324 on the Race Skillman scoreboard.
Ted Lipka's flying low down there for Gateway Motorsports Park. Ted Lipka on the right side with a 1217 dial. He is pedaling hard. He's trying to get there. He's leaning forward in that driver's seat, and he gets there. 1222, Lipka takes the win with a 5 over run at it. Ted was way behind on that tree, Dennis.
Way behind. He had an 051 and Ellis had an 015. So 1336 at 89 miles per hour for Ellis, and couldn't hold him off. Up next, left side of the Nova, Bill Lewis, the car owner, Jeffrey Vaughn, the driver here from Terre Haute, and Crossroads Dragway. His golden ticket to Pomona will hinge on him running
Mitch Williams.
1218-0.
Yeah, Mitch Williams joins in the fray here with a 1220 dial. He's pretty close to that old National Trail Raceway. That's who he's running for.
And a win left side for Jeffrey. He didn't run 12:18 perfectly. Went 12:20 and had an 0:34 live. So there's a little room for improvement.
Did you see Jeff run Mitch Williams' dial there? But Jeff got the win.
And stranger things have happened. Aaron Wurzel, left side of the track from Union, Missouri. That Mustang from Gateway Motorsports Park, and they've got that baby dialed in at a 12:06.
Chuck Tysick's already put the red light on by 1 thou. The Pataskala, Ohio runner is done for Pacemakers Dragway Park.
So it'll be Aaron going to the next round here in our sportsman category. Finish line, elapsed time, 12:09 on the 12:06, 111. Chuck was 14:58, pretty close to that 14:54, but when you red light by 1, bummer. Gone. Out of here. In the trailer, Mike Malley up next, left side from Lions Raceway Park. Lives down there in Patricksburg, Indiana. And that Firebird, 1294, dial in left side.
Firebird's going to win this one as Paul Hagan rolls in with his Firebird from Fenton, Missouri, Gateway Motorsports Park runner. And unfortunately, Paul turned on the red light, and Mike's already got the win secured.
Well, that's a bummer, but remember, big-time drag racer Edmund Richardson also goes red sometimes. Here's Mike Malley, 006, with that win at 13 seconds flat. Next up, left side, another Firebird, Marlon House, a driver out of Michigan. Milan Dragway, the home track, dialed her in at 12:56.
Well, I've got a GM product, but it's a Z28. Mike Radulowski, he's the hired gun for Gateway Motorsports Park out of Highland, Illinois. Small block Chevrolet a pair. 1351's a dial for Mike.
Have gun will travel. Who was that?
Time's up.
No, Paladin. Thanks for playing, Ron.
All right, here we go. Good race going on here. Who's going to drive the stake down here at the finish line and capture the bear?
Capture a win right here. Left side, right side. It is left side for Marlin. 12:57 to 1:06 to a 13:57. Looking at reaction times, it should have been reversed, but that's a quarter mile back here.
I think Mike was trying to tighten the stripe, and Marlin just stole his stake right off his plate down there.
You got to be careful. Here's Jim Kincaid left side, the 74 Duster. Out of National Trail, he'll run at 12.24. You watch and see.
Carson going deep. We're not playing football. We're bracket racing. Carson with a 1240 dial running for Killcare Dragway. Boy, this is good, Dennis. Side by side doing the dance at the top end.
Brake lights right side.
Carson's got the win. He is 7 over the dial. Did he turn that car into a dump truck? Is that what you're telling me down there?
12:23 left side for Jim, and he was there first, broke out. Win to Carson, right side of the track. Next pair of cars back here in the water. A little bit of Malibu, a little bit of Demon action coming up here. Charles Picklesmeyer left side from New Carlisle, Ohio. 79 Malibu. Killcare Dragway 12:13 goes up on the left scoreboard.
Well, it looks like I get to leave first if that's the game plan. 1240 is the number for Brian Hendrickson's Dodge Demon running for Edgewater Sports Park. Well, they parked that in the garage through the week in Hamilton, Ohio. Another one of our Sunoco Race, a champ representative. He's going deep. He's going green. Charles is going green.
And Charles has got some catching up to do, it looks like, from here. Let's see what it is right at that finish line. Let's go to the instant camera down there at the finish line. Camera right side winner.
Well, Brian goes 7 over the dial as he had about 50 cents in his pocket. He spent it for the candy down there, and he got it. 1247. It's called a payday.
Payday candy. Those are good. Those are really good. I personally like salted nut rolls because I'm kind of salty. Gate 2, southeast corner. That's one that's open, so you don't have to drive your 18-wheeler or your 29-wheeler around this way and try to get out. Left side, Paul O'Keefe. Right side, Buddy Rogers. Who do you think, Ron?
Well, you know what? Paul O'Keefe's hoping this is a half-mile race and not a quarter-mile race. Well, Buddy Rogers was glad it was only a quarter of a mile. He turns on the wind light for Ohio Valley as he got a good start down there, and he was just like, okay, we'll drag our feet across the finish line. We got the win.
And appearing next Saturday night down at the Holiday Inn of Radcliffe, Kentucky, will be Buddy Rogers and his band. Could happen. Bluegrass music. Randy Wolf left side for Bunker Hill and Bunker Hill drag strip. That's 75 Nova. Sunoco Racing Champions competitor 1402 left side.
Austin Evelyn goes out of Zanesville, Ohio, the Y Bridgetown. You go to the left Y, I'll go to the right Y. S10, 1218, pedaling hard, trying to get there, trying to rope in Randy Wolf. Can he get there? Yep. How about Austin Evelyn, 32 on the tree. He was behind, goes 12:18, did a good job at the finish line.
Good job at the finish line. Randy was right there, 14:09 at 94, and he had the advantage back here. Now, we don't give the wins away based on your reaction time. Other times we'll have a contest about that, but not now. Larry Schubert, left side, Sunoco Racing Champions competitor out of Muncie. Dragway, the home of Steve Riggins and Scott Daniels.
Mike Glancy Jr., he's already pre-staged and staged. He's got the Rambler, and he's rambling on right now out of Hamilton, Ohio, Edgewater Sports Park. They're cheering, dancing, trying to get this done with a 1230 dialed Rambler.
Win light, win light, win light. Left side, that'll be Larry Schubert. Larry's had a pretty good weekend so far. 12:21.1 on the 12:21. He was behind back here, Ron, and gave Mike a chance, and Mike did not pick up on that. Here's Chad Isley, left side, running for Coles County, 12:23 on the left scoreboard.
Well, the Ford Falcon, born in 1963, coming out of Hamilton, Ohio, and it's done for the day, Dennis.
Done for the day. 005 red. So let's watch Chad Isley go on through. Let's just listen to him for a moment. Okay, that's long enough. Finish line, Chad Isley, 12:17 to 109.
Well, I'll tell you what, we were listening, and he was singing happy music down there.
Happy feet, dance around in the car.
Well, Rousey breaks out by 4th out, fill out time slip, 2 more.
Here's Larry Fleming, left side of the track. That'll be a 70 Duster 340 Mopar out of Franklin, Kentucky, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Who else was from Franklin, Kentucky? No, that was Tennessee. That was the Waltrip guys. Super Pro 17 and 18, please. Just, I don't want to say round robin, but we're getting pretty close to that point.
Well, Aaron Hagan was flicking those brake lights as he was trying to find that sweet spot in there. He's got a 1281 working here. They're both green, so now they're working that finish line, trying to massage the finish line.
Brake lights right side.
I'll tell you what, wasn't that an interesting race, Dennis?
Yeah.
Aaron Hagan, I thought he was out of it, but brake lights come on the right side, and obviously brake lights came on the left side. Aaron's your winner.
1308 left side for Larry, and you saw those brake lights come on, and reaction time, Aaron 112, Larry 044. Wow. Little 66 Chevy Nova, 67 left side for Bill Crutcher. We saw him up here before, best appearing car in our sportsman category. Division II champ, because he lives down there, does a lot of racing down there, but also does enough to qualify up here too. Cedar Hill, Tennessee, 1264 left side.
We got a light on there, right hand line at the finish line.
So there's a light in the timing equipment on at the finish line, so we got to get that all checked out here. And be just a minute before Bill Crutcher and Gary Rice charge down the track.
Well, you know what? This electronic equipment gets kind of tired too. Can you imagine they've really been getting those wires hot down there. These drivers are just annihilating the Christmas tree down there. And
it wouldn't be impossible. What happened is sunlight, because it's the right hand side. Getting it hot. Yeah.
So you're a piece of electronic equipment. You get the wires hooked up to you, and then about 8,000 times a day it's like, stop, stop. The shock treatment for the electronic timing system here. But it's a whole lot better than having a flag guy down at the other end going, left side one, my left hand's in the air, like they used to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, been at tracks where we've had groups come in, and they do put a guy down there at the finish line, and they basically will start them with flashlights in the evening, and then they've got a spotter down there. But you know what, that don't always, I just can't imagine, Dennis, when they used to do that, to see some of these margin of victories as tight as they are today, how you would actually see a winner on that.
And way back when, they used to have, like, remember the bell hoses at the filling stations? So I know there was one at Cordova, which started the clock that went around like this, went around like this, one at the other end, that stopped it, and you had to go, let's see, what is that? 9.5 seconds, and that was close enough back then.
Right.
Because back then, a lot of racing margins were like 6 or 7 car lengths, sometimes at the quarter mile. Then things got tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Now we got $80,000 worth of electronic equipment in not every race car, but I don't know. Talking with some folks last weekend at Division 5, talking about junior dragsters. When we first started those out, NHRA had about 4 or 5 that they would take to national events and let kids try them out, haul them off to the next one, and they were true 5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton engines. You know, and you could get into one of those cars for probably, I don't know, $800 or so. 15 grand right now to go competitively.
Yeah, now you can put one of them engines in your S10 probably and drive it around town.
Well, I'll tell you what, as tight as racing is, and you know, bracket racing, you see it in the professional ranks on the heads-up start. But I don't know about you guys. I try to watch this, but the best I've seen, and we've had 3 or 4 margin of victory .0006. I don't know if you guys seen anything tighter than that, but thank goodness we do have electronics today.
Yeah, because we don't have any slow motion cameras down there at the finish line.
I've got an old time slip at home.
Put that up for you to take a look at. It'd be really cool to have that, but then, well, then we'd have to charge you $800 to race here every person. So we don't want to do that. This is a fun race. You get the golden ticket to go to Pomona, but it still is a fun race to kind of cap the season.
I've got an old time slip at home that's got 5 zeros and a 2. Margin of victory.
Oh, I thought that was your ET. Not quite.
Roughly. that was how much I red lighted by.
So Bill Crutcher, Gary Rice on the timing equipment. They are side by side back here. Down there, they're still side by side. Winlight right lane.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gary Rice just took out a tough customer as Gary Rice goes cruising down there. And looking at the numbers there was a lot of deception going on down there, Dennis.
I imagine both of them were kind of going at the finish line, womp, 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 womp. Margin of victory was 1,000th of a second. They were both 0.39 back here, so no advantage back here. Eric Cooper, left side from Coles County. Cooper out of Martinsville, Illinois. Met him yesterday. He's a winner here because Terry McGee, the guy who's been here 40 years, what did he do back here, Ron?
Well, I'll tell you what, when you go tree picking and you get a red apple, that's great for eating, but not good for racing.
So, Cooper, 12.02 at 111 miles per hour.
Well, Mike Davis goes solo. 12:16. He just put a number down there. He goes 12:08. And Gateway Motorsports Park will go cruising with Mike Davis one more time.
Let's see if we can still put the points up. The answer is no, Mr. Announcer, you're too late. Oh, sorry. Hey, high school. High school, let's do some learning, folks. This is kind of like, well, it's not quite final exam, but maybe midterm for these folks. Kate Crum, left side from Jamestown, Ohio, and Kilcare Dragway. And by the way, high school points do not figure into the point total. Because, well, that's the rule.
All right, I got Chris Devenberger. Now, both of these Dennis came out of the junior dragster ranks as Chris rolls in from Caldwell, Ohio, the 18-year-old student with a 75 Duster. Little Plymouth action going on. And they're representing National Trail Raceway with a 1217 dial.
Let's roll the calendar back a year. That was a calendar roll. Kate Crum, left side, won the race last year with that little Ranger pickup truck. This time, does she advance?
It's Chris.
No.
Well, Chris Devenberger does advance this time. 12:17 was the dial. 12:24 was the run. Chris stole a bunch on the starting line and took the victory by 22 thou.
Well, last year's winner is gone. Let's look now at Julie Nettles, left side, racing for Coles County Dragway, USA, as opposed to Coles County Dragway, UK. 91 Camaro. 13:58 left side for the Camaro.
Jacob Youngblood running for Crossroads Dragway. Will Park over here on the Chevrolet lane. Got that 1681 dial. Jacob will have a big head start with the pickup truck. 5.3 liter.
Which translates to 300 and, I don't know, 6 or 7 or 8, whatever it is. I could figure it out, but then I'd have to get out my smartphone. Here we go. Pretty close back here.
Look at Julie turning the power onto that V8 down there, trying to catch Jacob. Well, Jacob held off that Camaro down there at the top end. Jacob, they were just about identical in the reaction time, within 3 thousandths as Jacob goes 1689 off the 1681 dial for the win.
1371 for Julie, left side for that loss. And here's the next pair, Javier Pondo from Skokie, Illinois. That is the old Honda Civic, Byron Dragway, the home track, running 1690.
We need
Super Pro 1718, please. Super Pro 1718, please.
Well, here it comes Devin Ramsey running for Crossroads Dragway with the Dakota pickup truck, looking for that 1483 right now, looking for that finish line.
Winner is left side. That'll be Javier. 1748, 76 miles per hour. He didn't quite have the best light here, but down there, I mean, you got a quarter mile to make that distance up.
You betcha.
So, that round of motorcycles. Hey, motorcycles, we need you back to the lanes, please. Motorcycles, come on back to the lanes, please. Killcare, hey, they stretched out their lead. Whopping 3 points right now over Route 66 in second place. Summit is 1 point behind 66. Coles County is 1 point behind Summit. So the first four separated by 5 points. It's pretty much anybody's race right now. Lucas Oil Raceway at 35. Then we got a 3 point down to Crossroads. So tightening up. And Killcare lengthening their lead ever so slightly. Let's go to this round right here in Pro. Ron, who you got?
Well, I got Double J, Jonathan Jones on the Chevrolet lane out of Paris, Illinois. 68 Camaro. He took care of the mosquitoes here on the right side of the racetrack. Crossroads Dragway is riding along with the 636 dial.
Big Money Gene Cash, left side out of Tell City, Indiana. That's 72 Vega running for Beach Bend. 6:53. Have no idea where Tell City is. Do you know, Mike? I'm guessing down south.
Well, we are clean and green there. Got him on mean. Top end charge. Wind light, Dennis. You got it.
And Big Money Gene Cash. Check it out right there. 6:54. 103 miles an hour. That was on the 6:53. Double J. 6:36.0. I couldn't have made it any better, but gave up about, I don't know, 400s back here in the starting line. Nova left side, who's that? Dustin Brenton. Running for Crossroads Dragway. Trying to get that golden ticket to Pomona. 6:63 left side for Dustin.
Well, he's got a tough customer, Brandon Dillman. Brandon parked on the right side of that Nova over there. The Malibu of Brandon Dillman running for it. Lucas Oil Raceway, 677. Feeling lucky. Wow, we enjoyed the wheels up charge. I don't know who won the wheelie contest. This is the race that's important right here.
That's fun. Wind light left side for Dustin. 6:64 and a 6:63. Had the better light, but only by 3 thousandths. He advances. Brandon Dillman does not. Next pair, Camaros. Chris Norris out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. That Camaro running for Ohio Valley Dragway, 6:69 to Terry Willard, 7:24. Oh, pretty good advantage there, huh?
Camaro's going to win this one, Dennis.
Wait a minute. Let me check. You don't know. Oh, maybe you do.
Racers did not want to go home at the tree, so somebody's going to go home here in a little bit, and it'll be Chris Norris. Terry Willards is your winner. Terry goes 008 out of the gate. He had room to spare as he goes 5 over and takes the win.
784 with a slowing 63 mile per hour top end speed. No big top end charge there. Tough break for Chris, but he's a good racer. He'll suck it up and get right back on the winning side here shortly. Doug Kaplinger left side from Xenia, Ohio, and Killcare. 72 Chevelle, dial 688 left side.
Ronnie Cunningham, he's giddy up and going in that Mustang. The big Ford power plant, Edgewater Sports Park, trying to get it done, 709. You got it, Dennis.
Doug Winter left side, 689, 96 miles per hour. Ronnie was right there also with that 710 margin of victory, as Ron points out, 32 10,000ths of a second. That's pretty doggone close. Firebird left side, Peyton Filson out of Fairborn, Ohio, and Killcare Dragway, 618. Peyton will leave first.
Ken Norup just a tick behind, got the 610. Well, he's going to try to get it done for Byron Dragway. That is that Thunderbird. He's got them brake lights flashing there a little bit as he's easing it up there.
Well, it's nice when they do have brake lights because they don't.
All right.
See if it happens here. Right side the winner? Yes. No brake lights though.
Well, Ken Norup just ambushed the tree and he goes away with a 3 over at the top end by 39 thou, takes the win from Peyton.
Peyton 620 at 106 miles per hour. Byron gets another point. How about that Camaro left side of the track? That'll be Wesley Waldrop from down there in Kentucky. Beacon Dragway, the home track. Down there in Paducah, 662 left side of the track for Wesley.
And out of Michigan, 555 is the power running for Summit Motorsports Park as their mascot is waving that flag wildly for Mike O'Rourke to turn the wind light on. He's got that 599 put on the Chevrolet lane, trying to get it done.
Watching the tree carefully as they inch forward. And set to go. 1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ryan.
Exciting race going on here, Dennis. Them foam blocks are trying to get out of the way down there. Mike takes that win for Summit Motorsports Park. I'll tell you what, they were both playing chicken with the finish line, kicking the can down the road, flattening the tires, cutting the spark plug wires, but Mike O'Rourke takes the win.
That was a 607 to a 669 and a win for Summit Motorsports Park. Here's a buy run right now, left side, and that would be Chad Isley, Charleston, Illinois. 67 Camaro, Coles County Dragway, USA. Let's watch him head down the track.
All right, Chad Isley getting some valuable information.
Hang on a second, we're just about to...
All righty, 006 Chad Isley gets it done. He's cruising down at the top end, and he goes 6:59.83. And all right, that'll close that round out of the Pro ET class.
I'm trying to get the points up here. Push the button, no avail. Hang on. You're too late. Man, really, I have no idea. Wait, geez, I don't know. Killcare was 3 points ahead last night, weren't they? Yes. 3 points ahead. You're in the lead. You're in the lead.
There they are.
Killcare's in the lead now by 4 points.
All right, here's the point spread. Killcare sits number 1 with 42 points. Route 66 right behind with 38. Summit Motorsports Park right there with 38. And Coles County Dragway also with 38. Lucas Oil number 5 with 35 points. Crossroads Dragway has got 33 points. They're in 6th spot. So this is really tight here. And I'll tell you what, Mike Coyle, this is going to go right down to the wire.
Killcare's doing a pretty good job though, so if they I don't know how many they got left in. They're still in it to win it.
All right, we are back going to action here. This is Super Pro as the hill gets steeper and the terrain gets rougher. Paul Pasanko rolls in on the left side, Fred Krikora on the right side. Dennis, jump in there.
Splash. And the judges say 84.7 out of a possible 8,000. Yeah, it was a pretty bad dive for me. Paul Pasanko, Fred Krikora. It'll be Route 66 left. It'll be Summit right. It'll be William Tharp on the phone. Well, not now. Told him I had to go to work.
Hey, we missed William up here announcing, don't we?
Good. Goes back here, Ron. Who's it going to be? I don't know.
You
side. Paul Pasanko is your winner. Runs 471 on the 470, 147 miles per hour. Fred was right there to tighten that margin of victory up to 006. Wow. Another dragster left side. This is Kaylee Daniels. Huntington, Indiana, and Muncie Dragway. The particulars for her location and points getting track. 489 left side for Kaylee.
And from the Windy City, Andrew DiPiazza, the 97 Camaro, just about to go for a good ride with a 522 dial. We'll see Andrew disappear first, and Kaylee will try to get that lasso out and rope that race car.
Rope him, ride him, and brand him. That way you know it's yours. Sportsman in high school back to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman and high school. Back to the staging lanes, please. Bumping them in very carefully. This is crunch time right now. You can't be casual at this point in the game.
Oh, baby, you talk about not casual.
Okay, it's going to be a tie race, everybody. Brake light, right side. For Andrew, Kaylee gets the win, 489, 140 miles an hour. Why did they put the brake lights on down there? They were this close down there because of the 032 and the 032 reaction times, Ron.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was just outstanding, and I'll tell you, it's going to get rougher, Dennis.
I think Andrew turned her loose down there. She said, fine, turn me loose, I'll win. I don't care. Larry Mays, the second left side. Lucas Oil Raceway, the home track. The Maze RV Remarketing, 604 left side.
Well, Summit Motorsports Park rolls in with that Starfire. Now, you're right, Dennis. The only one on the property, and Matt Daddis is the proud owner from Vermilion, Ohio. The 21-year-old having a ball here at Lucas Oil Raceway. 6:32 is the flight plan. Let's see if it comes together.
The only other Starfire I've seen all year is Tim Turi's car. You know, painted just about like this. Super gas machine. Here we go.
Don't you just love it? Larry Mays just loves showing off. Can he do it some more? Nope. Matt Daddis has got his number down there. He goes 2 over the dial, 13 on the tree, 12 thousandths margin of victory.
And Matt does have his number, 3169. Scott Offerman, left side of the track from Highland, Illinois, Gateway Motorsports Park again. That dragster, left side of the track, is going to run 5:02.
Henry Vondevoort took out that tough customer last round, and he is back to do some more damage with that Racecraft chassis dragster. Got that big 632 cubic inch horsepower. Doesn't seem fair that Scott's got 420 cubic inches running for Lucas Oil. Henry, 469.
Green lights back here as they head toward that 8th mile mark. Wind light, right side.
Henry goes dead 3. 22 thousandths package. Scott was a little bit behind. He was trying to close it down here, wasn't he?
Broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. Got there first by 1/1000th of a second. Holy cow. And here's Tim Buckley coming up now, left side of the track, out of Milan Dragway and Rossford, Ohio. 4.72 left side for Tim.
Well, Alan Moore has been on his game. Driver's focus. Car's been working well. The Summit Motorsports Park driver, the Sunoco Race, the champ rep. Brunswick, Ohio is where he lays his head in the evening. Right now, he wants to lay a wind light on the course. Well, not that way. Alan's 008, he's out.
He's out, 008, red light, left side. Tim Buckley gets the win, 473 at 145 miles an hour. And when that happens, isn't it great to get a time trial here, way down here, round number 5?
My, oh my. Good point there, Dennis. You see that red light, your automatic wind light, you know you got it.
Stay off the wall, don't cross the center line, and you'll get to come back. Little Dodge start action left side, Randall Brow out of Greentown, Indiana. 440 Dodge, 652 number.
Well, Steve Schmidt, the crew, the unsung heroes, doing some fist bumping back there. They got a 462 dial on that monostrut American chassis dragster running for Summit Motorsports Park. 462. I love these, Dennis. Big spread on the handicap tree down there, and it's going to be down there counting the fingers and toes. You get it right, this is going to be good. I love these races like this.
As Nick Agresta was it, classic confrontation. Door slammer, dragster. Door slammer goes first, and Randy's got to go. Where's he at? Where's he at? There he goes.
You betcha. Steven Schmidt will be like an F-16 flying by down there at the finish line. I'll tell you what, it is tough to gauge the car coming up on you like that.
Green lights back here. Check this baby out. We'll tell you about it in a second. Right side's your winner.
Steven Schmidt was 002 on the tree, and he didn't have the best reaction time, but he's got the important win. He goes dead too. Mike, 4-pack.
4,000. Man, you got a 1 bulb and you're going to the showers.
Bummer. Just don't turn it on in the shower. 653 left side for Randy. That is a bummer. Take a look now at Aaron Whitsom, left side, right side of the track. Aaron Whitsom, I can do better than that because I'm a trained professional. Monza, 388 cubic inches. So Aaron on that lone pass goes to the next round, 560 at 125 miles per hour. Well, here's a bit of sad news that we just got. Normally we would have the track managers race, you know, sort of let the cars cool down and things like that, but due to the lateness of the hour, we're not going to have it this year. I know there's a lot of unhappy folks out there. Because I'm pretty sure that during the track managers race there was a lot of, what do we call? Oh yeah, side bets. or maybe not. Hey, here's motorcycles right now. Scott Leonard and Dave Hill. Left side of the track into that water box. White bike that looks pretty much like a street bike. There's no wheelie bars. It's got the fairing. Doesn't have any saddle bikes, so he can't go very far unless he never changes clothes out on the highway. 594 for Scott. Pretty quick street-looking bike.
Well, you know, Dave Hill rolls in from Mount Vernon, Ohio with that Suzuki. He's one of those Sunoco Race a Champ representative running for pacemakers. But, you know, you're right. Dave Hill's dialed 515. The bike's all tricked out, the long wheelie bars, you know, the mean machine look. Scott sits over there and says, hey, I've got a trick bike myself. Maybe I don't have that wheelie bar or that fancy paint or those aero packages, but he's still going rounds.
Now to complete that story, Scott will come up here and say, yeah, I picked that bike up on Tuesday. It was a used bike sitting in the showroom. Could happen.
You betcha. I'll tell you what, the goal is all the same. Let's get to the end. Let's take a Wally home. Those Wallies are sitting back here. Dennis, I know you observed those back there, and they're lonesome. They need a home, and we sure like to give them a home.
And it'll happen very soon, folks. Green light left side for Scott, green light for Dave. 8th Mile Racing Motorcycles, here they come.
Well, Dave Hill, he kept it again on top of the hill. He didn't break out. He goes one over at 131, but Scott, tough break.
Scott, too quick down there, 591 on the 594, and that will bring up Dan McCartan left side. Tough competitor here from Route 66. That Kawasaki's going to go 479, hopefully.
Well, Kyle Dollamore, he's going to leave first for Summit Motorsports Park. He's got that even number down there, 540, the Ohio runner. Got the flag waving, and I'll tell you what, Summit Motorsports Park, they're down there a lot, so they must have quite a few of them still left.
If you see that core group of motorcycle guys, you recognize names from past ET finals here. Like Rick Poole and like Bob Foster. Win light here, your side run.
Kyle Dollamore, 006, but his opponent was right there with a 008, but you know what? The win light just comes on one side this time. It was on the right side. Rick Hopt out of Farmersville, Ohio. The Kawasaki is the bike that he is on. Killcare Dragway is the track. 553 is the dial. And Rick's just going to kind of get some good information here on the solo pass. It's pretty cool as we hear him go through the gears down there. As we kept quiet for a little bit, he goes 3 under the dial, 17 on the tree, and Rick got that information that he needs, Dennis, and I'll bet you he'll be back there trying to work it out.
I bet he will, because, and you guys all know this, you keep track of what you ran every run down the track. You've got the air density, you get the temperature, humidity, the number of children, the weathercaster on Channel 6, and things like that. Sportsmen in high school, you should be in the lanes because, well, you're next. You're coming out right now. But you keep that, put it in that old logbook, and you say, last year, this year feels just about like Sunday of last year. Let's see what the weather conditions were like. Back there, pull back the other page, or look it up on the computer because you put those runs in the computer so you get a backup and you can search, click, 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 put the two things up there side by side if you got the right software. So, everybody knows that. You got to keep those records and see this is about the same as last year. Now what varies now? Maybe a new tire, maybe the track condition, maybe you're a year older. I guess you would be, wouldn't you? So all those variables come into play. Where you put your money? Right about there. So what it should run, hopefully.
Well, these unsung heroes, they have been busy getting these cars turned around. You know, there's probably some repairs going on that we don't even know about up here. And they get that win, they will that win, they go back, do a little work. The unsung heroes, the crew are involved. But Dennis, you know those weather stations are getting a lot of attention. You know, we started early this morning. You know, we went through several heating elements on the track. Now we got the sun down. Track's cooling off a little bit. Humidity's probably changing. So those weather stations right now are getting a lot of attention.
I devote a lot of attention at home to my weather station. Well, unless it's way too hot to mow the yard. I'm going to stay inside. It doesn't have any. I guess it does have a sort of a wind chill, relative humidity kind of indicator on there, but I don't know. The velocity really doesn't work too good because I've got it sort of. It's not really down in the bushes. I mean, it's up above a little bit, but the house really blocks a lot of wind, north wind. So you got to rely on the TV folks for something.
Well, I heard it wasn't going to snow up in the Quad Cities this year.
No, it's not going to. Yeah, right.
Not tomorrow, anyway.
Not tomorrow. We hope not. Let's slide back to the Quad Cities on the bike. Woo.
Well, I'll tell you what, the sun has set. What a beautiful sky we're looking at here in the west as we await for our racers to reassemble. And Dennis, we are getting so close to getting some winners crowned here.
Hey, let's take a picture of this and post it on Facebook. Hey, let's not. Somebody else probably will anyway. All those folks out there could do it a whole lot quicker than me. How do we do this now? Attach the... What am I... Oh, never mind.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope these racers are enjoying the journey. I know we've had a lot of competitors here that had those big ideas of being here late in the evening, but we really do appreciate all the racers joining in. This is 40 years, Dennis.
40 years, and everybody was here for the first round on Sunday. We hadn't eliminated anybody yet. So there was a lot of, as we were standing outside the wherever we were staying last night, folks coming back and saying, yeah, we partied with the guys for a while in the team, and then went on up there and had some more parties someplace else, and then they're back at the place of lodging. And it was just one of those, a big kind of atmosphere here where everybody was still in. Nobody had lost in round one because we didn't do that.
So everybody started out on the same page, and here we go, just like that. We've got to keep narrowing these cars down.
Mike, you want to do this? Sure. Okay. You okay?
If you want.
Okay, first pair, Chad Isley. I'm going to turn the microphone over here to good buddy Mike Coyle for a minute. And I'm going to move around this way, give him plenty of room to get in so he doesn't step on my poor little feet.
Good point. Chad Isley's over on the left side, 1221 to dial. Oh, baby, double breakout. Isley runs under by 4, and Lipka, he was holding 7. Isley's won this sucker before.
I think Lipka's been there too.
Mike Malley, he's over here in the Ray Skillman side out of Patricksburg, Indiana. His Firebird running for Lions is dialed 13 flat.
We'll come on here in just a second, and
Ooh.
will take that win. That was an interesting end down there. Mike Malley, he had the ball down here on the top. Mike Davis throw a smart race, goes over and wins it.
Yeah, Malley had 2.5 in his pocket. Just simply took way too much stripe. Took 1/10.5. That's too much when you're running tough cookies. Jeff Vaughn, his 70 Nova, actually Bill Lewis's 70 Nova. Vaughn's been driving for years. He's over there on the left side, Ray Skillman side, 1218 the dial. Coming up on the finish line, brake lights both sides, wind light, Vaughn. Vaughn runs 4 over at 12:22. Hansen gets on the brakes, runs 9 over. Vaughn was 1 on the tree. He had almost 300s in his pocket when he passed the Christmas tree. So Vaughn got another point for Terre Haute, or Crossroads. Marlon Howes out of Livonia, Michigan, running for Milam in his Firebird down 12:58. red light goes to Howes. 1260 on a 58. Looks like Hendrickson should have staged a little bit deeper, would have slowed the car down and got a better light. He sure does. So Aaron Orstel gets the easy win. He was dialed 1208.
Well, Carson, tough break.
On the 1208 for Warsdale. Griffith slows down, beats on the steering. It's hard to hold your foot on the floor when you're beating on the steering wheel after he red lighted. So he's off the track now, and the next pair. Got Larry Schubert over here on the left side. He's dialed 1212 in the Vegamino. Oh, you bet. Sportsman racing's another animal. No big mile an hour in most cases. Ooh, baby.
Austin England, wow, he goes dead on with an O. He gave up 5 on the tree, Mike.
5 behind on the tree, but he runs 6 over. And mile an hour makes me think he gave it back. Well, Austin will be back because Austin, well, dead on 0. Need Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro 1 and 2. Billy McCarty over on the left side in his Dodge pick-em-up truck. 1251 the dial.
Goes over the dial, goes 1283 off of 1278. It was good enough.
Yeah, 5 over still takes a stripe by 4 because Billy just was un-Billy-like. Gary Rice, left side in the Rambler, 1237 the dial. Yeah, Gary had a little starting line advantage and just simply took too much stripe. Not a big one, but he had it. Hey, Eric Cooper used to run here for Lucas Oil Raceway. Hadn't run over here lately. Runs over Coles County in his Vegas, so he'll make an easy point for Coles County Dragway. He's out of Martinsville, Illinois. 12:02 the dial. He strolls across at 12:17. And that completes this round of sportsmen. Looks like I got high school sitting at the ready line. Javier Pando out of Skokie, Illinois, 1690 the dial for that Honda Civic that Javier is driving. He's running for Byron. Yeah, because it gives you a pretty good idea who had the better light usually. And in this case, Jacob had the better light because there was a green one. Javier got way overzealous though. He left quite early. And a 10th over, Javier runs 17 flat on his 1690. And Chris Dovenberger takes the bye run into, I guess, the final. Yeah, that was the semifinal for high school. Cool. 12-17 the dial for Chris's Duster. And a 12.07, a 10th under for Dovenberger. Or Dovenbarger. Could even be Dovenbarger. I don't know. I'm probably screwing it up one way or another. So we're getting down to the short rounds now. This is mostly a case of what I say at our bracket races at this time of day. If you won your category, cool it, fuel it, bring it back to the lanes. No need to wait for the call, because I'd guess you're ready to win some big money in a Wally here shortly, so I'd cool it, fuel it, bring it back to the lanes. But I'll tell you what, after the long day we had on Friday, and then the weird day we had Saturday, late start, we're doing pretty well this late on Sunday. Killcare still in the lead, only Summit's pulled up to him a little bit now. Summit's 2 points behind in second. Coles 3 points behind Killcare in third. 66 is 4 points behind him in fourth. Even we made a point. 36 points, we're in fifth. Lucas Oil Raceway, Crossroads just behind us. Couple points back in sixth. Gateway 1 point behind them in seventh. Muncie couple points back in eighth. And then Beach Bend and Milam tied at 30 for 9th and 10th.
Well, Mike Coyle, there's quite a battle raging on for the bragging rights for another year here, as I'll tell you what, it is, especially those top four, they are really battling it out.
So Killcare's having a great day, and they seem to be hanging on to their advantage. It tightened. I think it was 3 points the last time we brought it up. Now it's only 2. So we got quite a battle here, especially for the top 4. I think Lucas Oil Raceway is probably out of it for the win, because I think we've only got one guy left in, and we're 7 points behind. So probably the team championship is up there in the top 3 or 4. I don't know. I haven't been paying as close of attention to who's left in each of those tracks teams. But Lucas Oil Raceway's running out of folks.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Summit Motorsports Park, they're in second place, and their mascot is still out here all charged up and ready to go.
moving 6 to 3rd.
All right, the fuel is flowing through the veins of these racing engines as we got to keep on keeping on.
Got Chad Isley up in the Ray Skillman lane, 625 the dial for Chad's Camaro. He's racing for Coles County.
Well, Summit Motorsports Park, and I figured they had a driver coming up because the mascot, well, he won the race up to the pre-stage area. Michael O'Rourke driving that Firebird with a 599 dial. Got that Dart engine, and I'll tell you what, it's singing sweet music for Michael O'Rourke and the Summit Motorsports Park team. He's got that 599 already displayed in red down here on the Chevrolet scoreboard. But Chad Isley, a tough customer out of Charleston. All right, they're carefully staging. Boy, did they both go in at the same time. Let's go.
Oh, look, ends are on the starting line. Isley's 11 on the tree, and 626 one over his 625 dial.
Boy,
man.
Mike goes dead on with a 9, but that Christmas tree got him in trouble.
10th out too early, he ends her and then goes dead on 9. Isley will be back in the next round. Gene Cash out of Tell City, Indiana. I figured out where that's at. Looks like it's down on the Ohio River. He's running for Beach Bend. 72 Vega dialed 653.
Well, Terry Willard with that white Z28. Got the 383 Chevrolet just about ready to go to work for Coles County Dragway. 724. Coles County's up in there trying to do some damage. Whoa, baby. Wind light comes on for Coles County Dragway USA. Terry Willard goes 3 over the dial. Boy, he just ambushed the Christmas tree.
Yeah, Cash put all he had on him, went 3 under trying to get around him. Left too much laying on the starting line. Got Dustin Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana. He runs for Crossroads. He's dialed 662.
Doug Kaplinger leaves first with a 688 dial as the Xenia, Ohio runner in that 72 Chevelle, trying to make Kilcare Dragway do some celebrating. Well, Doug goes red by 8, and Dustin goes to the win into the next round.
Man, we're coming up to crunch time when everybody's up on the wheel. Dustin Brenton, 660 with a 1. He runs 19th thou too quick, which he drives out the back door because Kaplinger left 8th thou too soon. So Dustin will be back in the next round as the bye run
is Ken Norup for Byron Dragway. The Thunderbird constructed in 1997. And what a big block Ford as he got in there. And boy, that Ford's been performing. That 520 cubic inch Ford. We've got a 609 program on the Chevrolet scoreboard. And the green light comes on for Ken. The wind light will come on here pretty soon. How about a dead 6, Mike? What do you think about that?
Well, it means he's ready for the next round, doesn't it?
You betcha.
And Super Pro setting at the ready line.
7 cars left.
And Super Pro?
Super Pro, I believe.
Pro just went to semis, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Ooh, Coles County tightened her up one more point. Coles County tightened her up one more point. In fact, Summit and Coles County did. Now Kilcare's got a 1-point lead. 43 to 42 to Coles, and then Summit's 41, and then Route 66 is 39. Tightening this dude up, it's going to go right down to the end.
Shuffle them cards, keep passing them out. Boy, are they changing lanes like they do?
Yeah, you bet. Tim Buckley, he's out of Rossford, Ohio. His advanced chassis dragster is dialed 474 over there in the Ray Skillman side.
Well, Matt Daddis rolls in and rolled through the box, rolled backwards, reverse again, and now he's going to try that again. Matt Daddis with the Starfire, and he's going to try to make the stars shine tonight. Vermilion, Ohio's the hometown. Summit Motorsports Park trying to get it done for them. 6:31. Matt's going to have a big head start, Mike.
Well, I hope all you folks that are interested in what Divisions 3 is doing here have hung with us on D3 TV, because we're down to crunch time now. The racing's been good all afternoon, but it's getting real serious now. All right, all you folks up there on the wall that shouldn't be there need to head back behind the ready line so we can see the cars.
All right, here we go. We've got one car that's pre-staged. Matt bumps in the Starfire. Job. Tim did his job. Now the wind light's got to come on for one of these drivers, and it'll be your side. Well,
and the wind light goes to Buckley. He's dead on for 9th thou package. He'll be back in the next round. Man, he is on the wheel. Hey, we have somebody that can go down there to the burnout box and help clear that crowd that's down there. Paul Pazenko out of Orland Park, Illinois, in the American Dragster, dialed 471 for Route 66.
Well, Aaron Witzman, one of the two door cars that's left in Super Pro, plugs in with a 560 dial, and he will move on. Aaron Witzman is 005. It's green. Paul did not trip the green light. Witzman goes through the back door. 11th thou pack as he goes dead 6.
Yep, I've got a Lions guy still alive. Ask him, where do you race? I don't know. I'm looking for someplace. Kaylee Daniels out of Huntington, Indiana. She's running for Muncie in the Power Chassis Dragster. She's down 489.
Well, this is kind of an important run here as Henry Vandeboort. I believe that's your last car left.
Yep, Henry's making us 1 point around.
Well, I'll tell you what, he would love to take the big prize at the end of the day. Man, he's been working hard. Lucas Oil Raceway is his home track. 469's a dial, but he's got the youngster. Whoa.
Ooh, maybe he's in trouble. Yep. Dead on 9 for Kaylee Daniels. Henry left just a tick too much, laying on the starting line.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Daniels crew are celebrating over there, because I'll tell you what, they took out a tough customer. We're going to end up this round with Steven Schmidt. Out of Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park, got that American Chassis office chair. He's nestled in it comfortably. They'll back it up, line it up. 462 is the flight plan as they'll go northbound into the next round.
And I see we got Super Pro motorcycles sitting here. This would be the semifinals.
Taking his time, carefully staging down there. He goes 452. How about a dead-on run? Mike, where's the points?
Oh, baby. Kilcare's still up there at the top. Cole second. Summit third. Route 66 fourth. And, well, Lucas Oil's fifth, and we're done earning points. So now I guess Lucas Oil is rooting for everybody above him and nobody below him. And we'll go into bikes because that completes this round. And here they come, the first pair. Rick Haupt out of Farmersville, Ohio. He's on a Kawasaki. He's dialed 550, and he'll get the head start.
Over David Hills, Suzuki, running for Pacemakers Dragway Park, and a 515 is what's down there that we'll be looking at.
You know, Ron, we're down to 3 bikes, and I still can't get used to looking at bikes dialed into 5s using half the drag strip.
That's got to be quite a ride sitting on the saddle there. And
well, it changes the ball game.
Oh, yes.
Honestly, I'm an old guy. I never liked 8th mile racing. Made me think too fast.
Well, I'll tell you what, down in Division 2, they did an 8th mile Lucas Oil race down there, and I guess it was pretty cool.
Well, you know, I mean, these guys are doing a great job. I've been watching their ETs and everything. They, you know, I mean, obviously you can dial it based on your quarter-mile time slips, but it's a different animal driving the finish line when the finish line happens 660
Well,
feet
you've got to just fast forward the brain and the thinking down there because you've got to be ready. Again, you cut that distance down and things happen quicker.
See, I think when you're running 8th mile racing, especially when you're quick like the bikes, you got to be dialed honest.
Well, I'll tell you what, great job both riders getting it done. You've got the winner into the final.
And a 552 on the 50 for Rick. Your guy 4 off. They were very similar on the starting line, but like I said, what I started to say is I think you got to dial a little more honest when you're in the fast classes and you run an 8th mile. And these bikes are light and quick. I think they're probably dialing a little more honest than they might quarter mile.
Well, 600 pounds might cover the rider and the machine that they're riding down there as Kyle Dollamore will be in that final running for Summit Motorsports Park. He does have to do the job. He's got to take the tree and run it down there. I believe he dialed 537. He did. So we will see a Suzuki in her final. Well, old Kyle says 011 bulb. That's pretty sweet. Let's see what we got down there. He goes 541 off the 537 as Kyle kind of just eased it across the finish line.
Kilcare pulled 1 point further up, but Summit just pulled 1 up too. So we're still a 1 point ball game, first to second, second to third, and then it drops a little bit to Route 66, 66. I don't think they've got a lot of more than 1 or 2 still in, so this looks like it's going to come down to the first 3 there.
Summit jumped around.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. They were third, weren't they? Yeah. Summit jumped around Coles County. Kilcare 44, Summit 43, Coles 42, Route 66 39, and of course I know Lucas Oil's